Shui Anun expected lie traversed to a fantastical realm, and upon his arrival, have found himself ensnared within the Tianwu Empire, assuming thoroughly a phenomenal puppet emperor. Ding! The Supreme Empire system has been officially activated. Through the system sign and function, Shui an instantaneous lie summoned Danelight 4C composed of 3,000 Black Dragon Guards, along with the Dragon Martial Legion numbering 100,000. These are 12 formidable powers undoubted Libby Kamathi crucial pillars for consolidating Ice Imperial authority. Even more astonishingly, aided by the system's extraordinary capabilities, Shui and strength was rendered equivalent to the entire populace of the empire. An unprecedented accumulation of power that propelled them to an instantaneous rise. Not only that, but Shui also direct lie attained the pinnacle of the venerable realm, with his formidable might reaching an astonishing Caddies. Such power was sufficient to ensure high soon-yielding stature within the Tianwu Empire and the entire fantastical realm. On the Chaos Continent, in the heart of the Eastern Domain, lay the power center of the Tianwu Empire. With an resplendent palace, adorned with gold and shimmering lights. Shui Yang gradually awakened from the profound insolent darkness, his head throbbing as if it had been struck by a heavy object, hissed Hatsukiyotic swirl. Your Majesty has awakened! Your Majesty has awakened! Several excited and fervent exclamations faint, Lyriac had the Shazai consciousness. Your Majesty? Shui and pondered in confusion, struggling to organize omblency of Claritiasha forced the eyelids, revealing Gasina Fopulin Sainter twined with elegance. Where is this? Shui and Chiartre said with trepidation, feeling Gaz though his head had been violently struck, thepin unbearable. Subsequently, a flood of fragmented memory surged into his mind like a tide, rendering his complexion increasingly pale. The Chaos Continent, a world whereth the strong reign supreme. Capable of determining the lives and deaths of myriad beings, with a single word and shaking the mountain sand drivers with their motion. These world was vast beyond measure, far surpassing the blue starry and Seeknu, teeming with countless race and nations vying for supremacy. And now, have found himself in this real Tianwu Empire, a powerful nation had dominated in a province of the Eastern Domain, ruling over trillions of lives. Andy, astonishingly, had become the Peror of Thais Empire. As we fly, assimilated these fragmented memories, Shui and clutch at his throbbing forehead, forcing himself to rise. Your Majesty, youth is surrounding Unuk sandmaids, witnessing his condition, expressed their concern, rushing forward to for support. I am Finiwal may withdraw. Shui still suffered from relentless headache, yethu Avadishanto declined your assistance, ordering them to step back. Once that the room was devoid of odors, Chian closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, on den devered to colmistimal chuas motions before reopening Zysens Marie. A thismament, have fully comprehend deedle thine formation regarding his predecessor. The ruler of Tianwu Empire, Shu Yin, Apapi Temper sharing the same name, appeared majesticized each wielded norial power, enduring humiliation. The Tianwu Empire occupied the vast expanse of Tanina provinces in the Eastern Domain, though it was not the strongest for Saint Heregion. It belonged to the middle tier, boasting oligus spanning gover 10 house and years. However, the cultivation system in this world way is exceedingly ruthless. Body refinement, spirit nurturing, sea transformation, divine mansion, law manifestation, celestial being, emperor lord, venerable, supreme, saint realm, emperor realm, and the legendary immortal realm. Each level represented a qualitative value of immense strength. In the Tianwu Empire, the Nina provinces were further divided into 73 prefectures, whereat the prefectural lords is two the most formidable entities. Each possessed strength at the emperor lord level, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in an instant and annihilating life across vast territories with a single strike. Meanwhile, the Nine specters overseeing the lordship reach at the pinnacle of emperor lord, merely a hair's breadth away from the venerable realm. Anyone off Tim could effortlessly obliterate hundreds of largest city is or even a small nation. Thus, the Tianwu Emperor's dominating the Eastern Domain ways exceeding lie solid, with feudering to collegiate. Yet, ever since a 10 years ago, when the previous Tianwu Emperor encountered forbidden artifacts, the entire imperial clan Simedkurst. 1b1. Family members succumbed to a fatov being covered in black hair, their bodies withering away to death. To this day, the Insamaidoan clan had win led to just the former prince, Chu Yin. With the support of various prefectural lords, he ascended to the throne, yet a larger ulterior motives. With countless spies positioned around him, monitoring and controlling Thelast blood Linovteklan, treating Gaimasamarepit. Vision soft disdain, ridicule, and even covert insults directed at this predecessor surged in his memory, asafreleving Thosmans, causing Chuyen's complexion to darken. Had it not been for the necessity of Chuyen blood to hold the throne, those lords might have already conspired to secret, eliminate his predecessor ante his place. With the imperial clan's downfall, Theon's glorious imperial authority hadamid like a sunkinsmid but darkness, insufficient to instill fear among fellords. If this continued, the Tianwu Empire would surely disintegrate. What shall Dido? How can I restore imperial power? Annie inexplicable exodus within Chuyen, his brow furrowed fell in contemplation. When wasn't Blue Star, he was the architect of a 100 billion conglomerate a master of commerce. However, in this chaotic realm, amidst the current stato mind imperial authority, Heffel utterly lost. Just a shaponderetti plea, era splendid ton ethereal notification ecoedin his mind, host soul fusion detected complete. The Supreme Empire system is no activated. A system? Chuyen's gaze sharpened, regaining composure. Coming from Blue Star, he was notin familiar with Thistermofin found in novels. It was said tobe the central golden finger for many traversers. Capable of fading the hostin swiftly establishing themselves in the new world and enhancing their strength. Ding! The system grants a basic gift pack. Doest the host wish to peen it immediately? The real voisera sound Deeden his mindensmery, interrupting his thoughts. Open it, Chuyen mentally commanded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring Thunica trait Heaven's sovereign. As long as ye are within the national borders. Your strength will be equivalent to esomoful subject synth the empire, based on the recognition of you. Heaven's sovereign? To gain has strength of foul subject synth the empire? Chuyen felt a jalto fast astonishment within. It was known that the subject softian wumpiri exceeded dastig jaring trillion. Even if he drew just staffragment off power from this multitude, it would converge into an unfathomably vast driver. However, the system promptly added, ding, recognized approval from the subjects for libelo 1, resulting in a significant reduction in total strength. Following thief effects off Heaven's sovereign, the host's cultivation is levited at the 9th layer off the venerable realm, with physical strength enhanced owing to a trillion caddies. In an instant, an overwhelming unimaginable power surged through Chuyen slimes, akin to a tumultuocean. His cultivation skyrocketed from the feeble 9th layer off spirit, nurturing to surpass the Emperor Lord realm, even exceeding the pinnacle of Teen Tire Tianwen pure strengths, reaching the 9th layer off the venerable realm. Moreover, the accumulation of fading in a trillion caddius off strength made Chuyen feel as though hekudo obliterateth the entire imperial capital with a single punk, turning vast territory stoiches. Your Majesty, what is transpired? At that moment, an inquiry said with indifference emanated from outside the door. Following this, a stern-faced man entered, appearing to be in his 30s, with a cold and resolute visage, towering stature clad in black armor, radiating gonorrhea ferocity. This man, named Lu Shanzhan, was ostensibly the captain of the Imperial Guard for Emperor Chuyen, possessing strength and fate's 6th layer of celestial being, known as Black Blade Butcher. However, Chuyen was well aware that there was merely a spy planted be Wang by his side, ostensibly to protect his safety, but in truth tasked with surveilling Sivirimov. After Lu Shanzhan entered the imperial palace of Chuyi, he displayed no semblance of reverence. With a casual gesture, he surveyed the surroundings before directly addressing the emperor upon the dragon bed. Ha. Look at those eunuch servants outside. They seem quite anxious. Your Majesty, I almost thought you had passed away. His words dripped with unabashed mockery and derision, devoid of any polite pretense, sent by King Wuyong. He had initially harbored a modicum of trepidation towards this puppet emperor. However, as time wore on, his audacity only grew bolder. Drawing from the memories of his former self, Lu Shanzhan often took the emperor to secluded areas, unleashing his frustrations through acts of violence. As the sovereign of the Tianwu Empire, he was bullied by a mere guard. Upon seeing Lu Shanzhan, Chu Ye's eyes flickered with a glint of coldness. Did I permit you to enter? Chu Ye's voice was icy and low, radiating an unspoken authority that sent a shiver through Lu Shanzhan's heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, inwardly scoffing at the audacity of this worthless emperor. Your Majesty, it seems you are in need of a little exercise. Why not allow me to accompany you for a practice session tomorrow? Lu Shanzhan sneered, dismissing Chu Yi entirely. He shook his head and turned to leave. However, in the next moment, boom! A force of indescribable pressure enveloped him, compelling him to kneel violently, his bones creaking under the strain that he felt as if he were crushed beneath a mountain, his very organs threatening to burst apart under the terrifying weight. Yet, in the face of Chu Ye's peak authority, Lu Shanzhan, despite his own strength, was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Why, Your Majesty, at that moment, Lu Shanzhan could hardly turn back, his lips stained crimson with blood. He could only utter vague cries. Behind him, Chu Yi remained upon the dragon bed, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Did I permit you to leave? With that chilling imperial decree, Lu Shanzhan was reduced to a puddle of blood. Staining the palace red, Chu Yi waved his hand, instantly sweeping the remnants of blood out of the hall, and once again sealed the doors, cutting off all prying eyes and senses from the outside world. Within his mind, a series of ethereal screens appeared. Host, Chu Yi, cultivation, ninth heaven of the venerable, master of the heavens, physical strength, 89 trillion pounds, in nation, Tianwu Empire, ruling over 9 provinces, with a population exceeding 1 trillion, citizen approval rate. 1. The higher the approval, the greater the enhancement of the master of the heavens trait. Sign-in attempts, daily sign-in once, monthly sign-in once. Special sign-in 0, Legion summon. No opportunities available, can be obtained through system tasks or sign-ins. The ability to sign-in still existed. Chu Yi looked down and noticed the sign-in attempts and Legion summon. Raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Ding. Detected that the host is within the capital of Tianwu. Special sign-in available. Sign in. Chu Yi commanded without hesitation. In an instant, 2 lines of text materialized in the void before him. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Legion summon. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate divine artifact, the Tianquan sword, which can grow alongside your empire. Buzz. A long sword, radiating a soft golden hue, adorned with carvings of sun, moon, stars, mountains, and vegetation, materialized from thin AI.it emanated an overwhelming aura of imperial might and sword intent, as if it could slice through the very heavens and obliterate all creation. The Tianquan sword, an innate divine artifact. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Such an existence surpassed the level of imperial weapons, and he had obtained it with such ease. He could sense that with this sword in his possession, as long as the Tianwu Emperor did not fall, the empire would endure. Furthermore, all loyal subjects would be reborn in the capital after death, regaining their peak strength. Haha, splendid, truly splendid. Chu Yi's heart surged with exhilaration. With such power and the acquisition of the Tianquan divine sword, regaining control over the entire Tianwu Empire would become infinitely easier. He proceeded with his monthly sign-in, daily sign-in, and Legion summon. Ding! Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,000 Black Dragon Guards. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 9th Heaven Expert, Li Fan. The summoned experts will not materialize out of thin air. They will hasten to the host's side at the quickest pace. Ding! Legion summon successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dragon Martial Legion of 100,000. Subsequently, Chu Yi utilized his remaining 3 sign-in and summon opportunities, the results leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Especially with the Dragon Martial Legion, each soldier possessed the power of a giant dragon. On the battlefield, they could summon the shadows of dragons to devour countless foes, rendering even the venerable powerless against them. Whoosh, Your Majesty, Captain Su Yin of the Black Dragon Guards awaits your command. Barely a few breaths later, a shadow emerged from the void, respectfully bowing and addressing Chu Yi. He was enveloped in a black robe, adorned with dark dragon motifs, with only his sharply defined visage visible. His eyes, fierce as a wolf's, gleamed with a terrifying light. The captain of the Black Dragon Guards had reached the 9th heaven of the sovereign. Your Majesty, there is a powerful individual outside who wishes to see you. Before Chu Yi could respond, a eunuch outside hastily reported, prompting a smile from Chu Yi. Let him in, soon. The palace doors swung open once more, and a figure clad in white robes, with a long sword at his waist, entered with measured steps. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Li Fan knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute. Once a wandering cultivator, he was inexplicably resolute in his desire to become the right hand of the Tianwu Emperor. Good, good. Witnessing these two peak sovereigns bowing before him, Chu Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. From this moment forth, you two shall guard my side, one in the light and one in the shadows. As you command. At this, Su Yin and Li Fan promptly acknowledged. Following this, with a thought from Chu Yi, their attribute panels materialized in his mind. Name: Li Fan. Identity: reclusive wandering cultivator of the Tianwu Empire. Cultivation: ninth heaven of the sovereign. Technique: Starfall sword art, heaven tier. Low grade: loyalty, 100. All summoned experts are absolutely loyal. Name: Su Yin. Identity: captain of the Black Dragon Guards. Cultivation: ninth heaven of the sovereign. Technique: shadow kill technique, heaven tier. Mid-grade: loyalty, 100. All summoned experts are absolutely loyal. Observing the techniques listed for both, Chu Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled, as such a category did not exist in his own attribute panel. Ding! The host can also cultivate techniques, but since binding to this system, your true innate technique is the empire you govern, the Tianwu Empire. As the empire grows stronger and more expansive, so too does your own power. The system's voice elucidated this mystery for Chu Yi. He was the emperor, wielding dominion over the entire Tianwu Empire, destined to control all things under heaven in the future. Everything belonged to him. The realm of the empire under Chu Yi was, without a doubt, the most potent source of his power. Chapter 3. Mission issued. Sword against Wu Yuan. Ding. Mission issued. Mission name: reclaim the Tianwu Empire. Objective: command the 9 provinces and 72 counties to once again submit to imperial authority. Enhancing the citizens' recognition of the host. Mission reward: 1 special sign-in, 3 legion summons. Reclaim the Tianwu Empire? Hearing the system's task, Chu Yi couldn't help but smirk. Since he had traversed into this realm and become the emperor of the Tianwu Empire, this vast domain could only belong to him. Even if the system had not issued a mission, his next step would be to eliminate all treacherous villains and reclaim the lost imperial authority. A puppet emperor? He chuckled. It was time for those audacious fools to pay the price. Li Fan, accompany me to court. Chu Yi commanded, then departed the palace, heading directly to the grandest structure within the imperial palace. The Tianlin Hall, where court was held. Tianlin Hall. Majestic and expansive, it exuded an oppressive aura. Numerous ministers were seated within, engaged in lively discussions or deep contemplation. Even with the imperial throne vacant, it scarcely drew anyone's attention. And there were even derisive remarks about the current emperor's utter incompetence. Boom! The heavy and wide doors of the hall were pushed open by Li Fan. Dressed in a black-gold imperial robe, Chu Yi strode into the hall. As he advanced slowly, it felt as though an overwhelming imperial might descended, causing the hearts of all present to leap in their chests. Today, the Tianwu Emperor felt utterly different. An elderly man furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the figure seated high upon the imperial throne, only to discover that there was no change in him. He remained as unremarkable as ever. Yet, that inexplicable sense of authority was undeniably present. What is this? Today, upon witnessing my presence in court, why do you ministers fail to bow? Chu Yi, seated upon the throne, surveyed the surroundings from his lofty position and inquired with indifference. We pay our respects to your majesty, our emperor. May your reign be eternal, the crowd quickly responded, offering casual gestures of acknowledgement. Impudent, to the discerning eye of Li Fan, their actions were nothing short of a blatant display of disrespect towards their sovereign. In an instant, a thunderous reprimand reverberated throughout the hall, causing the onlookers to feel a surge of blood in their veins. Li Fan, a peak power among the sovereigns, possessed the strength to annihilate all present with a mere shout, staining the Tianlin Hall with an endless crimson if he wished. However, he was acutely aware of his status. He would never act rashly before Chu Yi spoke. Gulp. Under that roar, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Even the normally arrogant officials found themselves swallowing hard. What an intimidating pressure! How did such a formidable presence suddenly appear beside the puppet emperor? Kneel. Suddenly, Chu Ye's voice pierced the air, cold and detached. What? The ministers were momentarily taken aback, but then anger flared upon their faces. The gathered officials, whether hailing from the four prominent families of the imperial capital or the subordinates of various regional princes, had convened to discuss cooperation with the regional states. Yet today, this puppet emperor truly believed he wielded real power and commanded them to kneel? Utterly arrogant. Your Majesty, you are well aware of your current predicament. Please, do not force us into an uncomfortable position. An elderly man clad in silver-gray robes rose, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. His words, though polite, carried a heavy undertone of threat. It was Wu Yuan, the left chancellor. Rumor had it that this old fox had become a trusted confidant of the Prince of Wuyang, secretly undermining the territories of the three major regional states. Among the officials, upon seeing the silver-robed elder rise, hushed whispers erupted. Regional states? The two words were distinctly heard by Chu Yi atop the throne. The Tianwu Empire's structure differed from that of ancient systems on the Blue Star. Within the vast realm of the empire, aside from the imperial capital, 72 regions were governed by regional princes, each paying tribute and taxes to the capital annually. Moreover, countless inspectors dispatched by the imperial capital oversaw the various regions. The helm were the governors of the 72 states, holding authority even above that of the regional princes, capable of monitoring every territory beneath them. Hundreds of major cities constituted a single region, and these 72 regions collectively formed the vast realm of the Tianwu Empire. The regional princes merely acted as representatives of the Tianwu Emperor, by no means entitled to absolute power, let alone transform their territories into independent states. Such an act could be deemed treasonous against the empire, warranting extermination of one's kin. Wu Yuan, perhaps you would enlighten me on this matter of regional states? Chu Ye's voice was chillingly cold, sweeping through the hall like a winter gale. The once arrogant, sneering silver-clad elder trembled, as if plunged into an abyss. He recalled the myriad rumors surrounding this Tianwu emperor. It was said that in his youth, he possessed extraordinary talent, dazzlingly surpassing his peers, achieving breakthroughs at a mere few years of age. However, due to a curse upon the imperial family, only Chu Yi remained. Subsequently, he was supported by the various princes to ascend the throne, and secretly poisoned, leaving his cultivation stagnant at the spirit-enlightening realm, unable to advance a single step. Now, after 10 years of reign, had he not been restricted, he might have already stepped into the realm of celestial beings. Yet, what of a mere celestial being? Even if he concealed his prowess for a decade, before the Prince of Wuyang, he was but an insignificant insect. With that thought, Wu Yuan felt no hesitation, lifting his gaze to meet the figure on the throne. Ha ha! Your Majesty, though you hold the esteemed title of the 9-5 Supreme, you are not but a prisoner in chains now. What does it matter if you comprehend all? He continued. To insult your Majesty is to invite death. However, in an instant, before Wu Yuan could finish his words, Li Fan erupted in fury, drawing his sword. A dreadful aura engulfing the grand hall. Whoosh! A radiant sword light surged forth. Wu Yuan's pupils constricted as he instinctively attempted to evade. Though he was no weakling, being a celestial realm warrior, before the peak power of Li Fan, he appeared utterly feeble. Puffed! In the next moment, before Wu Yuan could even emit a cry of despair, his head was severed from his body, blood gushed forth. The left chancellor of the Tianwu Empire, notorious for his underhanded schemes, was instantaneously slain, his head taken in a single stroke. Hissed in that moment, everyone in the grand hall gasped, a chill creeping through their beings. Those who however, in the present day, after 3 days of bloodshed orchestrated by Chu Yi within the imperial palace, it is not only the pawn of the Feng family that has perished. Even the remaining 3 great clans and the members of the Wuyang Wang's inner circle who were secretly dispatched have met with gruesome slaughter. Before the 2 paramount emperors, Su Yin and Li Fan, along with 3,000 elite Black Dragon guards, any schemes and conspiracies seem utterly ludicrous and juvenile, simple yet brutal. Within the imperial palace, apart from the lowly attendants who merely follow orders, all other ministers, high-ranking officials, and the scions of noble families have been annihilated. Moreover, Chu Yi has sent forth a final proclamation to the 4 great families. By sunset today, the heads of these clans must present themselves at the Tianlin Hall to declare their stance. Merely recalling this matter ignites a fiery wrath within Feng Shiran, his eyes ablaze with fury. There is no need for the head of the Feng family to be so enraged. that puppet emperor is merely bluffing," spoke an elder clad in white, exuding an ethereal demeanor. Yet, within his somewhat murky eyes flickered a sharp glint that sent shivers down one's spine. It was none other than Yuan Shan, the head of the Yuan family. Equally prominent among the four great clans, a true titan of the emperor realm, who had once slain a regional king and absorbed his territory into the Yuan family. At this moment, he shook the teacup in his hand. His gaze filled with mockery and pity. "Our Majesty, having fortuitously received the assistance of a powerful emperor, has become so arrogant and tyrannical, wantonly slaughtering court officials. Such is the act of a despot." As he spoke, a playful smirk curved upon Yuan Shan's lips. 10 years have passed, and the Tianwu dynasty's fortunes have dwindled to an almost non-existent state. That dragon vein, which once safeguarded the imperial lineage, has surely withered away by now. Head of the Feng family, tell me, why should we not slay that tyrant and establish a new dynasty over this imperial capital? Yuan Shan's smile was laced with a dangerous allure. His ambitions were vast, aiming to usurp the throne and proclaim the fall of the Tianwu dynasty. This, Feng Shiran's breath quickened, his fists clenched tightly as he pondered. What Yuan Shan proposed echoed his own thoughts. The Tianwu dynasty was already in a state of nominal existence. If the four great clans were to unite, slay Chuyi, and seize the last remnants of the dragon vein's power, then they might contend against the various kings, even vie for the lands of the major prefectures, to become the new emperor. A deep-seated greed flickered in Feng Shiran's eyes. Yuan family head, have the Yi family and the Shao family agreed to your proposal as well? Yet, he quickly suppressed his restless heart and inquired, "As the head of the Feng family, every action he took could lead to irreversible consequences." Thus, even with his heart stirring, he remained cautious. Yuan Shan nodded slightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Indeed, this time, that puppet emperor must die. When the moment comes, the dragon vein will manifest, and whoever obtains it shall ascend to the pinnacle of power, commanding the other three families. With these words, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, only the rapid beating of Feng Shiran's heart betraying his tumultuous emotions. After a long pause, Feng Shiran took a deep breath, the madness and exhilaration in his gaze undiminished. "Very well. Whoever seizes the dragon vein shall be the new ruler of the dynasty. We four great emperors shall convene, and it seems the head of that wretched emperor is beyond saving." "Ha ha!" Feng Shiran laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with excitement. He had long dreamed of becoming the sovereign of the Tianwu dynasty. Chapter 5. The arrival of the four clan heads, projecting the 9 provinces, meanwhile, within the imperial palace. In Chu Ye's study, Su Yin emerged from the shadows. "Your Majesty, as you anticipated, the four great clans have indeed joined forces and plan to use this audience as an opportunity to conspire against you." Su Yin knelt respectfully, his voice heavy with anger. If it weren't for your forbidding him from taking action, the four great clans would have surely been left strewn across the ground like corpses. "Is that so?" At these words, Chuyi let out a cold snort. "I have already given them their last chance. Since they are unwilling to cherish it, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." He slowly rose, placing a piece of spirit jade on the table. "This is the spirit sky screen, capable of projecting everything that will transpire in the Tianlin Hall across the imperial capital and throughout the entire realm of the Tianwu dynasty. I not only intend to slay them but also to intimidate those regional kings who have declared themselves as prefectures. I wish to inform all citizens of the Tianwu dynasty that their emperor, the sole emperor of this vast land, has returned." Boom! As Chu Ye's words resonated, an overwhelming imperial aura surged through the palace like a tsunami, shaking the heavens. "Our emperor shall endure through the ages." Su Yin's eyes shone with fervor as he knelt before the might of the emperor. Feeling his very soul tremble under the imperial pressure, unable to refrain from worshipping. "Let us go. The sun sets soon. I will personally crush those four treasonous wretches." Chuyi stepped out of the hall, his cold, indifferent voice echoing throughout the imperial palace. In the Tianlin Hall, the four clan heads sat casually, exchanging knowing smiles. They had all gathered today with the intent to assassinate the emperor and seize the dragon vein. Even if that puppet emperor had fortuitously secured the protection of a powerful emperor, he could never hope to match the combined strength of the four clan heads. In their eyes, Chuyi was nothing more than a moving corpse. "Oh? What are the four clan heads discussing?" Might I have the honor to listen in? Soon, as a playful voice echoed, Chu Yi entered the Tianlin Hall with Su Yin and Li Fan, taking his seat upon the highest imperial throne. A slight smile played upon his lips as he regarded the four clan heads below .2 emperors. Yet, the four clan heads did not immediately direct their attention towards Chu Yi. Instead, they turned to scrutinize the two standing behind him. Particularly when they caught sight of Su Yin, their pupils constricted and their faces betrayed a mix of apprehension and wariness. This individual exuded an aura of extreme danger. He was likely a high-tier emperor. More formidable than the named Imperial Guard, Li Fan. Disregarding me? Observing their behavior, Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of frost creeping into his demeanor. He had not anticipated that the four clan heads would be so dismissive, completely regarding him as inconsequential, their eyes reflecting disdain. Meanwhile, a low hum resonated throughout the Tianwu imperial capital and even across the 72 prefectures. With the activation of the Spirit Sky screen, a colossal ethereal light curtain gradually materialized from the void, projecting everything occurring in the Tianlin Hall onto this virtual screen. This moment, whether in the Tianwu imperial capital or the various prefectures, countless citizens of the dynasty looked up in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment at the scene unfolding on the screen. The Tianlin Hall, clad in a black and gold imperial robe, seated upon the throne. Could that figure truly be the current sovereign of the Tianwu dynasty? Merely a puppet emperor, the current rightful ruler of the 9 provinces is none other than His Majesty Wuyang Wang. That Chu Yi is merely an incompetent fool. Amidst the murmurs, the overwhelming majority had never seen Chu Ye's visage and perhaps believed the Tianwu emperor had long since fallen. A select few privy to the truth could only shake their heads in derision. Fang Zhan, look, is that not your father? Within a lavish tavern, several elegantly dressed youths suddenly pointed at the light curtain, one exclaiming in shock, "Indeed, that is my father." A youth in a light white robe, with a handsome visage, also gazed at the light curtain. Upon seeing Fang Shiran's grave expression, he could not help but furrow his brows. As a powerful emperor, his father possessed remarkable abilities, rivaling those of the 72 regional kings. Yet now, before that puppet emperor, why did he appear so cautious? Fang Zhan found himself engulfed in confusion. Currently, he was undergoing trials in the Beifeng prefecture, far from the Tianwu imperial capital, and was entirely unaware of the true situation there. I know what you are all thinking. As the scene on the light curtain shifted, Chu Yi slowly rose from the imperial throne, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze, icy and terrifying, bore down upon the four clan heads below. You wish to commit regicide, to seize my imperial dynasty. I offer you an opportunity. His words thundered like lightning, reverberating throughout the realm. In an instant, the sky darkened, and an immense pressure emanated from the ethereal light curtain, causing all who watched to tremble with trepidation, as though an unparalleled deity had descended to suppress the masses. Is that the Chu Yi fellow? Within the royal palace of Wuyang Prefecture, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, the formidable Wang Wuyang suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the ethereal spectacle unfolding in the heavens. Your Majesty, it is indeed that Chu Yi. I perceive a significant aura emanating from him. He must have acquired some supreme opportunity. Beneath the throne, an elderly man in a gray robe, his gaze icy, remarked, in such a brief span, he has ascended to this level. If your Majesty were to obtain, the future of the Wuyang Empire shall encompass far more than just the mere 9 provinces. Ha! Wang Wuyang laughed heartily, finding amusement as he looked once more at the celestial scene. Faced with the united front of the 4 great clan leaders, the chances of that youth surviving are likely negligible. The 4 great clans of the imperial capital represent one of the most formidable forces in the Tianwu Empire. Each clan leader possesses the realm of high-tier royal dominance, surpassing even the ordinary dukes by several folds, especially the head of the Yun clan, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of royal dominance 5 years ago, presenting a considerable challenge even to himself. Now, with the 4 clan leaders' combined efforts, even if Chu Ye's fortune were boundless, survival would be utterly impossible. With this thought, Wang Wuyang shook his head, lifting his goblet to sip the fiery liquor. It appears that from this day forth, the eastern domain shall no longer bear the name of the Tianwu Empire. Opportunity? In the Tianlin Hall, the 4 clan leaders were momentarily taken aback, quickly breaking into derisive laughter. Chu Yi, Do you truly wish to contend with us? The four royal leaders, merely a figure relying on borrowed power, thinking that with 2 royal bodyguards, he can turn the tides. Such delusions. Do you believe you are still the all-powerful Tianwu Emperor of yore? The 4 clan leaders mocked in unison, causing Su Yin and Li Fan's expressions to darken further, their hands clenching tightly around the hilts of their swords. Were it not for the Emperor's decree today forbidding their engagement, the mere insolence of these 4 would have warranted the full might of the 3,000 Black Dragon guards to eradicate their entire clans, leaving not a trace behind. However, upon hearing these words, Chu Yi merely smiled indifferently, unfazed. To slay you, I require merely a single palm. Chapter 6. The Emergence of the 9 Dragons, the Half-Step Saint. Boom. As the words fell, an overwhelming surge of power suddenly swept across the realm, filling the cosmos. In an instant, the heavens dimmed, and a tempest roared, as if the apocalypse had descended. Crack! The entire Tianlin Hall trembled beneath the terrifying imperial might, on the verge of collapse, at the heart of the empire. Drawing upon the strength of countless citizens, Chu Yi had ascended beyond the royal realm, now capable of wielding the power of the heavens to crush myriad foes. A revered one. Even Wang Wuyang found this existence utterly unassailable, capable of instantly reversing the tides of the Tianwu Empire's fate, a terrifying force that could upend the very fabric of reality. The pupils of the 4 clan leaders constricted, their eyes reflecting profound terror. This kind of pressure, it far surpassed even that of the royal leaders. Even the Wang Wuyang, hailed as invincible beneath the revered ones, could never wield such might. What kind of opportunity has Chu Yi attained? Fang Shiran felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, a foreboding sense creeping over him, as if his actions today might doom the Fang family's millennia-long legacy. Head of the Yun clan, what is this? Beside him, the head of the Shao clan trembled under the pressure, unable to suppress his inquiry in their memories. Chu Yi, the puppet emperor, had merely been a restricted figure, a pawn at the mercy of others. How could he suddenly exude such overwhelming ferocity? Yun Shan's expression darkened like water. He took a deep breath and ultimately spoke. Fellow clan leaders, it has come to this. We must risk our lives to fight, or we shall surely perish. Moreover, I refuse to believe that this youth's cultivation has progressed so rapidly. He must have utilized some secret method, or even the power of the dragon veins to exhibit such prowess. Yun Shan held a small blue cauldron that hovered above his palm. This was the sacred artifact of the Yun clan, a treasure of the heavenly tier known as the Xian Yuan Ding. The power contained within, even a mere wisp, could weigh millions of pounds, capable of both offense and defense. Its might legendary. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, he uttered the command. The spiritual energy surrounding Yun Shan surged, igniting like a roaring flame as he stepped forth, treading the void. Boom. Instantly, the capital trembled. The small cauldron in his grasp expanded rapidly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering giant, resembling a divine mountain spanning the sky. Suppress! Yun Shan bellowed. In an instant, thousands of strands of azure Xian Yuan power erupted forth, reducing the entire Tianlin Hall to ruins, turning it into mere debris. Furthermore, the overwhelming force continued unabated, descending fiercely towards Chu Yi. The emperor is in peril. Alas, our Tianwu Empire shall ultimately become naught but dust in history. Witnessing the scene projected before them, countless commoners who still harbored a modicum of respect for Chu Yi lowered their heads and sighed in mourning. Though various provinces had declared themselves kings and severed ties with the Tianwu Empire, as long as the Tianwu Emperor and the dragon veins remained, they could never claim legitimacy over this land. Yet now, should the last Tianwu Emperor fall and the dragon veins shatter, the Tianwu Empire would truly face disintegration, a nation in ruin. The Xian Yuan Ding? I did not expect that old Yun Shan would be so cautious. Wang Wuyang furrowed his brow upon witnessing this spectacle. Once the empire crumbles, the Yun clan will undoubtedly become one of the foremost adversaries of my Wuyang Empire. The Xian Yuan Ding, a heavenly tier treasure, capable of both offense and defense, holds tremendous power. It is rumored that when pushed to its limits, it can slay a revered one. Currently, even with Yun Shan's 8th level royal cultivation, he can unleash a strike comparable to that of a peak royal. Its might unfathomable. Even I, Wang Wuyang, would not dare to confront it head-on. How laughable, yet, beneath such might, Chu Yi remained unperturbed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, not even casting a glance at the descending Xian Yuanding. He merely spoke, his voice as frigid as the abyss. I, the Tianwu Emperor Chu Yi, hereby sentence you all to the crime of exterminating 9 clans. Boom. As the words echoed, the heavens roared, thunder crashing. Roar. The very sky seemed to resonate with the roar of a true dragon. As a golden river cascaded from the void, sweeping across the imperial capital, illuminating the territories of the 9 provinces, crack. The moment the golden light brushed against it, the heavenly tier Xian Yuanding shattered instantaneously, turning into a scatter of azure stone fragments. The 4 clan leaders were sent hurtling like cannonballs into the depths of the imperial palace, collapsing several structures. Bang, bang, bang. Dust filled the air, debris swirling. The few of them staggered back to their feet, blood seeping from their lips, their chests heaving as they struggled to maintain their balance. Father. Far off, Fang Zhen's heart raced with a mix of shock and fury. That puppet emperor, Chu Yi, has grown so powerful? Damn it! Yun Shan's eyes blazed with an unprecedented hatred, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. The Xian Yuanding, destroyed? That was the heirloom of the Yun clan, accumulated over a millennium. How could it be lost in an instant? At this moment, Fang Shiren raised his head to the heavens, as if he had glimpsed something unfathomable, trembling violently, his eyes filled with dread. What had he seen? 9 colossal dragon figures, capable of shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, slowly emerged from the skies. Among the gathering of dragons, like stars orbiting the moon, was a resplendent, blazing sun. Within that divine sun stood a figure holding a sword inscribed with the sun, moon, and stars, as well as mountains and flora. An infinite imperial might surged like a cataclysm, causing the entire Tianwu Empire to resonate, bowing in subjugation. That majestic figure, in a fleeting moment, seemed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens, as if a deity reigning above the 9 skies. He is Chu Yi, the sole master of this empire, the Tianwu Emperor. Chu Yi. Is this the power of his majesty? Tianwu Emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Heaven bless our Tianwu Empire. Our Tianwu Empire shall endure. The scene projected within the ethereal light invigorated countless individuals who still held hope for the empire, their spirits soaring. The sight of the 9 dragons manifesting, the imperial might suppressing the world, resembled the descent of a divine being, proclaiming the sole dominion over this land. Ding! Detection of a significant increase in the citizens' approval of the Tianwu Empire. The host's cultivation has risen to half a step into the revered realm, power increased to 900 ancient dragon forces, 1 ancient dragon force 100 quintillion pounds. Additionally, the host has acquired a special divine ability. 9 Emperor's Sacred Body can manifest 9 avatars identical to the host's cultivation level. Even if the avatars leave the imperial domain, their power will remain fully equivalent to the original. Boom! In an instant, Chu Yi's already unfathomable pressure surged 100-fold. It nearly crushed the entire imperial capital into dust, rendering the 4 clan leaders unable to lift their heads, forced to prostrate themselves upon the ground. This is the power of my empire. With Chu Yi stepping into the void, gently stroking the heads of the 9 dragon figures. His gaze profound, he declared, I shall command the universe, unrivaled for eternity. Chapter 7. Commanding the world, the final opportunity. Boom. As the words fell, the 4 clan leaders were instantly crushed to a bloody pulp, their remains obliterated. This terrifying scene was simultaneously projected across the vast territories of the Tianwu Empire, igniting fervor among countless commoners. The master of the Tianwu Empire has returned. He shall reclaim that which rightfully belongs to him with an overwhelming force. Boom! Chu Yi. The king of Wuyang crushed the wine goblet in his hand, his eyes fixated on Chu Yi, who radiated a divine aura, exuding imperial power boundless as the heavens, a monumental secret. The opportunities that Chu Yi possesses undoubtedly surpass the imagination of all. Should he obtain them, even the achievement of supremacy or the rank of a sage would not be mere fantasies. I, the celestial martial emperor Chu Yi, hereby decree the execution of these 4 traitors to the nation. Furthermore, to annihilate their 9 clans. In the vast sky, Chu Yi turned, allowing his figure to manifest fully within the ethereal firmament. causing countless commoners to kneel in reverence, as if witnessing a deity, with a resounding roar. As he swung the celestial sword of authority, tens of thousands of pale golden divine rays cascaded like rain, swiftly targeting the four great families. In an instant, within the imperial capital, the four illustrious clans, Yun, Shao, Yi, and Feng, comprising nearly 1 million individuals, all connected to them, were torn apart by those pale golden divine rays, reduced to ashes. No, even Feng Zhan, who was tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, was obliterated in a flash of golden light, leaving nothing but dark ashes. The 9 clans were instantly eradicated. Such miraculous actions left everyone in a state of shock and horror, especially those who had already declared the establishment of their principalities. Attempting to sever ties with the celestial martial emperor's control, they were filled with dread. What punishment would await them for betraying the celestial martial emperor? Boom. At that very moment, a terrifying and vast imperial might surged forth once more, nearly sweeping across the entire realm, instilling an inexplicable sense of trepidation in every heart. The 4 great clans have perished. I trust that all of you have witnessed the fate that befalls such traitors. Chu Yi spoke with a detached demeanor, his voice resonating with immense pressure throughout the heavens and the earth. His actions today were merely to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, a rallying call to reclaim the vast lands of the celestial martial empire. Those who submit may yet find a glimmer of hope, should one remain obstinate, even if they escape to the depths of the underworld. They shall still be slain. In 7 days, I shall await the arrival of the governors of the 9 provinces and the 72 princely lords in the imperial capital. I hope that you, my loyal subjects, will not make choices that will disappoint me. Buzz. As the imperial decree fell, the ethereal firmament dissipated, leaving the various princely lords in stunned silence, their expressions shifting between light and shadow. Undoubtedly, the destruction of the 4 great clans was merely the beginning. This was a warning from the celestial martial emperor to all lords, and also the final opportunity he granted to them. Those who defy him shall meet a fate no different from that of the 4 great clans. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, within the 9 Emperor Palace, 9 figures, exuding an aura as deep as an abyss, sat solemnly by a long, opulent jade table. They were the former inspectors representing the imperial court, overseeing the lords, responsible for the entire realm, existing as esteemed entities just below the emperor. Now, with the imperial authority crumbling for a decade, the 9 inspectors had distanced themselves from their former identities, establishing clandestine control over many principalities, becoming the greatest support for the king of Wuyang in the 9 Emperor Palace. Did the celestial martial emperor seek to regain control of the empire and restore the Chu family's sovereignty? At one end of the jade table, an elderly man with waist-length white hair and an elegant demeanor spoke slowly. The 9 had previously witnessed the events within the ethereal firmament and were shaken by the power displayed by Chu Yi. To crush the 4 high-ranking monarchs merely with the pressure of his aura, even the heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, the Xian Yuan Ding, was obliterated before him. From where did this Chu Yi acquire such terrifying strength? This must be a contingency left by the late emperor. Had I known, even at the risk of the dragon vein backlash, I should have slain that brat Chu Yi. Another figure, a giant clad in golden armor, wore a face of regret. He was the former inspector of Wuzhou, Aolai, who had once been defeated by the previous celestial martial emperor and harbored resentment. After the fall of the late emperor, he sought to overthrow the celestial martial empire, plunging the realm into chaos. The establishment of the 9 Emperor Palace was also a result of his collusion with the inspector of Qingzhou. Absurd. I have foolishly followed your lead for 10 years. Now, the new emperor proclaims to the world, causing the appearance of the 9 dragons, to prove that he is the sole legitimate heir of the celestial martial empire. Bang! A purple-clad elder at the far end of the jade table slammed his palm down, glaring furiously at the other 8 inspectors. What are you waiting for? This is the last opportunity bestowed upon us by His Majesty. A chance to atone for our sins and return to the celestial martial empire. He is Jiang Shanhai, the inspector of Liuzhou, now known as the Purple Emperor, a formidable presence even among the 9 Emperor Palace. Before the fall of the imperial family, Jiang Shanhai's loyalty to the celestial martial emperor was beyond question. However, at that time, under the declaration that the imperial family was cursed by the divine, he chose to remain silent, If it is indeed a divine curse, mere mortals cannot resist it. The destruction of the Chu imperial clan was a divine retribution, and no one could alter the outcome. Yet now, the last celestial martial emperor returns with unprecedented dominance, proclaiming to the lords that he shall reclaim the territory belonging to the empire. Jiang Shan Hai's heart, like a deep abyss, began to awaken beneath that overwhelming imperial might of the 9 dragons. He wanted to be the first to kneel before his majesty and beg for forgiveness, even if it cost him his life. Return? Her tone was frigid. The woman, dressed in a flowing light blue gown, her beauty unparalleled, smiled at Jiang Shan Hai. Jiang Shan Hai, have you forgotten your current identity? The purple emperor of the 9 Emperor Palace. With his majesty's decisive character, do you truly believe you still have a path to survival? Her gaze shimmered with endless mockery. Her identity was none other than the former inspector of Hanzhou, now the ice sovereign, Ling Chun, a being of half-step sage cultivation. She was the pinnacle of the previous celestial martial empire's prodigy, having once slain a formidable demon lord. Humph! If his majesty wishes for my demise, then I shall obey his will. But you all, do you truly wish to oppose his majesty? Jiang Shan Hai snorted coldly, his blood boiling, his eyes seeming to swirl with violet lightning. Within the 9 Emperor Palace, a heavy silence ensued. None wished to relinquish their current control to face an uncertain fate. Even though Chu Yi possessed the power of a sage, the 9 Emperor Palace still held its last trump card. A force capable of fighting to the death. Very well. I hope your choices today will not lead to regret. Observing this scene, Jiang Shan Hai let out a cold laugh, rising to his feet and striding out of the 9 Emperor Palace. He knew he could not persuade the other 8, but undoubtedly, choosing to become his majesty's enemy would inevitably exact the most painful toll upon them. With a disdainful smile, Jiang Shan Hai swept away, leaving the 8 sovereigns within the 9 Emperor Palace with dark expressions. Chapter 8. The Sacred Body of the 9 Emperors, the Submission of Jiang Shan Hai. 3 days later. In the Imperial Palace. Within the 9 Dragon Hall, majestic and imposing, 9 golden dragon pillars stood tall. This was the new deliberative hall of the Celestial Martial Empire, named after the 9 dragons, symbolizing Chu Ye's unparalleled dominance and authority. At this moment, aside from the exalted figure of Chu Yi seated upon the imperial throne, the hall was eerily empty, exuding an unusual chill. The sacred body of the 9 emperors, with a thought? Chu Yi manifested 9 small dragon figures from his palm. They soon transformed into 9 indistinct, humanoid golden figures. Each of these golden figures possessed strength equal to Chu Yi, their cultivation reaching half-step sage level. Endowed with the power of hundreds of ancient dragons, most fearfully, they could freely change forms, maintaining their full strength even beyond the borders of the celestial martial empire. This divine ability is indeed remarkable. It allows me to possess more identities in the external world, traversing the realm incognito. After all, as an emperor, if I were to handle everything personally, it would be unbecoming of my status. Chu Yi nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his right hand, 8 of the sacred bodies were dismissed, leaving only one. Its appearance gradually shifted, donning a blue-green robe, looking exceptionally handsome, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. I am the Azure Sword Saint, Du Ling Tian. A fragment of consciousness took control as the blue-clad swordsman, with an icy demeanor, spoke da ha ha. This sensation of multitasking, of simultaneously being 2 entities, is quite fascinating to me. Your Majesty, at that moment, Su Yin abruptly manifested within the 9 Dragon Hall, bowing respectfully. The Inspector of Liuzhou seeks an audience. Inspector of Liuzhou? Chu Yi's gaze flickered. Liuzhou is one of the 9 provinces governed by the Celestial Martial Empire. Encompassing 10 districts. It is rumored that the inspectors of Liuzhou have always been loyal subjects of the imperial family, trusted by the Celestial Martial Emperor, guarding Liuzhou and protecting the imperial capital. Now, 3 days have passed since I commanded all inspectors and lords to convene in the imperial capital. In these 3 days, aside from the various factions within the imperial capital, not a single princely lord has come forth to submit. Rather, countless commoners from the various principalities have come to pay their respects. Let him in, Chu Yi said after a moment of contemplation. Su retreated, and the grand doors of the 9 Dragons Hall slowly creaked open. Thud, thud. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. gradually drawing closer to Chui's ears. It that moment, he finally beheld the visage of the visitor. It was an elderly man, his face etched with age, bare of shirt, bearing upon his back countless thorny iron bars. Deeply embedded into his flesh, with each step he took, the weight of the iron bars produced a dull thud. A few drops of blood fell to the ground, staining the pristine Nine Dragons Hall. Sinner Jiang Shan Hai pays respects to His Majesty the Heavenly Martial Emperor. May your Majesty's reign be eternal. Ruling over the heavens and the earth. With the utterance of his final words, the hunched figure of Jiang Shan Hai abruptly knelt before Chui. His eyes were filled with profound regret, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, not daring to raise his gaze to the emperor above. He was acutely aware that he was indeed a blatant sinner. Thus, burdened by the iron bars weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, he had traversed from the outskirts of Liuzhou to the imperial capital, a journey spanning thousands of miles, all in the name of atonement. Lift your head, Chui's voice resonated softly. Sinner does not deserve. Jiang Shan Hai prostrated once more but did not lift his head. Ha. Chui chuckled lightly, his gaze calm. I ask you, have you come today to submit to me and confess your sins? Yes, Jiang Shan Hai replied, his voice hoarse and dry. You are the first governor to submit to me, Chui remarked. Do you not fear that I might slay you, annihilating your entire lineage in the process? From his elevated throne, Chui looked down upon Jiang Shan Hai. Or perhaps you believe that these mere thorns can make me forget your transgressions? Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding knocks echoed as blood oozed from Jiang Shan Hai's forehead. Your Majesty? The sinner deserves 1,000 deaths. Even if your Majesty wishes to eradicate my entire clan, I would not dare to utter a single word of dissent. Jiang Shan Hai's voice, though hoarse, remained resolute. Ha ha! What a commendable governor of Liuzhou! What a Jiang Shan Hai! Chui exclaimed, suddenly bursting into laughter that reverberated throughout the Nine Dragons Hall. I can accept your submission. However, as a price, your Jiang family shall become eternal servants of the heavenly martial empire. Even in death, you shall fight for me as spirits across the realms. Everything you possess shall no longer belong to you. Do you agree? Chui's eyes narrowed slightly, fixating on the battered Jiang Shan Hai. Sinner willingly pledges loyalty to the heavenly martial empire, representing the Jiang family in allegiance to your Majesty. I would spare no sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan Hai's gaze suddenly quivered, and he deeply bowed in reverence. He had come today with a resolution to seek death, not hoping for forgiveness from the emperor, but merely wishing to find the right path to end a decade of folly. Yet, unexpectedly, the emperor accepted his submission, and as a price, it was merely the continued loyalty of the Jiang family. It felt as though he were dreaming. How could he refuse? At this moment, Jiang Shan Hai could only feel joy. Joy that he had chosen the right path. He would serve as this emperor's subject, continuing to serve the vast heavenly martial empire, expanding its borders. This was true glory. In an instant, it felt as if shackles within Jiang Shan Hai's mind had been released. And he was suddenly enlightened. Crack, crack. As his true essence surged forth, his aura multiplied several times, reaching an astonishing level. A terrifying pressure emanated from within him, nearly obscuring the very void. Has he truly broken through to the realm of the revered? Noticing the sudden surge in Jiang Shan Hai's aura, Chui experienced a moment of astonishment. A decade prior, this governor of Liuzhou was but a half-step revered. Following the collapse of the imperial clan, he seemed to have fallen into a mental abyss, with no growth in cultivation and even regressing. Yet now, upon accepting his submission, his mental demons had dissipated entirely. The previous bottleneck had instantly loosened, in a short span of time. He had broken through the shackles of the sovereign and stepped into the realm of the revered. Sinner Jiang Shan Hai is willing to lead the army 4 days hence to retrieve the heads of those treasonous rebels for your Majesty. Feeling the mental demons finally retreat and having broken through to the revered level, Jiang Shan Hai was overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly bowing to Chui, his tone filled with reverence and fervor. Name: Jiang Shan Hai. Identity: Governor of Liuzhou. Purple Emperor of the Nine Dragons Hall. Cultivation: First layer of the revered realm. Technique: Purple Sky Sacred Seal. Heavenly grade, middle tier. Divine ability: Overarching Palm. Heavenly grade, lower tier. Loyalty: 95. Fanatical loyalty. Chui: Seated upon his imperial throne, briefly scanned Jiang Shanhai's attribute panel. He was mildly astonished to find that after just a day of submission, Jiang Shanhai's loyalty had reached a staggering 95. It was worth noting that even among the guards within the imperial palace who had already submitted to him, their loyalty remained below 80, merely achieving a rating of ordinary loyalty. Good. Nodding, Chui found himself increasingly fond of Jiang Shanhai. Although this fellow had erred, he understood the importance of turning back, unlike many other princelings who were greedily entrenched in their ways. 4 days hence, I am curious to see how many foolish individuals will insist on opposing me. Chui shook his head, his tone chillingly cold. Your Majesty, they will undoubtedly pay the price for their choices. Jiang Shanhai gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He had largely ceased to manage affairs in Liuzhou. However, if those princelings of Liuzhou chose to oppose the emperor, he would undoubtedly be the first to wash their homes in blood. Chapter 9. The Star Moon Extermination Formation, a great war approaches. Host, Chui, cultivation, supreme realm, half-saint, ruler of the heavens, physical strength, 1,000 ancient dragon power, 1 ancient dragon power, 100 quintillion pounds, special divine ability, 9 emperor's sacred body. Note, the host may unconditionally utilize any techniques or divine abilities controlled by the subjects of the empire, kingdom, heavenly martial empire, occupying the land of the 9 provinces. With a populace exceeding 1 trillion, subject approval rating 20, the higher the approval rating, the greater the enhancement of the ruler of the heavens trait. Sign-in attempts, daily sign-in 5 times, monthly sign-in 0 times, special sign-in 0 times, legion summoning. No opportunities available, can be obtained through system missions and sign-ins. After Jiang Shanhai took his leave, Chui opened his current system panel for a careful review. Since 3 days ago, when he showcased his strength within the spiritual celestial veil, killing the 4 great clan heads as a warning, the approval rating of the heavenly martial empire's trillion subjects had steadily risen. In just 3 days, his physical strength had increased by another 100 ancient dragon power. It could be said that with his current strength, it was not merely a matter of exterminating the rebellious princelings and governors. Even if he aimed to completely annihilate a large province, extinguishing life across millions of miles, it would merely require a wave of his hand. Yet, Chui still chose to afford the others one final opportunity. He also sought a reason to act, a chance to instill confidence among the subjects of the empire, thereby greatly increasing his approval rating. Speaking of which, it had been several days since he last signed in. System, utilize 5 daily sign-ins, Chui stated nonchalantly. No sooner had his words fallen than the system's voice rang out in his ears. Beep. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the revered 4-fold strength. Bai Yin. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the City Defense Grand Formation, Star Moon Extermination Formation, which can be placed in any city. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Holy Grade Upper Tier Technique, Barbarian God Suppression Technique. Beep. Out of the 5 sign-ins, aside from 2 relatively useless items, the remaining 3 were all exceptionally valuable, especially the City Defense Grand Formation, Star Moon Extermination Formation, which made Chui's eyes gleam with interest. Star Moon Extermination Formation, Holy Grade Formation, commands the powers of the stars and moon, capable of slaying holy kings. Even the formidable quasi-emperor must retreat. Capable of slaying holy kings? Chui was astounded. He had not anticipated that from such a humble daily sign-in, he would acquire a formation of such caliber. It was crucial to understand the significance of a holy king, an unparalleled being at the pinnacle of the holy realm, possessing a lifespan of 100,000 years. With a mere gesture, they could upheave the very heavens, causing the stars to plunge. Such an entity, even amidst the vast expanse of the eastern domain's nearly 9,700 provinces, would be regarded as a colossal figure, capable of shaking the universe with a stomp, and yet, this Star Moon Extermination Formation could slay a holy king. Even the quasi-emperor would be forced to retreat. Upon placing this formation within the imperial capital, Chui took a deep breath. With such a lethal array for protection, the imperial capital was now akin to an impregnable fortress. Buzzing, in an instant, the ethereal formation seamlessly merged with the imperial capital. Within Chui's consciousness, a virtual projection encompassing the entirety of the imperial capital materialized. With a mere thought, the The formidable power of the Star-Moon Extermination Formation would erupt instantaneously, landing precisely within any desired location of the imperial capital. Moreover, if someone were to gaze upon the imperial capital from 1,000 miles away at this moment, they would clearly observe that an infinite radiance of stars now envelopes the entire city. As if the very essence of the celestial bodies had converged into one place. 4 days hence, the command of Chuyi to summon the kings of the realm has finally arrived. The millions of subjects within the imperial capital today feel a weighty sense of foreboding, the atmosphere decidedly oppressive. Each individual is acutely aware that from this day forward, the Tianwu Empire shall undoubtedly unleash a true and bloody purge. The kings shall never relinquish their possessions easily. Their only recourse is war. At this moment, within the Nine-Dragon Hall, Chuyi gazes at the few figures kneeling before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. As if he had anticipated the current predicament. The princes who have submitted to him number no more than 5, most of whom hail from Liuzhou, having surrendered due to Jiang Shanhai's early fealty. As for the remaining princes and the 8 provincial governors, they have not even sent envoys, entirely disregarding his words and trampling upon the majesty of the Tianwu Emperor. If that is the case, then only slaughter can resolve this matter. Chuyi slowly rises, boom. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surges skyward. The entire capital trembles violently, as if an ancient deity has awakened, ready to unleash its wrath upon the world. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Minister Feng Xiaowang has never established a principality. I beseech your Majesty to spare my life. Your Majesty, grant me mercy. The 4 princes within the Nine-Dragon Hall tremble, their faces as pale as death. Even though they are princes of the realm, possessing strength at the level of imperial lords, they cannot muster even a shred of resistance against Chuyi. The vast might he exudes sends their very souls quaking, nearly suffocating them. Since you have chosen to betray the empire, you must be prepared for death. Chuyi speaks coldly. Since you have chosen to submit, I shall spare your family's descendants. However, you must pay the price for your past choices. As his words fall, swish, several blades of light pierce through the air, instantly severing the heads of the 4 princes. Blood splattering across the chamber. It is none other than Su Yin and the Black Dragon guards beneath his command who have acted, hanging their heads high for all in the capital to see. Those who defy the empire shall find only a path to death. Chuyi's icy voice resonates from the imperial throne. Several Black Dragon guards hastily bow in acknowledgement, beads of sweat forming on their brows. They know that the current emperor is truly on the verge of wrath. Ha ha! Your Majesty, the 100,000 Dragon Wu army is fully prepared, awaiting only your command to crush all before you. As the Black Dragon guards depart, a towering figure, nearly 10 feet tall and impressively imposing, strides into the hall, kneeling before Chuyi, clad in pale golden armor, exuding an aura of iron and blood. He resembles a ferocious beast of ancient times. He is Wu Gu, the leader of the 100,000 Dragon Wu army, a being of the 6th tier of the revered realm. Excellent. Chuyi's eyes narrow slightly. Summon all-powerful beings above the law manifestation realm in the imperial capital. I wish to sweep away the traitors with a thunderous force, starting with Liuzhou, reclaim 1 province each day, and within 7 days, reclaim the entire territory of the empire. You Dragon Wu Corps shall be the vanguard. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. As ordered, Wu Gu roars, his figure vanishing in an instant. Chuyi also gradually descends from the throne, soaring into the air, gazing down upon the vast imperial capital. How laughable! As the emperor of Tianwu, he now truly commands this city. However, from this day forth, everything shall be irrevocably rewritten. I am Chuyi, the master of the Tianwu Empire. There may still be a path for those who defy the heavens. But for those who oppose me, the great emperor of Tianwu, there is only death awaiting. Boom! Crimson lightning rends the heavens. Chuyi's words echo like thunder, reverberating across every inch of the imperial capital. In an instant, countless citizens within the capital look up, their eyes filled with profound reverence and fervor, kneeling in unison, chanting our emperor. Chuyi gazes at the heavens and the earth, his eyes sparkling with divine brilliance. As if flames of fervor are igniting within him. Chapter 10. The army mobilizes, the speculations of the Qianshan prince, battle, battle, battle. Outside the city walls of the imperial capital, the 100,000 Dragon Wu Corps, clad in golden heavy armor and wielding massive blades. Upon hearing Chu Ye's proclamation from the skies, their eyes blaze with fervent light as they shout in unison. The roar reverberates, shaking the very heavens. This army is utterly terrifying. Each of the 100,000 soldiers possesses strength above the realm of the celestial beings. Moreover, they all practice the same martial arts, allowing them to unify their power into a terrifying offensive capable of shaking the heavens. All obstacles before them appear feeble. Such a powerful army. Jiang Shanhai has also mobilized his authority as the provincial governor of Liuzhou, assembling a grand total of 600,000 troops. Yet, before the imposing presence of the Dragon Wu Corps, they seem woefully inadequate. Each soldier in this army is several times stronger than I. So astonishing. In the face of such power, the resistance of the princes appears utterly laughable. Long live your majesty. The many powerful figures within the capital are profoundly shaken. Through the city walls, they behold the densely packed formations of troops beyond. Awe and trepidation simultaneously rise within them. Just how many hidden cards does the Tianwu Emperor possess? How could he command such a formidable army, ready to sweep away all who rebel against him? Lu Shu, do you believe that His Majesty can prevail in this endeavor? Upon the city walls, a young man clad in luxurious garments trembles, unable to restrain himself from inquiring of the elder beside him. He is the heir of the Lu family, one of the prominent clans within the capital. After the 4 great families were eradicated along with their 9 clans, the Lu family, once in a precarious position, quickly pledged loyalty to Chu Yi, aiding him in swiftly quelling dissent within the capital. Now, the Lu family's status has risen dramatically, becoming the undisputed first family in the capital. This time, they have also assembled 500,000 troops to accompany him. Initially, they believed that their army would surely please His Majesty. Yet, now it seems that with the Dragon Wu Corps at his disposal, His Majesty may not need their assistance at all prevail. Ha ha. Your Majesty cannot possibly lose. The elder chuckles lightly, shaking his head. The 100,000 Dragon Wu Corps, a full 100,000 celestial beings. I have lived most of my life without ever witnessing such a powerful army. A mere group of rebellious princes is hardly worth mentioning. His eyes narrow, as if he can already envision the scene of the princes' heads rolling. Young master, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. If you can gain His Majesty's favor in the future, then our Lu family will truly stand firm and rise to greatness. That figure is a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. We mere mortals need only to brush against the edges of his power to receive immense fortune. In his final words, a hint of reverence and fervor emerges. Meanwhile, approximately 10,000 miles from the imperial capital, in the city of Guanyue. This city is the closest to the capital and serves as the central city of Qianshan County, one of the 10 counties of Liuzhou. Within the opulent and magnificent palace of the Qianshan prince, the expression of the prince is dark and uncertain, while dozens of advisors and scholars beneath him wear equally troubled expressions. Qianshan County is one of the few counties that has not yet proclaimed itself a principality, openly declaring sovereignty. However, despite not establishing a principality, Qianshan County has long ceased to pay tribute or taxes to the capital, completely disregarding imperial authority. Under the suggestion of another princely lord, the Flame King, the Qianshan prince ultimately chose to align with the other kings and resist the tyrant Chu Yi, hoping to establish a new imperial dynasty. Yet today, the lord who had confidently assured the Qianshan prince of support, vowing to cut down Chu Ye's army at the first line of defense, the Flame King, has now vanished without a trace. As if he had evaporated into thin air. Along with him, the 28 celestial leaders under his command have also gone missing. Your Highness, the army of the Tianwu Emperor has already departed from the capital. According to reports from observers, the first wave of troops numbers 900,000, and the leading cord, even from 1,000 miles away, their imposing might has left the observers trembling with fear. A black-clad strategist's face is grave, cold sweat pouring down his brow. If we allow them to advance unimpeded, they will soon be at our gates. Damn it! The Qianshan prince suddenly slams his hand on the table, his face contorted with rage. Where is the Flame King? And those princes who claimed they would support Qianshan County, where are they now? Silence, a deathly stillness envelopes the palace, with only the furious echoes of the Qianshan prince reverberating endlessly. Your Highness, please calm your anger. After a long while, Someone finally musters the courage to speak softly. The opposing force boasts no more than 9 million troops, while my Qinshan County is 100 times larger than the imperial capital. The army ready for immediate engagement can reach at least 300 million. Before such a colossal force, even if the heavenly martial emperor's legion were to descend like divine soldiers, there would be no glimmer of hope. There is no need for the support of various kings. We can obliterate them ourselves. The strategist's eyes sparkled brighter with each word, and by the end, his tone was filled with fervent excitement. 300 million troops are sufficient to crush any adversary. Does this king not know? What matters is that heavenly martial emperor, Chu Yi Bang. However, this strategist's proposal only served to ignite the rage of the Qinshan County king. He suddenly turned, delivering a fierce slap to the strategist's face. In an instant, the strategist's teeth and blood splattered forth, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. That Chu Yi may well be a revered figure now. Even the four great monarchs are no match for him. What use is 300 million troops against a revered being? In the presence of such power, it is merely a number. The Qinshan County king's gaze turned icy as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. A revered being can manipulate the forces of heaven and earth. Their recovery speed of true essence and vitality is beyond the realm of imagination for those at the monarch level. If one were to claim that tens of millions could exhaust a monarch, then to hope to slay a revered being by sheer numbers, the required casualties might reach hundreds of millions. If not billions, to a revered being, mere mortals are but laughable ants. Your Highness, we have received reliable information. Today, Heavenly Martial Emperor Chu Yi has not left the imperial capital, and even the two peak monarchs who previously appeared have not accompanied the army. After a brief silence, an elder in gray robes stepped forward, respectfully reporting, "Oh, are you certain?" Upon hearing this, the Qinshan County king's expression suddenly shifted. Chu Yi has chosen not to personally lead the army into battle. Could it be that he possesses the power to crush high-level monarchs only within the imperial capital? In an instant, the Qinshan County king seemed to grasp something. Overjoyed, he felt as if a drowning man had grasped a life-saving straw. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Laughing heartily, the Qinshan County king appeared utterly deranged. Immediately assemble the army, conscript hundreds of millions of commoners as cannon fodder. I shall be the first to annihilate that dog emperor's forces, forcing him to hide forever within the imperial capital, as ordered. The strategists bowed and swiftly departed to execute the command. Ha ha ha, Chu Yi, oh Chu Yi. The Qinshan County king was filled with unrestrained joy, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. What was once thought to be certain death now revealed a glimmer of hope in the direst of circumstances. At this moment, he longed to let out a thunderous roar to the heavens. Chapter 11. A Fist to Entomb the Kill. The Dragon Martial Legion advanced with remarkable speed. With each step, they seemed to diminish the distance as if traversing mere inches, swiftly covering dozens of miles. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the foot of the first main city of Qinshan County, the terrifying dragon shadows roaring in the void, causing the surrounding expanse to tremble ominously. Yunwu City. At the forefront of the legion, Wu Gu and two vice-commanders of the Dragon Martial Legion stood suspended in the air, gazing down at the grand city shrouded in mist. His Majesty has decreed that this battle must not target the citizens of the Empire. We need only crush those who obstruct us and eradicate the rebellious 9 clans. Wu Ji's rugged voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, akin to a thunderclap. Lord of Yunwu City, you have 3 breaths of time to save your kin's lives. Immediately, his aura surged with the might of a dragon, as if a celestial being were traversing the mortal realm. Otherwise, today the city shall be drenched in blood for 1,000 miles. Boom. As Wu Ji's words fell, the entire sky was suddenly ripped apart, revealing a torrent of rolling thunder. The might of heaven surged, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Merely the pressure of their presence caused the world to shift. Is that the army of the heavenly martial emperor? How could they arrive so swiftly? Upon the walls of Yunwu City, numerous guards were shaken to their core, gazing at the 10,000-strong army that seemed forged of gold. They felt a prickling sensation on their scalps, their bodies trembling. This was no ordinary army. Among them, each individual's aura was not inferior to that of the city lord, especially the 3 leaders at the forefront. Their oppressive presence was akin to an abyss, inducing a profound sense of suffocation. Humph, merely a group of pretentious fools. As the foremost bastion of Qianshan County, Yunwu City is held in high regard by the county king. How could we possibly submit beneath your feet, in the void? The lord of Yunwu City stepped forth, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze suffused with intense disdain. A mere legion dares to shake the very foundations of Yunwu City? Utterly delusional. It should be noted that the county king had commanded a garrison of 300,000 Storm Legion troops to secure this city 3 days prior. Moreover, an array master had fortified the city's protective barrier several times over, making it nearly impenetrable even to a peak monarch. Just moments ago, he received word from the county king that over 300 million troops were on the verge of gathering. Yunwu City need only withstand for 3 days at most, and the true military might of Qianshan County would converge, sweeping through the imperial capital and slaughtering all in their path. The 10,000-strong army before him, though formidable, could hardly be deemed significant in the face of the 300,000 Storm Legion troops and the fortified city barrier. Where is the Storm Legion? Instantly, the lord of Yunwu City bellowed. Boom! In that moment, as if the entire city trembled violently, a tempest rose, in the next instant. Countless figures clad in heavy battle armor, riding colossal wolves, surged forth from all directions. Within moments, they had formed ranks. This is the Storm Legion, one of the most powerful and esteemed forces under the Qianshan County king. Now, with 300,000 storm troops gathered, the very heavens and earth seemed to roil, as if a blade were cutting through all existence. Each storm soldier practiced the same wind-based martial arts, their powers intertwined, summoning furious winds that swept across the cosmos. With 300,000 men unleashing the storm, it was utterly terrifying. Boom! Outside Yunwu City, sand and stone flew, dust swirling into the sky. This scene startled countless civilians within the city. They peered out and soon recognized the armored soldiers, their expressions turning to one of horror. It is the Storm Legion dispatched by the county king. They have chosen to oppose His Majesty's army to the bitter end? Fear gripped the hearts of the masses. They had witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon of the 9 dragons summoned by Chu Yi just days prior. Along with his displayed terrifying strength, initially, it was thought that the Qianshan County king would submit. But now, it seemed that the foolish county king had chosen to stand against His Majesty. State your name. Intruder. Zhou Yin, do not slay nameless wretches. Leading the Storm Legion was a man with a scar slicing through his right eye, a fierce black pattern etched across his cheek. He rode a massive wolf, exuding a formidable aura of true essence that distorted the air around him. He was none other than a half-step monarch. I am Wu Gu, the commander of the Dragon Martial Army. Wu Ji's expression remained indifferent. It appears you are all prepared to meet your demise? He looked down from his elevated position, his gaze icy. The majority of the 300,000 Storm Legion soldiers are merely at the ocean transformation level. They cannot even be compared to the 10,000 celestial-level Dragon Martial troops. And their realm is far from sufficient. Such a rabble requires no effort from the entire legion. A mere display of my power as the commander suffices to annihilate them all on the spot. Moreover, using these 300,000 storm troops to make an example would serve to intimidate other main cities and expedite the recovery of the Empire's territory. After all, His Majesty has granted them but 7 days to reclaim the entire empire. Ha ha ha, Wu Gu, when you descend into hell, do not blame me. Blame yourself for standing on the wrong side, for following the wrong master. Upon hearing Wu Gu announce his name, Zhou Yin laughed maniacally, his smile brimming with boundless contempt and disdain. He, a half-step monarch, possessed true strength comparable to an initial monarch, even capable of battling above his rank. Though the strength of the opposing force was unclear, one could surmise that the heavenly martial emperor had only recently established his footing. The vanguard army he had sent forth could not possibly be too formidable. Storm Legion, heed my command. Unleash the gale blades and annihilate our enemies before us. With this thought, Zhou Yin's gaze turned cold in an instant, commanding the entire legion to gather their strength and charge towards the enemy. His aim was to annihilate the opposing 10,000 troops in one fell swoop, thereby establishing a monumental achievement and earning greater favor from the county king. Kill! The soldiers of the Storm Legion roared in unison, their true essence intertwining and erupting, amplifying the already terrifying storm several-fold. Whoosh! The winds howled, a tempest raging in the blink of an eye. A sky full of wind blades coalesced, sharp and frigid, descending upon the 10,000 dragon martial troops with devastating ferocity. A trivial display. Yet, facing the overwhelming onslaught of wind blades, Wu Ji's expression remained as calm as still water. Roar with a single step forward. It seemed as if a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A sudden golden light flared brightly. Suddenly, the multitude of slicing winds that surged forth came to an inexplicable halt. As if ensnared by some terrifying force, Wu Gu stepped into the heavens, dismissing even the colossal blade upon his back, unleashing a punch instead. Bang, bang, bang. His fists wreaked havoc, obliterating all in their path. It was as if 1,000 shadows of azure dragons roared forth, descending upon the 300,000 storm troops with merciless intent. Boom! In an instant, it was as though the very heavens and earth had been split open. Everything became brilliantly illuminated in an ephemeral flash, and the deafening sound of the explosion left the crowd's ears ringing, nearly rendering them deaf. As the billowing dust settled, they gazed in astonishment. There, amidst the vast clouds of debris, the once formidable 300,000 storm soldiers, who had dominated the land, now had vanished without a trace. What remained was merely a gaping abyss, stretching dozens of miles wide and unfathomably deep. In that moment, the denizens of Yunwu City stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. One punch. The self-proclaimed leader of the Dragon Wu army had annihilated an entire army of 300,000 with but a single blow. How could this be possible? Even the legendary Zi Huang of Liuzhou could not achieve such a terrifying feat. Too weak. High above the heavens, Wu Gu gazed down at the abyss with a slight shake of his head, his expression remaining indifferent. Had it not been for the need to establish his dominance, he would have been disinclined to intervene personally. With the power of the 6th tier of the Venerable Realm, Wu Gu could effortlessly crush kings, even the so-called 9 Emperor Hall. No, this cannot be. The elite 300,000 storm troops, just gone like that? In Yunwu City, countless souls trembled in fear, their hair standing on end. The most agitated among them was undoubtedly the first to confront the situation, the city lord of Yunwu. His eyes were bloodshot, nearly frenzied. 300,000 storm soldiers. Even the kings could contend with them. One of the most elite armies of Qinshan County, yet now, they had been obliterated by a single punch from the enemy. Chapter 12. The surrender of Yunwu City, summoning the Million Shadow Legion. This city lord refuses to believe. Absolutely refuses to believe. You all, go and kill him. Kill him. The city lord of Yunwu seemed to have lost all reason, frantically ordering the guards around him to charge forward. The city lord, however, at this moment, witnessing Wu Gu's godlike power, the many strong individuals within Yunwu City were utterly terrified, no longer daring to advance. Open the city gates. Yunwu City belongs to His Majesty, not to the king of Qinshan County. A bald giant gritted his teeth and roared, completely disregarding the city lord's orders. After all, he had previously stated that he would only slay those who obstructed him and the kin of the Yunwu City lord. By surrendering now, they still held a glimmer of hope for survival. Insolence! Insolence! I am the city lord. Who dares to defy me? The city lord of Yunwu bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, akin to a vengeful spirit. Yet in response, he received not loyalty, but merely a swift flash of a blade. Swoosh! Blood sprayed into the air, splattering against the city walls, as the bald giant swiftly drew his sword and severed the head of the city lord. The lord is dead. Yunwu City surrenders to His Majesty, the heavenly martial emperor. Immediately, he raised the lifeless head of the city lord, shouting towards the Dragon Wu army ahead. Commander, it seems your display of power has saved us considerable effort. Observing this, a deputy beside Wu Gu smiled faintly, unable to help but express his admiration. Under absolute power, no one dares to rebel. Should His Majesty take action, even celestial beings and true demons from the 9 Nether would tremble and submit. Wu Gu remained indifferent, but his gaze soon turned fervently respectful as he murmured, "In this chaotic continent, only His Majesty is worthy of being the sovereign of heaven and earth. All others are but ants." Meanwhile, in the depths of the heavenly martial emperor's capital, within the imperial palace, just as Yunwu City announced its surrender, a notification resonated in Chu Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in your first battle. Gaining the submission of Yunwu City. Reward obtained. Legion Summoning Opportunity X1. While meticulously studying the map of the eastern region, Chuyi was taken aback by the sudden system notification. In less than an hour, he had already captured Yunwu City, just in time, as relying solely on the Dragon Wu army would make reclaiming the entire capital within 7 days a formidable challenge. Now, with another opportunity for Legion summoning, many complications could be avoided. Dressed in a black and gold imperial robe, an air of dominance radiated from Chuyi. He murmured to himself, then proceeded to utilize the Legion summoning. Ding! Summoning complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Million Shadow Legion. Shadow Legion. The Shadow Demon clan from the Nine Nether, possessing nearly immortal vitality, capable of summoning 9 nether creatures from the shadows. And equipped with formidable stealth, assassination capabilities, buzz. As the system's voice faded, endless dark shadows enveloped the entire palace. Among them, a figure of utter darkness slowly materialized, kneeling before Chu-Ye at your service. Your Majesty. The voice was chillingly devoid of emotion, as if it bore no feelings at all. The features of the figure were almost entirely obscured by darkness, save for a pair of crimson demon eyes, resembling 2 blood moons in the dark, exuding infinite ferocity and cruelty. Chuyi examined his profile. Name. Yi. Identity. Lord of the Shadow Demons. Cultivation. 3rd tier of the Supreme Realm. Cultivation technique. None. Untrainable. Innate divine ability. Dark sovereignty. Immune to all dark laws. Capable of traversing shadow space, attempting to summon and command deities from the ancient world. Host may perfectly share. Loyalty. 100. Summon powerful beings via the system. All are absolutely loyal. Boom. Ding. Due to the characteristics of the Sovereign of Heaven, the host's cultivation level has risen to the 1st tier saint. Physical strength enhanced to 2,000 ancient dragon strength. 1 ancient dragon strength 100 billion pounds. Simultaneously, as the Million Shadow Legion became subjects of the heavenly martial emperor, Chu-Ye's cultivation experienced another explosive growth, truly stepping into the legendary saint realm. A saint, the foremost existence in the 1st layer of the saint realm. Initially mastering the laws of heaven and earth. With a lifespan of a full 10,000 years, they are transcendent. Saint Realm Classification. 1 to 9 tier saints, ancient saints, saint kings. Chuyi had now truly crossed the boundary of the supreme. Achieving a venerable name for 10,000 years, the Dark Sovereign, commanding deities from the ancient world. Yet at this moment, Chu-Ye's attention lingered on the introduction of the Dark Sovereign. It seemed that ascending to the saint was merely a natural progression for him. Your Majesty, the shadow space is one of the nodes connecting to those ancient worlds. In the ancient world, there exist malevolent entities that have annihilated that realm. They are predominantly extremely dangerous. Even the kings of 9 Nether cannot contend with them. Hearing Chu-Ye's self-reflective inquiry, Yi opened his mouth to explain in detail. The lords of the ancient world are true deities. Even if he traversed the shadow space 1,000,000 times, he would never willingly step into a decayed and annihilated ancient world. I see. Chu-Ye nodded, his expression growing serious. It seems this is not a place he should venture to at present. If he were to one day gain the power to slay gods, then perhaps he could capture a few ancient deities to serve as guardians for the heavenly martial empire. How formidable is the Shadow Legion? Shaking his head, Chu-Ye temporarily set aside that thought, then inquired further of Yi. The Million Shadow Legion, aside from its subordinates, possesses 7 supreme powerhouses, 3,000 venerables, and 300,000 monarchs. The remaining nearly 600,000 shadow demons are all at the celestial level. 7 supreme, 3,000 venerables, even encompassing 300,000 monarchs. And Ye's response undoubtedly pleased Chu-Ye immensely. This summoning of the Legion had yielded an unexpected boon. This is the Wuyang Kingdom, established by the traitors who betrayed my empire. Chu-Ye pointed to a location on the map. There it was, occupying all 8 surrounding counties and dominating Qingzhou, the Wuyang Kingdom. Its lord, King Wuyang, is currently one of the most powerful county kings. Supported by the 9 Emperor Hall, he stands as a formidable force. I shall grant you one night to reclaim this territory, to slay all those treacherous rogues. But remember, do not harm a single citizen of the city. Chu-Ye squinted his eyes, a solemn expression gracing his otherwise stern visage. What I require is a complete heavenly martial empire. Yes. And Yi responded in a low voice, before silently vanishing from the grand hall. Chapter 13. Thunderous arrival, the azure profound sword saint. As night fell, in the center of the Wuyong kingdom, within a grand palace far more lavish than the imperial palace itself, King Wuyong sat upon his throne. Below him, the lords of the counties, including the Overlord King, the Divine Might King, and the Fuzhong King, had gathered together. The atmosphere in the hall was decidedly oppressive. The expressions of the kings bore hints of solemnity and astonishment. They had just received an urgent report. Until now, not even a day has passed since the day the Emperor Wu's army mobilized. Liuzhou has already fallen by 80 to 90%. Even the Qianshan Duke, dispatching billions of troops to engage, would still face an outcome devoid of suspense. Esteemed lords, this is the last transmission from the Qianshan Duke. The Wangzhou, the king of Wuyong, suddenly spoke, revealing a scroll that materialized in his hand. As the scroll unfurled, an astonishing scene was projected within. Billions of troops amassed, clashing with the mere 100,000-strong Longwu Legion. Before the nearly overwhelming force, the vastly outnumbered Longwu Legion appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Could such a colossal army truly be unable to withstand a paltry 100,000 soldiers? Observing the imagery within the scroll, the countenance of the somber Fulong King furrowed into a frown. Within the vision, the Qianshan Duke's army, merely cannon fodder and commoners meant to exhaust the enemy's strength, had already reached a staggering 200 million in number. The subsequent 300 million soldiers were elite troops, well-trained and impeccably equipped. Such a scale, even within his Fulong kingdom, would be regarded as top-tier combat power. How could they not even qualify to impede the enemy for a single day? Fulong King. Just watch. Shaking his head, the Wuyong King seemed to have already grasped the inevitable conclusion. He raised his gaze towards the window, his expression heavy as he remarked, "Our understanding of the Emperor of Heaven, Chu Yi, may still be too superficial. The adversary, I fear, is far more formidable than we perceive." Upon his words, the many lords within the hall shuddered, bewilderment etched upon their faces. What could this scroll possibly contain that would instill such trepidation in the Wuyong King? Soon, the imagery projected from the scroll continued. The Qianshan Duke stood above the sea of billions, his demeanor arrogant. The Empire of Heaven has already perished. You, as the puppets of the false emperor, shall undoubtedly meet your demise. At the forefront of the army, countless emaciated figures, clad in tattered garments, trembled in place. They clutched rudimentary wooden sticks, some devoid of even the most basic weapons, gazing toward the imposing Longwu Legion. As if it were a mountain of gold that in their eyes, fear and despair radiated fiercely. These were all the death warriors conscripted by the Qianshan Duke. Their sole purpose on this battlefield was to stack their bodies into a wall of flesh to exhaust the strength of the Longwu Legion. A fate both tragic and pitiful. Yet, they had no choice. Even if they loathed the Qianshan Duke, they could only obey his orders and act as mere tools for their own demise. The military leader. They are using your subjects as human shields, attempting to sap our strength. A vice commander at the forefront of the Longwu Legion, witnessing this scene, clenched his fists in fury. The emperor's command was to spare the citizens of the empire, reclaiming the complete territory of Jiuzhou. Thus, he was a benevolent ruler who cherished his people. Yet the Qianshan Duke and his ilk dared to expend the lives of innocent civilians to weaken their own forces. Such a heinous crime deserved the harshest punishment. Vile scoundrels! Wu Jiyi's heart also surged with indignation. Once the Longwu Legion moved to strike, they would be unable to safeguard the millions of innocent civilians on the battlefield. Even a slight ripple could result in the death of countless commoners. The adversary's actions were nothing short of despicable. As a strong man, he still required the weak to shield him from harm. To serve as a wall of flesh, Wu Gu tightly clenched his fists, oblivious to the pain of his nails digging into his palms. His heart was a tempest of frustration. The commoners of the Empire of Heaven were the very lives they had vowed to protect. Now, it seemed that to advance, they must endanger countless lives, directly causing the deaths of the emperor's subjects. Boom. However, just as Wu Jiyi's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a thunderous sound erupted from the distance, akin to the roar of heavenly thunder or the shriek of a blade slicing through the air. In an instant, the heavens transformed. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened as storm clouds converged, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. The rolling black clouds surged, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire void. amidst the billowing darkness. A figure clad in black robes appeared, surrounded by 9 ethereal sword shadows, a majestic silhouette reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens. Who was this? Merely witnessing the figure, the Qianshan Duke felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. A sense of unprecedented peril washing over him. Observing this scene, the lords within the hall were equally struck with fear, their hearts pounding. Even in mere imagery, the figure striding upon the lightning, bearing 9 ethereal swords, instilled a chilling dread, as if they were plunging into an abyss of ice. I am the Zhongshuan Sword Saint, Du Ling Tian. The figure, stepping upon the heavenly light, proclaimed in a voice that resonated with the authority of a collapsing sky. In an instant, billions of soldiers were compelled to kneel, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of his supreme presence. Zhongshuan Sword Saint? The Qianshan Duke's throat felt parched, his thoughts frozen in disbelief. He had never heard such a name. Yet the figure's might transcended his imagination, instilling a primal terror within him. I cannot bear to witness the suffering of this world. I have come to rescue you. The towering figure, suspended in mid-air, surveyed the surroundings with indifference, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the commoners forced to serve as death warriors. Declaring himself the Sword Saint, he casually pointed forward with his right hand, summoning one of the ethereal swords to soar forth. Cleaving toward the tide of billions of troops, swoosh in an instant, the world dimmed, as if a white rainbow spanned the heavens. The Qianshan Duke looked up, the pale, silent sword light growing ever brighter and more massive in his gaze, until it completely obscured his vision. Chapter 14. The arrival of the Supreme Being, crushing the Lord's boom. In the resounding clash that shook the heavens and earth, the imagery projected from the scroll abruptly ceased, leaving only a profound darkness. The lords stood utterly stunned, gazing blankly at the darkened screen, their minds a void. The Zhongshuan Sword Saint, who could he be, and what kind of formidable being was he? Even the thunder of the heavens bowed to his presence, and with a mere gesture, he could unleash unimaginable might. After a prolonged darkness, the final image revealed itself following the explosion of white light. A chasm, vast as a canyon and unfathomably deep, appeared, stretching across the Qianshan territory, spanning a full 10,000 miles. Yet the Qianshan Duke's 300 million troops had vanished without a trace. Only the billions of commoners, forced into servitude, remained, retreating under the guidance of the Longwu Legion. This strike had not harmed a single civilian. The Fujian king was on the verge of madness, his heart shaken. Such control over power seemed utterly fantastical. Bordering on the legendary, hiss. The other lords gasped in shock, their faces pale. A single swing of the sword had carved a scar across 10,000 miles, precisely annihilating the Qianshan Duke's army while sparing every other soul. What level of strength did the Zhongshuan Sword Saint truly possess? Why would this Sword Saint aid the army of the Emperor of Heaven? The Shenwei King's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Murmuring in disbelief, I do not know. I can only hope that this venerable Sword Saint merely happened to pass through this region and took action against the Qianshan Duke. If the Emperor of Heaven has a close relationship with him. Shaking his head, the Wuyang King's expression darkened. If the current power of Chuyi was derived from this transcendent Sword Saint, how could they, the lords, possibly contend with him? It would be nothing more than a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. Just as the lords were engulfed in turmoil and trepidation, a sudden, unfamiliar, and chilling voice echoed through the hall. Who? In an instant, every lord felt a jolt of fear, turning to look at the far end. Where the seat of the Zan Yin Duke should have been, now stood a shadowy figure, draped in darkness, tossing a small black blade in the air. Danger. Extreme danger. Like an animal instinctively sensing peril. The moment they laid eyes on the shadow, a profound warning surged within their hearts. Even their breaths stilled, as if facing a formidable adversary. This eerie shadow emanated an aura so unsettling, it sent shivers down their spines. Who are you? The fiery-tempered Fulong Duke's heart raced, and he could not help but shout. Yet apart from him, the other lords felt as though their bodies were frozen, sensing a terrifying presence strangling their very hearts. Me? The shadow turned, yet where features should exist, there was only an impenetrable darkness, akin to a demon from the depths of the netherworld. Gazing upon it sent chills throughout their beings, invoking boundless terror. I am Anshue, the third supreme of the Shadow Legion. Today, I come on the orders of my lord, the Emperor of Heaven, to eradicate you traitors and reclaim the Qingzhou region. As Anchua slowly rose. His presence filled the hall. Once a formidable prince of the reigning flames, now reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground, his demise staining the opulent hall with crimson in an instant. The Supreme? Wang Wuyang teetered on the brink of collapse. 3 days prior, he had secretly ascended to the level of a venerable. He had intended to seize this opportunity to showcase the might of a supreme being, to personally slay the celestial emperor, Chu Yi. Yet, he was caught off guard by the emergence of the Dragon Martial Legion, followed by the unexpected assistance of an enigmatic sword saint. Now, a self-proclaimed supreme, serving the celestial emperor, had arrived. What in the heavens is happening? Everything had spiraled into chaos. The emperor, whom he had treated as a mere puppet and dismissed as inconsequential, now possessed such formidable support? Why? Chu Yi. Chu Yi. Wang Wuyang's heart roared, his eyes bulging with fury. He had spent a decade plotting within the celestial emperor's court, believing victory was assured, only to find himself ensnared in this dire predicament. Ha! The supreme. Just as the princes stood paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat, a refined middle-aged man, clad in elegant robes and exuding an air of cultured grace, suddenly laughed. Do you truly believe that I have never witnessed the true might of a supreme? A mere charlatan of a foreign race, daring to claim the title of supreme? With a thunderous roar, the man in the scholar's robe drew his sword, unleashing a terrifying pressure of true essence that roared like a tempest. He was the former governor of Qingzhou and now a formidable presence among the 9 royal palaces, revered by the princes as the Qing Emperor. His cultivation had long since reached the level of a venerable 5 years ago. And today, he had stepped into the 3rd heaven of venerables, capable of annihilating all imperial forces. It is the Qing Emperor. When did he arrive here? How did this king fail to notice his presence earlier? Gulping, Wang Wuyang pondered whether the Qing Emperor could defeat that shadowy foreign entity. As the Qing Emperor unsheathed his sword, the princes displayed expressions of astonishment. This was the Qing Emperor. Even across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, his strength would undoubtedly rank among the elite. Oh! Upon hearing the words of the adversary, the crimson-eyed figure lurking in the shadows narrowed his eyes, revealing a chilling glimmer. A mere ant, yet your bravado is quite remarkable. However, the time granted by His Majesty is limited, so I shall not waste any more on you. Die. With that, the shadowed figure spoke indifferently, extending his left hand and snapping his fingers. In an instant, the space erupted, a nearly invisible dark trajectory tearing through the air, swiftly traversing hundreds of feet, and striking directly at the Qing Emperor. Huh? The Qing Emperor had no time to react. His body trembled violently, a metallic taste rising in his throat, followed by a rush of sweetness. Then, boom! His entire being shattered like a blooming amaranth, scattering into a mist of blood and flesh. A dignified venerable had not even a moment to scream before meeting his demise on the spot. This scene sent a chilling wave through the hearts of the assembled princes, and when they looked towards the shadowed figure again, all that remained was a terror that penetrated to their very bones. The Qing Emperor was crushed to bloody mist by a mere finger. Flee! Run away! In an instant, the princes abandoned all notions of dignity and status. Almost as soon as the shadowed figure acted, they each activated their powers, frantically fleeing into the distance. Yet, it was too late. Whoosh! Once the crowd escaped the palace, they beheld a massive round moon looming overhead, beneath which countless shadows blotted out the sun, seemingly intent on engulfing the world in darkness. It was the arrival of the 1,000,000-strong Dark Shadow Legion, sealing off the area completely. This scene shattered the last glimmer of hope within Wang Wuyang. He clutched his head, howling towards the heavens in a frenzy. As if driven mad, his decade-long scheme had proven utterly laughable before the celestial emperor. Every action had been in vain. He had essentially dug his own grave in the abyss of death. Chu Yi, if there is a next life, I shall ensure your demise in the cradle. Go eliminate all future threats. With a chilling roar echoing from Wang Wuyang, the Shadow Demon Lord, and Yi merely closed his fingers. And all the fleeing princes exploded in an instant, cascading down as a rain of blood, before the true might of a supreme. These peak monarchs were indeed akin to wretched and feeble grasshoppers. There was but one path ahead, death. a fierce wind swept through, carrying the stench of blood and rain. From time to time, heart-wrenching wails reverberated through the Qingzhou region, and by the end of this night, the fear of those who defied the order would surely reach its zenith. Chapter 15. The Fall of the Cloud Flow Sect and the Dragon Martial Legion. 4 days later, Chu Ye's campaign to reclaim the entirety of the Celestial Emperor's domain was swiftly approaching its final stage. Under the might of the million-strong Dark Shadow Legion, the prince's resistance crumbled like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly unable to withstand the assault. In a mere 4 days, over 60 noble families had been slaughtered, and the 9 royal palaces obliterated. Even as numerous princes rushed to pledge their loyalty to Chu Yi, there was no hint of mercy to be found. He had offered them a chance. Those who failed to seize it would find only death awaiting them. Today, in the last unrecaptured territory, within Wuzhou, boom. The battlefield roared incessantly, boundless true essence erupting as the two sides clashed like colliding stars. Shaking the very heavens, leave at once. Wuzhou is under the protection of our Cloud Flow sect, a realm not meant for mere mortals to tread. In the void, an elder wielding a whisk, his white beard flowing, and his aura of true essence overwhelming, gazed down upon the battlefield and spoke solemnly. With just his presence, he now stood as the sole barrier against the advance of the 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion, preventing them from making any headway. A peak venerable? Why does Wuzhou enjoy the protection of such a formidable being? The commander of the legion, Wu Gu, along with several deputy commanders, stared into the void, their brows furrowing deeply. The Dragon Martial Legion had successfully reclaimed 3 provinces for His Majesty: Luzhou, Hanzhou, and Yuzhou. Their resistance had been feeble under the might of the Dragon Martial Legion, swept away like chaff, until they ultimately decapitated the enemy's leader. Yet now, in this final territory of Wuzhou, the first obstacle in their path was a being claiming to be from the Cloud Flow sect. Possessing the strength of a peak venerable, even unleashing the full might of the Legion could not overcome him, but to retreat now would be unacceptable. Humph! My Majesty wishes to conquer Wuzhou, and you? A mere Cloud Flow sect, dare to obstruct our path. Wu Ji's gaze turned icy wide. As a 6th layer venerable, commanding 100,000 Dragon Martial soldiers, he was filled with pride. At this moment, he would not easily relent. As he spoke, Wu Gu drew his massive blade, unleashing an endless torrent of white blade light that cut through the air like a river of swords sweeping across the vast expanse. This strike was his utmost effort, vowing to cleave this individual in two. Stubborn fool. In the void, the elder's eyelids twitched, his expression darkening. As one of the inner elders of the Cloud Flow sect. Had it not been for the discovery of several spirit stone veins in Wuzhou, of unimaginable value, he would not have descended to such a barren land of the Celestial Emperor. It was imperative to swiftly eliminate these 10,000 troops and commence the extraction of spirit stones. With a thought, the elder suddenly shifted from defense to offense. Whoosh! A stream of pale white divine light burst forth from his sleeve, transforming into countless fine threads that cascaded down. Each thread seemed intangible, yet concealed an infinite sharpness, capable of splitting heaven and earth asunder. In an instant, it enveloped the heavens and the earth, ensnaring Wu Gu and even the entire 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion within its grasp. Not good. Wu Ji's pupils constricted, his muscles tensing as he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Yet, it was already too late. Clang, clang, clang. A sound of metal striking metal resounded as the intangible threads suddenly brightened, converging fiercely towards the center. Sizzle! The void seemed to be cleaved apart. In the next moment, countless screams erupted into the air. The entire sky appeared to transform into a sea of crimson. In the blink of an eye, the 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion had been torn asunder, reduced to a rain of blood and flesh, nearly annihilated. Even Wu Gu himself suffered the loss of an arm, retreating desperately to a distance of 10,000 feet. Trembling uncontrollably, in a mere instant, the 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion had become a field of bloody remnants. Wu Ji's pupils quivered violently, his ears ringing with silence, his mind utterly blank. He was the commander of the Dragon Martial Legion, sharing a bond akin to brotherhood with each soldier. Witnessing this scene felt as though countless daggers were stabbing into his flesh, nearly driving him to the brink of unconsciousness. Damn it, damn it. Fury ignited within Wu Gu, his eyes burning red as if stained with blood. I will kill you. His heart overflowed with boundless hatred. He must shred the Cloud Flow sect member into pieces. Avenging his 10,000 brothers? Ants, you seek death. The elder coldly glanced at Wu Gu, commanding the silver brilliance in his palm to once again erupt into countless threads. This was a top-tier heavenly treasure. The silver arc blade. The sharpness of the weapon is beyond imagination. Even when employed to cleave the body of a venerable master, it is as effortless as slicing through tofu. To this day, the number of peak masters who have perished beneath his silver arc blade has surpassed 5. As the silvery light surged forth, Wu Gu let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of dragon shadows that erupted around him, his entire being ablaze with vitality like an unquenchable fire. In an instant, his cultivation soared, ascending to the threshold of half-step supreme, effortlessly overwhelming the elder from the Yunlu sect, the 100 cracks mad dragon fist. Though he currently fought with only one arm, Wu Gu still exuded an unparalleled ferocity, his right fist bursting forth with unimaginable speed, shattering the infinite silver threads before him. What? The elder's heart trembled in disbelief. The resilience of the silver arc blade is such that no one in the master realm can breach it. Only a supreme powerhouse could potentially shatter it. How could this be? A mere master from a mundane empire possesses such strength. Yet, before he could react further, crack, Wu Gu stepped into the void, causing the space beneath him to collapse instantaneously. Subsequently, his punch grew ever more ferocious, akin to an impending volcanic eruption, searing with intensity. With a single strike, he unleashed an endless barrage of sonic booms, boom, 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 boom. The void quaked incessantly, engulfed in chaos. In the blink of an eye, Wu Gu unleashed hundreds of furious dragon fists, relentlessly pounding against his adversary's body until it was reduced to a mist of blood. Only then did he finally relent, allowing his body to plummet toward the earth. In this instance, he had activated the divine ability, Dragon Burial Heart, amplifying his strength tenfold, yet the cost was his very life. Bang! His massive frame fell like a meteor, causing the ground to tremble violently. Wu Ji's eyes grew dim, the vitality within him ebbing away like a receding tide. Your Majesty, it seems this humble servant can no longer accompany you into battle. He struggled to lift his head slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his vision had become utterly blurred, rendering the vast sky beyond recognition. Whoosh! The sound of the wind howled in his ears, yet this time, Wu Gu could no longer hear its whispers. Chapter 16. The Reversal of Destiny, the Second Incarnation. What is happening to in the Imperial Palace? Just as Chu Yi was about to step into the Nine-Dragon Hall, he suddenly halted, a peculiar sense of unease swelling within him. Ding! Detection indicates that the Dragon Martial Legion under your command is embroiled in a fierce battle and has suffered total annihilation. The system's voice resonated, causing Chu Ye's brows to furrow deeply. The Dragon Martial Legion was comprised of no less than 100,000 warriors. While not comparable to the million-strong Shadow Legion, these 100,000 celestial beings, under the leadership of 3 venerable masters, should have been an unstoppable force within the realm of the Tianwu Empire. Yet now they had been utterly wiped out? By whom? Could it be that a force from beyond the Tianwu Empire had intervened? Chu Ye's eyes narrowed, a flicker of rage igniting within him. He must uncover the truth behind this audacious intrusion into his imperial domain. Buzz! In an instant, the last known position of the Dragon Martial Legion was imprinted in his mind, and he shattered the void, traversing countless miles in an instant. What is this? In Wuzhou, on the battlefield, Chu Yi stood amidst the heavens, gazing down upon the horrific scene below. The 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion had been mercilessly torn to shreds by some extraordinarily sharp spiritual weapon, and Wu Gu, it seemed, had perished as well, as if he had invoked some forbidden secret technique, his lifeless body lying on the ground, desiccated as though weathered by a millennium. Elder Su Wen had fallen here. Before Chu Yi could take any action, he sensed a formidable pressure bearing down upon him. Boom! In that instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled, a tempest sweeping through the air, from the distant mountaintops. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, a colossal ship, spanning thousands of feet, emerged, obscuring half the sky. Numerous white-robed cultivators stood upon the ship, and a flag billowed, displaying the emblem of the Yunlu sect. Several middle-aged cultivators arrived first, their expressions grave as they sensed the aura of this place. The peak master Su Wen had actually fallen here. Moreover, his death was exceedingly tragic. It appeared as though he had been crushed by some ferocious beast, leaving no trace of his remains. "Who are you?" Chu Ye's countenance turned icy. He had never seen that floating cloud emblem within the Tianwu Empire, indicating that these individuals must originate from beyond its borders. It seemed highly likely that this was the very force responsible for the destruction of the Dragon Martial Legion. As Chu Yi spoke, the middle-aged cultivators, their cultivation at the Master Realm, turned to face him. Upon seeing the black-gold imperial robe adorning Chu Yi, their expressions shifted slightly. The imperial robe. Could this person be the emperor of the Tianwu Empire? Was it possible that Elder Su Wen met his demise at this individual's hands? In a mere instant, their minds raced with various thoughts. The Yunlu sect hailed from a formidable nation, the Jiuxiao dynasty, which dwarfed the Tianwu Empire in scale. Within the Jiuxiao dynasty, their influence could only be considered mid-tier, unable to contend with the most formidable of powers. Yet in this small nation of the Tianwu Empire, the might of the Yunlu sect was undoubtedly beyond imagination, effortlessly overpowering all other forces within this realm. Thus, even upon realizing Chu Ye's identity, they remained devoid of any reverence. The fall of Su Wen must be investigated. With this thought, the leader among them spoke coolly. "My name is Lu Chun, one of the inner elders of the Yunlu sect. We have come to Wuzhou to excavate spiritual stone veins, and we hope you will hand over this territory peacefully, lest we be forced to invoke our sect's wrath." Lu Chin's tone was calm, seemingly dismissive of Chu Yi. After all, Chu Yi was still quite young. Even as the ruler of this empire, his strength was likely limited to the emperor realm, merely an ant that could be crushed with a flick of a finger. As for the so-called true powerhouses of this empire, what significance do they hold before the Yunlu sect? The Yunlu sect? Chu Ye's gaze turned frigid. Their disdainful attitude was utterly intolerable. They were but a group of outsiders. Yet they audaciously demanded he relinquish his territory, laced with overt threats. This ignited a fury within him. "You dare to demand that I surrender Wuzhou, to cede the territory of the Tianwu Empire?" Boom! The wrath of a sage caused the heavens to change color, the cosmos to reverse. Dark clouds gathered, and crimson lightning streaked across the sky, rending the very fabric of the heavens. It was as if the apocalypse had descended, threatening to obliterate all. In that moment, Chu Yi seemed to transform into the sole deity of this realm. A single word could dictate life or death. A single strike could shatter the sun and moon. At this instant, even Lu Chun, at the pinnacle of the master realm, felt his pupils constrict in shock. This level of pressure. How could a mere emperor of a remote dynasty possess such terrifying power? Not just Lu Chun, but even the two companions beside him were rendered speechless in astonishment. "Wait, Your Excellency, they had barely begun to voice their protests when Chu Yi would grant them no further opportunity. Boom! With a single palm, it was as if he had summoned the might of the entire empire. The ground trembled violently as if a world was being smashed down. In an instant, the entire Wuzhou trembled, all its inhabitants prostrating themselves in submission to the eruption of such supreme power. Their ears rang with sudden deafness, the winds howling like a tsunami, seeking to consume everything in their path. As Chu Yi raised his hand once more, beneath his feet lay only a bottomless abyss. The three elders of the Yunlu sect, along with their colossal ship that obscured the heavens, were all obliterated beneath that singular strike, reduced to the primordial dust of the universe. Buzz. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. In the following moment, Chu Yi raised the heavenly authority divine sword high, casting a radiant golden light that illuminated the earth, as if slowing the flow of time itself. Warriors who pledge their loyalty to me, your fates do not lie here. By my name, the Tianwu Emperor, I bestow upon you new destinies. Return. The heavens trembled with his voice. Resounding throughout the cosmos, holding the heavenly authority divine sword, Chu Yi seemed to sever the very fabric of reality, defying the laws of nature. Boom! As the golden rays cascaded from the heavens, the remnants of the 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion transformed into threads of golden light. Ultimately, they coalesced into a towering pillar of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. Roar! As myriad dragon shadows manifested in the sky, when the light pillar dissipated, the once-vanished dragon martial legion had returned from the underworld. Standing uniformly upon the earth, moreover, the cultivation of each soldier had skyrocketed. What was once 100,000 celestial beings had now become 100,000 emperors. Your Majesty, Wu Gu awakened, beholding the miraculous scene before him, where the deceased were brought back to life. The shock within him was beyond words. He could only kneel deeply, repeatedly bowing before that supreme monarch, proclaiming the emperor's boundless grace. The entire legion knelt as well, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence, reaching a pinnacle of devotion. This is the power of the heavenly authority sword. Chu Yi gazed upon the reborn dragon martial legion, and even though he had anticipated its effect, he could not help but feel a twinge of awe at the might of the heavenly authority sword. Any individual truly loyal to the imperial dynasty, even to the point of having their bones turned to dust, can still return from the underworld, possessing this sword. All the loyal warriors under his command henceforth shall be deemed immortal and indestructible. Ha! Chu Yi chuckled softly, nodding in acknowledgement to the dragon martial legion that continued to bow before him. With a resounding hum, a dragon silhouette surrounding him transformed, instantly activating the divine power of the 9 emperors' sacred body. Ultimately, it manifested as a colossal figure clad in blood-stained black armor, bearing a chilling great sword upon its back. I am the Lord of Calamity, Ming Yin, the figure murmured, its eyes revealing countless blood vessels, appearing as fearsome as a malevolent spirit. The second incarnation, Lord of Calamity Ming Yin, stands in stark contrast to the first incarnation, the compassionate sword saint, who embodied a benevolent disposition towards humanity. This incarnation was specifically birthed for combat and slaughter. He intended to lead the Lord of Calamity away from the heavenly martial imperial dynasty, directly obliterating the so-called Yunlu upper sect, bathing it in blood. As the dignified emperor of the heavenly martial dynasty, he could not tolerate anyone coveting the realm of the dynasty. Go, Ming Yin. Crush those ignorant insects for me. Let them pay the price for their greed. Chu Ye's gaze turned frigid, each word deliberate. Understood, with a thunderous roar. As Ming Yin indifferently nodded, his figure vanished instantaneously, soaring toward the distant heavens. Chapter 17. The arrival of the Lord of Calamity. The annihilating demon sword. Meanwhile, tens of millions of miles away from the heavenly martial imperial dynasty, amidst a towering peak that loomed like a colossal beast across the heavens, a middle-aged man, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mountain, and enveloped in a radiance of black and white true essence, furrowed his brow upon hearing the news of Lu Chun, Su Wan, and other inner sect elder soul flames extinguished. He was the Yin Yang Dao master, the current sect leader of the Yunlu upper sect, possessing a cultivation level that reached the second tier of the supreme realm, making him a distinguished figure within the vast 9 heavens empire. At this moment, the Yin Yang Dao master's eyes flickered. The heavenly martial imperial dynasty is merely one of the lower-tier nations. According to reports, their strongest should only be at the middle realm of the venerable. How could Elder Su Wan and Elder Lu Chun, both peak venerables, suddenly fall? The Yin Yang Dao master pondered, filled with great perplexity. 3 days prior, someone had secretly informed the Yunlu upper sect that within the martial province of the heavenly martial imperial dynasty, several veins of top-tier spirit stones existed, the total reserves of which could sustain the entire Yunlu upper sect for a millennium. They merely needed to send strong warriors to the martial province, and the veins would be willingly surrendered. This news sent shockwaves through the Yunlu upper sect, enough to provide the entire sect with a monumental resource for a millennium. The value was simply immeasurable. Even at the risk of being deceived, it was worth investigating. Soon, when an elder of the Yunlu upper sect personally ventured to the martial province and beheld the vast spirit stone veins, even the sect leader, the Yin Yang Dao master, was profoundly shaken. He immediately dispatched several inner sect elders, along with a massive spiritual vessel, to establish a mining base in the martial province at the earliest opportunity. Aiming to seize those enormous veins, however, who could have anticipated that the first batch of dispatched warriors would be utterly annihilated in less than half a day? Could this be a trap laid by the Divine Sea sect? As if recalling something, a cold gleam flashed in the Yin Yang Dao master's eyes. The Divine Sea sect, the long-standing rival of the Yunlu upper sect for a millennium. For countless years, both factions had engaged in secret assassinations and framing each other. with true sect wars having occurred no less than 5 times. The fall of several inner sect elders naturally led the Yin Dao Master to suspect the Divine Sea sect first. After all, he could hardly believe that the so-called Heavenly Martial Imperial Dynasty possessed the power to slay peak venerables, Divine Sea sect. Regardless of whether you are behind the scenes, my Yunlu upper sect shall ensure that not a single member remains. A murderous glint crossed the Yin Dao Master's face as he coldly scoffed. It seems that in just a few years without a battle, that detestable Divine Sea sect has begun to meddle once more. At that moment, a white-clad steward rushed into the hall, breathless. Reporting to the sect leader, several disciples responsible for guarding the mountain gate observed some anomalies through the sky observing mirror. A shadow rapidly approaching our Yunlu upper sect from 100,000 miles away. The white-clad steward knelt on one knee. Anomaly? The Yin Dao Master raised his gaze slightly. It appears to be a shadow racing toward our Yunlu upper sect. The speed of the figure was so swift that it was nearly beyond the range of human perception. If it were to continue, boom! The white-clad steward continued, but before he could finish, the entire mountain range housing the sect trembled violently. This sudden upheaval caused several elders within the hall to open their eyes, revealing a terrifying pressure. What is this? Our sect's protective spirit formation is under attack. Someone is attempting to invade the Yunlu upper sect, one black-clad elder exclaimed. The protective spirit formation. This is the most powerful defensive measure of the Yunlu upper sect. Any individual with ill intentions shall be barred from entry, unable to advance even an inch. Let us go. I wish to see who dares to wreak havoc in my Yunlu upper sect. The Yin Dao Master's gaze turned frigid. At this moment, he was filled with unparalleled fury, and it was fortuitous that this audacious individual had arrived, providing the perfect opportunity for him to vent his wrath. Swish as his words fell, the Yin Dao Master stepped forward, already appearing in the void above. With a resounding roar, the entire space seemed to freeze in that instant. The heavens were instantaneously bathed in black and white hues. And within his eyes, chaotic brilliance flickered. Who dares approach? The Yin Dao Master bellowed. In that fleeting moment, the entire sky appeared to tremble violently. The wrath of a supreme being seemed to resonate with the very heavens. Is this the Yunlu upper sect? Beyond the luminous barrier formed by the protective spirit formation, a towering figure, enshrouded in dark malevolent energy, with a blood-streaked black sword slung across its back, spoke in a detached tone. Its voice hoarse, imbued with an inexplicable significance. Since you are aware that this is my sect's territory, how dare you intrude? The Yin Dao Master's voice boomed like thunder, as if he were about to obliterate the intruder into nothingness, leaving not even a trace. The commotion drew the attention of countless disciples within the Yunlu upper sect, their gazes drawn upward to the figure of the Yin Dao Master treading upon the void. Alongside numerous elders, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The sect leader is taking action personally? That figure is none other than the legendary supreme being, capable of turning the tides and reversing the very fabric of reality. In the Nine Heavens Empire, when sages do not emerge, the supreme stands at the pinnacle, unrivaled in this world. This is splendid. Even in the face of such overwhelming supreme might, the figure bearing the black sword remained composed. Yet subtly exuded a sense of crisis among the elders. Could it be that he is a practitioner of demonic arts? How dare he confront the entire Yunlu upper sect alone? He is simply courting death. The sect leader can eliminate him with a single strike. Meanwhile, countless disciples below were filled with admiration, as if they could already envision the instant of their foe's annihilation. A supreme being, high above, gazing down upon all beings invincible in this world. To witness the sect leader's action today is indeed a rare fortune. I am the Lord of Calamity, Ming Yin, servant of the Heavenly Martial Emperor. Be the command of my master. I have come to bloodily cleanse your entire sect. Ming Yin spoke coldly, slowly drawing the dark giant sword from his back, pointing it ominously at the immense expanse of the Yunlu upper sect. To cleanse our sect with blood? Upon hearing Ming Yan's words, the Yin Dao Master erupted in wild laughter. You arrogant little wretch! I have lived for over half a lifetime and have yet to hear of any as for this self-proclaimed enigmatic figure known as the Lord of Misfortune? Ha! Such delusions! Let him come to terms with his own impotence, and then I shall, with the force of thunder, crush him into the void. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, The Lord of Yin and Yang gazed upon his adversary with an increasingly mocking glimmer in his eyes. As if regarding a mere jester, filled with disdain and pity, boom! In the next moment, without uttering a word, Ming Yin wielded the Eternal Calamity Sword and struck down towards the mountains where the Cloud Flow sect resided. In an instant, the sword wind howled. What seemed like an ordinary strike concealed within it the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The Lord of Yin and Yang and his companions barely had time to react before the dark, silent sword light had already descended mercilessly upon the world, and then, boom! The deafening sound of an explosion erupted. A wave of unparalleled terror and devastation swept through in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the entire Cloud Flow mountain range was obliterated as if it were mere dust, a terrifying fissure threatening to span 100,000 miles, completely rewriting the geographical landscape of the area. As for those of the Cloud Flow sect, they were utterly defenseless, reduced to ashes in an instant, with not a trace left behind. With just one strike, the entire sect was eradicated. This included 3 supreme powerhouses, who, within a mere blink of an eye, were transformed into a mist of blood. Thunderous roars. The terrifying force swept through the surroundings, leveling the nearby mountains to the ground. Once, the Cloud Flow mountain range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, resembling a great dragon coiled upon the earth. However, with this strike, that vast expanse was violently erased from the map. All that remained was a bottomless, pitch-black sword scar. This was the fate that awaited those who coveted my heavenly martial empire. Ming Yin hovered in the air, his crimson eyes reflecting endless ferocity, coldly gazing down. The sword in his hand grew increasingly dark and profound, as if it had devoured all souls, merging them into one. The heavenly authority granted life the power of immortality, and this sword was meant to annihilate, to eradicate all heretics who dared defy him. For Chu Yi, the 9 provinces belong to the heavenly martial empire. This chaotic continent shall eventually return to me, boom. In an instant, Ming Yin vanished into thin air, soaring back towards the heavenly martial empire in a flash, traversing millions of miles. 3 days later, I in the imperial city of the heavenly martial empire. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of reclaiming the heavenly martial empire. Reward: 1 special sign-in, 3 legion summons. Ding! The Imperial Fortune Mall has been opened. The host may use Imperial Fortune points to purchase items, accelerating the construction of the empire. In the Imperial study, while reviewing memorials, Chu Yi suddenly halted his actions. It was done. After several days, he had finally reclaimed every inch of territory that belonged to the heavenly martial empire. Chu Yi nodded, his gaze falling upon the system panel. Host: Chu Yi. Cultivation: 3 pattern saint, ruler of heaven. Physical strength: 3400 ancient dragon power, 1 ancient dragon power, 100 billion gene. Special divine ability: 9 emperor sacred body. Nation: heavenly martial empire. Citizen approval rating: 50. The higher the approval rating, the greater the enhancement of the ruler of heaven trait. Sign-in count: daily sign-in 0 times, monthly sign-in 0 times, special sign-in once. Legion summons 3 times. Soon, after scanning his panel, Chu Yi quickly located a detailed panel regarding the empire. Heavenly martial empire, empire range, 9 provinces, population over trillions, strongest being the supreme triple heaven, dark night. Current imperial fortune points: 950,000. Daily acquisition of imperial fortune points: 1,000, based on empire range. Population and cultivation enhancement, system rating: level 3 nation, initially established foothold in the eastern domain, currently a mid-tier force. Imperial fortune points. Chu Yi continued into the Imperial Fortune Mall, soon discovering the corresponding exchange list. First-class spiritual rice seeds, yielding 10,000 gene per mu. No requirements: a special spiritual seed with extremely high survival rates. If the citizens of the empire consume it as food, it can significantly enhance the birth rate of cultivators and even steadily improve their cultivation aptitude. Price: 50,000 Imperial Fortune points. Just the first item for sale made Chu Ye's eyes light up, and he decisively purchased it. A splendid item. Undoubtedly, these spiritual rice seeds hold immeasurable value for the future of the heavenly martial empire. It is worth noting that even with trillions of citizens, the birth rate of cultivators remains less than a fraction of 1,000. If this spiritual rice can greatly enhance the birth rate of cultivators, then with the ruler of heaven trait, Chu Ye's own cultivation will surely rise alongside the strengthening of the Empire's citizens. Moreover, this yield of 10,000 jin per mu comes with no planting conditions, which will undoubtedly solve all famine issues within the Empire. As long as it is widely cultivated, it will benefit trillions of citizens profoundly. At that time, the power of the ruler of heaven will inevitably surge once again. Ha ha! With this thought, Chu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He envisioned countless supreme beings emerging within the heavenly martial empire, sweeping away all obstacles before him. Chapter 19. The Titan Divine Guards descend, 6-star Ancient Saint. Continuing to browse, with such thoughts in mind, Chu Yi continued to explore the Imperial Fortune Mall. A plethora of items dazzled his eyes, each possessing capabilities that could be deemed extraordinary. For example, building type item Imperial Martial Pavilion can select 12 powerful beings to enter, becoming special Imperial Martial offerings. The offerings will be 100% loyal to the host and gain an eighth of the Empire's power. As long as the Imperial Martial Pavilion stands, even if the 12 offerings are slain, they can be reborn through reincarnation. Price: 99,990,000 Imperial Fortune Points. National Guardian Deity slaughtering the Heavenly Master, once destroyed billions of worlds. Suppressed by the gods in unison, an ultimate existence. If the host purchases, it can release the seal, permanently becoming the guardian deity of the Empire. Price: 9,888,000,000 Imperial Fortune Points. The former possesses immense power, providing the Empire with 12 indomitable strong beings, nearly second only to Chu Yi himself. The latter, however, left even Chu Yi, in his current state, feeling envious, and upon witnessing the price, he could only sigh in resignation. The slaughtering Heavenly Master, a supreme demon who has obliterated billions of worlds. If the Heavenly Martial Empire possessed such an existence, Chu Yi would be able to dominate all realms. Yet, with that staggering price of 9,888,000,000, he could only gaze in longing, temporarily dismissing that thought. Instead, he utilized the current over 900,000 Imperial Fortune Points to purchase some foundational items for constructing the Empire. Building type item Heavenly Martial Academy, Level 1. Can accommodate 3 million students. Equipped with 1 Supreme Realm 9th Layer Academy Head, 4 Supreme Realm 5th Layer Branch Deans, and 48 half-step Supreme Mentors. Effect: increases the cultivation efficiency of all students by 50, equipped with 4 Blessed Lands. Additionally, all individuals who become Academy students will be unconditionally loyal to the host. Price: 500,000 Imperial Fortune Points. Building type item Assault Army Camp can train 5 million soldiers, equipped with 1 Supreme Realm 2nd Layer Assault Army Commander and 128 peak Venerable Instructors. Effect: in just 1 month, it can transform ordinary individuals with no cultivation aptitude into Assault Army soldiers. Capped at the Celestial Realm, unable to further enhance cultivation. The will to assault, with life or death. Price: 400,000 Imperial Fortune Points. The Heavenly Martial Academy, the Assault Army Camp. Purchasing these 2 major structures instantly consumed all of Chu Ye's Imperial Fortune Points. However, both offered exceptional benefits. The Heavenly Martial Academy is a unique building that can be upgraded, designed to attract top talents and cultivate them into loyal strong beings for the Empire. If upgraded to level 9, it could even unlock a special time-space secret realm, where a millennium inside equates to merely a day outside. In no time, it would cultivate an astonishing number of talented strong beings. As for the Assault Army Camp, while its upper limit is far inferior to the former, its rapid training capabilities and the ability to swiftly transform ordinary people into celestial realm strong beings are undoubtedly treasures coveted by all major nations. Each month, it could reliably produce 5 million assault soldiers. It seems that now, after I have truly unified the Empire, the System-S functions have fully activated. Chu Yi shook his head, marveling at the power of these 2 structures, and couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Let us commence the special sign-in and Legion summons. At the same time, he did not forget the task rewards, directly utilizing the special sign-in and 3 Legion summons opportunities to their fullest. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 4 Titan Divine Guards. The first voice to sound was the most precious special sign-in. Titan Divine Guards? Chu Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled, promptly focusing his thoughts to check their attribute panel. Titan Yuxius, Cultivation. 9 Patterned Saint. Under the suppression of the Heavenly Tao, growing stronger alongside the host's empire, identity, an ultimate existence transcending the gods, originating from another realm, in one of the incarnations of the chaotic will that creates worlds and shapes beings. Loyalty, 100, absolutely devoted, Titan Amon Sur, cultivation, 9 pattern saint, heavenly Tao suppression state, growing stronger together with the host's dynasty, Titan 10 realm spirit lord, cultivation, 8 pattern saint, heavenly Tao suppression state, growing stronger together with the host's dynasty, Titan Sosagus, cultivation, 8 pattern saint, heavenly Tao suppression state, growing stronger together with the host's dynasty, transcending the divine, the ultimate existence. At this revelation, Chuyi was momentarily taken aback. Though in a state of heavenly Tao suppression, they still originated from a different realm, being the supreme beings, the creators of all. Such terrifying entities, the 4 great Titan deities, are actually here to guard his realm? Delightful. In that instant, Chuyi felt his blood surge with excitement. The current Tianwu dynasty not only possessed the Star Moon Divine Slayer array but was also protected by these 4 Titan guardians. Who would dare to offend? Boom. At this moment, the outside world resonated with thunderous sounds from all directions. Chuyi soared into the sky, witnessing beneath the celestial dome of the imperial capital the 4 ethereal figures of the Titans. Standing tall between heaven and earth, in this moment, they greeted him with their will, proclaiming their allegiance. Buzz, ding. Due to the characteristics of the sovereign of heaven, the host's cultivation has risen to 2-star ancient saint. Physical power has increased to 1 million ancient dragon strength, 1 ancient dragon strength 100 billion gene. After the 4 Titans became citizens of the dynasty, Chuyi's cultivation surged once more, directly breaking through the boundaries of the saint realm to reach the legendary ancient saint realm. 9-star ancient saint, capable of subduing the ages. This is an existence recorded in epic legends, living over 30,000 years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless powers. Ding. Legion summoning successful, acquiring 3 million feathered divine army, born as celestial beings, known in the outside world as the divine race. Ding. Legion summoning successful, acquiring the endless calamity legion, summons the deceased to fight, perfectly inheriting their former strength. Note: the undead do not count towards the power enhancement of the sovereign of heaven. Ding. Legion summoning successful, acquiring 300 bloodthirsty demon puppets, immortal and indestructible. Their strength increases infinitely through killing. Soon after, the notifications of the 3 Legion summons echoed in Chuyi's mind. Boom. 2-star ancient saint. Once again achieving a breakthrough, directly reaching 6-star ancient saint, the fluctuations of Saint Yuan within him surging like an expansive ocean. Excellent. After 3 months, I shall truly embark on the path to unify the Chaos continent. Wherever my gaze falls, there shall be the territory of the dynasty. Clad in a black gold imperial robe, with long hair wildly dancing in the wind, Chuyi clenched his fists, the aura within him roaring and surging, as if ready to engulf the very heavens and earth. In this moment, Chuyi resembled a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm, exuding unparalleled majesty. Chapter 20. Etion's hatred, the arrival of the ethereal saint. Meanwhile, as Chuyi prepared for the conquest of the eastern nations, causing the strength of the Tianwu dynasty to swell, the Zhouxiao dynasty, once located in the Yunlu mountain range, had been reduced to dust. On the ground, a terrifying sword scar lay across the earth like a chasm, instilling fear in all who beheld it. At this moment, in the void, a figure cloaked in black robes, bearing an ancient bronze sword upon his back, looked down upon the devastation. Upon witnessing the scene, he trembled with rage. Etion. It seemed a saint-level powerhouse had acted, obliterating the entire Yunlu mountain range and exterminating the entire Yunlu sect, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Within his consciousness, a hoarse and deep ancient voice resonated, laced with gravity. Saint-level? I, Etion, am without father or mother, having grown up in the Yunlu sect. This place was akin to a true home for me. And now, Etion's eyes blazed red, his tone filled with fury and sorrow. He had only been away from the sect for 7 years, upon returning with formidable strength and successfully apprenticing under a saint. All he found was this deep scar that cleaved through the heavens and earth. Everything has been utterly annihilated. Alas, Etion sighed within his mind. He was once known as Lu Yun, the remnant soul of an ancient quasi-emperor. A terrifying existence once revered as the Cloud Emperor, by a twist of fate, he had taken refuge within Yi Tian's body, aiding in his rapid growth, until one day he could assist in restoring his own spirit and reconstituting his form. Along this journey, Lu Yun understood the significance of this sect to Yi Tian. Without the Yunlu sect, there would be no Yi Zun, the number one on the Jiuxiao rankings, overshadowing countless prodigies. Master, I shall seek vengeance. Yi Tian's eyes brimmed with rage, his voice thick with hatred. What do you intend to do? Lu Yun's ethereal form shook his head, speaking up. In his view, anyone capable of creating such a terrifying sword scar must be at least a 3-patterned saint. Although Yi Tian had now apprenticed under the Burning Heaven Saint, who was a 7-patterned saint and could easily crush a 3-patterned saint, convincing him to act was akin to scaling the heavens. Even as his disciple, the likelihood of success was minimal. Ethereal saint. I once rendered him a great service. He should be willing to assist me. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. The ethereal saint, the 9th-ranked powerhouse on the Jiuxiao dynasty's saint ranking. In the past, in a secluded realm, had it not been for Yi Tian's assistance, the former would have remained trapped for eternity, unable to escape a single step. Moreover, the ethereal saint held his promises in high regard. Not one to go back on his word. That fellow? His cultivation was on par with the Burning Heaven Saint and possessed the holy artifact Ethereal Lock, making him a standout among saints. However, Yi Tian, this is a promise from a high-ranking saint. Its value is immeasurable and could save your life once. Lu Yun frowned. If this opportunity is used for vengeance, then Yi Tian's trump cards will be completely exhausted. Once targeted by other demonic saints, escape would be nearly impossible. Though he is a remnant soul of a quasi-emperor, the power he can truly exert is still far too limited. Disciples matter not. He must die. Otherwise, I will not live as a man. Yi Tian's eyes were bloodshot, his expression fierce. Clearly, he had not absorbed a word of Lu Yun's counsel. Very well. If that is the case, begin your investigation and first confirm the identity of the adversary. Lu Yun sighed, shaking his head. Reflecting inwardly, had his past self's sect been slaughtered, he too would not have swallowed this grievance. He could only hope that this path of vengeance does not encounter any missteps. He gazed intently at the chasm-like sword scar that spanned the earth, its dark demonic aura sending shivers through even the former quasi-emperor. An indescribable sense of foreboding nestled in his heart. Very well, Yi Tian nodded slightly, and his figure swiftly vanished, eager to probe the surrounding powers as if awakening from a deep slumber. A primordial giant emanates an overwhelming aura with every gesture, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation in those nearby. Even the Lord and numerous mentors standing by are hesitant to approach too closely. This sovereign is undeniably formidable. Even they cannot discern the precise level of power that the celestial martial emperor possesses at this moment. Perhaps he has already stepped into the realm of the divine. Today marks the true expansion of the Celestial Martial Academy's branches across the 9 provinces, and the seeds of my spiritual rice have indeed been sown far and wide, proliferating throughout the entire empire. Clad in a black and gold imperial robe and adorned with a dragon-patterned crown, Chu Yi stands upon the high platform, his gaze surveying the crowd, shimmering with myriad lights. Since his arrival in this realm, assuming the role of a puppet emperor, several months have elapsed. In this short span, countless lives have perished due to his actions, and the Celestial Martial Empire has once again come under imperial dominion. He has established branches of the academy across 72 counties, disseminating the seeds of spiritual rice and effectively mitigating famine. Moreover, he has unearthed numerous prodigies from the vast world, integrating them into the ranks of today's Celestial Martial Academy. Name: Xiao Feng. Identity: junior student of the Celestial Martial Academy. Cultivation: 3rd stage of the spiritual sea realm. Physique: 10,000 flames devouring the sun. Physique: one of the 10 ancient physiques, capable of suppressing unparalleled geniuses of an era. Loyalty: 100. Absolute loyalty. Name: Zhou Ling. Identity: junior student of the Celestial Martial Academy, reincarnation of the ancient Emperor Tsang Jia. Cultivation: 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm. Technique: immortal through catastrophes. High-grade imperial technique. Divine ability: imperial art. Mastery of the sacred vault. Imperial art: world of catastrophic destruction. Note: the above techniques and divine abilities can be unconditionally shared by the host. Loyalty: 100. Absolute loyalty. Upon casually glancing at the attributes of several individuals, Chu Yi couldn't help but nod slightly, satisfied with what he beheld. Once they enter his celestial martial academy, perhaps even they themselves will be unaware, subconsciously cultivating an unwavering loyalty towards the celestial martial emperor. Even those reincarnated from ancient emperors cannot hope to rival him. They must truly submit and pledge eternal allegiance to the empire. Boom. Just as Chu Yi prepared to speak again, to inspire the many students present, a sudden, thunderous sound echoed from the distant sky, akin to the explosion of thunder, causing all to feel a jolt in their hearts. Following this, amidst the astonished gazes of countless students, a vaguely ethereal figure materialized. As if it had never existed in this world. Stepping into the void, its indifferent voice resonated in all directions. Is this the celestial martial empire? Chapter 21. The Child of Destiny, slaying the sacred ones with a glance. The majesty of the sacred radiated like an ocean, roaring in all directions. Upon hearing that voice reverberate through the heavens, countless students within the Celestial Martial Academy felt their blood surge, as if on the brink of collapse. Instantly, solemn expressions adorned their faces. The newcomer must undoubtedly be an unparalleled force. Senior Su Ling, based on my investigations over the past 2 months, the one responsible for the annihilation of our Yunlu upper sect, must originate from within the Celestial Martial Empire. Behind the ethereal figure, Yi Tian clenched his fists, his gaze icy, revealing an unmistakable hatred. After spending 2 months traversing all forces associated with the Yunlu upper sect, he finally pinpointed a lower-tier nation that he had initially overlooked, the Celestial Martial Empire. Through diligent inquiries, he learned that its leader, the Celestial Martial Emperor Chu Yi, rose swiftly to power, regaining control with an almost overwhelming force, obliterating various kings. Rumors suggest that his cultivation is nearing the divine realm, having secretly obtained an unimaginable opportunity. The Celestial Martial Emperor, Chu Yi. Just the thought of the harrowing scenes in the Yunlu mountain range ignited Yi Tian's fury, compelling him to challenge Chu Yi from afar. Why must you destroy my Yunlu upper sect? Our sect bears you no grudge. Why do you seek to exterminate us completely? Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a detached glance at the uninvited guests. Name, Yi Tian. Identity, 7th true disciple of the Burning Sky Saint. Child of Destiny. Cultivation, peak venerable. Fortune, protected by the remnants of the ancient quasi-emperor. The Cloud Emperor, possessing powerful perception of rare treasures, ensuring a smooth path in cultivation. If he does not perish, he will undoubtedly ascend to become an emperor. Current relationship, -300, extreme hostility. Note, the uncontrollable Child of Destiny. It is advised for the host to eliminate him immediately to prevent future troubles. A Child of Destiny? Scanning the system panel of one individual, Chu Ye's eyes flickered, and a faint smirk graced his lips. It seems I have inadvertently provoked this Child of Destiny and become a target of animosity. To eliminate the uncontrollable, Chu Yi found the system's friendly suggestion exceedingly agreeable. He, Chu Yi, is inherently a man of immense control. Any factor that breeds unease must be thoroughly eradicated, and today, this Yi Tian's arrival. Following this, Chu Ye's gaze turned to the imposing ethereal figure, its surroundings suffused with terrifying sacred energy, even manifesting 7 azure patterns. A saint, Chu Yi sneered and began to inspect the attributes of this figure. Name, Gu Chun Su. Identity, ethereal saint, 5th vassal of the 9 heavens dynasty. Cultivation, 7 pattern saint. Technique, ethereal divine decision, low-grade sacred technique. Current relationship, 0, sent by Yi Tian to assist in his quest for revenge. A 7 pattern saint? Ridiculous. Shaking his head, Chu Ye's power surged forth as he stepped into the sky, addressing Yi Tian from afar. Destroy your Yunlu upper sect? This world shall ultimately belong to me. What need do I have to explain myself for the annihilation of a mere sect? His words were calm and indifferent, yet they brimmed with boundless dominance. From beginning to end, Chu Yi scarcely regarded his opponent, merely glancing over before withdrawing his gaze as if losing interest. Such tyrannical declarations ignited the blood of countless prodigies below, invigorating their spirits. This is the Celestial Martial Emperor, proud, domineering, unparalleled. The world belongs to his majesty. Why must he explain himself to others? Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, Eteon's expression darkened, his anger flaring. How dare a mere fortunate little emperor act so arrogantly? Humph, celestial martial emperor, I shall see who can save you today. Ethereal Senior, please take action and slay this ignorant fool. With those words, he retreated 1,000 miles, respectfully bowing to the ethereal saint. He, my young friend has shown me kindness. I shall clear this place for you. Though the ethereal saint appeared aged, his speech carried an air of innate nobility, as if he was inherently above all beings. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the void trembled. In an instant, a vast surge of ethereal divine power erupted, rushing towards Chuyi as if intent on slaying him in that moment. No. At this moment, within Eteon's consciousness, Lu Yun's voice became frantic, as if sensing something amiss, causing his very soul to tremble. Master, what is wrong? Eteon was perplexed. Even if the celestial martial empire possessed saints, they could never rival an ethereal saint. He was already assured of victory, soon avenging the Yunlu upper sect. Something is guarding this nation. Even I feel an extreme danger. Lu Yun's soul fluctuated urgently, scanning the empty heavens around, and the desolate void. It seemed as if an exceedingly terrifying entity lurked, instilling fear even in this former quasi-emperor. Those who intrude upon the empire shall perish. However, in an instant, Lu Yun's ominous premonition transformed into stark reality. Above the ethereal expanse, countless brilliant rays of divine light suddenly erupted, revealing a towering figure, seemingly capable of eclipsing the very stars and galaxies, slowly manifesting within the void. Titan, Lord of the 10 Realms. Boom. Almost at the moment this Titan deity materialized, an overwhelming pressure descended. This aura was too immense, too profound. Upon its emergence, it suppressed everything, overshadowing the ages. In an instant, it obliterated the ethereal saint's unleashed attack, rendering it null. As the supreme being of another realm, the creator, even when restrained by the heavenly Tao. The true strength of the 4 titans is by no means limited to the surface. This is bad. Seeing this, the ethereal saint's expression changed drastically. Unfathomable. The opponent is not a being he can contend with. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all the sacred energy within him, even recklessly burning his essence, attempting to flee into the distant void. However, rumble. As the eyes of the Lord of the 10 Realms opened, a beam of terrifying divine light, radiant as a star, shot forth, tearing through the void and piercing the ethereal realm. In an instant, it struck the fleeing ethereal saint, who could not evade in time. Puff! The ethereal saint lost all sensation in an instant, his very soul disintegrating into a cascade of golden light. A 7-pattern saint, merely a glance to annihilate. Elder Zuling, Eteon, on the other hand, found himself as if witnessing the horrifying scene of a nightmare firsthand. He stood frozen in place, letting out a desperate, hysterical scream. His eyes widened in terror, his complexion turned ashen, and his pupils violently contracted. Filled with dread and disbelief, he stared at the towering Titan's apparition that loomed over the heavens, surveying all beneath. One strike? One strike. That was a super powerhouse ranked 9th on the holy list. A figure revered by the royal family of the 9 heavens as a distinguished guest. Yet, before such an opponent, he was rendered incapable of even fleeing, instantly obliterated. Moreover, he was left with not even a trace of his remains. Chapter 22. Eteon's death and the acquisition of special Sinon. Escape. Eteon, flee. Flee. In his mind, Lu Yun's voice was nearly a roar, infused with profound urgency and terror. It was a primal instinctive tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. He had never encountered such an existence. It was as if a true deity manifested, an ultimate being that no mortal could defy or resist, let alone a mere saint. It was likely that even a holy king would face certain death should they appear today. Boom! Yet, in Eteon's moment of stupor, the 10 Realms Spirit Lord's divine eyes widened, and another blazing divine ray surged forth. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun's lingering soul burst forth, unleashing the last vestiges of his quasi-emperor power. Desperately resisting that annihilating divine beam, this time, even if he were to die, he wished to exchange his life to ensure the safety of his disciple. Boom! As the divine light erupted, merely the residual waves caused Eteon's half-formed body to nearly turn to ashes. Ah, master, save me, save me. The intense pain surged through him, finally rousing Yi from his stupor. After a cry of despair, even with only half a body remaining, he frantically fled backward, utterly disregarding Lu Yun's fate. Seeking only to escape and survive. As long as he could escape this realm and enter the Nine Heavens dynasty, he was certain he could survive. Yi Tian, witnessing this, Lu Yun, who was struggling to fend off the divine beam, was consumed with grief and indignation, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He could hardly fathom that Yi Tian would so readily abandon him, forsaking their years of master-disciple bond. He had previously contemplated sacrificing his life to protect the latter. Since you choose this path, let us die together. He then relinquished his resistance, allowing the divine light to pierce through the void and crash violently into Yi Tian's back, with a tearing sound. Blood splattered and flesh flew as Yi Tian's body disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately after, the remnants of Lu Yun's will were also swept away by this divine force, vanishing without a trace. Truly, I have witnessed a splendid performance. As he observed the entire scene, Chu Yi could not help but smile and shake his head. This child of destiny, Yi Tian, was indeed an ungrateful wolf. The lingering soul of that quasi-emperor had likely aided him for over a decade. Yet when faced with the threat of death, he thought not even once before discarding it to secure his own escape. Nevertheless, today, you all shall face certain death. Chu Yi raised his gaze to the sky-shrouding Ten Realms Spirit Lord. Boom! The latter bowed deeply, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble violently. Well done. Continue to guard my empire. With a slight nod, Chu Ye's indifferent voice resonated. Remember, anyone who dares to offend the dignity of my empire shall be executed without mercy. I obey. The Ten Realms Spirit Lord responded solemnly. In the next moment, the terrifying apparition that eclipsed the sun and overshadowed tens of millions of miles suddenly transformed into a resplendent sun. Hanging beside the heavens. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the child of destiny for the first time. Earning a reward. Special sign in X1. Ding! System task has been initiated. Task name. Path of the Overlord target. Gradually conquer the 700 states of the Eastern region, making all nations submit, compelling the various emperors to bow. Rewards. Stages 30, 60, 100 will respectively reward Legion Summon X10, Special Sign in X3, Legendary Summon X1. Additionally, conquering each state will grant a substantial amount of Imperial Fortune points. In an instant, as the Ten Realms Spirit Lord took his leave, the system's incessant notifications rang out. Slaying the child of destiny grants an opportunity for a special sign-in. Furthermore, the task of conquering the Eastern region has been initiated. Aligning perfectly with Chu Ye's current objectives, sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yi directly utilized the special sign-in opportunity, eager to discover what divine artifact he would obtain. His first special sign-in had bestowed upon him the Heavenly Authority Divine Sword. The second had granted him the Abyssal Destruction Sword. Each of these artifacts surpassed imagination, their power unfathomable. The third had provided him with the 4 Titan Divine Guardians, incarnations of chaotic will from another world. Transcending even the gods now, he felt a profound anticipation for this 4th special summoning, curious as to what it might yield. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Palace-type Supreme Treasure, the Jotian Divine Hall. Jotian Divine Hall. One of the supreme creations that harbors the primordial law of time, it, allows the manipulation of the flow of time within, capable of rapidly nurturing countless powerful beings, even giving birth to immortal deities. Note, the Jotian Divine Hall also possesses the ability to reverse time, allowing powerful beings to retain their cultivation while instantaneously reseeding their endless lifespans. Chu Ye's heart trembled with excitement. The Jotian Divine Hall, manipulating time to cultivate endless powers. Moreover, it could directly reverse lifespans, granting new life to those nearing death. With this artifact in the possession of the Tianwu Empire, it would be tantamount to wielding infinite powerful beings. Yet soon, as Chu Yi carefully reviewed the description of the Jotian Divine Hall, he could not help but feel his expression darken, sighing deeply. Though the Jotian Divine Hall was indeed extraordinarily powerful, capable of controlling the laws of time, the cost was equally immense. Spirit stones, fragments of laws, even world source cores. After expending an astonishing amount of resources, one could barely activate the Zhoutian Divine Hall once. Jiang Shanhai, I am here. Immediately, Chu Yi called out, "Go and explore the several spirit stone veins in Wuzhou. I require a substantial amount of spirit stones in the shortest time possible." Additionally, the Tianwu Academy's head, organize a martial arts competition among the students in half a month. The victor shall be granted the opportunity to become a powerful being in the shortest time possible. Yes, I shall obey. Soon, the two bowed in unison, each attending to their respective duties. Meanwhile, Chu Yi remained stationed in the Nine Dragons Hall, awaiting good news. Chapter 23. The Zhoutian Divine Hall, a journey of 4,500 years of cultivation. Time flowed on. As Chu Yi issued the imperial decree to collect spirit stones, millions of people in Wuzhou willingly joined the mining teams to extract spirit stones, accelerating the progress dramatically. Moreover, many nobles within the empire, eager to curry favor with the ruthless Tianwu Emperor, offered substantial gifts of spirit stones. Within just half a month, the number of spirit stones in the imperial treasury had reached an astonishing magnitude, sufficient to activate the Zhoutian Divine Hall for a single occasion. Today, within the Nine Dragons Hall, a staggering 30 trillion spirit stones were barely enough to activate the Zhoutian Divine Hall for 15 days. Among them, 300 years equated to merely one day in the outside world. In Chu Ye's hand, a miniature Zhoutian Divine Hall floated. The thought of his once abundant treasury being completely drained caused him a pang of pain. May these 4,000 years bring forth more powerful beings for the empire. Shaking his head, Chu Yi decided to think no more on it. Your Majesty, the students of the Tianwu Academy and various generals have arrived. At that moment, a member of the Black Dragon Guard stepped forward to report, prompting Chu Yi to nod slightly. Allow them to enter. ASU command. Moments later, a group of well-dressed young men and women, accompanied by several high-ranking officers from various legions, entered the hall. They knelt before Chu Yi in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty's holy life be boundless, and may the empire endure forever." Just yesterday, the Tianwu Academy held its first martial arts competition among the students. The top 30 would be fortunate enough to receive the favor of His Majesty the Tianwu Emperor, ascending to become one of the empire's powerful beings. At this moment, the 30 young men and women stood within the imposing Nine Dragons Hall, their hearts brimming with excitement and trepidation. This was the Nine Dragons Hall, a representation of the utmost power of the Tianwu Empire. Should they be fortunate enough to catch the attention of His Majesty, they would surely soar to great heights and reach the pinnacle of success. All of you, rise. Chu Yi extended his right hand, showcasing the Zhoutian Divine Hall to the assembly. This is one of my treasured secrets, the Zhoutian Divine Hall, which possesses the ability to alter the flow of time within, rapidly nurturing countless powerful beings. He surveyed the crowd with a solemn and authoritative tone. 300 years within equates to merely one day in the outside world. Furthermore, while within the Divine Hall, lifespans will not truly diminish. Even if one cultivates for 10,000 years inside, the actual time consumed in life would only be a fleeting moment. What? 300 years of cultivation for merely one day in the outside world. If I were to enter, upon my departure, I could immediately serve His Majesty and aid you in conquering the various nations of the eastern region. Within the Nine Dragons Hall, following a brief silence, the crowd erupted in fervor. 300 years of time equating to just one day in the outside world. Moreover, it will not deplete its own lifespan. If they can diligently cultivate within this celestial temple, they are bound to swiftly rise and become paramount powerhouses within the imperial dynasty. In an instant, the 30-odd prodigious students present all displayed expressions of delight, their eyes shimmering with fervent brilliance. Time is a precious resource. Could it be that this sovereign is a reincarnated immortal deity? The law of time, that is a profound mystery that even I could not fathom in my previous life as an emperor. Among them, Zhou Ling, the reincarnation of the ancient emperor of calamity, could not help but have his pupils tremble, feeling increasingly reverent and awed towards Chu Yi. Although his memories of his past life as an emperor remain chaotic, he is acutely aware of the terrifying nature of that treasure capable of controlling the law of time. Undoubtedly, it transcends the level of imperial weapons, reaching an extraordinary existence in the realm of immortality. As one of the supreme laws, even a mere glimpse into the law of time would yield unparalleled effects in imperial battles. In fierce combat, victory or defeat can hinge on the slightest margin. Even if one could merely freeze an opponent's time for a brief moment, it could turn the tide of battle in an instant. I, Zhou Ling, must seize this opportunity of over 4,000 years for cultivation. In my previous life as an emperor, to pledge loyalty to an immortal deity in this life is hardly a disgrace to my former imperial name, Zhou Ling mused. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to consider everything for Chu Yi and the imperial dynasty, becoming one of the latter's most devoted and formidable allies. Even as a former emperor, this was no exception. This time, 50 individuals entered the Celestial Temple, 30 from the Heavenly Martial Academy, 1 from the Dragon Martial Corps, 10 from the Feather God Corps, and 1 from the Calamity Corps. Additionally, there were also subjects like Jiang Shanhai, Su Yin, and Li Fan. Upon the imperial throne, Chu Yi slowly rose, indifferently contemplating all the individuals entering the Celestial Temple. The terrifying consumption of 300 trillion spirit stones necessitated that he maximizes the utility of this Celestial Temple. Therefore, apart from the 30 top prodigies, only the exceptionally talented Wu Gu from the Dragon Martial Corps qualified to enter. As for the countless prodigies from the Feather God tribe, only the 10 strongest were selected. Regarding the Calamity Corps, the only true living being among them was the Lord of Calamity. Furthermore, the guardians among his imperial subjects also required reinforcement. He could not afford to lose face as the Heavenly Martial Emperor. "Follow me," Chu Yi commanded as he descended from the throne, striding directly towards the temple's exit. The crowd hastily followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the subterranean area of the imperial palace, stepping into an expansive and utterly vacant plaza. With a booming sound, a thought from Chu Yi caused the petite divine temple in his hand to instantly enlarge, crashing down into the center of the plaza. In that moment, the void trembled. An infinite power of the laws manifested, as time seemed to transform into a tangible entity, morphing around the crowd into a flowing river of shadows. Revealing boundless rule evolutions. Enter. You shall cultivate within for over 4,000 years, yet to the outside world, it will merely be half a month. Chu Yi spoke, standing before the Celestial Temple with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing this, the 30-odd prodigious students present were instantly invigorated. "We shall adhere to the will of our emperor. What of 4,000 years? I am willing to traverse fire and water for your majesty. Even to the point of shattering my own bones. Your majesty, we shall wage war in the eastern region for you, offering the entire realm." Under the effect of the Heavenly Martial Academy, they each appeared as fervent devotees of Chu Yi, passionately articulating their aspirations and hopes. Ha ha! Witnessing this, Chu Yi could not help but feel elated, laughing heartily, greatly anticipated. With a wave of his right hand, the divine temple erupted with a radiance that engulfed the area, causing the 50 individuals to vanish from sight, truly entering within. It would not be until over 4,000 years had passed that they could return to the imperial dynasty. Chapter 24. The Furious Nine Heavens Emperor and the Lord of 10 Abysses. Meanwhile, in the Nine Heavens dynasty, Ling Tian Emperor City, is there any progress regarding the fall of the ethereal sage? The grand hall of the imperial palace, adorned in a purple-gold imperial robe, emanated an aura as if a divine sun spanned the heavens, radiating an overwhelming pressure as the Nine Heavens Emperor spoke coldly. Half a month ago, the 5th vassal of the Nine Heavens dynasty, who ranked 9th on the sacred rankings, the ethereal sage, had inexplicably extinguished his soul fire, falling from grace in the outside world. Moreover, the last known position of his aura seemed to have been deliberately erased by some existence, rendering even several sages of the Nine Heavens dynasty unable to find any trace after half a month's search. How could this anger the Nine Heavens Emperor? Reporting to your majesty, this matter indeed bears peculiarities. However, based on the last trajectory of the ethereal sage, his actual fall should not be far from the imperial territory. Below, an old sage with a robust aura, akin to a deity or demon, furrowed his brows slightly and replied. The ethereal sage was a 7-patterned sage. He has survived for over 2,000 years, holding significant power, and he places great emphasis on promises. In a millennium, he has had very few mortal enemies. It is utterly impossible for him to perish without reason. This matter is laden with too many mysteries. The Nine Heavens Emperor raised an eyebrow. You say the place where the ethereal sage fell is not far from the dynasty. Report. Before he could finish, a servant rushed in, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, we have just received news. The city of Sin, 10 Abysses, situated in the chaotic eastern region, is now under the dominion of a powerful individual who has achieved victory in 9,999 consecutive matches, becoming the Lord of 10 Abysses." 10 Abysses? Upon hearing this, the 9 Heavens Emperor and the attending sacred vassals all furrowed their brows. The 10 Abysses city, located at the intersection of several imperial dynasties, is notorious for its extreme chaos, danger, and lawlessness. Countless demonic powerhouses and desperate rogues coexist within its walls. The law of the jungle prevails. Strength is the only rule. If an ordinary person were to mistakenly wander in, death would be their only fate. Furthermore, a legend has persisted for 10,000 years. Whoever wins 9,999 matches in the blood arena shall become the true lord of 10 Abysses. Ruling over its endless chaos, over the millennia, countless challengers have ventured forth, yet most have turned to mere corpses beneath the blood arena, eternally entombed there. But now, the true Lord of 10 Abysses has indeed appeared? At this thought, the 9 Heavens Emperor's brow furrowed even deeper. The emergence of the Lord of 10 Abysses signifies that the city will truly transform into a force, impacting the stability of the surrounding nations. Among them, the 9 Heavens dynasty is particularly close to 10 Abysses, and it is highly likely to become one of the target nations. Moreover, Your Majesty, the servant continued, interrupting the 9 Heavens Emperor's train of thought. The Lord of 10 Abysses has proclaimed that the ethereal sage perished by his hand. If the 9 Heavens dynasty has the capability, they may come to 10 Abysses to seek justice. As he spoke the last words, the servant was already drenched in cold sweat, cautiously relaying the message. Preposterous, boom! The black-robed vassal seated below first bellowed angrily. In an instant, a vast and terrifying aura of sanctity surged forth, enveloping the entire hall. How dare a mere lord of a city of sin be so audacious? This is simply courting death. I shall personally pay him a visit and present his head to Your Majesty. He is the foremost vassal of the 9 Heavens dynasty, the third-ranked sage of thunder, mastering the sacred lightning arts. His power is boundless. Thunder, calm down. The 9 Heavens Emperor's expression was chillingly severe, his voice as frigid as a winter gale sweeping through the hall. The Lord of 10 Abysses? Daring to slay one of my dynasty's esteemed vassals and provoke me so it seems that my 9 Heavens dynasty has merely rested for a few hundred years, and now even the most insignificant of beings dares to challenge us? Boom! An invisible majesty erupted, suppressing the skies and the surrounding area, causing all to shiver involuntarily. The imperial aura was like a prison. None dared to gaze directly. They understood the 9 Heavens Emperor had truly been provoked. Preparing to eradicate the calamity that is 10 Abysses, issue a decree. Command the 12 legions to set off immediately and obliterate 10 Abysses. Any who resist shall be killed without mercy. As for the life of the Lord of 10 Abysses, I shall personally take it. As the cold voice echoed, an atmosphere of slaughter filled the grand hall, as if it sought to shroud the heavens. 10 Abysses, why Lord? The message has been disseminated. The 9 Heavens dynasty is furious and has begun rallying forces, vowing to annihilate our 10 Abysses. Within the dimly lit palace, an elder trembled, not daring to look up at the figure above, hastily reporting all the news. Oh! On the dark throne, a figure seemingly merged with shadows stood up. A nonchalant smile curling at the corners of his lips, with a flourish, long, pale hair cascaded down, and his eyes glowed a blood-red hue. The visage, so strikingly handsome that it could drive women to madness, is marred by an aura of chilling cruelty. Resembling a fiend that hails from the depths of hell, he speaks slowly. Very well. Since the Jiuxiao dynasty wishes to play, I shall indulge them. He immediately commands the summoning of all the formidable beings within the city. This is the decree of their supreme master. Stepping forth from the shadows, the Lord of Shuan gazes down from his lofty position at the elder clad in black who has come to report. An overwhelming and sinister aura emanates, almost causing the latter's body to feel as if it would burst. Yes, yes. His heart pounding violently, the elder hastily bows repeatedly and scurries away in panic. The Jiuxiao dynasty. You say? Watching the elder retreat in haste, the Lord of Shuan squints his eyes, a glint of amusement flickering within. Half a month's time. Using this third incarnation, the Blood Abyss Demon Lord? To annihilate the elite forces of the Zhou dynasty? In that case, as a diversion from my ennui, it shall suffice. The Lord of Shuan chuckles coldly, striding towards the enveloping darkness. Chapter 25. A Gathering of Demons. Crushing the Black Demon Saint, the third incarnation, the Blood Abyss Demon Lord. Now the singular sovereign of Shuan City, a terrifying entity with an astonishing record of nearly 10,000 consecutive victories. His true identity is none other than one of Chu Yi's 9 imperial incarnations. Having entered Shuan City to dominate it with an absolute crushing presence, however, he has not connected this incarnation's current identity with the Tianwu Empire, instead calling himself a demon lord. Ruthless in his methods, capricious in his emotions. Soon, with Chu Yi's command to summon the city's strong, numerous figures began to appear within the darkened hall, some with cold, piercing gazes, others rebellious and wild, or bloodthirsty and fierce. The elite of the Sin City had gathered, totaling over 300 individuals. The Butcher? I never expected that fellow to show up. He is now a wanted criminal of the Holy Sun Empire. A stout man with a brutish face spoke in a deep voice. The Butcher, Zhang Wei. With his own strength, he has slaughtered countless cities of the Holy Sun Empire, creating a blood pool from the essence of thousands. Practicing the path of demon arts. Following this, he was marked for death by the Holy Sun Empire, with a decree to dismember him wherever he may be. Foe after all, they have become mere playthings in each other's hands. Life and death all hinge upon a single thought. Regardless of what is demanded of them, they can only obediently comply. Yes, instantly, those present in the hall bowed their heads in unison, kneeling before the ruler of this city of sin. The true sovereign who commands the darkness. Chapter 26. I am the Demon Lord, one sword to slay the Emperor. Boom. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Shuan City, an endless roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the 12 great armies of the Zhou dynasty surged forth, as if they were to trample the very sky. Your Majesty, in half an hour, our forces will reach the vicinity of Shuan City. I in the void. Nearly 10,000 massive spirit ships swept through the air, their countless soldiers exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of tearing apart mountains and rivers. Their time of death is nigh. The Emperor of Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the bow of the ship. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He is the illustrious ruler of the Zhou dynasty, having traversed the eastern region for a millennium, commanding a host of experts. This mere city of sin is but a speck of land. Though he harbors some caution, if the dynasty truly mobilizes its power, the opposing side will only meet annihilation. Furthermore, this time, the foremost powerhouse of his dynasty, nearing the threshold of an ancient saint, is personally leading the charge alongside the great army to obliterate Shuan City. It is hardly more than a matter of raising a hand. Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Today, the Zhou dynasty's annihilation of the city of sin is also a means of ridding the eastern region of a calamity for its people. The Holy One of Thunder beside him praised, his eyes sparkling with greed and satisfaction. However, once your Majesty has destroyed this city, can we not begin to expand the territory of the Zhou dynasty? The eastern region is vast and boundless. Among the 9,700 states, the Zhou dynasty occupies merely 108. While it is considered a powerful nation, when compared to those truly magnificent empires, it falls far short. Speaking of which, since 3,000 years ago, our dynasty's territory has indeed seen no expansion. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Zhou's gaze flickered, seemingly in agreement with the Holy One of Thunder's words. I have made my decision. Today, we shall destroy Shuan City, and tomorrow we will begin to encroach upon the territories of the Sea God dynasty, the Tianwu Empire, and the Xinfeng Kingdom. First, we will absorb the territories of these smaller nations, and then take the opportunity to alter the situation across this 1,000-state region. It would be best to incorporate those several great neighboring countries entirely into the imperial domain. The Emperor of Zhou's eyes burned with fervor, as if he could already envision the Zhou dynasty rising like a great sun, destined to become the supreme empire of the eastern region. Your Majesty is sagacious. At this proclamation, the Holy One of Thunder immediately revealed a joyful expression. The two conferred for a moment, and soon, plans for waging war against various nations were finalized. Accompanied by this endless army's advance, the vast Xiwan city gradually came into view before the Emperor of Zhou and others. However, the outer area of the city walls was already densely occupied by the dark demonic creatures, and above the firmament countless figures hovered, exuding a terrifying, profound pressure. Demonic creatures? Truly, it is a city of the demonic path. The Emperor of Zhou looked down, regarding the grotesque and fierce dark demonic beings, and could not help but frown, a deep-seated disdain evident in his eyes. To associate with such demonic creatures, can they still be called human? The madness of the Lord of Xiwan City has indeed exceeded his expectations. You are the ruler of the Zhou dynasty? On the other side, above the void of Xiwan City, a massive throne floated. Chu Yi sat high upon it, raising a goblet filled with liquid as red as blood, toasting towards the distant Emperor of Zhou. You are the Lord of Xiwan City? The Emperor of Zhou narrowed his eyes. Faintly sensing a hint of danger emanating from the other party, it was as if this person could truly threaten his life. No, this is impossible. As a half-step ancient saint, with the Zhou dragon vein at my disposal, how could I easily be harmed by such a demonic being? The Emperor of Zhou shook his head, quickly dismissing this absurd thought. Kill. At this moment, the battle below erupted instantaneously. The elite army of the Zhou dynasty, numbering 1 billion, engaged in fierce combat with the countless dark demonic creatures and numerous strong practitioners of the demonic path within Xiwan City. Kings against kings, generals against generals. Above the firmament, the Emperor of Zhou drew forth the crimson gold longsword that symbolized supreme imperial authority, pointing it towards the Lord of Xiwan City in the distance. Lord of Xiwan City, do you dare to fight me to the death? Boom! The golden dragon roared, and the blazing sun exploded. The Emperor of Zhou, clad in dragon robes that flapped in the wind, seemed to tread upon the divine sun, akin to a mighty deity descending from the heavens. His voice carried an overwhelming air of supremacy, sweeping across the sky and silencing the battlefield, leaving only his resplendent imperial decree echoing. You possess great courage. Chu Yi nodded, power swirling around him. In an instant, it seemed as though a blood robe was woven around him, confronting the Emperor of Zhou head-on. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Boom. He stepped down from the throne, and in that moment, it felt as though the world was engulfed in an endless crimson hue. 3,000 strands of white hair danced wildly in the wind, and in an instant, every single strand was stained with blood. I am the Blood Prison Demon Lord. The title of Lord of Xiwan City is but a trivial identity. As for my true name, I have long forgotten it. Strands of blood entwined and coiled, transforming into endless flames that blazed. In the eyes of the Emperor of Zhou, there appeared a terrifying figure that seemed capable of bathing the heavens in blood, plunging the entire world into an apocalyptic state. The Blood Prison Demon Lord. The gaze of the Emperor of Zhou sharpened, his heart racing violently. Even as the ruler of the dynasty, merely a half-step away from the realm of the ancient saints, he could not suppress the fear coursing through him at this moment. Watch closely, I shall not strike with but one sword. Blood coalesced into a sword, grasped in the hands of the Blood Prison Demon Lord. His indifferent voice echoed across the battlefield like the sound of death. Swish! In a moment of daze, the Emperor of Zhou seemed to witness the instant the other party made their move. Yet immediately afterward, his vision began to invert, plummeting toward the earth. Your Majesty! The headless corpse still stood in the void. Chu Yi, having turned his gaze away, did not even glance at the decapitated emperor again before returning to his throne, overlooking the battlefield, leaving behind an endless wail that reverberated through the void. Lingering long in his gaze, one could sense the cyclical essence of countless lifetimes, and his entire being exuded an aura as profound as an abyss. Subtly, it appeared to rival the ancient power of Chu Yi from days of your ascending to the realm of the ancient saint. Name: Zhou Ling. Identity: junior disciple of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Reincarnation of the ancient Emperor Songjia. Cultivation: 2-star ancient saint. Demonic eye: Emperor's reincarnation wheel. Eyes of reincarnation, capable of carrying past lives into this world, reversing the cycle of 9 lifetimes, ultimately transforming into the eyes of Heaven's sovereign. Note: the eyes of Heaven's sovereign grant mastery over all spoken words and commands, instilling fear in the heavenly laws, thereby allowing a degree of control over legendary powers. Due to the host's loyalty to Zhou Ling as the emperor, He directly possesses the eyes of Heaven's sovereign, growing alongside the host. Cultivation method, immortal through 10,000 calamities, Emperor grade, top tier, divine powers. Emperor technique, mastery of the sacred firmament. Emperor technique, calamity of the world. Note: the above methods and divine powers can be shared unconditionally by the host. Loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, 2-star ancient saint. Furthermore, with the awakening of the reincarnation eye, it appears Zhou Ling has fully awakened the memories of his past life as Zhang the ancient emperor. Buzzing. Chu Yi pondered thus. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his pupils transformed into a golden hue, within which the laws of the universe and the principles of the heavenly paths flowed vividly. What is this? Zhou Ling was taken aback. Could it be the eyes of Heaven's sovereign that require the reversal of 9 lifetimes through the emperor's reincarnation wheel? Awakening only after enduring countless epochs. Why then does it suddenly manifest within His Majesty's gaze? Could it be in a sudden epiphany? Zhou Ling seemed to recall a legendary tale from ancient times, one that even the undying deities feared. He could not help but tremble violently, overwhelmed with excitement to the brink of losing composure. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You shall surely ascend to the pinnacle of the gods. Wielding dominion over the laws of myriad worlds, without hesitation, he knelt before Chu Yi, repeatedly bowing with fervent zeal. Chu Yi was perplexed, his brow slightly furrowed. He could sense that at that moment, his own pupils had undergone a peculiar transformation. The myriad patterns of the world's operation, along with the life essence and soul imprints of those before him, became crystal clear, with nothing left to obstruct his probing gaze. This is the eyes of Heaven's sovereign? The myriad laws unveiled within his gaze. He could vaguely perceive the primordial form of the heavenly path of the chaos continent. Upon truly comprehending the might of this eye, Chu Yi could not help but reveal a hint of astonishment. Following closely, boom, 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 accompanied by the operation of the sovereign of heaven, the power of 50 formidable beings surged into Chu Yi's being as if copied instantaneously, causing his cultivation to rise dramatically, triggering a shocking transformation of heaven and earth. 8-star ancient saint. In an instant, the sky darkened, gathering a tempest of thunder. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. If an ancient saint wishes to break through to the Saint King, they must endure a heavenly tribulation, bearing the wrath of the heavens, before they can attain the exalted rank of Saint King. Chapter 28. The final preparations before the battle of the threefold Saint King. Crack, 9-star ancient saint. Chu Yi's aura surged, his cultivation advancing in an instant. He reached the pinnacle of the ancient saint realm, just a step away from stepping into the Saint King domain. Endowed with a lifespan of 100,000 and 80,000 years. Nearly legendary, Your Majesty. Is this a breakthrough to Saint King? Jiang Shanhai exclaimed. Having traversed 4,500 years of cultivation, he too had reached the rank of 9-pattern saint. Witnessing Chu Yi summon the tempest of thunder, the boundless power of heaven and earth converging, he was filled with immense shock. The Saint King. The legendary supreme realm. An existence transcending the imperial realm, invincible in the world unless a quasi-emperor appears. To have spent 4,500 years from a revered one to a 9-pattern saint. He felt quite self-satisfied, believing he could safeguard the lands beneath the emperor. Yet, unexpectedly, in merely half a month, His Majesty was on the verge of ascending to the Saint King realm, leaving everyone far behind. Your Majesty is truly the reincarnation of the Divine Emperor. Jiang Shanhai could not help but entertain this conjecture. Boom. The roar of power resounded once more. At this moment, Chu Yi had truly crossed the barrier of the ancient Saint's peak, stepping fully into the domain of the Saint King. Crack! The thunderous tempest above seemed to have already foreseen this moment, and as the breakthrough occurred, it poured down like a torrential rain. Get away from me. However, in the next instant, the world echoed with Chu Yi's chilling command. Boom. Instantly, the celestial radiance surged like an ocean, enveloping the entire sky. The tempest of thunder could not withstand even a fraction of a moment. Utterly devoured by the divine light, silent and still, all present stared in disbelief at this scene, unable to trust their own eyes. Rumbling, the heavens and earth stirred with turbulence, as the divine light that obscured the skies dissipated. What replaced it was a golden giant eye, radiant like the sun. It shone upon the world as if replacing the heavenly laws, completely mastering all affairs within this imperial dynasty. Chu Yi opened his eyes, surveying the vast lands of the 9 provinces as if he were a deity. As the power of the eyes of Heaven's sovereign waned, the golden giant eye that covered the heavens gradually vanished from sight. Host, Chu Yi, cultivation, threefold heaven of Saint King realm, sovereign of heaven, physical power, 9 million ancient dragon power, 1 ancient dragon power 100 billion gene, special divine powers, 9 emperors sacred body, eyes of Heaven's sovereign, E-nation, heavenly martial dynasty, citizen approval rate, 70. The higher the approval rate, the greater the enhancement of the sovereign of Heaven's traits. Sign-in attempts, daily sign-in 11 times, monthly sign-in once, special sign-in 0 times, legion summon 0 times, threefold heaven of the Saint King. As he surveyed his current attribute panel, Chu Yi mused to himself, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. This month's sign-in has finally refreshed, hasn't it? Glancing at the sign-in count below, Chu Yi shook his head. The routine sign-ins over the past 3 months had yielded little of value. Even when items of decent quality appeared, they were insufficient to elevate the heavenly martial dynasty. Let us sign in. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 million fortune points. 10 million fortune points. Chu Yi's eyes brightened. This reward was indeed commendable, capable of adding more functional buildings to the dynasty. Your Majesty, the cultivation of all members who entered the celestial hall has been tallied. Among them, there are 11 ancient saints, 38 saints, and 1 peak supreme, Zhang Shanhai respectfully reported, bringing Chu Yi's thoughts back to the present. Who has yet to ascend to saint? Upon hearing the report, Chu Yi could not help but frown, casting his gaze towards the 50 strong individuals standing before him. 4,500 years. Moreover, within the celestial hall, the density of spiritual energy surpasses imagination, comparable to the finest sanctuaries. Yet, astonishingly, one person has still not broken through to the saint realm. It is I. Your Majesty. I have let down the opportunity you bestowed upon me. Among the crowd, a figure stepped forward, revealing himself to be Xiao Feng, who had previously been held in high regard by Chu Yi, ranking among the top 3 in the Academy's grand competition. Yet now, this prodigy had not ascended to saint? Chu Yi could not help but examine the attribute panel of the individual before him. Name: Xiao Feng. Identity: junior disciple of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Cultivation: 9-fold supreme realm. Suppressed state. Physique: 10,000 flames devouring sun body. Requires the consumption of at least 1 world-altering flame to significantly enhance cultivation and break through to the saint realm. Loyalty: 100. Absolute loyalty. Suppressed state. World-altering flame. Chu Yi sighed in resignation, realizing that it was the limitation of this ancient physique that had caused Xiao Feng to stagnate at the supreme realm. Xiao Feng, there is no need for self-reproach. Your physique is unique, requiring the consumption of a world-altering flame for transformation. Today, I shall grant you an opportunity to venture into the eastern domain and seek out the flames of the world. Afterward, return to the dynasty and become my right-hand man. Patting Xiao Feng's shoulder, Chu Yi encouraged. The 10,000 flames devouring sun body is a terrifying physique capable of dominating an era. Xiao Feng's potential is certainly not limited to this. He will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Since he needs to consume the world-altering flames, I shall allow him to roam freely until he is strong enough to return to the dynasty. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xiao Feng pledged, his expression brightening with excitement. This journey to the eastern domain, he would ensure that Your Majesty's name resonates across the seas, instilling awe in all heroes of the world. Very well, Chu Yi nodded slightly, gesturing for Xiao Feng to withdraw. Tomorrow marks the true commencement of the heavenly martial dynasty's conquest. I shall personally inspect the vast army and hope that all generals are prepared to contribute to the impending great battle. With these words, Chu Yi turned and departed. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The assembled commanders bowed in unison, their eyes ablaze with an unquenchable fervor and desire. They longed to conquer the eastern territories. This day had been eagerly awaited for far too long. The 4,500 years spent within the celestial temple had been dedicated to this moment, amassing tremendous power. We shall not disappoint you. Wu Ji's gaze was fierce, his fists clenched tightly. He would never allow the scene of the Dragon Martial Legion's destruction to unfold once more. Chapter 29. A sword pointing to the Eastern Territories, the chaotic Nine Heavens dynasty. The next day, outside the gates of the imperial capital, the war drums thundered like distant thunderclaps, the horns blared, and battle flags fluttered. Countless armored soldiers, armed to the teeth, stood in formation beneath the city, awaiting the inspection of the celestial martial emperor. In the chill of the day, the air was thick with an aura of slaughter and iron blood. Within the capital, numerous residents gazed at the majestic scene before the city gates. Their hearts shaken to the core, at the forefront, 300 bloodthirsty war golems stood in perfect formation. They were not living beings, but rather forbidden creations from another world, undying and unyielding, growing stronger through bloodshed. Each golem towered at an impressive height of 3 zhang, adorned with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding a myriad of weapons designed for slaughter. They were true instruments of war, born solely for the purpose of battle. Boom! Behind them stood 300,000 feathered divine soldiers, soaring through the sky, their pure white wings shimmering with holy radiance. Even the weakest among them possessed the terrifying cultivation of the sovereign realm. The 10 strongest who had entered the celestial temple had already attained the status of ancient saints, leading the multitude into battle. Your Majesty, the army is ready. Please conduct your inspection. Upon seeing the figure clad in imperial robes, emanating an overwhelming imperial aura, Jiang Shanhai immediately soared into the air, respectfully reporting. Excellent. Chu Yi nodded in acknowledgement, gazing ahead and looking down upon the vast, boundless army. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Upon the arrival of their one and only sovereign, the myriad soldiers bowed in unison, their might echoing through the heavens. Stand down. Chu Ye's 2 words were softly spoken, yet rang clear in every ear. Your Majesty, we have completed our training and are ready to launch an assault on the Eastern Territories at any moment. We implore your Majesty to issue the command. We are willing to be the vanguard and lead the charge against the enemy camp. Following the army, several ancient saints ascended into the air. Clasping their hands and speaking loudly, clearly, they could no longer contain their restless hearts. However, Chu Yi did not rush to respond. Instead, he slowly raised his head, gazing at the radiant sun suspended in the boundless sky. The sun illuminates the world, and the heavens are eternal. Today marks the true arrival of our celestial martial dynasty in the Eastern Territories, and it is the beginning of my ascendance to unparalleled supremacy. Chu Yi pointed into the distance, his robes billowing as he exuded an aura that seemed to look down upon the world with terrifying might. We shall spare no effort to transform all that lies before us. Into the territory of our dynasty. The army surged with excitement, kneeling in reverence. Many prodigies from the Celestial Martial Academy felt their hearts racing with anticipation, yearning to march alongside the army and pave the way for their sovereign. Excellent! Chu Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the numerous commanders, his voice resonating through the heavens. I shall not slight any who contribute to my dynasty in battle. Slaying the enemy will earn you military merit points, even titles of nobility, and should you tragically fall to the enemy, for those who have devoted themselves to my dynasty, I shall use this celestial authority sword in my hand to summon you back from the underworld. Reborn amidst the flames buzz, with a swing of the celestial authority sword, Chu Ye's eyes sparkled with a fierce divine radiance, unknowingly activating the heavenly sacred eyes, as if he had momentarily become the true sovereign of this realm. He is the ruler of the dynasty, moreover, upon this land, the only deity. Those who follow me shall achieve eternal existence. Those who oppose me shall be obliterated. With a roar, torrents of golden divine flames blazed across the heavens, incinerating the void. Chu Yi stood with his sword, gazing disdainfully at the world. Clad in a black-gold imperial robe, it was as if he were challenging the heavens themselves, determined to hunt the celestial realm. Your Majesty's divine power eclipses all, unrivaled beneath the heavens. Jiang Shanhai's eyes burned with fervor. Below, the countless soldiers were filled with fervent zeal, their faces flushed with excitement. We vow to follow you to the death. Traversing the universe and obliterating all races, the multitude of powerful warriors shouted in unison, shaking the clouds. Let us depart at last. Under Chu Ye's command, the vast army set forth, charging towards the Eastern Territories. Nine Heavens Dynasty, Ling Tian Imperial City. Brother, mere days have passed since our father's demise, and you have already begun to issue lethal commands to seize the throne tightly within your grasp? Within the depths of the imperial palace, the third prince, Li Shao, glared furiously, his voice hoarse from shouting. Above, upon the throne that rightfully belonged to the Nine Heavens Emperor, sat the young man who was none other than the first prince of the current dynasty. Li Shing at this moment, upon hearing his third brother's words of accusation, a smirk of derision crept upon his lips. What? I am the first prince. It is only natural that I inherit the imperial authority. The seventh brother's attempt to covet what he does not rightfully possess shall not be tolerated. You. The third prince was instantly rendered speechless. During the reign of the Nine Heavens Emperor, a crown prince had never been formally established. Even though Li Shuangge held the title of first prince, his position was on par with that of the other princes, and he was not the true heir apparent. More infuriating still was that Li Shuangge had the audacity to refer to himself as I and to occupy the throne, presenting himself as if he were already the emperor. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by several courtiers and nobles who covertly supported him, ostensibly to make his elder brother the new emperor. Secret. They aimed to undermine each other, igniting infighting among the princes, ultimately allowing themselves to reap the benefits. Poor brother, now you remain blissfully unaware, having fallen under the spell of those old foxes. Third brother. We are brothers. I do not wish to resort to violence. Li Shuangge's gaze gleamed coldly. I shall bestow upon you the title of Xiao Wang, sending you to the border region of Huangzhou to spend the rest of your days. Thus, it would not tarnish your status. The words were chilling. Li Shuangge had evidently made up his mind to eliminate him, dispatching him to the borderlands. He was the sole ruler of the Nine Heavens Empire. Any existence that posed a threat to the throne, even if it were a blood brother, he would not hesitate to issue a death sentence. Humph. Do not trouble yourself, elder brother. I have no intention of vying for the throne. After today, I shall depart from the Nine Heavens dynasty. To join one of the 4 sacred places in the Eastern Territories. Li Shao snorted coldly, turning to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Though unwilling, he had no other course of action. With their father's demise, the royal family, noble families, and sects had begun to vie for power in the shadows, plunging the dynasty into chaos. As a powerless third prince, he could change nothing. To forcibly intervene would only make him cannon fodder amid the clashes of the great powers. Only by leaving this place and joining one of the 4 highest sacred lands in the Eastern Territories could he hope to alter the future. A wise choice indeed. Li Shuangge watched his brother depart, unable to suppress a cold laugh. His third brother had always been timid and weak, lacking the qualifications to compete with him. As for aspiring to join the sacred lands? With his cultivation, it was nothing more than a pipe dream. However, not long after, hurried footsteps echoed outside the hall, as a guard rushed in with urgent news. What is it? Seeing the guard's panicked demeanor, Li Shuangge furrowed his brow. Report, Your Majesty, we have just received news. An entity known as the Celestial Martial Empire has sent a large army to war, and one of their targets is none other than our Nine Heavens dynasty. Chapter 30. The Foolish First Prince. The army approaches the city. The Celestial Martial Empire? Upon hearing this, Li Shuangge rummaged through his Qinquan ring and slowly unfurled a map, searching for the location of this so-called Celestial Martial Empire. The Nine Heavens dynasty was bordered by several great nations, which had stood for centuries. Although there were occasional defeats, the dynasty had survived amidst the chaos of millennia, establishing a formidable reputation. However, having grown up hearing tales of the dynasty's battles against foreign nations, Li Shuangge was completely unaware of the name Celestial Martial Empire. After some searching, he finally spotted it in a nondescript corner of the map, in stark contrast to the well-known territories of great nations. This so-called Celestial Martial Empire appeared exceedingly insignificant. Unless one looked closely, it was nearly impossible to find. Ha! Is this the Celestial Empire? Li Shuangge scoffed, emphasizing the term empire with extreme sarcasm. A mere country, occupying the 9 states dares to claim the title of empire? How utterly laughable. Very well. Those noble families, do they not still refuse to acknowledge my throne? If that is the case, I shall achieve great deeds. Leading the army in person, let all those who come from the Tianwu dynasty be buried beneath the earth. After merely contemplating for a few breaths, Li Shuanga had resolutely decided to take command of the troops personally to annihilate the ludicrous forces of the Tianwu dynasty. However, Your Majesty, there are no however. I am now a sovereign in my own right. How could I possibly fail to suppress this insignificant Tianwu dynasty? The guard wished to say more, but was abruptly silenced by Li Shuanga. He intended to demonstrate through action who truly deserved to be called the emperor of the Jiuxiao dynasty. As commanded, the guard hesitated but ultimately bowed and retreated. Yet, he did not disclose to Li Shuanga that a sect with 5 supreme powerhouses had only managed to hinder the enemy's advance. Half an hour later, the Wanli sect had been reduced to dust. Cold sweat trickled down the guard's brow as he pondered. It is best to report this news to the second elder, ensuring that the powerful figures within the dynasty are prepared. This time, the Jiuxiao dynasty is likely facing a true, formidable foe. Meanwhile, in the Jiuxiao dynasty's Lanzhou region, the air trembled with the might of millions of troops, each step shaking the earth and echoing like thunder. The entire army advanced like a dark torrent, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloping the surroundings, causing all living creatures to retreat in fear. Ahead lay one of the border cities of the Jiuxiao dynasty, Tianya City in Lanzhou Wuga, along with several commanders leading the army, stepped into the void, gazing at the towering city walls in the distance. His gaze sharpened. According to His Majesty's decree, those who surrender shall be spared. Our imperial army is not barbaric. We shall not engage in wanton slaughter or commit acts of arson and pillage. Only when the entire city stands united, when every citizen becomes a soldier, can we justify the complete annihilation of all within, as a lesson to others. Remember, do not kill the innocent indiscriminately. He issued his commands to the entire army. His expression solemn. Halt the advance. Yet, before the army could respond, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. In an instant, a massive cloud of dust surged skyward. A vast cavalry charged forth, led by a figure clad in resplendent silver armor, wielding twin blades, appearing like an unparalleled war deity. Halt your advance. Tianya City shall not admit you. All must withdraw. Should you dare to intrude upon Tianya City, you shall face merciless execution. His countenance was icy, malevolence radiating from him as if it could engulf the void. With a roar, the countless iron steeds behind him reacted, their energy swirling, stirring up a tempest and raising a storm of sand. Was it to kill them? In the void, the Lord of Calamity, whose eyes flickered with soul fire, inquired. He was now a 6-star ancient saint, capable of annihilating this million-strong cavalry with a single strike. Hold on, Zhou Ling, accompanying this army, spoke. His presence was profound, hands clasped behind him, as myriad phenomena manifested with each step, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Do you know who we serve? Zhou Ling gazed downwards. An ancient imperial might flickering ominously, instilling terror. Anyone who dares to intrude shall meet their demise. The silver-armored man remained unfazed, his voice steady as he responded, resonating like thunder. With a thunderous sound, the pressure of supreme power erupted. Yet it was but a mere shadow compared to Zhou Ling's imperial might, dissipating in an instant. It seems you are unwilling to seize this final opportunity? Observing this scene, Zhou Ling's gaze turned even colder, his murderous intent flaring. General Chan Tao, do not panic. I have brought the army to assist you in exterminating the intruders. However, just as tensions escalated, a raucous laughter suddenly erupted from the void. Following that, the fabric of reality itself shattered. An elder emerged, behind whom Li Shuanga, adorned in a golden imperial robe, commanded a dragon carriage that glided forth. Following him was an overwhelming force of elite troops, surging like an unrelenting tsunami. Your Highness, note I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Upon seeing Li Shuanga, the silver-armored dual-blade warrior momentarily froze, then immediately bowed in greeting. The multitude of soldiers under him knelt in reverence. Long live the Emperor! Their voices boomed like thunder. Your Majesty? This left Zhou Ling, Wuga, and others in utter disbelief. Was this not a mere waste of a man, a third-tier sovereign, now the Emperor of the Jiuxiao dynasty? Chapter 31. A single palm annihilates armies, the true law of death. With a resounding roar, the Jiuxiao dynasty's tens of millions of troops assembled, clad in crimson gold battle armor, standing tall and exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was one of the direct legions of Ling Tian Imperial City, known as the Golden Flame Legion, with each soldier possessing the terrifying prowess of the Dharma realm. The 4 leaders of the Golden Flame Legion were supreme beings, nearly half saints, at ease upon witnessing the bowing figures. Li Shuangge's spirits soared. This sensation was utterly delightful. An army of millions would march at his command, and even the saintly elders were obliged to obey his orders. He was the sovereign of this realm, the master of all. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to swiftly resolve the troubles here. The elder who had accompanied Li Shuangge spoke. His eyes were closed, his holy might imposing as if he regarded Zhou Ling and the others as inconsequential. Rest assured, 6th Elder, my Golden Flame Legion is more than sufficient to sweep away all obstacles. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Li Shuangge's face. The forces of the Tianwu dynasty were nothing but a rabble. In half an hour, the Golden Flame Legion could eradicate them utterly. Is that so? Wu Ge retorted with a cold smirk, staring directly at the arrogantly confident Li Shuangge. Although I have heard of the fall of the Jiuxiao Empire, it is truly disappointing to see such a vast dynasty fall into the hands of a fool like you. Fool? Li Shuangge's expression darkened. Who do you think you are to insult me? Golden Flame Legion, listen up. Execute the enemy. Take that leader's head. I want it displayed at the borders as a warning to others. As you command. With a roar filled with rage, 30 million soldiers of the Golden Flame Legion howled in unison, gathering boundless true essence, causing the heavens to manifest a terrifying golden fire lotus that devoured the spiritual energy of the world. Kill! The 4 legion leaders spoke simultaneously, their words booming like thunder, causing vast expanses of the void to tremble. At this moment, they channeled the power of the golden fire lotus, merging the strength of the entire army into themselves, unleashing a might that rivaled that of the saints. What a terrifying assault! It seemed as if it could upend the very heavens and earth, plunging the sun and moon into darkness. How formidable! The defenders of Tianya City trembled. Their general was also a peak supreme powerhouse. Yet, against the 4 leaders of the Golden Flame Legion, he would not last 3 breaths. The power of the saints. The combined might of the 30 million soldiers had undoubtedly reached the true saintly tier, an insurmountable force for anyone below that level. It appears, the armies of the Tianwu dynasty are destined to perish here today. Enough noise. Intolerable. However, at that moment, the previously silent Lord of Calamity suddenly opened his eyes. The eerie soul fire illuminated the heavens in an instant. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming wave of dark death energy surged skyward, vaguely transforming into a towering demon, crashing down with a single palm towards the 30 million soldiers of the Golden Flame Legion. What is this? Not good. Retreat. Boom. The 4 leaders sensed the danger but had yet to react when the colossal dark hand, obscuring the sky, crashed down mercilessly. With just one strike, the entire space shattered, nearly reducing it to chaos. The 30 million soldiers could not even emit a cry before they were instantly reduced to ashes, their bones obliterated. The power of the ancient saints was terrifying beyond measure. The moment the Lord of Calamity made his move, his might shook the heavens and earth, sending shivers through all hearts. With a single palm, he obliterated an entire army of 30 million. Was it not said that the other side was merely a small nation in the Jiuzhou, with the strongest among them being at most a respected elder? Li Shuangge's mind went blank, his body trembled uncontrollably from primal fear. How utterly terrifying! The Golden Flame Legion could contend with saints, but against such a being, they could not withstand even one strike. Sixth Elder, take me away. I command you to take me away from here at once. Overwhelmed by fear, Li Shuangge stumbled backward, frantically shouting at the 6th Elder. The 6th Elder, ranked 11th on the Jiuxiao dynasty's saint list, possessed the cultivation of a 7-patterned saint. In Li Shuangge's eyes, even if he could not defeat the bizarre powerhouse, the act of fleeing was surely within reach. Your Majesty need not worry. The adversary merely harnessed a certain arcane method to utterly annihilate the Golden Flame Legion. In the hands of this old man, it remains utterly inconsequential. Nevertheless, upon hearing Li Shuangge's anxious words, the decayed sage maintained an unperturbed expression, breaking into a relaxed smile. In the next moment, he stepped forth, revealing a long staff made of willow wood in his grasp. A hum resonated as the dual essences of life and death enveloped the staff, though merely the surface of these principles. It still vastly surpassed that of an ordinary sage. Embrace death. With a low growl, the decayed wood sage propelled his staff towards the heavenly martial emperor. Instantly, the heavens and earth transformed. Dark chains, like serpents writhing, crisscrossed the sky, descending in a dense torrent. This was indeed the decayed wood sage's self-created divine ability, binding holy ghost vines. Once ensnared, one would have their vitality siphoned away by the death principle contained within, falling into oblivion in the blink of an eye. Ridiculous. Zhou Ling chuckled mockingly. The power of principles that he had yet to comprehend appeared to him as a mere child wielding a dagger. Utterly futile. What was he in his past life? Merely the emperor of the primeval calamity, who had mastered the complete control of the four great principles: death, power, flame, and thunder. Though he had lost his cultivation in this life, his understanding and application of the principles were beyond what the decayed wood sage could fathom. With a flick of his finger, Zhou Ling unleashed a wisp of gray light. Like a sharpened arrow, it tore through the air with blinding speed, traversing thousands of miles in an instant, hurtling towards the decayed wood sage. This is boom. A muffled sound echoed. The sacred staff, personally refined by the decayed wood sage, shattered into fragments in an instant. Subsequently, the gray luminescence pierced through the sage's forehead, causing his skull to explode. Not only that, but his entire physique seemed to decay in a flash, reduced to ashes as if he had never existed at all. Silence, a deathly stillness. On the side of the Jiuxiao dynasty, all were left in a state of shock. That was the sixth elder, an existence of terrifying might, ranked 11 on the sacred list, wielding the power of principles. Yet with a single move, he was slain on the spot. His many gasped in disbelief, a wave of inexorable fear surging within them. How terrifying! This. Li Shuangge's eyes were filled with incredulity, utterly aghast. The sixth elder, a dignified seven-pattern sage, was unexpectedly instantaneously annihilated by a stream of light. Chapter 32. The death of Li Shuangge, the divine tree of the nation. A nightmare? Yes, I must be ensnared in a nightmare. When I reopen my eyes, I shall surely see my beloved concubines, not this absurd battlefield on the fringes. Li Shuangge was on the brink of collapse. He murmured incessantly, as if this was the only way to alleviate the terror deep within his heart. But in the next moment, everything came to an abrupt halt. Your Majesty the Emperor is dead. Why do you continue to struggle? Even from miles away, Wu Gu still decapitated the opposing leader, raising the head aloft while proclaiming loudly. Boom! A resounding wave of sound swept across the land. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the garrison of Tianya City. The Emperor is dead? We have lost. Even the elder is no match for them. Surrender! My wife and children are all within the city. I do not wish to see them perish alongside me. After a brief silence, the ranks of several 100,000 silver-armored cavalry erupted in chaos. Casting down their weapons and kneeling before the enemy, only one named Qian Tao clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at the enemy. You refuse to surrender? Wu Gu was taken aback. They had showcased such formidable strength. Even now, when offered a chance, there were still those who chose to resist, a rare occurrence indeed. I wish to inquire, what will you do to the citizens of Tianya City after capturing it? Qian Tao removed his helmet, casting a cold gaze towards Wu Gu. His appearance was unremarkable, marred by several scars that resembled a grotesque centipede crawling across his cheek. Having guarded Tianya City for nearly a century, it had become nearly his entire existence. While this city stands, so do I. If this city falls, I shall perish. He feared not death. He simply did not wish to witness the massacre of countless innocents within Tianya City, nor see them reduced to slavery. Fear not, Wu Gu replied, dismissively glancing at Chen Tiao. To occupy a city is to claim it as part of the heavenly martial empire. To conquer a province is no different. His Majesty is benevolent and compassionate. He would never indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Only those who resist and defy shall face a bloody cleansing. Ha ha! Qian Tao laughed heartily, as if he had received a satisfactory response. I hope you shall not break your promise. Swoosh! With those words, he plunged a sword into his own neck. Blood sprayed forth. His body fell from his steed, breath extinguished. A true loyalist. Wu Gu shook his head. He had intended to recruit this man, but did not anticipate that he would ultimately choose to take his own life. He would rather die than serve another. Ensure he is buried properly. The rest of the army follow me into the city. After issuing a few commands to his subordinates, Wu Ge called forth his forces to continue their advance, truly stepping into the territory of the Zhou dynasty. 4 days later, within the Nine Dragons Hall of the Heavenly Martial Empire. Report, Your Majesty, we have received continuous good news from the front lines. Starting from Lianzhou, our imperial army has engulfed 7 provinces of the Zhou dynasty, seizing thousands of strongholds. A member of the Black Dragon Guard spoke with fervor, delivering the joyful tidings. Ha ha! Excellent! Let us maintain this momentum. The annihilation of the Zhou dynasty is merely the beginning of our control over the eastern domain. The Emperor, Chu Yi, laughed heartily, feeling gratified. The Heavenly Martial Empire was destined to rise with great force. Heavenly Martial Empire, Empire Range, 16 provinces, population, exceeding 1 trillion, with the strongest being an 8-star ancient saint, Titan, Ias. Current dynasty fortune points, 30 million, daily fortune points earned, 5,000, based on empire range, population, and cultivation level. System rating, level 4 nation, possessing a certain reputation, beginning to command the respect of other nations. Scanning the current status of the empire. Chu Yi smiled, nodding in satisfaction. 30 million fortune points. This was sufficient for him to further strengthen the empire and expedite the conquest of other nations. Without hesitation, he immediately entered the fortune point marketplace. What is this, however? Upon entering the marketplace, the first item that appeared before Chu Yi was a card shrouded in shadow. Mysterious card lottery. One could obtain powerful beings from all realms, imperial constructions, or even certain special grand prizes. Price: 1 million fortune points per attempt. The lottery. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. The price of 1 million fortune points per attempt was quite steep. Yet, seeing the mention of grand prizes in the description, he gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. Luck is not too shabby. Chu Yi propped his chin, secretly contemplating. Could this card lottery assist me in reclaiming my former peak? He directly chose to purchase an opportunity. The shadow within the card dispersed like smoke, revealing a light purple hue. Epic item. Evergreen Divine Tree, capable of enhancing the fortune of the land in which it is planted, providing an intangible protection and increasing the probability of the birth of a fortune child. A divine tree that enhances the empire's fortune. Chu Ye's eyes sparkled. The potential of a fortune child was boundless. If the empire could give birth to numerous fortune children, it would indeed be a remarkable event. He promptly extracted it from the system space and planted it in the central region of the imperial capital. Boom! In an instant, a towering ancient tree shot up from the ground. It grew at a visibly frenetic pace, and within mere breaths, its canopy had already overshadowed a 1,000-mile expanse, enveloping the entire imperial capital in lush greenery. It exuded boundless vitality. What a colossal tree! Could this be the work of His Majesty? Is it the legendary divine tree of the nation? Within the imperial capital, countless citizens looked on in awe. Although they had long grown accustomed to the emperor's methods, they could not help but be astonished. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of auspicious peace, and standing beneath the giant tree, the cultivation bottlenecks that had long plagued them began to dissolve. This was indeed a true divine wood, the legendary divine tree of the nation, known only from tales. This ancient tree seems to possess some consciousness. Just as the many citizens were marveling, Chu Yi suddenly noticed that from within the evergreen divine tree, there was a faint consciousness expressing a desire for submission towards him. Interesting, a smile crept across Chu Ye's face as he gathered boundless life energy with a flick of his fingers. Infusing it into the divine tree, boom! The giant tree began to grow once more, its branches and leaves flourishing, a fragrant aroma permeating the air, resembling a celestial scene. An arcane rhythm gradually emerged from the trunk. Amidst the countless green leaves, patterns appeared, reminiscent of the legendary leaves of enlightenment. Your Majesty? Upon witnessing this, the powerful figures within the Nine Dragons Hall raised their heads in curiosity, gazing at Chu Yi. I am nurturing a deity, Chu Yi explained with a gentle smile. His purpose was simple, to allow the evergreen divine tree to grow and thrive alongside the heavenly martial empire. Ultimately, to become a magnificent entity akin to the world tree, or even the divine trees of the heavens. Chapter 33. 10 consecutive draws, the eternal dragon of hunting deities. This card lottery is rather splendid. Upon my initial purchase, it has granted me such a divine artifact. Beneath the verdant canopy of the evergreen tree, not only did the numerous powerful figures of the imperial capital feel invigorated, but even Chu Yi found his mind clear and thoughts unclouded. In an unseen manner, the fortune of the entire empire was fortified, growing ever more robust. Let us continue the draws. After surveying the divine tree, Chu Yi once again immersed his consciousness into the sea of knowledge. Commencing the next round of card draws, he proceeded with 10 draws in a single motion. With a thought, the cards cascaded down like a flowing river, in an instant, white and blue lights intertwined. Yet there was no appearance of the faint purple glow reminiscent of the evergreen tree. Ordinary power, the uncrowned King Qin, a supreme being from another world, yet in the chaotic continent. He could only be considered of mid-tier strength, akin to that of a half-step saint. Upon revealing the first card, Chu Yi instantly beheld a figure bathed in blood-red lightning, akin to a thunder god descending, surrounded by flickering electric serpents. This was an entity that had stepped into the pinnacle of the world. Though not comparable to the upper echelons of the chaotic continent, he had nonetheless emerged from countless beings. Achieving the status of supreme existence, the Imperial Capital's patrol team was still shorthanded. Thus, let this individual serve as their captain. After a brief contemplation, Chu Yi resolved to appoint him as the leader of the patrol squad to maintain the basic order of the Imperial Capital. Next came the second card. Rare building puppet fusion hall, capable of producing millions of puppets daily, with a diverse range of classifications, suitable for combat, repairs, and various defenses. Its effects are straightforward and brutal, gaining 1 million puppets in just one day, tirelessly cultivating wasteland for the Empire, serving as battlefield fodder, or excavating mines for spiritual veins. Chu Yi felt exceedingly satisfied with this item, and in the future, he could upgrade the building to unlock even more formidable puppets. Continuing on, rare building alchemy tower comes with numerous top-tier alchemists, enabling ordinary citizens to become alchemists through learning, even those lacking talent. Ordinary item spirit gathering sacred fruit. Consuming it allows mortals to ascend to supremacy in a day. But for those above the saint realm, it merely serves as a garnish rare. Soon, the 10 cards were drawn completely, millions of fortune points flowed away like water, yet Chu Yi's expression turned somewhat grim. This caused a shudder among the ministers of the Nine-Dragon Hall, uncertain as to why their sovereign was displeased. Not a single epic card. Although rare and ordinary items possess high efficacy, providing significant aid to the heavenly martial empire, these ultimately remain the most basic entities within the card pool. They did not even touch upon the realm of true treasures. I refuse to believe this. Let us continue with another 10 draws. At this moment, Chu Yi was becoming somewhat intoxicated. He could hardly accept that his luck was so dismal. Boom. In an instant, the 10 cards were unveiled in the central area. A blazing golden light erupted, causing Chu Yi's heart to surge with joy. Golden. Above epic, a legendary system item. This was more precious than the evergreen ancient tree, a divine artifact worth billions of fortune points. Legendary creature God-slaying ancient dragon hatchling. The God-slaying ancient dragon, one of the primordial fearsome beasts recorded in the annals of creation, it feeds on deities, devouring stars and countless universes. Only one can be born in immeasurable epochs. A supreme existence comparable to the ancestor dragon. Additionally, it possesses a special effect. When the host departs the empire alongside the god-slaying ancient dragon, within 100,000 miles of the dragon, the host can enjoy the perfect enhancement of the heavenly dominion. What a profit! This is an extraordinary gain. Silently reviewing the introduction of the god-slaying ancient dragon, Chu Yi was overjoyed, sweeping away his previous displeasure. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying fissure spread across the sky of the imperial capital. A gigantic, mountain-sized black dragon claw emerged, and merely its dragon might cause the space to shatter, disintegrating into the most primal particles of nothingness. The god-slaying ancient dragon hatchling has arrived. Whoosh! Chu Yi's figure flickered, and in an instant, he stepped into the void. He gazed upward at the colossal dragon, whose presence caused the heavens to tremble, a size so immense it was beyond imagination. Is this a hatchling? Even having prepared himself mentally, upon witnessing such a massive dragon form, Chu Yi could not help but feel his pupils constrict. This juvenile god-slaying ancient dragon is likely a staggering 100,000 miles long. Just a portion of its body extending out obscured vast stretches of the void. Its scales are as black as ink, seemingly forged from obsidian, shimmering with divine radiance, filled with boundless terrifying dragon might. When its head fully emerged from the void fissure, Chuyi finally beheld the dragon in its entirety. It was simply beyond description. Compared to the dragons of the chaotic continent, it was as if they were mere elongated worms. Diminutive to the point of insignificance, its colossal body coiled in the sky, as if holding up the heavens, spanning across the horizon. In its cold, merciless eyes, which harbored destruction and slaughter, there lay an infinite disdain. As though a celestial deity gazed down upon the mortal realm, my lord. The thought resonated, the immense dragon head slightly bowed, whispering towards Chuyi. This dragon, akin to a deity, had actually been claimed as a spirit pet by His Majesty. In an instant, numerous powerful figures of the imperial capital were struck with astonishment, scarcely daring to believe their eyes. When the dragon arrived, they had presumed that the imperial capital was on the brink of a great battle. Perhaps even believing that their sovereign could scarcely contend with such a being. Yet unexpectedly, the entity had long been subdued by their sovereign, recognizing him as its master. Indeed. Chuyi responded calmly, having naturally noticed the astonishment and confusion of the ministers. Yet at this moment, he had no intention of elucidating anything to them. Instead, he directly turned his gaze towards the system panel of the God-slaying ancient dragon. God-slaying ancient dragon, age 876W, hatchling, equivalent to a human age of 1, cultivation, equivalent to the host, laws, origin destruction, origin devouring, origin nothingness, innate powers, God hunter, possesses absolute suppression over naturally born deities, can suppress over 80 of their power, master of chaotic destruction. He is the supreme master of destruction. All realms serve as sustenance, innately controlling the most fundamental laws of destruction. True dragon blood possesses the most ancient bloodline of the dragon race, on par with the ancestor dragon. Note, the aforementioned powers, laws, and the host can be perfectly shared. The god-slaying ancient dragon cannot be counted as a citizen of the empire. The system's designation for it resembles that of a spirit pet mount that shares the same life and death with oneself. Possessing completely equivalent cultivation, Buzz, a formless entity, within which a dark-hued fire lotus began to materialize, slowly manifested in Chuyi's hand. This was the embodiment of the power of the law of destruction. Merely this fire lotus-like light could obliterate 1,000,000 miles of the earth. Although the acquisition of the god-slaying ancient dragon did not result in a significant surge in Chuyi's cultivation, it undoubtedly enhanced his true combat power by several dozen times, allowing this entity to leave the empire's confines while still retaining the power of the heavenly dominion. Excellent. Gently stroking the colossal dragon head as massive as a mountain, Chuyi felt elated and declared, "From now on, you shall be named God-slaying. I eagerly anticipate the day we together slay the myriad celestial beings. Yes, my lord." God-slaying once more bowed its head, visibly diminishing in size before coiling upon Chuyi's shoulder. It was born from chaos, and all beings with consciousness feared it. Only today had it finally found the figure that felt exceedingly familiar to it, the one with whom it had shared eternity. Its master. Chapter 34. The Holy Sect's Council, the target of slaughter. Chuyi, meanwhile, at the Nine Heavens dynasty, the Heavenly Law Holy Sect. Within the grand hall of the sect, various esteemed families, sects, and even powerful members of the royal family gathered. All wearing somber expressions, their hearts heavy in just a few short days, facing the fierce offensive of the heavenly martial empire. 7 states within the dynasty had fallen. The crown prince had perished on the battlefield. And despite 3 venerable ones going to the front lines for support, they too fell in mere moments, unable to alter the situation in the slightest. Among the opposing generals, there undoubtedly existed beings above the saint level. Ancient saints. The sect master of the Heavenly Law Holy Sect sat at the head, gazing down at the assembly. After a long silence, he finally uttered with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. After days of battle, they were all too aware of the disparity in strength between themselves and the enemy, let alone the prowess of their generals, who could instantly slay saints. Even the most basic of soldiers possessed celestial realm cultivation, utterly overwhelming the Nine Heavens dynasty. Faced with such a force, the dynasty's downfall seemed all but inevitable. A profound sense of helplessness and sorrow enveloped all present. Just days prior, they had been embroiled in internal strife over the struggle for imperial power. Yet now, due to the empire's precarious situation, they were compelled to gather here to discuss strategies for national salvation. I have heard that the army of the heavenly martial empire treats defectors kindly. They have never engaged in city slaughter. If the sect does not interfere, they also would not particularly trouble us. Perhaps we should express our submission to the heavenly martial empire. This way, we may preserve our lives and retain the legacy of our sect. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in green rose slowly, proposing in a measured tone, "Absurd. Sect Master Qingshan, are you perhaps a coward? To demand my surrender. Bah, I would rather meet my demise in but an instant." His words ignited a tempest of outrage within the hall. The individuals present, at the very least, were heads of esteemed clans, wielding powers above the supreme realm, commanding boundless authority. To ask such revered beings to capitulate? Utterly inconceivable. Sighing, Sect Master Qingshan settled back into his seat, no longer broaching the matter, yet his gaze flickered, lost in unspoken contemplation. The calamity of the dynasty, perhaps? From behind the dais, the ancient and nearly decrepit Grand Elder of the Celestial Law Sacred Sect spoke. In that moment, all eyes within the hall converged upon this venerable figure, the most esteemed presence in the Nine Heavens dynasty. Having survived nearly 7 millennia, he was a direct disciple of the sect's founder. A witness to the rise and fall of countless powers through the ages. Now, having lived in seclusion for a millennium, his sudden appearance in the hall brought a flicker of hope to the hearts of the assembly. Whispering of a possible glimmer of survival, could it be that he had the support of an ancient sage? The Grand Elder approached the upper chamber, prompting the sect master of celestial law to respectfully yield his position and stand by his side. His murky eyes, seemingly filled with the weight of eternity, swept over the assembly as he inquired, "Do you have evidence?" Naturally, a nobleman spoke, his demeanor tinged with reverence as he produced a projection spirit stone, causing an image to manifest in the air above the hall. "Kill." The image depicted the vast army of the Nine Heavens dynasty charging forward. Above, 3 great offerings and several noblemen unleashed their power, causing the very heavens to tremble. In that scene, over 7 saints gathered, their divine might overwhelming the sky. The very image seemed to shudder. Yet, alongside the roar of countless furious dragons, a towering figure surged into the void, engaging in fierce battle with the 7 saints amidst the clouds. Boom! In mere moments, 7 fractured corpses plummeted from the skies, crashing into the depths of the earth. Then, the image shattered. Following this, another enemy commander unleashed their power, annihilating 70 to 80% of our army. Ultimately, all were laid to rest. The nobleman's heart grew heavy. Among the fallen saints, one shared a deep connection with him, and now, with their demise, he felt profound sorrow. Indeed, they were beings above the ancient sages. The Grand Elder's gaze became entranced as he observed the figure that had soared into the clouds, murmuring to himself, "The chasm between sages and ancient sages, though merely a single character apart, was as vast as the heavens, incomparable to ordinary realms he had cultivated for 7 millennia. Yet now he stood merely on the cusp of ancient sagehood, with his lifespan drawing to a close. Should he fail to break through, death would be his only fate. He could only rely on this artifact in the old man's hands. It had been passed down for thousands of years, and the time had come to unleash its power. A piece of obsidian jade suddenly materialized in the Grand Elder's hand. "What is this?" The assembly was puzzled, as they were entirely unfamiliar with the insignia upon the token, having no prior knowledge of it. "This is a death decree, capable of unconditionally summoning the heavenly Tao Pavilion to assassinate a single individual," the Grand Elder elucidated, his murky eyes now shimmering with cold light. The heavenly Tao Pavilion, one of the 3 major assassin forces in the Eastern Domain. With the appropriate price paid, even a Saint King could be slain. The death decree in his hand held immeasurable value, acquired from the relics by the sect's ancestor, passed down to the present. The Tianwu Empire, once merely a small nation, now boasted such a multitude of powerful beings, the reason undoubtedly stemming from the figure of the Tianwu Emperor. Capture the thief, first capture the king. Even if the Nine Heavens dynasty were to perish, This old man shall see the Tianwu Emperor fall on the spot. The Grand Elder's gaze was icy, his voice laced with a chilling, killing intent, as if he were prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Tianwu Empire. Crack! Without hesitation, he crushed the death decree of the heavenly Dao Pavilion, channeling a fragment of spiritual power to relay the target of this assassination, the current ruler of the Tianwu Empire, Chu Yi. Chapter 35. The Child of Fortune from Lu Zhou. In the Eastern Domain, the far northern expanse, hundreds of states distant from the Tianwu Empire, mortals would find it nearly impossible to tread upon this land in their lifetimes. Majestic mountains stood tall, shrouded in mist. A streak of light darted from the distance, swiftly traversing the void, seemingly entering another realm entirely. Space rippled, revealing a hidden world within, rich in spiritual energy, with countless palaces suspended in midair. This was the concealed headquarters of the heavenly Dao Pavilion in the Eastern Domain, a realm unto itself, known to few for millennia. The heavenly death decree activated, the streak of light ultimately entered a central hall, as if transmitting information before dissipating. Concurrently, a figure cloaked in black gradually rose, dark eyes glimmering as he ambled towards the hall's exit. The heavenly death decree commands the heavenly Dao Pavilion to dispatch a sequence-level assassin, flawlessly and precisely achieving the designated target. Since its establishment a millennium ago, no sequence-level assassin of the heavenly Dao Pavilion had ever failed a mission, even if it meant exchanging their life. They would ensure the target of the death decree was slain, and the target is merely the ruler of a lower-tier nation. Information surged into his mind. The figure in black raised his head, revealing a visage seemingly stitched together countless times, resembling a ghastly apparition. Intriguing, he was the master of the heavenly Dao Pavilion, the foremost assassin of Sequence One, who had slain ancient sovereigns and divine scions alike. Among the powerful of the Eastern Domain, he was revered as the King of Heavenly Punishment, a true harbinger of death. The voice of the King of Heavenly Punishment was hoarse and deep, carrying an enigmatic tone. Every assassin within the heavenly Dao Pavilion would never underestimate any target, regardless of how insignificant their status might be. There were no exceptions, for, should a mission fail, it would signify an eternal descent into the abyss for these blood-soaked assassins. Opportunities are always singular. The higher the rank of the assassin, the more they comprehend this truth. Point 13. The King of Heavenly Punishment spoke indifferently, casually calling out into the void. Pavilion Master. Immediately, a cold voice emerged from the shadows. A human silhouette gradually materialized, revealing one of the highest-ranking sequence-level assassins within the heavenly Dao Pavilion, the 13th in rank. You have recently broken through to the 8-star Ancient Sage. This death decree is now entrusted to you. Consider it a practice run, but do not underestimate any adversary. The King of Heavenly Punishment did not turn his head. With a thought, he transmitted information regarding the Tianwu Empire and Chu Yi to the latter. Issuing commands. Sequence Level Assassin, 13. In the assassination realm, he was also known as the Death Sword 13, mastering a fragmentary imperial sword technique, the Death Sword, 13. Under the 13 strikes, either the enemy perishes, or the swordsman's soul returns to the netherworld. Yes, upon hearing the words of the King of Heavenly Punishment, the silhouette in darkness transformed into a wisp of shadow, vanishing in an instant, departing for unknown destinations. He cared not for the identity of this decree's master, nor did he concern himself with the interests entangled in this mission. Only slaughter, that was his sole vocation, named 13, Sequence 13. When the 13 swords fall, even gods and demons shall perish. Time flowed on. 7 days later, within the Tianwu imperial capital, Your Majesty, the Nine Heavens dynasty has suffered a catastrophic defeat. Our imperial army has now occupied 28 states, slaying a total of 12 powerful saints in the Nine Dragons Hall. Chu Yi listened intently to the reports from his ministers below. Gazing at the system panel, the total number of imperial fortune points had surged once more, reaching a staggering 170 million. Indeed, only through warfare and the plundering of foreign territories could one's own strength and that of the empire rapidly flourish. The Nine Heavens dynasty, it seems, will soon be unable to withstand another few days. Before succumbing entirely to my imperial forces and vanishing into oblivion, on the dragon throne, Chu Yi propped his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the next target of conquest for the empire. Your Majesty, I too have matters to report. As the minister who had conveyed the frontline news spoke, Yun Su, the head of the Tianwu Academy, also knelt down. Speak. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to rise and speak freely. Yun Su, the head of the Tianwu Academy, had initially possessed only peak supreme realm cultivation, but as the academy grew, so did his power, now reaching the level of 9 pattern sage. Your Majesty, yesterday I received news from the Lu Zhou branch. A youth, once a genius of the city, has arrived after being rejected in marriage, but for reasons unknown, his cultivation has plummeted. Yun Su's expression was grave, yet the surrounding ministers were perplexed, entirely unaware of the significance of this youth. Oh! Chu Ye's interest was piqued instantly. He had previously instructed Yun Su to pay close attention to individuals who had faced misfortunes along their journey, those who appeared to be failures. The reason was simple. The likelihood of such individuals being the children of fortune was exceedingly high. They must be firmly grasped within the Empire's fold, offered generous treatment, and enticed to enter the Tianwu Academy. What is this youth's name? Responding to Your Majesty, he is named Mu Yin. Yun Su replied respectfully to Mu Yin, the young master of the Mu clan from Zhoushan City. Possessing extraordinary talents, Mu Yin was betrothed to the sole daughter of the illustrious Shangguan family from a young age, a union that was once celebrated throughout the city. However, in recent years, he suddenly lost all his cultivation and underwent a drastic change in temperament, becoming the subject of ridicule and scorn throughout the city. The Shangguan family's daughter, filled with regret, also called off the engagement and personally visited him to deliver scathing insults before ultimately departing with a frivolous young man. Overwhelmed by relentless blows to his spirit, Mu Yin chose to leave the Mu family and sought to enroll in a branch of the Tianwu Academy. Based on my understanding of the fated Sons of Fortune, this individual must be remarkable, destined for greatness in the future. After hearing the complete report from Yun Su, Chu Yi could not help but laugh heartily, convinced that Mu Yin was indeed a child of destiny with boundless potential. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I left the imperial capital. Come, I shall personally travel to Liuzhou to witness the extraordinary abilities of this fated son. With a command from Chu Yi, all ministers, guards, and maidservants within the Golden Luan Hall responded in unison. Boom! In less than half an hour, a massive palanquin soared into the sky, its overwhelming presence enveloping the entire imperial capital. The emperor has arrived. Amidst a chorus of astonished voices, the entire imperial capital erupted into a frenzy, and as the palanquin passed, countless figures knelt in reverence. However, once the dragon carriage vanished from the heavens, not far from the imperial capital, a seemingly ordinary old farmer laboring slowly in the fields raised his head. Within his murky eyes flickered a hidden murderous intent. Has he finally departed? The existence safeguarding the imperial capital is beyond imagination. If this person remains entrenched in his ways, I fear I shall have no chance of success. This old farmer is none other than Jian Shi-san, who has already infiltrated the Tianwu Empire. By altering his appearance and aura, he seamlessly integrated into this village, observing every movement within the imperial capital. With years of experience as a killer, Jian Shi-san sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from the capital. Although there was no unusual aura leaking, an instinctual voice warned him that if he recklessly stepped inside, it would be certain death. Therefore, he chose to temporarily lie low outside the capital, concealing his identity and patiently waiting for a flaw in the Tianwu Emperor's defenses to reveal itself. Initially, he believed this waiting period would be lengthy, perhaps spanning over a decade. Yet, unexpectedly, in just a few days, the Tianwu Emperor chose to leave the confines of the capital, granting him his first opportunity to strike. He aimed to achieve a single fatal blow. If that failed, he would unleash 13 strikes without hesitation, willing to sacrifice everything to eliminate his target. Jian Shi-san murmured to himself, gazing in the direction the dragon carriage had taken, a glimmer of coldness surfacing in his eyes. Through these days of observation, he understood that the Tianwu Emperor was no ordinary figure. He commanded ancient saints as subjects, incomparable to any common power. This mission was fraught with peril, and his opportunity was but a singular chance. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, torrential rain poured down, drenching Jian Shi-san, accompanied by a flash of lightning that illuminated the heavens. His figure vanished, as if he had never existed. Chapter 36. The Ascendant Child of Fortune, the Murderous Intent in the Shadows. Liuzhou, branch of the Tianwu Academy. The news of the Tianwu Emperor's impending arrival quickly spread throughout the branch, igniting cheers of joy among countless students who rushed to the square to prepare for the sovereign's arrival. The Tianwu Emperor, you say? Among the crowd, a slender youth with a refined appearance and a resolute glint in his eyes murmured. He was Mu Yin, the young master of the Mu family from Zhoushan City. Once a prodigy, he had now become the target of ridicule and endured endless humiliation. Having heard that this emperor had bided his time for many years, ultimately slaying various kings to reclaim his imperial authority, Mu Yin recalled that the Tianwu Academy was founded by this very emperor, ruler of unparalleled skill. Reflecting on the myriad rumors surrounding Chu Yi, Mu Yin felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, as a young man, he was undeniably curious about the grandeur of such an extraordinary emperor. Not only Mu Yin, but most students within the branch shared the same sentiment. Filled with excitement and longing, look, the emperor's dragon carriage approaches. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd, and everyone looked up in unison. In the distance, a brilliant light surged into the sky, followed by a deafening roar of a dragon, shaking the very ground of Liuzhou, throwing the laws of nature into disarray. To everyone's astonishment, a terrifying dragon shadow obscured the sky, as a palanquin adorned with a golden glow traversed the heavens. Drawn by the majestic dragon, coming to a halt above the square, boom! In that instant, an endless surge of spiritual energy flowed into the palanquin, transforming into a radiant light that enveloped all directions. As the brilliance diffused, a towering figure clad in a black gold imperial robe, crowned with a diadem and adorned with a pendant of 9 dragons, slowly descended from the palanquin. The moment he set foot on the ground, an imperial majesty that could suppress all under heaven swept forth, leaving everyone pale and breathless. Your Majesty has arrived. In an instant, all present bowed in reverence, their voices resounding through the heavens. Rise. Chu Yi surveyed the crowd with an air of indifference, his voice calm and deep, akin to an unfathomable abyss, leaving others unable to gauge his thoughts. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone stood, their gazes filled with reverence, cautiously looking up at the Supreme Emperor at this moment. However, Chu Yi had already found his target. He promptly opened the system panel of the individual before him. Name, Mu Yin. Identity, student of Tianwu Academy. Branch, ascendant child of fortune. Cultivation, body refinement realm. Third stage, fortune opportunities. Protected by the remnant soul of the peak emperor, the prisoner of heaven, and will soon inherit the legacy of the ancient divine king. Future achievements are extremely high. Becoming an emperor is merely the beginning. If the host cannot compel loyalty from him, and he harbors animosity, it is advised to eliminate him swiftly. Current relationship, 100, respect, as expected. Upon seeing the resplendent panel before him, Chu Yi could not help but smile, affirming that his suspicions were indeed correct. This Mu Yin was no ordinary child of fortune. In the future, he could even transcend the Chaos Continent, achieving the status of an unparalleled divine king. The branch could not possess the effect of allegiance to the imperial court. He must be incorporated into the true Tianwu Academy. Chu Yi pondered. But another question arose in his mind. Once Mu Yin entered the academy, his loyalty would be maximized. However, what of the remnant soul of the old man within him? Ding, the host need not worry. As long as Mu Yin joins the Tianwu Academy, the prisoner of heaven will become a member of your imperial court. The system promptly responded, easing Chu Ye's concerns. After all, he could not allow a peak emperor, even a remnant soul, to exist unchecked within the imperial capital. Who could say for certain that he lacked any hidden trump cards from his past? Only through caution could one remain invulnerable. With this thought, Chu Yi smiled and addressed Mu Yin. Mu Yin, I wish to have you enter the main Tianwu Academy for training, enjoying the privileges of a top-tier student. Are you willing to accept? What? Who is Mu Yin, that he merits a personal invitation from the emperor? The laughingstock of Zhoushan City. Why does the emperor pay him any mind? In an instant, as Chu Ye's words fell, a tempest of astonishment surged through the crowd. Countless eyes fixated on Mu Yin, awe and envy filling their gazes. It must be known that once one entered the main Tianwu Academy, there was a chance to study under a sage and even be summoned personally by the emperor. Possessing the opportunity to ascend to the divine hall in a single leap, and now, The emperor had invited Mu Yin to enter the main academy. This was enough to drive them nearly insane with envy. I doubt I must have misheard. The emperor is actually inviting me to join the main academy? Even having weathered numerous storms, Mu Yin was momentarily rendered speechless, his mind racing, uncertain of how to respond in Mu Yin. Hurry and accept. This is the emperor's personal decree, allowing you to become a core student of the Tianwu Academy. The branch director, seeing this, hastened to remind him, fearing that Mu Yin might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your Majesty, I accept. Regaining his composure, Mu Yin stammered slightly before promptly kneeling in respect. Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting me this opportunity. In the future, I shall strive to serve the imperial court to the best of my abilities. His heart raced wildly, almost believing he was in a dream, unable to comprehend the honor bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, the others around him, despite their deep-seated jealousy, dared not act out before Chu Yi. They could only cast envious glances at Mu Yin, inwardly cursing his sheer luck. Ha ha. Indeed, it pleases me that you have such aspirations. Chu Yi nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. As for you all, since I am here today, I shall bestow upon you a little stroke of fortune. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Yi casually waved his hand, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of the vast expanse, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, converged as if stirred by divine might, causing the clouds in the sky to tremble with an inexplicable majesty. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy concentration of this branch academy surged dramatically, nearly rivaling that of a blessed realm. Thick enough to almost turn into mist, with just a flick of his wrist, he had fashioned a genuine paradise for cultivation. The means of his majesty truly transcended the realm of mere mortals. The onlookers in the academy were once again struck with awe, especially the dean, who was so overwhelmed with emotion that he repeatedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming his thanks for his majesty's grace. He understood profoundly that from this day forth, the status of this branch academy would ascend to unprecedented heights, becoming a renowned sanctuary for cultivation, second only to the main academy, and even celebrated throughout the imperial capital. There is no need for excessive formalities. I merely acted on a whim, Chu Yi remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet, to the ears of others, it ignited a fervent wave of excitement. With a mere gesture, he had created a holy ground for cultivation. Such was the majesty of the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. If, in the future, one could attain such celestial prowess, what a magnificent scene that would be! In that moment, regardless of gender, every face was ablaze with fervor and longing. The opportunity had arrived, however, at that moment of reverence, from the shadow cast by a colossal tree at the edge of the square. A flash of sword light surged forth, charging directly towards Chu Yi. Chapter 37. The sword of death erupts, an indomitable void barrier. In that instant, layers of space shattered, and a chilling sword light, brimming with lethal intent, hurtled toward him. It seemed as though in the next moment, it would sever Chu Yi's head from his shoulders, with no room for doubt. The sudden turn of events sent a jolt of fear through everyone present. Boom! Just as the sword light was about to reach Chu Yi, the void twisted. It formed an invisible barrier, forcefully intercepting the attack. Bang! The clash of two forces erupted, producing a visible shockwave that swept across the heavens. Crack! In an instant, the hard stone surface was riddled with cracks, and the entire square trembled violently as if it were on the brink of collapse. Retreat! The students cried out in alarm, hastily withdrawing to avoid being caught in the chaos. Meanwhile, the dean of the branch academy was filled with terror, trembling as he gazed toward the direction of the incoming sword light. An assassin! His Majesty was actually ambushed by an unknown assailant within his own Liuzhou branch? An assassin of ancient saintly cultivation? Who sent you here? At that moment, Chu Yi, the targeted victim, maintained an air of calm indifference, coldly observing the attacker. A figure cloaked in a black robe, wielding a sword, appeared before him. The figure was not particularly large or robust, appearing somewhat gaunt. The piercing gaze emanating from beneath the robe felt as cold as that of a venomous serpent, locking onto Chu Yi with unwavering intensity. Umph! The figure in black let out a low grunt, seemingly unwilling to exchange even a word with Chu Yi. Gathering power in his sword, he abruptly raised it and struck again. Sword of Death. 13. Each strike would unleash a cumulative burst of the previous one's power. Should he wield it to its ultimate expression, the magnified force would reach an astounding 4,096 times that of the first sword. With a single stroke, he could annihilate the heavens and earth, burying gods and vanquishing demons. At this moment, the second sword of Sword 13 was swiftly unleashed, its power evidently magnified compared to its predecessor. Boom! The sword light collided with the void barrier once more. This time, it failed to produce even the slightest ripple, being utterly devoured and dissolved by the intangible void. The fundamental laws of the void. One of the powers shared between Chu Yi and the ancient dragon of annihilation, it could harness the silent void, transforming it into the sharpest blade or the sturdiest shield. With Chu Yi's current cultivation at the Sacred King level, the solidity of this void barrier was likely beyond the reach of even an ordinary quasi-emperor, who could only struggle in vain. This sword is its power elevated, a commendable technique. Sensing the accumulating force within the sword light, Chu Yi retracted his hand, which had been poised to obliterate the attacker with a mere gesture. His gaze revealed a hint of intrigue as he pondered the limits of the opponent's technique and how much it could potentially breach his void barrier. Damn it! Not even the second sword could inflict any harm upon him. Sword 13 retreated, his grip on the sword still gathering strength, as he gazed at the calm figure standing like a towering mountain. An ominous premonition welled up within him. The second sword was equivalent to a full-force eruption from two 8-star ancient saints. Even a peak ancient saint could face peril if caught off guard. He did not aim to slay his opponent with this strike. Yet now, to find that he could not even breach the opponent's defenses left him feeling like a foolish jester. Look, that assassin is utterly incapable of breaking through His Majesty's defenses. Indeed, His Majesty's divine might is beyond the reach of this mere assassin. Ha! To even think of assassinating His Majesty, utterly ignorant of the heavens and the earth. A self-destructive fool. Should we uncover who sent this assassin, His Majesty would undoubtedly seek retribution. After a brief moment of shock, the students who had retreated began to murmur amongst themselves, ridiculing the black-robed assassin. The Tianwu Emperor is the true embodiment of authority in the dynasty. He is the only supreme being within the empire, the master of all. How could such a minor character dare to offend him? Such ignorance of the heavens and the earth. To dare attack His Majesty today, this person, even if their entire clan were obliterated 100 times over, could never atone for their heinous crime. A sin deserving of death, sword of death. The third, Sword 13 paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd. As an assassin, his focus remained solely on the mission at hand, to eliminate the target. With a roar, he swung his sword, unleashing the third strike. The heavens themselves trembled as dark clouds gathered and thunder roared. The power of this third cumulative strike surpassed that of the previous two, reaching 4 times the strength of the first sword. Even a well-known peak ancient saint would find it challenging to endure. Of course, wielding this sword came at a cost. From the third sword of death onward, each strike would exact a toll on the wielder's lifespan. The final 13th sword would draw upon the essence of the soul. When the sword fell, so too would the wielder perish. The power of this sword was now approaching the realm of half-step sacred kings. It was still far from sufficient. Swish, in the face of this sword, Chu Yi merely waved his hand. The seemingly tangible sword light shattered like a mirror, ultimately dissipating into countless specks of light. Sword of death. The fourth, Sword 13 showed no signs of halting his assault. He moved with an uncanny grace, akin to a specter, flickering about with frenetic speed. His sword danced in the air, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy that tore through the skies, raining down upon Chu Yi. Amongst the myriad ordinary sword lights, there lurked a hidden strike of Sword of Death, attempting to catch Chu Yi off guard and slay him on the spot. Foolishness! Boom! Chu Yi's gaze was cold and indifferent, his imperial might suppressing all before him. With a mere word, the myriad sword lights were instantly obliterated, as if they were mere ephemeral dreams, effortlessly vanishing. You are the first to dare strike at me, therefore, to commend your boundless courage, I shall grant you an opportunity. He took a step forward, like a deity overlooking the heavens, gazing down upon Sword 13. Struggle all you wish. I shall bear witness to the fading of your life. Arrogance. Upon hearing Chu Yi's domineering words, Sword 13's eyes stirred with a ripple of anger. From the beginning to the end? The other party had not regarded him in the slightest. Struggle? Then allow me to show you the ultimate power of the Sword of Death. Buzz. The black robe billowed, the fabric rustling in the wind as an overwhelming intent surged into the sky. Enveloping the entire realm. In that instant, Sword 13 seemed to merge with the sword in his hand. Every movement summoned a torrent of sword energy that tore through the layers of space. In that moment, the world changed color. Sword 13 transformed into the supreme sovereign of the sword path. He stood firm, his aura surging to the pinnacle of ancient saint level. Even more powerful, Sword of Death, the fifth. Boom! In the next moment, his form shot forth like lightning, moving at a speed beyond comprehension, bearing an immense killing intent that bore down upon Chuyi. The fifth sword amplified its power to an astonishing 16 times that of the first. Die? Sword 13 bellowed, raising his arm as he slashed down with the sword. Sizzle! The pitch-black sword scar rent the heavens, plunging the world into darkness. This strike was truly the apex. Any being below the sacred king would surely be reduced to blood, mist, and ash with the slightest misstep. Yet before Chuyi, it remained utterly insignificant. Chapter 38. The final sword, Chuyi's astonishment. Bang. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, not even a flicker of emotion crossing his brow. As the ferocious sword strike descended, it collided violently with the spatial barrier surrounding him. The sound echoed with a thunderous boom. In the aftermath, a figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, spitting blood profusely. His entire aura diminished. Astonishingly, it was Jian Shursan who suffered from the backlash of his own power, sustaining grave injuries. Yet, at this moment, the spatial barrier around Chuyi remained utterly undisturbed, showing not the slightest effect from that earth-shattering sword strike. Hiss! A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the onlookers, their faces pale with shock and disbelief. Just how terrifying was that sword light? In that fleeting instant of its release, they even believed that the entirety of Liuzhou would be laid to waste beneath its blade, annihilating countless miles of land. However, even such a fearsome blow, when it struck beside the emperor, seemed to vanish like a drop in the ocean, failing to stir the slightest ripple. Just how powerful had the emperor become? Had he ascended to the legendary realm of the emperors, becoming the true apex of the Chaos continent? This, Jian Shursan struggled to rise, his pupils constricting. He could not fathom how his meticulously planned death strike could prove utterly ineffective against the man before him. Continuing, Chuyi stood with his hands behind his back, his countenance frigid. I must make you truly comprehend that an ant can never hope to contend with a dragon. You, Jian Shursan seethed with rage. Having nearly lost all semblance of the killer's rationality, he yearned to disregard everything and eliminate the man before him, casting aside any consequences or losses. In an instant, as his dark hair turned ashen, Jian Shursan unleashed 3 deadly strikes, expending a millennium of his lifespan in the process. Boom! The void trembled, the air thick with silence, save for a singular, resplendent, black sword light that soared into the sky, resembling a dark sun that threatened to engulf the world in death. The sixth sword, with 32 times the might. The seventh sword, with 64 times the might. And the eighth sword, achieving a staggering 128 times the might. Truly, with the body of an ancient sage, he unleashed a terrifying offensive comparable to that of a saint king. Oh? Chuyi, witnessing this, finally displayed a flicker of interest. His heart stirred slightly. Jian Shursan's performance indeed surprised him. An 8-star ancient sage could unleash power akin to that of a saint king. What sort of force was this man aligned with? Even a common nation, let alone the 9 Heavens dynasty, would not possess the authority to summon such an assassin to eliminate him at any cost. Bang! The sword light traversed the heavens. If left unchecked, the force of its eruption could obliterate much of Liuzhou, endangering billions of lives. Chuyi furrowed his brows, then slightly opened his palm, channeling the power of the devouring law from the root level. Buzz! Countless sword lights vanished in an instant. All power was consumed in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Bang! Upon witnessing this scene, Jian Shursan crumbled. His gaze shattered as he fell to his knees, oblivious to the long sword slipping from his grasp, his lips moving as if to utter something. Yet no sound emerged. The 8th sword, demanding a millennium of lifespan to unleash, still failed to inflict any harm. How could this be possible? That was a full 128 times the power accumulated, nearly equivalent to a Saint King's full-force strike. Cough. With the consumption of a millennium of lifespan, Jian Shisan's body aged rapidly, his skin sagging and wrinkling as he transformed from youth to frailty in the blink of an eye. His lifespan could no longer support the execution of the ninth sword, the ancient sage level. The eighth death sword was already the pinnacle of this supernatural ability. To advance further, one must ascend to the Saint King realm. Was this where it ended? Amidst the dust, Chu Yi remained unscathed, even his robe untouched. He slowly stepped forward, looking down upon the withered Jian Shisan with a hint of disappointment in his sigh. No. This sigh jolted Jian Shisan back to reality. He strained to lift his head, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes bulging as he fixed his gaze on Chu Yi, the final sword. Do you dare to receive my last strike? Regardless, he was destined for death. Rather than resigning to fate, he resolved to unleash the final 13th sword, sacrificing his very soul to conjure the legendary strike capable of slaying gods. I fear nothing, Chu Yi scoffed, his tone calmed as his words fell. He flicked his fingered eye in that moment. Boundless power surged, isolating the area around them from the external world to prevent any disturbance. Come, let me witness your final sword. Having completed this, Chu Yi slowly spoke, seemingly prepared to endure the opponent's ultimate blow. Whoosh! In the next instant, a torrent of sword light erupted, illuminating the entire void. It resembled a dazzling star, blindingly bright, suddenly exploding and releasing an unprecedented, terrifying radiance. Jian Shisan grasped his sword anew, standing in midair. His body withered rapidly, resembling a skeleton, crumbling to dust inch by inch. He looked skyward, roaring madly. Die! I will use my very soul to slay you. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial. Crack! In that instant, the void shattered. The brilliance of that single strike was boundless, indescribable by any words. The sword light sliced through the space as if it were mere paper, unable to be obstructed or evaded. Even though Chu Yi had isolated this realm from the outside world, the entire Liuzhou, and indeed the entire heavenly martial empire, trembled slightly. The skies swirled with wind and clouds, thunder flashing. In a daze, the onlookers seemed to witness a divine being wielding a sword against the towering emperor seated in the heavens. Boom! The entire world seemed to illuminate at that moment. Countless beings trembled in fear, unable to fathom the strength of the combatants whose clash could shake the very heavens. Bang! Finally, as the light receded and the earth settled, within Liuzhou, a broken sword fell from the heavens, and the isolated realm that Chu Yi had created reintegrated with the outside world. He remained untouched, entirely unharmed. His gaze fell upon the broken sword, a flicker of admiration evident in his eyes. To have caused even the slightest damage to my spatial barrier, you have every reason to take pride in yourself. It was observed that the spatial barrier surrounding Chu Yi had developed a narrow crack beneath that singular sword strike. Though insignificant, it had already healed completely in the next breath, yet it still startled Chu Yi slightly. His spatial barrier was capable of withstanding the eruption of quasi-emperor power, and yet this mere ancient sage had managed to achieve such a feat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a formidable foe and acquiring the Death Sword. 13. No cost. Perfected version. Chapter 39. The Wrath of the Heavenly Martial Emperor. The Fall of the Nine Heavens Dynasty. The system's voice rang out. Subsequently, Chu Yi began to peruse the complete introduction of his opponent. Death Sword. 13. A forbidden skill created by an ancient powerhouse who assassinated the Heavenly Emperor. Each sword strike gains the power of the preceding strikes, culminating in a potential explosion of thousands of times the strength. Note: originally, this skill was flawed, requiring a tremendous cost to wield. Thus, the system has optimized it for the host's convenience. This skill is indeed commendable. Chu Yi nodded, expressing his admiration for the Death Sword technique. With the cost eliminated, the true caliber of this skill was likely unimaginable. Unrestricted, it could unleash a staggering 4,000 times the accumulated power. If he were to exert his full strength, he could likely contend with a quasi-emperor. However, while today's gains were considerable, he must also ascertain the identity of the force that had dispatched assassins targeting him. Gazing at the nearly destroyed broken sword in the distance, Chu Yi's expression turned cold, swiftly locating an item within the system marketplace. It would allow him to swiftly uncover the origins of these events. Source Pearl, a consumable item that can replay the recent experiences of any object or being. Price: 800,000 fortune points. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yi directly purchased the Source Pearl, setting his target as the assassin's broken sword. Buzz? Instantly, the experiences of the assassin over the past month were projected in shimmering form, revealing his identity to Chu Yi in an instant. Jian Shisan, the most elite sequential assassin of the Tiandi Pavilion, personally commanded by the Pavilion Master to eliminate the targets specified by the Heavenly Death Order. The Tiandi Pavilion? Chu Yi's gaze deepened, exuding an air of indifference. That was a legendary assassin organization in the eastern region, existing for tens of thousands of years, harboring more than one Saint King among its ranks. The sudden fall of countless prodigies was inextricably linked to them. Yet regrettably, Jian Shisan was unaware of the identity of the master behind the Death Order. He merely executed orders, arriving at the Heavenly Martial Empire. Surely surrounding nations were involved. Were they beginning to fear me, the Nine Heavens dynasty, and seeking to eliminate me preemptively? Chu Yi's thoughts raced, and a surge of killing intent welled up within him. He had initially intended to gradually annex the surrounding 1,000 states through relatively gentle means, ultimately instilling fear in the nations to compel them to submit to the empire. Yet now, since you have employed such despicable tactics, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chu Yi's gaze turned cold. His current fortune points had reached a sufficiently ample value, enough to enable the empire to raise a formidable army, crushing the surrounding nations with absolute strength and numbers. The divine annihilation is upon us. Follow me back to the imperial capital. With a thunderous roar, the crimson gold dragon carriage ascended once more, transforming into a resplendent beam of light that vanished into the void in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the Celestial Law Sacred Sect, a cacophony erupted, resonating through the heavens. Beneath the might of a million feathered deities, the protective array of this sect was riddled with cracks, as if it were on the brink of total collapse at any moment. Hold the line. We must not allow the beasts of the Heavenly Martial Empire to breach our defenses. Otherwise, we shall plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. Vowing to defend our sect with our lives, we shall never surrender. The air was thick with piercing cries. As the foremost sect of the Nine Heavens dynasty, the resistance of the Celestial Law Sacred Sect was particularly fierce, resulting in significant casualties among the feathered divine army, with blood raining down upon the skies. Have we failed? In the grand hall of the sect, the moment Sword 13 fell, the elder of the sect received the grim tidings of a failed mission. The assassin had perished, and the task was deemed unsuccessful. Furthermore, the Heavenly Pavilion proclaimed that another assassin would be dispatched shortly, instructing him to await their arrival. Await? The enemy is already upon us. How can I possibly wait? The elder's eyes were bloodshot, clearly having paid a heavy price to sustain the Celestial Law Sacred Sect until now. Yet even so, the tide of defeat could not be turned. Should we not flee? Hearing the continuous roars and cries of anguish from the outside, an elder trembled, unable to suppress his whispered suggestion. In response, the elder erupted in fury. Flee? The forces of the Heavenly Martial Empire have long since surrounded our sect. How do you propose we escape? With a cataclysmic boom, the protective array that had safeguarded the Celestial Law Sacred Sect for millennia shattered in an instant, beyond any hope of repair. Commander, the array has fallen. This sect, a bastion of resistance, has been manipulating the Nine Heavens imperial authority from the shadows. According to your directives, the Celestial Law Sacred Sect must be utterly annihilated. In the void, a formidable feathered divine warrior reported respectfully. His gaze as cold as a blade. Annihilate? Very well, retreat 100 miles at once. Allow me to conclude today's affair and eradicate this place. Upon hearing this, from atop the golden throne suspended in the sky, a figure adorned with 14 divine wings, his visage etched with intertwining golden lines and eyes that shone like those of a celestial being, slowly rose. He was one of the 3 great commanders of the feathered divine clan. Self-styled as the Radiant Ancient Saint, renowned for his mastery of the laws of light, ranking among the most powerful in the entire Heavenly Martial Empire. Yes, whoosh. The command of the Radiant Ancient Saint was issued, and the million-strong feathered divine army rapidly retreated, covering tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. What is happening? They are retreating. Witnessing this, several sect elders appeared perplexed. But suddenly, their pupils constricted, sensing an unprecedented aura of danger enveloping them. What met their eyes was an endless expanse of blinding divine light, as if the very heavens and earth were rendered into mere light and heat, leaving their vision a stark white. The power of the laws, you shall not. The elders shot skyward, only to be pierced by a searing beam of divine light, plummeting to the ground, breathless. I, the radiant ancient saint, acting under the decree of Emperor of the heavenly martial empire, hereby pronounce judgment upon you all. Death for everyone. Boom. The divine might surged. From the heavens, endless rays of divine light cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, engulfing the entire celestial law sacred sect. In an instant, countless powerful sect members were submerged by the unparalleled divine light, obliterated amidst the brilliant radiance. Golden pillars of divinity stood firm against the cosmos, akin to the legendary supports of heaven and earth, rendering the entire Nine Heavens dynasty plainly visible. Was that the direction of the celestial law sacred sect? In the Ling Tian imperial city, the second minister looked up, gazing at the resplendent pillar of light illuminating the sky. Seemingly struck by a realization, his entire being trembled violently. The destruction of the sect signifies that our Nine Heavens dynasty possesses no forces capable of contending with the heavenly martial empire. The dynasty has fallen. From the moment our sovereign perished in the Ten Abyss city, it felt as though everything was crumbling and disintegrating, culminating in today's finality. Your Majesty, allow me to follow you into the void. Bang! The second minister fell to his knees before the imperial throne, seemingly engulfed in despair. In a moment of utter desolation, he shattered his own soul with a single strike, choosing the path of self-destruction. Boom! Over the imperial city, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. The distant radiant pillar gradually dissipated, and the long enshrined dragon vein of this city was consigned to oblivion. The Nine Heavens dynasty has been utterly vanquished. Chapter 40. Acquiring the military camp, opening the path to explosive recruitment among the neighboring nations of the heavenly martial empire. Aside from the Nine Heavens dynasty, the Taihao Empire stands as the most formidable. It occupies 700 states, and it is rumored that its sovereign possesses the cultivation of a saint king, while the founding emperor may even be a quasi-emperor, exhibiting exceptional might. In the Nine-Dragon Hall, Chu Yi scrutinized the map of the eastern region before him, marking each neighboring nation of the heavenly martial empire and analyzing their strengths. Below the Taihao Empire lies the Divine Wasteland Empire, established by an ancient emperor, though it has since dwindled significantly, far from its former glory. Occupying over 600 states and engaged in perennial conflict with the Taihao Empire, their relationship is anything but amicable. After much contemplation, Chu Yi finally let his fingers settle upon the Taihao Empire. According to his deductions, this nation is the most likely candidate to summon the assassins from the heavenly pavilion. As for the assassination attempt, Chu Yi would not rest until those lurking in the shadows paid a price. Ding! Detection of the collapse of the Nine Heavens dynasty's dragon vein. Special sign-in location refreshed. The host may sign in at the capital city of the Nine Heavens dynasty, Ling Tian Imperial City, to obtain a special sign-in opportunity. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed abruptly in his mind, bringing news of the dragon vein's collapse and the complete obliteration of imperial authority. Simultaneously, it also presented Chu Yi with yet another special sign-in opportunity. Report. Outside the hall, a black dragon guard hastily entered, bowing in respect. Your Majesty, a great victory, a resounding victory. All resistance forces of the Nine Heavens dynasty have been eradicated. They are now but a name, awaiting the final cleanup of our forces. Excellent, Chu Yi smiled. Securing the vast territories of the Nine Heavens dynasty is undoubtedly of profound significance for the heavenly martial empire. Boom. Ding. Detection of a dramatic increase in the host's populace. Due to the characteristics of the Lord of Heaven, the host's cultivation has risen to the pinnacle of Saint King. In the next moment, his aura surged violently, causing the void to tremble and roil. Boom, boom, boom. In a mere instant, the flesh, bones, and organs within Chu Yi underwent a monumental transformation. Even the soul within his sea of consciousness rapidly evolved. It was as if he had become a deity seated above the 9 heavens, gazing down upon the insignificant beings below, indifferent to the multitude. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he could obliterate a star with a single punch. Had he already attained the imperial body before reaching quasi-emperor status? Chu Yi understood that this was the result of the immense power gathered from his countless subjects, ultimately leading to his premature acquisition of the imperial physique, with a physical strength comparable to that of a true emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your further breakthrough in cultivation. Upon witnessing this, the Black Dragon Guard responsible for delivering the news was elated, hastily bowing in congratulations with the imperial physique, who in the myriad nations of the eastern region could instill fear in me. Chu Yi was equally in high spirits, glancing toward his current system panel. Host, Chu Yi, cultivation, 9th layer of Saint King Realm, Lord of Heaven, physical strength, equivalent to the power of a million-mile world, condensed imperial physique, capable of easily annihilating billions of miles of, even shattering ancient stars. Special abilities, 9 Emperor's Sacred Body, Heavenly Sacred Eye, Death Sword 13, Nation, Heavenly Martial Empire, Mount Pet, Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon, Subject Approval Rating, 40, due to the defeat of the 9 Heavens Dynasty. The total approval rating has decreased, sign-in attempts, daily sign-in 4 times, monthly sign-in 0 times, special sign-in 0 times, Legion Summon, 0 times, Dynastic Luck Points, 1.05 billion, Shattering Ancient Stars? It seems that my perception is not merely an illusion. The true power of the imperial physique is indeed capable of such feats. Very well, before I head to the 9 Heavens imperial capital to sign in, let me witness a frenzied surge in the numbers of my imperial army. Shifting his gaze, Chu Yi directly opened the dynastic luck marketplace, selecting a military camp, if he wished to breach the Taihao Empire. The current strength of his legion was still vastly insufficient. A substantial recruitment of soldiers was necessary to swiftly establish a dominating force. Giant Divine Soldier Camp, Level 1. One giant divine soldier can be forcibly summoned from another world each day. Its towering height reaches an astonishing 10,000 zhong, with power equivalent to that of a sage who cannot wield the laws. It is truly a formidable existence, known as the Fortress of War and the Shield that obscures the heavens. Price: 80 million Zhaoyuan points. The Giant Divine Soldier, the Fortress of War, a super tank that sweeps away all in front of the army. Chu Yi's eyes instantly brightened. Bought it. He then proceeded to upgrade it, spending a total of 300 million Zhaoyuan points to elevate it to a level 6 military camp. At that moment, the description of this military camp underwent a remarkable transformation. Giant Divine Soldier Military Camp, level 6, each day. It can forcibly summon 10 giant divine soldiers from another world. Towering over 50,000 zhong, their power is akin to that of ancient sages who cannot wield the laws, a truly powerful existence recognized as the Fortress of War and the Shield that obscures the heavens. In a single day. It equates to summoning 10 ancient sage-level beings. The might of the level 6 Giant Divine Soldier Military Camp left Chu Yi astounded. Although the Giant Divine Soldiers cannot wield the laws, their unparalleled defense and physical strength ensure they are by no means inferior to ordinary ancient sages. When on the battlefield, their utility surpasses that of ancient sages by a significant margin. Next, Spirit Armor Soldier Military Camp, Level 1. Can forcibly summon 100 Spirit Armor Soldiers from another world every 3 days. This troop type consists of living armors that can engage in battle autonomously and can merge with living beings to significantly enhance combat power. Ordinary Spirit Armor Soldiers possess strength equivalent to that of a sovereign, and upon merging, they can unconditionally elevate the mergee's cultivation by 1 to 6 minor realms. The extent of enhancement varies according to the mergee's own cultivation. Price: 30 million Zhaoyuan points. Spirit Armor Soldiers, living armors that forcibly boost the cultivation of army members. While the enhancement may not be substantial, it is commendably priced. Bought it as well, then, I upgraded it directly to level 6. Another billion plus Zhaoyuan points were spent. The Spirit Armor Soldier Military Camp was instantly transformed. Its description renewed. Spirit Armor Soldier Military Camp, Level 6, every 3 days. It can forcibly summon 3,000 Spirit Armor Soldiers from another world. This troop type possesses life, can engage in battle autonomously, and can merge with living beings to greatly enhance combat power. Ordinary Spirit Armor Soldiers possess strength equivalent to that of sages, and upon merging, They can unconditionally elevate the Mergee's cultivation by 3 to 9 minor realms, at least 3 minor realms for those below the quasi-emperor level. Such a powerful troop type. Upon seeing its new description, even Chu Yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Summoning 3,000 sages every 3 days, and moreover, these spirit armor soldiers can merge with powerful beings to significantly enhance their cultivation strength. It can truly be described as a genuine weapon for mass production. Chapter 41. The Temple of Sacred Soldiers, an astonishing conversion efficiency. With mid-tier combat power secured, what remains is to continue browsing the catalog of the Zhaoyun marketplace. Chu Yi pondered that, having acquired these 2 military camps, the saint-level combat power required for the next battle should be temporarily satisfied. What he now needs is ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. Although they may not play a decisive role in shaping the outcome of battles, the vast Taiyao Empire, with its enormous size, would find it difficult to manage the overall situation with merely the tens of billions of troops currently at its disposal. Therefore, the terrifying number of ordinary soldiers is indeed the key that Chu Yi currently requires. Temple of Sacred Soldiers, Level 1, contains a fragment of the divine power of the God of Creation. Any energy item can be transforming it into a powerful sacred soldier. Level 1 Sacred Soldiers possess Emperor-level cultivation and exhibit simple cognition. They will only follow their master's commands, executing tasks flawlessly. Price: 90 million Zhaoyun points. The divine power of the God of Creation? After searching for a long time, Chu Yi finally found a military camp that met the current requirements. The Temple of Sacred Soldiers. According to the description, it contains divine power derived from a true god, capable of transforming any energy item into fearless sacred soldiers. However, it does not specify the conversion efficiency or whether there is a daily limit on the number of conversions in this system's introduction. Spending 90 million Zhaoyun points, along with the upgrade costs, would likely exhaust all of my billion Zhaoyun points. A bitter smile appeared on Chu Yi's face. He had initially thought that his billion Zhaoyun points would at least allow him to purchase 10 powerful military camps. It seems he had underestimated their prices. However, upon reflection, the gains from spending these Zhaoyun points are undoubtedly worthwhile. After all, as long as he can seize the vast territory of the Taiyao Empire, any losses can be compensated. In the end, Chu Yi chose to purchase the Temple of Sacred Soldiers and upgraded it to level 5. The number of Zhaoyun points in his possession dwindled to a meager 30 million. A level 6 Temple of Sacred Soldiers actually requires a staggering 400 million Zhaoyun points. Chu Yi couldn't help but be taken aback. He then turned to examine the specific introduction of the level 5 Temple of Sacred Soldiers. Temple of Sacred Soldiers, level 5, contains a small amount of divine power from the God of Creation. Any energy item can be transforming it into powerful sacred soldiers, capable of creating level 1 to 5 sacred soldiers. Level 5 sacred soldiers are immensely powerful, possessing sage-level cultivation, but the energy items required for conversion will also increase significantly. Not only can it convert basic soldiers, but it can also yield mid-tier combat power. Chu Yi continued to browse. Level 1 sacred soldiers possess power equivalent to peak emperors within the Chaos Continent. Their souls reside within the sacred cores inside them. When the sacred core is extinguished, the soul returns to the Temple of Sacred Soldiers, awaiting its next conversion and rebirth. As for the subsequent levels 2, 3, and 4, their cultivation corresponds sequentially to that of venerables, sovereigns, and the supreme extreme, half-step sages. Let us give it a try. With the intention of testing the conversion efficiency of the Temple of Sacred Soldiers, Chu Yi's figure flickered and he swiftly arrived at the vast, boundless plains outside the imperial capital. This place was specifically reserved for future military camp construction and would become a crucial military stronghold for the Tianwu Empire in his future plans. Boom. He placed the 3 military camps in this location. The previously empty plains instantly transformed, revealing 3 colossal structures as imposing as mountains. Among them, the giant divine soldier camp stood tall, piercing the clouds like a pillar supporting the heavens, occupying nearly 1/3 of the plains area. As for the spirit armor soldier camp and the Temple of Sacred Soldiers, the former contained merely a gigantic void portal. It seemed that merely stepping through that portal would transport one to another world, completely leaving the Chaos Continent behind. Such a powerful repulsive force. It appears that this portal can only attract but cannot allow departure. Chu Yi felt a sense of curiosity. He allowed one of his avatars to attempt entry, but due to the overwhelming repulsive force, it could not truly pass through the portal. Perhaps the heavenly laws of that realm are obstructing and rejecting all intruders. Summoning giant divine soldiers and spirit armor soldiers requires 1 day and 3 days. Respectively, observing the temporarily empty 2 military camps, Chuyi shook his head slightly and approached the last structure, a magnificent edifice resembling a temple, the Temple of Sacred Soldiers. Countless runes intertwined in the void, and in the central area, a colossal sphere of light floated. At its core resided a dazzling, nearly pure white, radiant divine power. This force was immensely vast and surging, even leaving Chuyi in awe. Even from a distance, one could sense its overwhelming divine might and creative potential. Is this the divine power? Chuyi was astonished. This power was unlike any energy on the Chaos continent. It seemed rooted in the faith of all things, reminiscent of an understanding of certain supreme laws, and even deeper layers of power evolution. Moreover, Chuyi noticed that after upgrading the Temple of Sacred Soldiers, this divine power of the god of creation had indeed been enhanced to a certain extent, transforming from a mere wisp to a small amount of divine power. If I upgrade the Temple of Sacred Soldiers to the highest rank, could I then completely seize the entire divine essence? Suddenly, an intriguing hypothesis emerged in Chuyi's mind. If I could possess this complete divine essence of creation, the benefits for myself and the entire Tianwu Empire would undoubtedly exceed imagination. The highest rank is level 14. At the very least, it would require over 100 billion Jiaoyuan points. However, soon after, upon reviewing the price for the highest level, Chuyi promptly abandoned this thought. 100 billion Jiaoyuan points. How outrageous. Even if he were to destroy the entire Taiyao Empire, he wouldn't know if he could acquire such an amount. Let us first examine the cost of the Sacred Soldiers. Chuyi exhaled lightly, then took out a high-grade spirit stone and directly it into the luminous sphere. Buzz! The spirit stone was instantly consumed. The sphere of light trembled slightly, and soon after, it cast down a beam of light, forming a towering figure clad in platinum armor, wielding a broad, heavy blade, a level 1 sacred soldier. Upon sensing the aura of approximately Emperor-level strength from the figure, Chuyi nodded, feeling extremely satisfied with the astonishing conversion efficiency of the Temple of Sacred Soldiers. It is worth noting, a mere high-grade spirit stone in the past Tianwu Empire would not even suffice to create a powerful Emperor-level being, let alone summon the aid of a level expert. Yet now, placed within this Temple of Sacred Soldiers, however, one is able to acquire a steadfast and devoted sovereign-grade holy weapon, fully armed and accompanied by various formidable supernatural powers. How could this not satisfy Chuyi? After the annihilation of the 9 Heavens dynasty, the total amount of spiritual stones possessed by the Tianwu Empire has astonishingly surpassed hundreds of trillions. Although a significant portion of these spiritual stones must be expended to activate the Celestial Temple, the extraordinary conversion efficiency of the Holy Weapon Hall suggests that hundreds of trillions of top-grade spiritual stones would be more than sufficient to forge an endless legion of holy weapons. Chapter 42. An Army of Millions of Saints? The Arrogance of the Taihao Sovereign. Subsequently, Chuyi began to assess the quantity of spiritual stones required for the higher-tier holy weapons. A second-tier holy weapon necessitates 100 top-grade spiritual stones. A third-tier holy weapon demands 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. As for the fourth-tier holy weapon, due to not yet having surpassed the supreme category, its cost is merely 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. However, the highest level, the fifth-tier holy weapon, is rather costly, amounting to 10 million top-grade spiritual stones. Yet, Chuyi pondered within himself, for merely 10 million spiritual stones, one could summon a loyal saint. Surely, any faction would not hesitate to comply. Not to mention, Chuyi is an emperor. In the midst of military engagements, no matter how large his army grows, he would never find it excessive. If calculated this way, hundreds of trillions of spiritual stones would equate to an army of millions of saints. Then, as if struck by a thought, Chuyi's breath grew slightly heated, and a brilliant glint surged in his eyes. Such an overwhelming military force, if it could truly be assembled, it would not be a problem to sweep across not just the Taihao Empire, but perhaps even dominate most of the eastern domain. Zhongshan Hai. Your humble servant is here, please command, your majesty. A voice of utmost respect resonated from outside the grand hall. Immediately gather the spiritual stone resources acquired from the 9 Heavens dynasty, Chuyi declared, his tone resolute and cold, imbued with undeniable determination. I intend to forge a holy weapon legion capable of sweeping through the nations in a short time. As commanded, meanwhile, in the Taihao Empire, at the Haotian imperial capital, Buzz, within the magnificent hall, the sounds of sword dances echoed, clear and melodious. The Taihao sovereign sat high upon the throne, below which sat countless lords and ministers. Their gazes were all fixed upon a sword-dancing maiden in the hall, captivated by the profound meaning infused within her swordplay, their eyes revealing admiration. Ha ha, Elder Jiang Yuan, how does this child fare in your esteemed eyes? Observing the crowd's expressions of admiration, the Taihao sovereign laughed heartily, looking toward a kindly old man with white hair and dressed in azure robes. Jiang Yuan, an inner sect elder of the ancient Zhang Holy Land, one of the 4 great sacred sites of the Eastern Domain. His cultivation had reached the terrifying 7th level of the Saint King realm, completely transcending mortal comprehension, his abilities deemed as reaching the heavens and the earth. At merely 17, he had attained the 1st level of the sovereign realm, while also mastering an almost flawless sword intent. According to our sacred land's criteria, she is qualified to participate in the true inheritance assessment. Jiang Yuan spoke indifferently, succinctly. True inheritance? The 19th princess truly is a prodigy. Even the crown prince of yesteryears was not afforded the opportunity for true inheritance assessment, yet the 19th princess has the fortune. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, a wave of discussions erupted within the hall. The Taihao imperial family boasts numerous direct bloodlines, yet only a handful have entered the 4 great sacred sites, and even fewer have been recognized for true inheritance. Among the dozens of princes and princesses, merely 7 have become inner disciples of the sacred land, and as for true inheritance, none have yet qualified. Yaoer, splendid. You have indeed lived up to my expectations. True inheritance of the sacred land. Ha ha. The Taihao sovereign stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his face brimming with satisfaction. Gu Yunyao, his youngest daughter, had shown remarkable talent in the sword path since childhood, and today she has caught the attention of the sacred land, gaining the opportunity to become one of its true inheritors. Thank you, Elder, for granting Yunyao this opportunity. She will certainly give her all, so as not to disappoint father. At this, Gu Yunyao ceased her sword dance, her beauty flawless and radiant, standing gracefully in the center of the hall as she bowed to Jiang Yuan and the Taihao sovereign. Yet, at this moment, if one were to observe closely, they would notice that her hands trembled slightly, as if stirred by some fervent emotion. The ancient Zhang Holy Land, the very place that 5,000 years prior had witnessed her dismemberment and torment. In this new life, even as a woman, she, the 7 Fiends demon emperor, would never forget the cold faces of those righteous emperors from 5 millennia ago. She yearns for vengeance, even if she has entirely lost her former visage. She remains resolute in her quest for retribution, ruthless retribution, until the sacred land is drenched in blood, until all the emperors are slaughtered. Very well, let us depart for the sacred land at once. Elder.N01 noticed the maiden's peculiar demeanor. Jiang Yuan waved his sleeve, guiding Gu Yunyao away, vanishing like a shooting star across the skies. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The 19th princess has achieved true inheritance. Her future is bound to be limitless. Your Majesty is truly blessed, a fortune beyond measure. Upon Jiang Yuan's departure, the ministers hastily approached to offer their congratulations, each beaming with radiant smiles. Ha ha ha, today, I shall grant a general amnesty across the land. Host a grand feast to celebrate my daughter's attainment of true inheritance in the sacred land. Hearing the flattery from his ministers, the Taihao sovereign laughed heartily. It has been nearly 2,000 years since ascending to the throne, and this is the first time he has felt such unrestrained joy. Report, Your Majesty, urgent news from the border. Just as the Taihao sovereign was reveling in conversation with his ministers, a palace guard suddenly rushed into the hall. Kneeling on the ground, panic evident on his face. Speak. The Taihao sovereign's expression remained unchanged, simply uttering a single word. We have just received news that one of our border nations, the Nine Heavens dynasty, has been invaded and annihilated by another nation. The assailants are known as the Tianwu Empire, and within a mere span of several days, they have utterly conquered a nation, leaving no reports of defeat. The guard spoke in a hushed tone. What? The Nine Heavens dynasty was destroyed in just a matter of days. The fall of the Nine Heavens means the Tianwu Empire is now directly adjacent to our Taihao Empire's borders. Upon hearing the guard's report, the ministers erupted in astonishment. Compared to the Taihao Empire, the Nine Heavens dynasty may have been weaker, yet it had once been a dominant force. It is shocking that it could not withstand even a month before being completely crushed. The fall of a mere small nation should not disturb the festivities of this day. Let that Tianwu Empire offer an apology and compensation to our Taihao Empire, and we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, they should prepare for annihilation. The Taihao sovereign scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Those small nations beyond the borders are merely buffer zones, strategically placed for when the Taihao Empire engages in true warfare with other great powers. Whether they survive or perish rests entirely upon their own choices. Should the lord of the Tianwu Empire possess any self-awareness, he would promptly come here to apologize and offer treasures. Perhaps this matter could then be resolved. If they dare to resist, they shall be crushed without hesitation. Chapter 43. The Chaos Demon and the Arrival of 14 Semi-Emperors. 3 days later, in the Lingtian Imperial City. Ding, special sign-in location detected. Would you like to proceed with the special sign-in immediately? After gathering a substantial amount of spiritual stone resources to allow the Holy Weapon Hall to commence its frenzied production, Chu Yi chose to depart from the imperial capital, heading directly to the special sign-in location indicated by the system. The former center of the Nine Heavens dynasty, Lingtian Imperial City sign-in. Sitting upon the gilded throne that once belonged to the Nine Heavens Emperor, Chu Yi focused his thoughts and proceeded to sign in. Ding! Special sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Chaos Demon. Diablo. Chaos Demon? Another name he had never encountered. Chu Yi shook his head and then turned his gaze to the detailed introduction of the entity. Chaos Demon, Diablo, a legendary being originating from another world. Born from chaos, embodying primordial darkness and malevolent thoughts, known as the primordial evil and the dark sovereign. Cultivation. Semi-Emperor, Ninth Heaven, a chaotic and unordered existence, unable to join the ranks of the imperial subjects. Future cultivation will increase alongside the host's own cultivation. Primordial evil, dark sovereign. What truly grandiose titles. One could not help but wonder how Diablo compares to the four great titans. After perusing the introduction, Chu Yi couldn't help but contemplate. After the annihilation of the Nine Heavens dynasty, due to the frenzied expansion of the empire's territory and influence, the cultivation of the four great Titan Guardians had also risen significantly. Nearing the Semi-Emperor realm, under the enhancement of the Heavenly Sovereign, his own cultivation had already reached the fourth heaven of the Semi-Emperor realm, with the imperial body and the fundamental laws at his disposal. Even if he were to engage in battle with a true emperor, Chu Yi would harbor no fears. Should Diablo be considered a subject of the empire, it would not be long before my cultivation reaches the emperor realm. As he sighed inwardly, just as Chu Yi felt a tinge of regret, the system's prompt echoed once more, resounding loudly. Ding! The undefeated war god under Diablo has followed and has become a part of your imperial subjects. Ding! The subordinates of Diablo, the destruction god Boar, have arrived, becoming a part of your imperial dynasty's subjects. Ding! The dark dragon lord of Diablo has followed, joining the ranks of your imperial subjects. Ding! Diablo! Chu Yi was momentarily stunned. Following the resounding echoes of 13 system notifications, the augmenting power of the Lord of Heaven descended once again like an endless ocean. Ascendant Emperor, 5th layer. Ascendant Emperor, 6th layer. Ascendant Emperor, 7th layer. Until he reached the pinnacle of the Ascendant Emperor realm, merely a step away from the true imperial domain. The surge of power gradually calmed, settling at the apex of the Ascendant Emperor realm. The sudden arrival of 13 top-tier powerhouses left Chu Yi momentarily dumbfounded, at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. It was nothing short of a dream. He never anticipated that by signing in he would not only acquire a formidable ally, but also gain all of their subordinates as part of his imperial dynasty. Regaining his composure, Chu Yi could not help but gaze at the system panels of the 13 powerhouses. Unbeaten War God Pavel, the supreme commander of the 10 Realms Demon Army. When the unbeaten War God leads his troops, all armies will gain the characteristic of invincibility. Cultivation. Ascendant Emperor, 4th layer, growing alongside Diablo, characteristic of invincibility. Temporarily increases the army's cultivation by 30, reduces damage taken by 50, and when on the brink of death. All-encompassing power can temporarily receive a 200 boost. Destruction God Bor, the god of destruction of the abyssal giant race. All enemies daring to gaze upon destruction God Bor will be struck by the curse of destruction, significantly reducing their power. Cultivation. Ascendant Emperor, 8th layer, growing alongside Diablo, curse of destruction. Within 24 hours, cultivation declines by 50, and mental chaos increases by 150. Ineffective against enemies of higher cultivation. Dark Dragon Lord Yugasothas, the legendary Black Dragon creator. The Lord of Dragons who devours fear and darkness. When the Dark Dragon Lord steps onto the battlefield, he becomes the source of nightmares for all enemies. Cultivation. Dynamic variation, currently at Ascendant Emperor. 5th layer. The more fear absorbed and the stronger the enemies faced, the more his power skyrockets. 13 dark powerhouses. The weakest among them is an Ascendant Emperor of the 3rd layer. The mere presence of any one of them on the battlefield could instantly turn the tide, overturning the situation. If one were to say that Chu Yi was in a position of overwhelming assurance against the Taihao Empire, now, it was an utter and complete domination boom. In an instant, as the portal within the Imperial Palace opened, a towering figure clad in black armor, bearing 6 blood-red eyes, stepped through. Behind him, the presence of the 13 powerhouses emanated a depth akin to the abyss, suffused with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Your Majesty, please be cautious. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Ling and others within the palace felt their hearts tremble violently, rushing to stand protectively beside Chu Yi. The aura was too terrifying. Even from 100 feet away, they felt an almost insurmountable sense of suffocation. A holy king. No, it was likely that they had already stepped into the realm of the Ascendant Emperor, far beyond what they could currently withstand. Zhou Ling felt a chill in his heart, growing increasingly anxious for the safety of their sovereign. He had even resolved to burn the last remnants of imperial essence to secure a chance for Chu Yi to escape. Do not panic, they are all subjects of my imperial dynasty. Chu Yi smiled faintly, effortlessly dispelling the concerns of those around him. Diablo, I pay my respects to my master. Immediately, the 6-eyed demonic shadow knelt in reverence. The 13 powerhouses behind him also knelt in unison, their voices echoing. We pay our respects to His Majesty. Boom. In that instant, it was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was quaking. The deafening roar reverberated, shaking the entire palace. 14 Ascendant Emperors collectively submitted. The sight at this moment, if it were to spread, would leave countless powerhouses astounded and speechless. They were Ascendant Emperors, merely a step away from the highest realm attainable by mortals. The imperial domain. Each Ascendant Emperor was proud and lofty. Even a true emperor would find it difficult to command their submission. Yet now 14 Ascendant Emperors bowed before a single individual. What an astonishing sight. It was beyond imagination, unheard of. Everyone, please rise. Chu Yi gestured with his hand. This extraordinary sign-in event was undoubtedly the greatest boon he and his dynasty had ever received. He had gained the loyalty of 14 top powerhouses in one fell swoop. Furthermore, all were formidable generals ready to engage in battle and commence conquest. Taihao Empire. When the time comes on the battlefield, let it not be a humiliating defeat. Chapter 44. The arrival of the Taihao envoy. The terrifying billion holy soldiers. Ha! Chu Yi sneered, his eyes flickering with a chilling murderous intent. Those who dared to assassinate him, with this singular act, were enough for him to annihilate the entire imperial clan and seize all territories. Report, Your Majesty, the envoy of the Taihao Empire requests an audience. Suddenly, an urgent voice from the guards outside the hall interrupted. The envoy of the Taihao Empire. Chu Ye's thoughts were interrupted, his brows furrowing slightly. His Tianwu Empire had yet to release any news of an expedition against the Taihao Empire. Why would they suddenly send an envoy today? After pondering for a moment, Chu Yi replied, Let him in. He was curious to see what the Taihao Empire sought on this day. Soon, a man in a white robe stepped into the hall. Tall and dignified, with a refined demeanor, he wore a long sword on his back. Though quite young, he exuded an extraordinary aura, his gaze resolute, radiating a sharp brilliance. Are you the emperor of the Tianwu Empire? The moment the envoy entered the grand hall, he directly inquired without any formalities. Displaying an extreme arrogance and audacity. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness passing through. This envoy from the Taihao Empire dared to act so brazenly while within the territory of another nation. Subtly, he seemed to grasp the intentions behind the Taihao Empire's visit, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. I am the master of Tianwu, Chu Yi. How fares the ruler of the Taihao Empire? I foresee that his reign may soon meet its end. Chu Yi fixed an almost mocking gaze upon the young man in white, his tone exceedingly calm. Upon hearing this, the envoy's expression changed dramatically. Humph! You are merely the ruler of a small nation and dare to insult the sovereign of my empire. He struggled to maintain his composure, letting out a cold snort. The ruler of the Taihao Empire? He has sat firmly on the throne for over 2,000 years, a man of exceptional talent and overwhelming prowess, his methods as forceful as thunder, unmatched in dominance. Now, he has secretly stepped into the realm of the ascendant emperor. How could he be provoked by a mere leader of the Tianwu Empire? My master. The six-eyed Diablo emanated a bloodlust. Unbeknownst to him, countless invisible dark patterns had completely enveloped the envoy's entire being. With but a thought, the envoy's soul, body, and even the fundamental traces of his existence could be utterly obliterated, reduced to a state more pure than nothingness, eternally submerged. He was the primordial evil of infinite worlds. A terrifying entity that had slaughtered billions of supreme gods. How could a mere mortal be permitted to speak such insolence towards his current master? Ha! Chu Yi waved his hand, halting Diablo's next action. He continued, I grant you one last opportunity. Reveal the purpose of the Taihao Empire's visit. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming imperial might filled the hall. The white-robed envoy felt as though his back was being crushed. Struggling to maintain his stance, he was filled with fury, staring intensely at Chu Yi, nearly driven to madness. Go act against the envoy. Regardless of the outcome, it would signify a direct declaration of war against the Taihao Empire. Leaving no room for retreat, this Tianwu Emperor, how dare he do such a thing? Does he not understand that opposing the Taihao Empire would lead only to death? Tianwu Emperor, cease this at once. Your Majesty is willing to grant you a chance. As long as the Tianwu Empire submits obediently and offers an apology to His Majesty, only then may there be a chance for survival. Otherwise, you shall be trampled into dust beneath the iron hooves of the Taihao Empire, becoming history. You should understand the might of our empire, the white-robed envoy bellowed. Under the intense pressure, he felt as if his veins were about to explode. If this continued, he would surely meet a grave fate. Thus, he could only resort to threatening the other party in the name of the Taihao Empire, hoping they would be deterred by the might of their emperor and refrain from taking ruthless action. After all, his words were not without merit. The Taihao Empire could indeed be considered one of the upper-tier nations in the eastern domain. Except for a few realms with true emperors, it was almost a unique existence in the eastern domain. Even the Divine Wilderness Empire had no choice but to sign an agreement with the Taihao Empire, forbidding any hostilities for 10,000 years. Oh, is that so? A cold smile crept across Chu Ye's lips. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The Taihao Empire had come with the intent of subjugating the Tianwu Empire. It was likely that the Zhouxiao imperial dynasty in this region had been one of their covertly controlled vassal states. And now, having been suddenly obliterated by him, they had dispatched an envoy. He aspires to lead the imperial dynasty into submission, covertly becoming a vassal of the Taihao Empire. Tianwu Emperor, do you truly wish to remain obstinate? Cease your actions now, and you, along with your countless subjects, may yet find a way to survive. Otherwise, when the armies of the Taihao Empire descend, all shall be reduced to rubble. Witnessing such demeanor from Chu Yi, the white-clad envoy gritted his teeth and howled in despair and fury. The Taihao army? Chu Yi scoffed. He then commanded that the envoy be suspended in midair, shattering the void alongside him, directly stepping into the heart of the Tianwu Emperor's capital. Boom, boom, boom. Below, the holy soldiers surged like an ocean, obscuring the heavens. Hundreds of billions of troops converged, their overwhelming presence akin to a vast sea, sweeping across the entire void. Mountains and rivers spanning millions of miles trembled in response. What is this? The Taihao envoy's heart quaked with fear. Such a terrifying army, with such numbers and power. It was beyond his wildest imagination, bordering on the realm of fantasy. This is my holy army, composed of millions of saints. 100 million supreme beings, 1 billion venerables, and hundreds of billions of emperors. How does it compare to your Taihao Empire's forces? Chu Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze surveying the infinite army, his expression indifferent, as though he were a divine emperor perched atop the clouds. What, upon hearing this, the Taihao envoy felt a jolt of shock. Millions of saints? The Tianwu dynasty possesses millions of saints. What a staggering concept. Those who could claim kingship among numerous forces were but mere foot soldiers here. His entire understanding of the world was on the verge of being utterly overturned, attempting to report this news back to the Taihao Empire. Yet his means of communication had been completely severed, rendering him unable to convey any message. Ha! Chu Yi sneered. Your Taihao Empire shall become the first target of this army's conquest. As for you, after witnessing all that has transpired, you may rest in peace. Boom. With a mere gesture from Chu Yi, the white-clad envoy was instantly obliterated. Transforming into a mist of blood and ash, he cast a cold gaze toward the distant sky. Where the Taihao Empire lay, convey my decree. The war shall commence ahead of schedule. Tomorrow, we march on the Taihao Empire. Chapter 45. The armies mobilize, both sides in turmoil. Your Majesty, the envoy of our Taihao Empire, upon entering the territory of the Tianwu dynasty, suddenly extinguished his soul fire, and no further news has emerged. Shortly after the envoy's demise at the hands of Chu Yi, a guard hastened to report the envoy's death to the Taihao Emperor. Oh? The Taihao Emperor expressed mild astonishment at the news, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes, and he developed a measure of interest in the ruler of the Tianwu dynasty. Tio dare slay an envoy of the Taihao Empire? This was a rare occurrence in the over 2,000 years since he ascended the throne, and even in the 100,000 years since the empire's establishment, there had been few foreign powers as audacious as to take such a brazen stance against the empire. Where is General Guyan? I am here. Please issue your commands. A commanding voice resonated within the palace. A robust general, his hair and beard bristling, clad in crimson armor, strode into the hall and knelt with cupped hands. He was none other than the one who commanded the supreme four armies of the Taihao Empire, Saint King Guyan, Lin Shun. I have heard that your Guyan army has not seen battle for nearly a century. Now, with 1 billion Guyan warriors eager for action, they long to taste the blood of their enemies. Why not let General Guyan lead the army? Tio, annihilate the Tianwu dynasty. The Taihao Emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, spoke with a tone devoid of any turbulence. Yet, the authority and dominance within his words were akin to the very heavens collapsing, suffocating in their gravity. I shall accept the command. Saint King Guyan lowered his head suddenly, speaking with utmost respect. Deep within his eyes, however, a fierce battle spirit surged forth. 1 billion Guyan warriors. No, it was not merely 1 billion. Among the Guyan army he commanded, there also existed 10 ancient saint vice-generals and 100 saints as captains. Furthermore, every single Guyan warrior had attained the celestial realm, capable of standing as formidable lords in lesser nations, to obliterate the Tianwu dynasty. That would merely be a waste of their prowess, granting the Guyan army the opportunity to trample their foes at will. Within 10 days, I shall present the head of the Tianwu Emperor. Moreover, I shall massacre 3 billion civilians of the Tianwu dynasty, flooding the seas with their blood, ensuring that their future generations shall forever remember the fate of those who offend the Taihao Empire. Saint King Guyan's gaze turned cold, his voice heavy with an unmistakable cruelty. The 1 billion Guyan warriors have long awaited this moment. Let this campaign be an opportunity for all to release the pent-up fury that has simmered within them for far too long. Splendid. Excellent. It shall be a toil for you, General Guyan. The Taihao Emperor laughed heartily, seemingly quite pleased with the plan. However, 3 billion civilians are still not enough. To eradicate 8 or 9/10 of the Tianwu dynasty's populace would allow me to truly relish the experience. I eagerly anticipate that moment. I hope you will not disappoint the empire. I shall not fail in my duty. Saint King Guyan bowed in response, a bloodthirsty glint surfacing in his eyes. He had never forgotten how the Taihao Empire was originally established. It was not through mercy or benevolence, but by treading a path paved with rivers of blood, instilling terror in thousands of nations, and compelling myriad races to submit. Tianwu dynasty, await the moment I arrive. It shall be your nation's day of reckoning. The following day, at dawn, boom. Outside the capital of the Tianwu dynasty, countless warhorses galloped forth, their momentum overshadowing the heavens. At the forefront, dozens of colossal divine war machines, akin to mountains, advanced steadily. Each step they took caused the ground to tremble violently, clouds of dust rising high. Behind them, the army of holy soldiers surged like an ocean, reflecting dazzling golden light under the sun, illuminating the skies with their formidable presence. Amidst the endless throng of troops, a magnificent palace, seemingly crafted from white jade, floated in the void. Within it sat a solitary figure upon the throne, surrounded by a well-ordered assembly of imperial powerhouses and army commanders. This figure, merely seated, emanated a terrifying pressure capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Like a chasm or a prison, it resembled a divine king descending upon the world. Tianwu Emperor Chu Yi. He sat high upon the imperial seat, gently caressing the ancient dragon that could obliterate all, his indifferent gaze surveying the scene below. The commanders felt their bodies tense, not daring to raise their heads, their breathing becoming rapid in response. Little did they expect that His Majesty had chosen to personally lead the charge, commanding hundreds of billions of holy soldiers against the Taihao Empire. It was truly exhilarating, stirring their hearts. To fight alongside His Majesty was indeed our honor. Today, our imperial army is on the verge of a full-scale deployment. Tell me, how many days do you believe it will take to conquer the Taihao Empire? From the imperial seat, Chu Yi rested the ancient dragon upon his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at the many powerful figures. It was not merely the vast army mobilizing. He himself had also chosen to personally lead the charge, fabricating a nearly identical avatar of himself to accompany the army. Crushing the Taihao Empire? It would be but a trivial task. Unless some unforeseen circumstance arises, none can reverse the inevitable downfall of the Taihao Empire. In response, Your Majesty, the hundreds of billions of holy soldiers are invincible. Furthermore, we have the military god's support to further amplify our crushing momentum. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Zhou Ling, who had earned great merit during the Nine Heavens battle and now commanded 100 billion holy soldiers, stepped forward. He clasped his hands and bowed, then glanced at the meditative figure of the undefeated military god, continuing. Within 10 days, even though the territory of the Taihao Empire is vast, we are confident we can breach the imperial capital and eliminate the entire imperial family. Mere mortals, if they wish to slay the Taihao Emperor, I could take his head right now. Your assumptions are still far too conservative. However, as Zhou Ling's words fell, Diablo let out a cold laugh. Shaking his head, if I unleash my power, I could annihilate that entire empire in a single day. He is the primordial evil. Endless negative energy and void darkness shall serve as nourishment for his infinite expansion. If one disregards all costs and solely focuses on destruction, then indeed, the annihilation of the Taihao Empire within a day is not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon hearing Diablo's words, Zhou Ling broke into a cold sweat. In his past life, he had been a peak emperor, full of pride and arrogance. Yet, before this formidable being with 6 eyes, resembling a demon, he could not muster a shred of rebellious thought. It was as if the existence of the other party far surpassed, even crushed his own. Chapter 46. The Gaian Army's Surprise Attack. Reinforcements arrive. Enough. Observing Zhou Ling's somewhat flustered demeanor, Chu Yi waved his hand to interrupt the quarrel between the two. A glimmer of profound light flickered in his eyes. Diablo, I do not wish to increase the bloodshed unnecessarily. Whether it be the Nine Heavens dynasty or the Taihao Empire, the common folk bear no guilt, as long as they do not deliberately oppose my forces. I have no desire to involve them in this matter. This time, I need only to eradicate the true rulers of the Taihao Empire. Chu Yi spoke softly, his voice clear and resonant, prompting those below to nod in agreement. Signifying their compliance, we shall obey your command. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, Diablo immediately knelt upon the ground, responding with utmost respect. The other generals likewise bowed their heads. Just then, an urgent voice pierced through the air. Your Majesty, we are in grave peril. A black-clad dragon guard rushed in, his face as pale as a sheet, brimming with anxiety. What has caused such alarm? The sight of the flustered guard caused the powerful figures present to furrow their brows. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Taihao Empire has launched a surprise attack on our border city, and our valiant forces are struggling against them. We have already lost more than half. The dragon guard trembled as he spoke. A surprise attack by the Taichao Empire? In an instant, everyone within the Grand Hall was taken aback. They never anticipated that the Taichao Empire would strike first amidst the mobilization of their troops. Which city has fallen under siege? Chu Yi inquired, his gaze icy and penetrating, as if thunder itself were about to erupt. Your Majesty, it is the North Town, the dragon guard cautiously replied. This city lies at the boundary where the Nine Heavens dynasty meets the Taichao Empire. With the fall of the Nine Heavens imperial city, it has naturally become one of the frontiers of the Tianwu Empire. Very well, Taichao Emperor, you have truly provoked my wrath and sought your own demise. Chu Ye's fury morphed into a chilling smile, his eyes growing ever colder. It seemed that his actions yesterday, in slaying the envoy, had directly incited the Taichao Emperor's wrath, leading him to desire the obliteration of the Tianwu Empire. Just in time, the Empire's trillion-strong army has assembled. Let the first legion sent by the Taichao Empire be eternally buried beyond our borders. With a thunderous boom, Chu Yi summoned the heavenly sacred eye. Warping the space between the two realms and manifesting a colossal portal before his army, convey my decree. All troops shall pass through the portal. Proceed to the North Town for support, and after crushing the Taichao Empire's invaders, strike directly into the heart of their realm. Chu Yi bellowed, his voice echoing across the vast expanse. In an instant, countless sacred soldiers surged forward with renewed vigor. The overwhelming might radiated across the land. As the vast army streamed into the portal, vanishing in an instant, in the North Town, the will to fight to the death prevailed. Hold the walls, do not let His Majesty down. For His Majesty. For the Empire, we shall fight until our last breath. Blood soaked the ground, and severed limbs lay strewn about. The billion-strong ancient flame army had launched a surprise attack on the North Town mere half a day prior. Within the city, aside from the 500,000 valiant defenders stationed there, stood only a colossal war machine, 2 mighty armored warriors, and 3 fifth-tier sacred soldiers, in the days of the Nine Heavens dynasty. This place was deemed impenetrable, a fortification that no ordinary kingdom could breach. Yet now, before the arrival of the billion-strong ancient F with a swift motion, the sword was raised and struck down. Boom! The dazzling sword light sliced through the void, ultimately transforming into the roaring shadow of 9 dragons that soared through the sky. In but an instant, it traversed 1,000,000 miles of emptiness, locating the whereabouts of the ancient flame Saint King. No spare me. Beneath the torrent forged of gold, the ancient flame Saint King could only withstand for a fleeting moment before his body and soul were instantaneously buried, obliterated into a sky full of ashes. Yet, this was not the conclusion of the Heaven's Authority sword's emergence. Boom! The 9 dragon-shaped sword lights continued to surge forward, tearing through the void as if seeking every trace of the ancient flame Saint King's bloodline. To annihilate 9 clans, to eradicate all. Meanwhile, in the flame province of the Taichao Empire, the ancestral home of the ancient flame Saint King, the Yin family, a family that nearly controlled all power within the province. Ranked among the top 10 of the thousands of families within the Taichao Empire, having birthed several Saint Kings, loyal to the Emperor, the ancient flame Saint King was one of them. Father, what is that? In the Yin family mansion, a boy, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, seemed to have spotted something approaching swiftly from the heavens. He could not help but halt his sword practice. Turning to a middle-aged man behind him, who was meditating with an aura of unyielding authority, to inquire, he was the 6th young master of the Yin family. His father, Yin Tianwei, was also a powerful and illustrious Saint King, a foremost figure among the entire Yin family. Yin Tianwei opened his eyes and raised his head. Gazing into the distance, he beheld 9 resplendent dragon shadows rushing from 1,000 miles away, locking onto the Yin family mansion. An audacious attack, is it? Yin Tianwei scoffed. The Yin family had stood for 10,000 years. He had witnessed such levels of attacks far too many times. I shall return shortly. Boom! In an instant, Yin Tianwei transformed into a streak of crimson light, attempting to obliterate the dragon shadows before they could descend. Such immense spiritual power converging. However, before me, the crimson flame Saint King. Yin Tianwei stood in the air, disdainfully waving his hand. Just as he was about to act, swoosh! The golden dragon light surged through the air in an instant. Yet, Yin Tianwei did not even have the chance to let out a cry of despair before he was engulfed in that golden light. Leaving not a trace, father, witnessing all, the sixth young master of the Yin family was left dumbfounded. Yet, there was no time for him to feel sorrow or anger, for the 9 dragon shadows were already descending upon all members of the Yin clan. Roar! Amidst the deafening roar, 9 terrifying golden dragons crashed down ferociously, bang! In the blink of an eye, the grand and imposing Yin family mansion, spanning nearly 10,000 miles, was utterly reduced to ruins. All those of the Yin bloodline were exterminated in that moment, not a single one spared. In Jinbei City, at the border of the Taihao Empire, the billion-strong ancient flame army was annihilated effortlessly. Buried here, Chu Yi sheathed the Heaven's Authority sword, having exterminated the Yin family's 9 clans, close to 10 million souls. For him now, it was as trivial as crushing an ant. Yet, this was not enough to quell the murderous intent boiling within him. Gazing at the desolate Jinbei city, its moat-stained crimson, Chu Yi felt a surge of fury. Taihao Emperor. His gaze was icy, brimming with murderous intent. Those who dare slaughter the subjects of the empire shall face certain death. I shall eradicate every one of you imperial family members, no matter where you hide. Convey my decree. Invade the Taihao Empire. Within a day, annihilate all border guard troops, boom. The wrath of the emperor shook the heavens and the earth. As Chu Ye's order was issued, the already restless trillion-strong army erupted into a tidal wave of fervor. Amidst the resounding war drums that shook the sky, they advanced forward, unstoppable. Chapter 48. The Death Struggle Before Zhuge City. The Taihao Empire, controlling a total of 763 states, with a territory diameter reaching 8,000 billion miles, is vast beyond description. And at its center sits the Taihao Emperor, governing the lords. Wielding imperial power, the sole master of this majestic empire. For thousands of years, none have been able to challenge him. Yet today, the prelude to the demise of this grand empire may have already begun. In the southern borders of the empire, before the formidable Zhuge city, one of the key strongholds, standing majestically like an ancient behemoth, the armies are arrayed. Countless military formations had long been established, the atmosphere solemn. Filled with an almost tangible killing intent, Zhuge City, the foremost stronghold of the southern borders, boasts impenetrable defenses, reputed to withstand an assault from a quasi-emperor. The garrison stationed here exceeds 20 billion troops. The city sprawling over 1 million miles, truly deserving of the title of a colossal city. General Liu, why are we on such high alert today? Do we have enemies daring to invade our Taihao Empire? Such occurrences have not been seen in millennia. Among the army, several armored generals, all possessing profound cultivation, were engaged in a perplexed discussion. Their cultivation levels all surpassed the ancient saint rank, being seasoned veterans who once roamed the battlefield. This command comes from the imperial capital. It is said that General Ancient Flame led 10 billion troops to the Tianwu Empire. Now, however, they have met with total annihilation, and the Yin family was eradicated in a single strike. Upon hearing this, an elderly general with a white beard but a robust physique furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. The strength of General Ancient Flame is not inferior to mine. There must be true powerhouses within the Tianwu Empire. We must be fully prepared to guard against a surprise attack on our Taihao Empire. He clutched his war spear, adorned in black armor engraved with roaring lions, emanating a hint of primordial wildness, evoking images of an undefeated general who once conquered all. Indeed, this old general had once been unparalleled in his prime, known as the Mad Lion Saint King. Though he was now aged, the fierce killing intent he once possessed still lingered, instilling dread across the land. Boom. Just as these border generals were conversing, the morning sun began to rise in the distance, followed by the thunderous beating of war drums echoing like thunder. Boom. Amidst the deafening roar, dozens of colossal divine war machines shattered everything in their path, marching forth, behind them, in the light of the rising sun. A dazzling army shimmering with boundless golden light surged forth, like a tide ready to engulf everything, intent on annihilating all creations. They come. The Mad Lion Saint King stepped forward, gripping his war spear with increasing force, his veins nearly bursting with power. Old Liu, how many years has it been since we fought side by side? Behind him, a bearded old man grinned broadly. He casually picked up an enormous bow. seemingly capable of piercing the heavens with a single arrow. The Daybreak Saint King, in his youth, had also held such renown. A single shot from his massive bow could slay countless foes. A single arrow could eliminate enemy leaders. He and the Mad Lion Saint King were close friends. Now, to stand once more on the battlefield, fighting side by side, ignited the long-dormant blood within him. Your Majesty, ahead lies Zhuge City, one of the border strongholds of the Taihao Empire. The stationed troops here number around 20 billion, with nearly 300 billion civilians within the city and abundant resources to sustain a long-term garrison. Once our army breaches this city, we can use it as a base to launch offensives against the various states of the Taihao Empire. Within the White Jade Palace, the undefeated war god bowed respectfully, explaining to Chu Yi and the numerous generals present. Even before the march commenced, he had thoroughly investigated the various powers, strongholds, and border distributions of the Taihao Empire. Zhuge City, built upon numerous spiritual veins, is not only a crucial border stronghold, but also an inexhaustible treasury of resources. If we capture this city and incorporate it into the Hall of Sacred Arms, the Empire could receive billions of sacred troops, truly boundless. Furthermore, the most formidable force within the Taihao Empire is undoubtedly the imperial family led by the Taihao Emperor. However, according to my investigations, there are also numerous sects, families, and even some secretive forces possessing Saint King-level power. The undefeated war god continued speaking. Yet, no sooner had he finished, boom, the earth trembled. Billowing clouds of dust soared into the sky, forming a tornado that engulfed the surrounding 10,000 miles. It was the garrison of Zhuge City arriving in advance, aiming to intercept the invading army of the Tianwu Empire. Halt! The Mad Lion Saint King and the Daybreak Saint King stood at the forefront. Their eyes ablaze like raging flames, their aura surging, resembling two miniature suns hanging in the sky. Even in the face of a trillion-strong army, they showed no sign of fear, roaring like mad lions at the approaching dragons. The incoming forces were recognized by Commander Zhou Ling with a mere glance. The leaders were two formidable Saint Kings. Their cultivation levels were likely around the fourth layer of the Saint King realm, slightly inferior to that of the ancient Flame Saint King. Noteworthy indeed, he, along with Wu Gu and others, after the second opening of the Celestial Temple, has reached the realm of the Holy King, regaining a portion of the immense power he once wielded as an emperor. Do you dare to challenge me in a fight to the death? The Mad Lion Holy King roared, his overwhelming aura engulfing the vast land. Dominating the universe, a fight to the death. Do you intend to use your life to delay the advance of my army? Chu Ye's indifferent gaze swept across the individuals before him. Within his eyes resided an arrogance that looked down upon all. Mu Yin, go and play with him. If the battle remains unresolved within the span of a single incense stick, then return to the Tianwu Academy and refrain from participating in this expedition. Chu Ye's gaze roamed and ultimately landed upon a young boy who seemed to emanate the brilliance of the stars and moon, his aura profound. This was none other than Mu Yin, whom he had personally promoted from the Liuzhou branch, a child of destiny who had already entered the Celestial Temple and refined himself for a full millennium. Mu Yin, I shall obey your Majesty's decree. Should I fail to resolve this within the span of an incense stick, I will retreat to the Tianwu Academy for seclusion and rigorous training. Behind the palace, Mu Yin slowly rose, his eyes devoid of the confusion and pain of yore. What remained was an infinite sharpness of battle intent. The millennium of arduous cultivation within the Celestial Temple had completely transformed him, elevating his prowess to that of a holy king, and unexpectedly granting him the method of the ancient divine king. The current Mu Yin was no longer the waste he once was in Zhoushan City. With such expectations from your Majesty, how could I, Mu Yin, dare to disappoint? Buzz as he stepped forward, he vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood upon the sands, confronting the Mad Lion Holy King from a distance. You, a mere boy, dare to challenge me to a duel? The Mad Lion Holy King, upon seeing the newcomer, laughed in fury, believing that the Tianwu Empire was attempting to insult him by deliberately sending such a child who appeared to be merely 16 or 17. I am Mu Yin. Only through battle shall we know who is stronger or weaker. Furthermore, your Majesty has stated that if you can defeat me today, I shall order my imperial army to temporarily withdraw from Zhuge City. How about that? Mu Yan's expression remained calm, his features tranquil. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, Devoid of the restlessness and excitement typical of youth, his thoughts steady, as if he had long anticipated the current situation. Chapter 49. The Divine King's Method. A strike to lower dimensions. In the past, when Mu Yin broke through to the Holy Realm, a divine technique naturally emerged in his mind, named the Supreme Xian Star Moon Technique. The creator of this technique claimed to govern countless star seas and control the vast worlds of the five directions. Known as the Star Moon Divine King, wielding the divine power of the stars and the moon, Mu Yin had diligently cultivated this technique within the celestial temple for thousands of years, naturally grasping the profound mysteries of the so-called Star Moon divine power. Far surpassing the condensation of spiritual energy on the chaotic continent, and even the unique holy power of Holy Realm practitioners, that kind of power truly belonged to the greatness of the gods. Arrogance on the battlefield. The Mad Lion Holy King could not help but raise his white brows in fury, his anger surging, nearly spilling over. However, in the face of the word withdraw, he ultimately chose to suppress his rage. Very well, I shall grant you this. If you can withstand half an incense stick of time under my hand, I shall allow your forces to march through Zhuke City. If not, then leave quickly, lest you seek your own demise. His voice was cold, filled with chilling intensity. The Mad Lion Holy King gripped his war spear, his dark armor shining brilliantly under the sun, exuding an aura of slaughter. Naturally, Mu Yin stood with his hands behind his back, resembling a scholar immersed in countless tomes, refined and elegant, his demeanor extraordinary. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than the young lad was sent to the Yellow Springs. Do not dare to report to the king about my situation, the Mad Lion Holy King bellowed, his war spear slashing down fiercely. Boom! In an instant, a giant lion phantom, as if stepping into the world, soared behind him, fierce and terrifying. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The entire sand sea was upheaved, as a holy king unleashed his full power, shaking the very heavens and earth. Your Majesty, the time of an incense stick is drawing near. Within the White Jade Palace, Chu Yi and the others observed the battle. When Zhou Ling suddenly spoke, the illusory incense stick in his hand was already about to burn out. Mu Yin had only a few breaths left. This boy is so arrogant. I have never stated that if he fails, our army would retreat. Very well, if the time passes and Mu Yin has not won, I shall revoke his qualification to enter the Celestial Temple next time. Allowing him to reflect on himself, Chu Ye's expression remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on the still motionless Mu Yin. However, despite his words, he held an absolute confidence in Mu Yin's strength. The reason was simple. It lay in the Divine King's method that Mu Yin had voluntarily offered him. Supreme Xian Star Moon Technique. A supreme secret method leading directly to the Divine King, mastering the path of the stars and moon. It can transform all the cultivated energy within the body into an equivalent mass of true essence 100,000 times, yielding Star Moon divine power. Upon reaching a certain level of comprehension, one can gradually begin to control the authority of the stars and moon, achieving the title of Lord of 10,000 Stars or the God of the Bright Moon. What is the realm of the Divine King? Even Chu Yi, at present, remains unaware. He only knows that the Star Moon Divine King recorded within is a terrifying existence capable of obliterating countless worlds with a single strike, where even the supreme laws must submit. To cultivate such a method created by such a figure, if Mu Yin were to lose to an ordinary person of the same realm, it would render him unworthy of being the child of destiny. Boom! In the next moment, the incredibly violent spear had already descended, tearing the void and creating a long chasm, enveloped in the overwhelming power of destruction, the star-refining divine light. As Mu Yin faced that terrifying strike, his eyes finally sparkled with divine brilliance, effortlessly pointing a finger. Whoosh! Resplendent starlight burst forth from his fingertip, instantly merging into that beam of light, causing its might to soar, akin to a sword piercing the heavens. Directed at the destructive spear light, boom! The two collided in an instant. A thunderous explosion erupted. A wave of terrifying ripples spread out, forcing the ancient saint of the sun and many of the guarding troops behind him back 1,000 miles. With many unable to withstand the residual force, spitting blood and fainting. Amidst the obscuring yellow sands, the figure of the Mad Lion Holy King had long since vanished. The 1,000-mile sandy ground, under the extreme temperature, had been melted into stone, and at the center of the stone ground, a towering figure, seemingly still howling, holding a war spear, appeared as if carved into the stone, transformed into a permanent image. It was none other than the city's defending general. The Mad Lion Holy King. Whoosh, within the palace, Mu Yan's figure ascended into the void. He knelt on one knee before Chu Yi, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, Mu Yan has fulfilled his duty. Mu Yan's voice resonated clearly throughout the Grand Palace. At this moment, many generals were still dumbfounded, gazing at the scene before them. The Mad Lion Holy King was actually crushed into a painting on the stone slab by a single strike. What kind of method is this? It was simply unfathomable. In an instant, including Wu Gu and others, many generals began to regard Mu Yan with newfound respect, as expected of the child of destiny personally promoted by His Majesty. Truly extraordinary, indeed, it is the supreme Xian Star Moon technique. Merely at the Holy King level, he could achieve such a near lower dimensional strike. Chui also nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the power of the Star Moon divine power. Very well, in this campaign, I shall temporarily appoint you as the leader of the 83rd Legion, commanding 1 billion holy soldiers in battle. I thank your Majesty. This battle shall not disgrace its mission. Hearing Chu Ye's commendation, Mu Yan's eyes brightened, and he respectfully expressed his gratitude. At this moment, within his consciousness, a voice admonished him, Boy, fortunately, His Majesty did not pursue the matter of your spreading false imperial edicts. Even if you are now powerful, do not let arrogance take root. Otherwise, if His Majesty were to be angered, then even I could not save you. This was none other than the voice of the ancient emperor. A once great master of formations, the Prison Sky Emperor, now, he too served beneath Chu Yi, helping to arrange formations in various lands and even nurturing young formation prodigies. Upon hearing this, Mu Yan instantly felt a chill. He hurriedly knelt once more, wishing to say something, but was stopped by Chu Ye's wave of his hand. I know what you wish to say, but this is only once, and it shall not happen again. Chu Yi sat high upon the imperial throne, his gaze surveying from above, carrying a hint of coldness and authority. After speaking, he directly issued orders to the infinite army below. Continue onward. Crush all guarding forces ahead. As commanded, boom! The trillion-strong army advanced once more, a torrent of murderous intent spreading forth. Chapter 50. City Slaughter. The power of divine annihilation and the ancient dragon emerges. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the eyes of the sun-crossing Holy King and many generals of Zhuge City, the bizarre fall of the Mad Lion left them in shock, their hearts racing to the extreme. That was, the sun-crossing Holy King's pupils constricted, nearly leaping from their sockets. The formidable Mad Lion Holy King, the invincible god of slaughter on the battlefield of yore. In this present moment, under the mere touch of the adversary's finger point, one finds themselves eternally etched upon the stone tablet, transformed into an indelible mark upon this battlefield. The general that has perished? A solitary figure murmurs, his expression dazed, grappling with disbelief. Yet, before they could further contemplate, the earth trembles with thunderous roars, boom, boom, boom. As an overwhelming tide of golden cavalry, numbering in the billions, charges forth in this instant. Their countenances shift to one of grave seriousness. Form ranks to meet the foe. The sun chaser Holy King inhales deeply, unleashing a commanding roar. He notches a colossal arrow into his bowstring, with a swift pull and a fierce release. The arrow is shot forth in that fleeting moment. The heavens are engulfed in tumult. Lightning flashes and thunder crashes. A crimson divine arrow, imbued with holy power, cleaves through the void, trailing a brilliant blaze, hurtling towards the first wave of holy knights. Roar! Yet before the arrow lands, a cataclysmic dragon roar erupts, followed by the emergence of a colossal, shadowy beast from the void above. A torrent of dragon breath cascades down. The dark dragon sovereign, an ancient dragon of quasi-emperor rank, unfurls its wings. Shrouding the sky in darkness, boom! The infernal flames of obscurity instantaneously incinerate the defending troops, leaving even the sun chaser Holy King wailing in agony as both body and soul are consumed in the unquenchable black flames. Advance! A holy soldier sergeant bellows, clenching a sharp spear, his steed clad in golden armor. Though lacking the prowess of a holy king or quasi-emperor, he remains fierce and valiant, cutting through the throngs of enemies, mercilessly reaping the lives of those who linger in the flames. Yet, within mere breaths, this contingent of defenders, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, is utterly vanquished, reduced to mere bones. And this is merely the prologue of this sanguine battlefield. Thud, thud, thud. The war drums continue to beat. The grand army presses onward, swiftly approaching the outskirts of Zhuge City. Rumble. In that moment, the majestic fortress rising from the earth suddenly erupts with astonishing brilliance. Countless radiant runes reveal themselves amidst the overwhelming light. Each rune brims with the power of cosmic laws, fortifying the immense Zhuge City. Through the shimmering barrier, one can see the citizens within, all armed and filled with vengeful resolve. Glaring at the invaders, Your Majesty, they harbor no intention of surrender. Hundreds of billions within the city are channeling their strength into the defensive array. Even commoners have ascended the walls, operating spirit stone cannons. Determined to keep our forces at bay, Zhou Ling furrows his brow deeply, reporting to Chu Yi. This poses a significant challenge for me. Chu Yi shakes his head indifferently, given their fervent resistance. Even if we force their submission, they may become a future threat to the empire. This city must be bloodied. Your Majesty, you have granted them an opportunity. This is the path they have chosen. If you require it, I, Diablo, am willing. Upon hearing this, Diablo below suddenly brightens, hastily bowing and stepping forward, eager to obliterate Zhuge City. However, Chu Yi raises a hand, halting Diablo's intentions. Diablo, there is no need for your involvement this time. Let the divine annihilation take charge. Patting the slumbering ancient dragon upon his shoulder, Chu Yi calmly instructs, beckoning Diablo to return to his position. A woo. The diminutive divine annihilation appears rather adorable, opening its mouth as if it wishes to voice a complaint. Yet, upon meeting Chu Yi's unwavering gaze, it dutifully complies. Go. As Chu Yi's command echoes, boom. The divine annihilation instantly darts through the void, its form expanding exponentially, nearly eclipsing the vast sky. The dark dragon sovereign, accompanying the advancing army, cannot help but tremble, struggling to maintain its stance in the face of such draconic lineage. Fear grips it, compelling it to bow. Roar. The dragoness roar reverberates, shaking the very foundations of Zhuge City. As billions of souls gaze upward, their eyes trembling before the colossal shadow of the dragon. What? Zhuge City's lord stammers, his face paling in terror. In this moment, he is beset by the sensation of facing an apocalyptic calamity. Ice coursing through his veins, hair standing on end. It is as if the end has truly arrived. He has never seen, nor even heard of, a dragon of such immense proportions. It seems poised to completely obscure Zhuge City, rendering the sun's rays unable to penetrate even a fraction. Maintain the array with all your might. We cannot allow that dragon to breach our defenses. We must protect Zhuge City and fight for the sake of our emperor. A commander strives to dispel the dread within, bellowing orders for the soldiers to activate all defensive measures of Zhuge City. Alas, all is in vain. Buzzing. Upon the immense form of the divine annihilation. Countless threads of destructive laws are woven like a web across its entire body. Then boom. The world quakes. With a single claw swipe, the divine annihilation threatens to tear the very continent asunder. Boundless power of annihilation converges, hurtling towards the heart of Zhuge City. Bang. Instantly, deafening silence engulfs the air. The vast expanse is obliterated layer by layer. At the forefront of the army, Chu Yi raises his hand, intercepting the overwhelming backlash. The force of this strike rivals that of a true emperor's blow. Rumble. Beneath the aftermath, the entire Taihao Empire trembles violently. Even within the imperial city, Taihao's emperor gazes in terror towards the horizon. Feeling a sense of unease under such overwhelming pressure, the earth quakes, dust billows high into the sky. In the land of Zhuge City, a towering mushroom cloud rises, reaching heights of millions of miles, nearly spanning heaven and earth, visible to all within the Taihao Empire. Amidst the smoky haze, the colossal dragon form rapidly diminishes, ultimately returning to the appearance of a young dragon, once again resting upon Chu Yi's shoulder. Appearing drowsy as the clouds of dust disperse, Zhuge City has vanished without a trace. In its stead lies a chasm stretching millions of miles, within which even holy kings would struggle to fathom its depths. Future generations would come to refer to it as the Abyss of Divine Annihilation. Chapter 51. The Conquest of the 100 States. The the Taihao Empire's secret weapon, well done, gently stroking the divine annihilation upon his shoulder. Chu Yi gazes down into the abyss with an expression devoid of pity or hesitation. As an emperor, one must embody both mercy and ruthlessness. Those who yield may yet find a glimmer of hope. Those who resist must be utterly annihilated. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to the entire empire and oneself, those deemed enemies by the heavenly martial empire, regardless of their nature, must be eradicated without exception, ensuring no future threats remain. The gates of the Taihao Empire are now flung wide open to you, my loyal soldiers, to go forth. Bring this vast expanse of land into the Empire's domain, and purge all rebellious foes in my name. Let this campaign truly commence. Chu Yi raises the Tianquan sword high. With a single stroke, he dispels the lingering dust from the heavens, issuing the imperial decree to the entire army. Understood, Your Majesty of the heavenly martial empire. In an instant, the billions of holy soldiers roar in unison, their voices creating a resounding wave that sweeps across the land. Kill, 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 especially the 300 bloodthirsty demon puppets. Having survived the battle against the Jiuxiao dynasty, are now immortal, thriving and evolving through slaughter. They have already reached the pinnacle of ancient sanctity, yearning to slay true holy kings and drench themselves in their blood. For the sake of our emperor, they march to war. With flames of souls flickering in their eyes, the Lord of Calamity raises his blade. With a thunderous shout, the spirits of all who perished on this battlefield over the millennia materialize, transforming into an endless army of skeletons, surging towards the four corners of the Taihao Empire. This marks the inception of slaughter and the origin of the nightmares for the eternal rulers of this empire. The all-consuming fire of the heavenly martial empire will burn everything to ashes, incinerating all they possess. 3 days later, in the Haotian imperial capital. Feudal lords have arrived, ministers congregated. The atmosphere within the hall is stifling. As the Taihao Emperor sits high above, silent, fixating on the imperial map in his hands, smash, useless. Suddenly, he forcefully casts the map to the ground, roaring at the assembly. Is this the report you present to me? In the brief span of 3 days, Zhuge City has been completely annihilated. The Empire's 100 states have fallen. Cities have surrendered to the enemy. Rumble. Accompanied by the Taihao Emperor's fury, boundless imperial might crushes the room. The unique pressure of a quasi-emperor saturating the air, causing all present to experience an unprecedented sense of suffocation and dread. They understand that the Taihao Emperor is truly enraged now. Your Majesty, forgive us. In an instant, the crowd kneels in unison, hearts pounding with fear. Since the fall of Zhuge City, the God of Might, one of the Empire's 10 lords, personally led the forces to the front line, seeking to stem the tide of disaster. Yet, who could have anticipated, the God of Might, at the apex of the Holy King realm, would face such a fate in mere moments, in an instant, a being with 6 eyes, resembling a demon in its demeanor, annihilated all without allowing any resistance. Subsequently, this malevolent entity devoured the entire army led by the Marquis of Divine Might. The elite forces, belonging solely to the direct lineage of that noble, were thus obliterated, and this was merely the beginning. On that day in the Wu dynasty, whether it was powerful generals or their troops, all possessed extraordinary, almost transcendent powers. There were legions, each member seemingly enshrouded in darkness, summoning countless dark creatures with a mere wave of their hands, striking down every enemy in sight from the shadows. There were also legions adorned with wings, each individual exceptionally powerful, though they numbered only in the millions. They could effortlessly sweep across several states. However, these legions were not the most fearsome existence that instilled dread in the hearts of those present, who were utterly at a loss as to how to contend with it. The true might, upon merely sensing its arrival, would compel one to prepare for self-immolation and command the entire city to submit. Was a palace forged of white jade, embraced by billions in its march. In the presence of the imperial palace, none could escape unscathed. Even in submission, only the irrelevant commoners in the city would be spared, while all those in power, their families, and even the imperial merchants would be ruthlessly slaughtered. To witness the imperial palace was to invite death in no time. This proclamation spread widely throughout the Taihao Empire, leaving its ruling class in a state of trepidation, anxious about when they might become the next targets of the imperial slaughter. We have all underestimated the Wu dynasty. Your Majesty, the 19th princess has successfully become a true disciple. Should we not seek assistance from the Holy Land? The Prime Minister of the Empire, Su Xiu, who possessed the strength of half-step quasi-emperor and had aided 3 previous Taihao sovereigns, pondered for a long while before speaking softly. For millennia, the relationship between the Taihao Empire and the ancient Song Holy Land had been amicable. Imperial scions had consistently traveled to the Holy Land for cultivation, and the Empire annually offered substantial resources to the Holy Land in exchange for protection. Tio request assistance from the Holy Land for the invasion of a mere small nation? Do you understand that if this opportunity is squandered, how many nations will begin to covet the Empire from this day forth? The Taihao Emperor narrowed his eyes, thunderous wrath swirling within his gaze. The ancient Song Holy Land was one of the Empire's greatest trump cards. Should this card be lost, the delicate balance of power between the Empire and other great nations would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions, leading to calamities far worse than those posed by the Wu dynasty. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, this trump card must not be deployed lightly. Based on your reports, I suspect that this Wu Emperor, Chuyi, is likely a reincarnation of a former formidable being, leaving behind numerous contingencies before his fall, which is why he has risen so vehemently. The Taihao Emperor's gaze darkened, icy and resolute. He must harbor a tremendous secret and opportunity. Now that this Wu Emperor marches forth in person, residing within the imperial palace, this presents a splendid opportunity for me. Your Majesty, are you suggesting? Su Xiu's eyes sharpened, and he immediately grasped the implication. Indeed. The Taihao Emperor slowly uttered 4 words. The coffin of the former emperors. I intend to utilize the contingencies left by the 4 former emperors to ensure that the imperial palace plummets from the heavens. What? In an instant, the court was engulfed in shock and horror. The 4 former emperors, from tens of thousands to even hundreds of thousands of years ago, they had all been quasi-emperors, sealing their final powers within their coffins at the time of their demise, designating themselves as one of the empire's trump cards. Now, the current sovereign intends to wield the power of the former emperors to annihilate the approaching forces of the Wu dynasty. Boom! A clamor erupted within the hall. My will is resolute. The Taihao Emperor's gaze was frigid, indifferent to the ministers, seemingly reaffirming. Are there any objections? Your Majesty is wise. The coffin of the former emperors has existed for countless ages. It is time for its power to be revealed. In that moment, numerous civil and military officials bowed deeply, their expressions solemn, revealing their approval. Although utilizing a trump card of the Empire was necessary, if it could lead to the slaying of the Wu Emperor and seize the immense opportunity he possesses to assist your Majesty in reaching imperial status, then what is such a price truly worth? Chapter 52. The Legend of Chaos, annihilating the 4 quasi-emperor corpses in an instant. Simultaneously, within the White Jade Palace where Chuyi resided, the army below trampled everything in their path, causing the earth and heavens to tremble incessantly. At this moment, within the palace, Your Majesty, I have deployed the Dark Dragon Sovereign at a cost of 6 points. Its effect is charge, allowing immediate attack against your hero, -8 life. This round is a loss for you. Your Majesty, upon a uniquely designed stone table, Chuyi was engaged in a card game named Legend of Chaos with Zhou Ling. Upon seeing his health reduced to 0, his character icon turned to a shade of gray. Even as a figure of immense authority, Chuyi could not help but feel his expression falter slightly. This was a recreation of a game from his past life, a pastime he was thoroughly familiar with. Yet, unexpectedly, after explaining the rules to those within the palace, Zhou Ling, a native of the Chaos continent, managed to defeat him within half an hour. This time doesn't count. Let us try again. Although Chuyi murmured continuously within, he maintained an expressionless visage, upholding the dignity of an emperor. In his previous life, he had been a top-ranked player in this game. To lose to a novice was unthinkable. The next round, he must reclaim victory. Boom. Just as Chuyi began to rearrange the cards on the stone table, preparing for another round, a sudden tremor resonated from the far reaches of the heavens, causing the void to roar. An inexplicable chill pierced through his soul, nearly shattering his mind, freezing even his will. Chuyi's gaze sharpened, looking up to see a swirling torrent of yellow and black in the distant sky. Beneath this flow, numerous coffins hovered silently in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of decay. What is this? What could it be? In an instant, countless figures within the Holy Soldier Legion looked skyward, their eyes revealing an undercurrent of gravity. The floating coffins, radiating such a dreadful aura of decay and death, indicated that the incoming force was anything but ordinary. Whoosh, a fierce wind swept through, seemingly carrying away the dust of ages. Bang! The lids of the 4 coffins exploded, followed by the emergence of 4 figures, their bodies desiccated, faces contorted in stiffness, emanating a pervasive aura of death. Boom! In that fleeting moment, all energy and matter in the world was drawn towards them. Devoured! The 4 figures rapidly restored themselves, eventually resembling ordinary humans, yet still radiating an overwhelming aura of death. They were 4 living quasi-emperor corpses. Chuyi stepped out of the palace, treading upon the void. And at that moment, a rare hint of solemnity flickered in his gaze. 4 quasi-emperors. Could this be one of the Taihao Empire's trump cards? In just 3 days, have I forced the Taihao Emperor to this extent? He surveyed the distant heavens, observing that behind these 4 quasi-emperor corpses were merely 1,000 elite warriors. As for the Taihao Emperor himself, he likely remained hidden within the imperial capital, too fearful to confront me directly. Is the empire facing imminent destruction? How many years will it take? 10,000? A million? The foremost quasi-emperor murmured to himself. He was the 3rd emperor of the Taihao Empire, a formidable figure from 170,000 years ago, once known as the Burial Cloud Emperor, a terrifying being of the 5th tier of quasi-emperor. Ancestral forebear? The current emperor has even awakened you? Then there was the 9th emperor, known as the Spirit Master Emperor, who had also reached the 4th tier of quasi-emperor. Greetings, esteemed ancestors. Since we have awakened today, it seems the empire is on the brink of great disaster. The last 2 emperors were relatively weaker. Only at the 2nd tier of quasi-emperor. The 4 turned their heads, gazing down upon the Holy Soldier Legion and the figures of Chu Yi and others in the void. The Burial Cloud Emperor spoke, his voice carrying a weight that seemed to halt time itself. You are the architect of this calamity? He fixed his gaze on Chu Yi, his voice hoarse. I ask you, why do you wish to annihilate the Taihao Empire and extinguish my bloodline? Boom! As his words fell, thunder rumbled through the void. The Burial Cloud Emperor appeared to become the sovereign of this realm in an instant, ready to interrogate Chu Yi, to question all who dared to meddle with the Taihao Empire. In the clash of nations, one nation falls. This is merely the law of the jungle. If I wish to seize this land, I must first contend with its original masters. Chu Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His tone indifferent and steady, unmatched and transcendent. He gazed down upon eternity, as if the essence of an emperor capable of overseeing all realms infused the very air. Moreover, I kill without the need for justification. Hiss! Before his words had fully settled, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled for a fleeting moment. A profound and dark sword light cleaved through the firmament, directly shredding the decayed body of the Cloud Emperor into fragments. The sword of death, its first strike. Whoosh! In the following moments, there was no time to react, nor even to make the slightest defensive gesture. With a sword in hand, Chu Yi swiftly executed 3 strikes, annihilating the 3 corpse-like quasi-emperors in an instant, reducing them to endless black ashes. Everything transpired with incredible swiftness. Even Zhou Ling and the others were utterly unprepared for their sovereign's sudden assault, which obliterated the 4 quasi-emperors in an instant. Those who had brought the coffins to this place and awakened them, the formidable beings of the Taihao Empire, were left utterly shattered, witnessing the unimaginable scene, where the legendary former emperor was torn asunder in a heartbeat. The crowd seemed to plunge into madness. They screamed, fled, howled, and lamented in despair. That was a monster, a divine being that the empire could not contend with. All resistance was in vain. The outcome of this battle had been predetermined from the very beginning. The tumult roared. With a mere sweep of his sword, thousands of imperial strongmen were slain, and the mountains behind them were flattened. Chu Yi stepped into the hall once more, picked up the cards, and spoke to Zhou Ling in a low voice. Continue. This time, I shall not lose. He opened the card library and gazed at the foremost card, shimmering with golden patterns. Eternal Heaven Emperor Chu Yi, a 10-cost card, 30/30 effect. Upon playing this card, all your spells in this game will possess destruction, ignoring health, dealing direct lethal damage to your opponent. and your hero will gain immunity, unable to receive any damage. Chapter 53. Sealing Heaven Lock, the threat of the Celestial Pavilion. The news of the complete annihilation of the 4 former emperors soon reached the ears of the Taihao Emperor, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment in just half a day's time. The former emperors had died this moment. His complexion turned ashen. The 4 quasi-emperors had struck, yet they were utterly powerless against the martial emperor. Just how formidable was the opponent's strength? A peak quasi-emperor? Or perhaps a true great emperor had arrived? The Taihao Emperor was engulfed in panic. What had once appeared to him as an ant-like nation, easily extinguishable with a wave of his hand, the martial emperor's dynasty, had now transformed into a deathly shadow that obscured his entire empire. If he continued to allow the opposing army to advance and engulf his territory, surely the Taihao Empire would face annihilation. Your Majesty, perhaps we should consider allying with my celestial pavilion to slay the martial Emperor Chu Yi together. Suddenly, in the once still and silent imperial hall, where only 2 guards stood, 2 figures in black robes appeared. One was none other than the current leader of the celestial pavilion, the holy king of heavenly punishment. The other, shrouded in gray robes, had a face obscured in shadow, rendering it impossible to discern their features. Who goes there? The guards immediately reacted, shouting in anger. Yet before they could take action, the figure in gray raised an arm, and in an instant, the void twisted. The 4 experts guarding outside the Taihao Imperial Palace could not even utter a sound before being obliterated into a mist of blood, scattered throughout the hall. One of the 3 supreme elders of the Celestial Pavilion, the absolute ghost of despair, the Taihao Emperor, seated at the head, quickly regained his composure, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips as he spoke. What? Is the esteemed Celestial Pavilion now reliant on outside forces to eliminate its targets? Chu Yi will surely perish. If you do not ally with me, you too shall die. The harsh, hoarse voice of the absolute ghost of despair echoed as if resonating from the depths of the abyss, evoking an overwhelming fear that made hearts race uncontrollably. Heh! The Taihao Emperor sneered, yet he did not refute the words. The current situation was indeed extremely unfavorable for the Taihao Empire. Without external intervention, his only path would be one of national destruction. What do you propose? My ancestors, as former high-tier quasi-emperors, easily vanquished Chu Yi. Though your celestial pavilion is one of the 3 major assassin forces of the eastern region, compared to the Hall of 7 Sins and the Demon Slaughter Pavilion, you remain vastly inferior. The Taihao Emperor spoke coldly. The celestial pavilion, while one of the 3 major assassin forces in the eastern region, lacked the high-tier supreme beings beyond the 3 quasi-emperors. Its ranks of assassins, and even the pavilion master, were merely at the saint level, incapable of reaching the true pinnacle of power, especially when compared to the other 2 factions with great emperors at their helm. Thus, the Taihao Emperor believed that the celestial pavilion could never devise a method to eliminate the martial emperor, nor aid the Taihao Empire in overcoming its crisis. Hee. This is the treasure of my celestial pavilion. The absolute ghost of despair raised his hand, sealing off the space within 100 miles. Then, a pitch-black chain materialized in his right hand, accompanied by an eerie and intense flow of energy. He slowly raised his hand, causing the chain to tremble as if black dragons coiled around it. The heaven-sealing lock? The Taihao Emperor's countenance shifted in horror. This is an imperial weapon belonging to the heaven-sealing ancient emperor. And now it resides within your celestial pavilion? Though seemingly unremarkable, this chain was indeed a genuine imperial artifact. Legend has it that it could seal away all laws of the heavens, even confining an emperor's cultivation and reducing them to a mortal. 7 million years ago, the heaven-sealing ancient emperor used this object to turn 6 great emperors into his subordinates and even sealed the cultivation of his nemesis, the martial emperor Wu Zhao, forcing him to perish as a mere mortal. The heaven-sealing lock. This object could be considered a true high-tier imperial weapon. Even those prominent figures from the ancient Song's sacred land would go mad upon learning of it. It appears you are aware of the terror this item represents. Kakik. The absolute ghost of despair cackled, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure of death enveloped the entire area. If you wish to collaborate, you must swear an oath of the heavenly path, vowing not to disclose the existence of the heaven-sealing lock to the outside world. His voice turned stern, as if warning the Taihao Emperor to maintain silence regarding this imperial weapon's existence. You! The Taihao Emperor stood up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling slightly from anxiety. That imperial weapon was simply too terrifying. Should the absolute ghost of despair choose to strike at this moment, he would have no room to resist. In an instant, he would be stripped of all power, becoming a lamb for slaughter. What? Unwilling? Then you, who have witnessed the greatest secret of my celestial pavilion today, shall only. The voice of the absolute ghost of despair grew even more somber, dark energy swirling around him like ghostly flames, flickering incessantly. I swear, feeling the threat of death, the Taihao Emperor could only respond with a heart full of humiliation, swearing an oath to the heavenly path that if he disclosed this matter to the outside world, he would meet a gruesome end. Very well. The absolute ghost of despair smiled cruelly, his gaze as deep as an abyss. Your Majesty, you need only lure the martial emperor into the Four Symbols Valley, and we shall naturally take his life. Buzz. As the words fell, their figures instantly dissolved into black mist, allowing the space of this realm to be unsealed. Boom! Your Majesty, are you all right? Just moments after their departure, countless powerful beings within the imperial palace burst through the doors, entering the hall with anxious expressions. Upon seeing their sovereign unharmed upon the throne, they collectively sighed in relief. I am fine. The Taihao Emperor forced a smile as he looked at the many powerful figures, gesturing for them to withdraw. Yet once everyone had left the hall, he suddenly began to tremble violently, his face contorted in rage, nearly bursting with blood from his eyes. Damn it! Bang! Damn it! Roaring incessantly, he struck down with such force that half of the hall was obliterated. The flames of fury burning fiercely within him, a mere celestial pavilion, emboldened by an imperial weapon, dared to threaten him so? Very well, since you wish to pry into the secrets of Chu Yi. Then I shall make this place even more lively. With a thought, a pale white token appeared in his hand, the words Ancient Song clearly visible. This was a token left by Jiang Yuan, allowing contact with the Ancient Song's sacred land. It was the only chance, an absolute trump card for aid from the sacred land. Yet the Taihao Emperor, having completely lost his rationality, chose to shatter this token, intending to report the matter of Chu Yi to the sacred land. Chapter 54. Enhanced Special Divine Ability. The terrifying second-order sovereign of heaven, Taihao Emperor, are you truly speaking? The phantom materialized. An elder from the sacred land of ancient Song materialized, his countenance embodying the might to suppress the very heavens and earth. Indeed, a great secret enveloped Chu Yi, potentially linked to the legendary concept of immortality. The sacred land of ancient Song must swiftly dispatch formidable warriors. Emperor Taihao gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with boundless resentment and hatred. Tomorrow, he would still comply with the demands of that enigmatic spirit and lead the celestial martial emperor into the Valley of the Four Symbols. By then, regardless of who emerged from the valley, there would only be one inevitable fate: death. Chu Yi must perish. The heavenly pavilion shall not escape this doom: immortality. Upon hearing Emperor Taihao's description, the elder of the sacred land fell into deep contemplation. He was acutely aware of what the so-called immortality entailed. It represented a transcendence beyond even the mightiest of emperors, an absolute pinnacle that even the ancestors of the sacred land had failed to reach. An immortal soul and body, deemed the true divinity of the mortal realm, living in harmony with the heavens. Tomorrow, I shall arrive with the esteemed elders. I hope that Emperor Taihao refrains from reckless actions that might provoke unnecessary alarm. With a hum, the ethereal figure dissipated. The final words of the elder echoed in Emperor Taihao's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to curl into a cold smirk. The battlefield situation grew increasingly chaotic. However, it remained uncertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. Speaking of which, it has indeed been a while since I last checked in and participated in the lottery. Within the resplendent Jade Palace, after successfully wreaking havoc in the Chaos Legend, Chu Yi returned to his throne, eager to scrutinize the current system interface. Host: Chu Yi. Cultivation level: first stage of the Emperor Realm, Sovereign of Heaven. Physical power: equivalent to the strength of a myriad worlds, immortal Emperor body, capable of effortlessly obliterating billions of miles of heaven and earth, overwhelmingly powerful beyond description. Special abilities: 9 Emperor Sacred Body, Heavenly Sacred Eye, Death Sword 13, Nation, Celestial Martial Dynasty, Mount Pet, Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon, Citizen Approval Rating, 43, Dynamic during wartime, Sign-in count, Daily sign-ins 14 times, Monthly sign-ins once, Special sign-ins 0 times, Legion Summon, 0 times, Dynasty Fortune Points, 3.4 billion, Emperor Realm. When did I break through to become an Emperor? The most perplexing aspect for Chu Yi was the cultivation level displayed in the panel, first stage of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm is colloquially referred to as the realm of emperors within the Chaos Continent. It is nearly the strongest existence in the mortal realm, the ultimate domain of cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to Chu Yi, due to the continuous enhancement from the Sovereign of Heaven's power, he had successfully stepped into the realm of the Emperor, ascending to the pinnacle of supremacy. Nevertheless, considering that the power he wielded upon becoming an emperor was already not inferior to that of genuine emperor-level warriors, stepping into the Emperor realm now should merely augment his power by 1,000-fold. Chu Yi shook his head. He then proceeded to utilize all remaining sign-in opportunities. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Upper Emperor weapon, Flame Flood Dragon Blade. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. Ding! The 14 daily sign-ins quickly concluded. An Upper Emperor weapon. It could indeed serve as a weapon for Wu Gu. His talent is quite remarkable, and he requires a handy weapon. Chu Yi pondered briefly before deciding to bestow the Flame Flood Dragon Blade upon Wu Gu as a reward for his conquests. Next, there remained only a single monthly sign-in opportunity. Ding! Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Special Ability Enhancement opportunity. Special Ability Enhancement? Chu Yi was taken aback. It was the first time he had received such an item through sign-in. It turned out he could enhance one of his existing special abilities, including the Sovereign of Heaven. Sovereign of Heaven, second stage, permanently gains the cumulative power of the host's dynasty citizens. Whenever power is enhanced, it is automatically solidified, unaffected by citizen casualties or declining approval ratings. Furthermore, the accompanying effect of the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon has been altered to. When the host battles alongside the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon, they will temporarily gain the cumulative power of all beings within 100,000 miles, regardless of friend or foe. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yi chose to enhance the Sovereign of Heaven. After all, this was his most core and vital innate ability. The outcome of the enhancement caused Chu Yi's gaze to sharpen, revealing a hint of astonishment. The second stage of the Sovereign of Heaven was overwhelmingly powerful. Not only did it eliminate the restriction of power enhancement being confined to within the national borders, but it also permanently solidified the gained strength, ensuring that any acquired power would forever belong to him. Of course, what astonished Chu Yi the most was not merely the two enhancements. It was the accompanying effect of the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon that had also received a boost. Within 100,000 miles, regardless of friend or foe, he could directly copy the cultivation power of all beings, assimilating it into himself. Such an effect was simply unfathomable. To illustrate, even if 100,000 emperors suddenly appeared before Chu Yi, intent on annihilating him, once they entered the vicinity of the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon, all their cultivation would be directly copied and pasted, granting Chu Yi the power of 100,000 emperors. In a single strike, he could obliterate all who dared approach. And this was merely the second stage of the Sovereign of Heaven. Should I elevate it to the 9th stage in the future? What then? Chu Yi's heart surged with excitement. What powers would the 9th stage Sovereign of Heaven possess? Could it be that he would gain the cumulative strength of all beings across the myriad realms, acquiring dominion over all rules, causality, and conceptual power? It was simply beyond imagination. What level of might would he then attain? Your Majesty, a vast number of troops from the Taihao Empire have suddenly appeared before our forces. After a bout of pre-battle provocation, they seem intent on luring us to a specific location. Should we annihilate them all? At that moment, a commander of the sacred soldiers entered the hall, bowing to report to Chu Yi, causing the latter's thoughts to converge. Luring? A flicker of suspicion crossed Chu Yi's eyes. Could it be that Emperor Taihao harbors some scheme, attempting to ensnare me? Ha! Such ignorance is almost laughable before absolute power. Any scheme dies not, but a fleeting shadow. Follow them. I wish to see what tricks Emperor Taihao is up to. Chu Yi commanded indifferently, with the second stage sovereign of heaven at his disposal. He was truly unafraid. Even if Emperor Taihao could summon emperors to intervene, their fate would still be one of death. Chapter 55. Overwhelming, crushing, annihilating all with a single strike. In the Valley of the Four Symbols, Taihao Empire. The towering mountains loomed, intertwining canyons resembling the coils of an immense beast. Boom! The imperial palace hovered in midair, accompanied by billions of sacred soldiers, stirring up a tempest of dust, an awe-inspiring spectacle. So this is it. The mountainous region is suffused with the aura of formations. It seems that someone has long since laid a trap here, waiting for me to fall into their web. Chu Yi activated the heavenly sacred EYE.in an instant. He detected the anomalies in this place. Yet to his surprise, the mastermind behind this ambush was not Emperor Taihao, but another individual. Ding! Detected that the host is battling alongside the divine annihilation ancient dragon. Co-battle characteristics have been activated. Gained 1 quasi-emperor of the 5th stage, 1 quasi-emperor of the 6th stage, and 4 half-step quasi-emperors, alongside a dozen peak sacred kings. Power enhancement acquired. Ding! Due to co-battle characteristics, the host's cultivation has temporarily risen to the 2nd stage of the Emperor realm. Following the system's notification, all the ambushers present had their cultivation levels entirely replicated, temporarily elevating Chu Ye's already peak 1st stage of the Emperor realm to the 2nd stage. Such feeble power. 2 quasi-emperors dare to ambush me? With this thought, Chu Yi could not help but chuckle coldly, feeling pity for their presumption. Mere 2 quasi-emperors, even should they summon 10 or 100 more. What difference would it make? Even without relying on co-battle characteristics, he could easily annihilate them all with a mere gesture. Quasi-emperors. Ultimately, they are still just quasi-emperors. They cannot be compared to someone who has truly stepped into the Emperor realm like me. Come forth, boom! With a wave of his hand, Chu Yi unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, the void shattered, and the entire realm trembled violently. A terrifying aura spread for 1,000,000 miles, in the blink of an eye. He forced all the hidden assassins from the heavenly pavilion out into the open, their faces shrouded in the shadows, each bearing expressions of horror and disbelief. What is happening? The power of the celestial martial emperor has become several times stronger than before. How could this be? Just a few days later, has he broken through again? What manner of monster is he, and what secrets does he conceal? The absolute dark ghost and another quasi-emperor, Taishang, felt their hearts racing. Yet they did not appear overly flustered. After all, today's scheme had nearly exhausted the heavenly pavilion's substantial resources. In the Valley of the Four Symbols, nestled within the embrace of 4 majestic mountain ranges, thousands of lethal formations have been meticulously arranged. Coupled with the heavenly lock in his possession, it has become an impenetrable net of doom. Even the mightiest of emperors may find themselves at risk of annihilation. The celestial martial emperor, Chu Yi, is utterly ensnared within this ceaseless confinement. The moment he sets foot in this valley, his life is irrevocably at its end. Zhu Mingyue, with a chilling smile, turns his gaze directly towards Chu Yi and speaks in a low, resonant tone. Lord Chu Yi, have you truly forgotten our existence? Countless silhouettes within the mountains exude an ethereal aura, merging seamlessly with their surroundings. Yet, beneath the surface, they teem with boundless murderous intent. It's the moment when their guard is most relaxed. They unleash a fatal strike. Assassins. With just a glance, Chu Yi recognizes the figures approaching. Memories of the assassins from the heavenly pavilion, particularly Sword 13, flood his mind. The heavenly pavilion? In an instant, Chu Ye's expression turns frigid, his voice laden with an icy fury. I never anticipated that you wretches, deserving of death 1,000 times over, would dare to appear before me. Boom! In that moment, as Chu Ye's wrath surges, the very heavens tremble. An overwhelming majesty radiates, collapsing the endless sky. When a true emperor is enraged, the magnitude of such power is beyond imagination. In an instant, the multitude of heavenly pavilion assassins feel excruciating agony, as though they are crushed beneath a mountain, their bones cracking audibly. Some even bleed from all 7 orifices, collapsing in screams of anguish. Their bodies and souls are ground to dust. Let the battle commence. Ideally, it would result in a mutually assured destruction. Should the ancient Song's sacred land profit from this, my Taihao Empire shall likewise partake in the spoils. Meanwhile, outside the valley, legions of soldiers stand in perfect formation. The Taihao Emperor sits upon his throne, employing some divine means to observe the unfolding scene within the valley, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Powerful figures from the ancient Song's sacred land are set to arrive within half an hour, that time. A great emperor will descend, crushing all in his path. Although the Taihao Empire may struggle to benefit from this, witnessing the demise of the heavenly pavilion and Chu Yi will suffice for his satisfaction. Hurry. When you are both at each other's throats, you will discover that everything was merely a wedding dress for the ancient Song's sacred land. Chu Yi. Once you are slain by the sacred land, I shall reduce your celestial martial empire to ashes. With this thought, the Taihao Emperor's gaze grows ever more fervent. Just then, within the Valley of the Four Symbols, the clash of battle is imminent. Activate the great formations. Why true self shall utilize the heavenly lock to diminish his cultivation. Upon witnessing the eruption of that terrifying imperial might, Zhu Ming Yugue immediately casts aside any hesitation. His dark chains swelling like serpents, with a rush, they pierce through the void, twisting and tearing it apart, enveloped in a torrent of dark light as they rush towards Chu Yi. Boom. Simultaneously, the formations hidden within the mountains erupt with ferocity. Illusion formations, killing formations, confinement formations, confusion formations. A myriad of deadly techniques inundate the valley. In the blink of an eye, they envelop the entire valley, nearly drowning it in a sea of energy. Faced with such an onslaught, even an emperor could face obliteration. Yet, despite the overwhelming formations erupting around him, Chu Yi stands unperturbed, gazing down indifferently from the void. Die. The single word causes the very fabric of reality to seem to halt. Boom! In that instant, a pair of colossal golden eyes slowly open within the heavens, spanning the cosmos and perceiving the highest realms. The sacred heavenly eyes. Under the gaze of the sacred eyes, the boundless power of the formations freezes in midair. Unable to advance another inch, then the ripple, akin to golden waves upon water, suddenly radiates outward. Bang! In an instant, the bodies and souls of thousands of heavenly pavilion assassins explode, transforming into a cascade of golden dust. Note, who are you really? Hiss. The two quasi-emperors are not spared either. Zhu Ming Yugue, wielding the heavenly lock, finds his power completely shackled, unable to summon even the slightest force. In terror and despair, he watches as the radiant golden patterns approach. And in mere moments, he is obliterated, leaving only the heavenly lock to fall to the ground. The heavenly pavilion has been annihilated. The two quasi-emperors and the majority of the elite assassins within the pavilion have perished at the utterance of Chu Yi. Leaving no trace behind, today's ambush and all that transpired seem utterly ludicrous in the face of such overwhelming power. Chapter 56. Slaying the Taihao Emperor, the Emperor arrives. How is this possible? On the other side, upon witnessing the instantaneous annihilation of the heavenly pavilion, the Taihao Emperor finds himself rendered incapable of coherent thought, his mind blank, overwhelmed by an all-consuming terror. Annihilated. The vast machinations of the heavenly pavilion, with countless terrifying killing formations, aimed solely at the celestial martial emperor, have proven utterly futile, erased with a single stroke. A monster. That celestial martial emperor is undoubtedly a monster. Retreat. Fall back. In an instant, as if struck by a realization, a horrified and desperate scream erupts from the Taihao Emperor's throat. That monster, he must have noticed my observation. He will not let me escape. Even before the great emperor of the ancient Song's sacred land arrives, I will be the first to be slain by him. Since I am here, why should I leave? Taihao Emperor, as expected. A voice, cold and indifferent, rings out like the tolling of a death knell, causing the Taihao Emperor's body to tremble. He turns to see the vast golden legion before him, along with the resplendent white jade imperial palace suspended in the air. It seems I did not miss my guess. The assassination aimed at me by the heavenly pavilion was orchestrated by you as well. At the edge of the imperial palace, Chu Yi stands with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a chilling tone. His words send a chill down the Taihao Emperor's spine. Assassination? Which impertinent fool dared to provoke this harbinger of death ahead of time? Should I discover their identity, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death, exterminating their entire lineage. His heart seethes with rage, yearning to rip that scoundrel apart. But at this juncture, fury solves nothing. The only option is to flee, to await the arrival of the great emperor from the ancient Song sacred land. Celestial Martial Emperor, there has been a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Instantly, the Taihao Emperor forces a smile. An unfamiliar and subservient expression gracing his face. If you are willing, my Taihao Empire is prepared to offer half of its territory in exchange for millennia of peace between our two nations. He is even willing to make such territorial concessions to placate the formidable Chu Yi. After all, he knows that further provoking the Celestial Martial Emperor could lead to his own demise. He does not wish to perish, half, but my imperial army has already consumed over half of your Taihao Empire's territory. If you were to offer this remaining half, would not your Taihao Empire be left with naught? Chu Yi quips with a mocking smile. The Taihao Emperor falters at these words, then grits his teeth and responds. We can discuss this. As long as we can cease hostilities, my Taihao Empire is willing to become one of your vassal states. Do you believe? Chu Yi, upon hearing this, merely shakes his head with indifference. Does my imperial court require slaves? Boom. As his voice reverberates, the white jade imperial palace suspended in the heavens suddenly erupts with myriad divine radiance. An overwhelming and terrifying aura, akin to that of a deity descending, permeates the world. Taihao Emperor, do not prolong this any further. Your tricks only serve to amuse me more. As an emperor, why fear death so? The resounding voice echoes through the heavens. Chu Yi has long seen through the Taihao Emperor's intentions, fully recognizing that this ruler of the Taihao Empire is merely a coward, more terrified of death than anyone else. Relying on strength to bully the weak, Chu Yi, the Taihao Emperor, upon hearing this, is momentarily stunned, his rage boiling within. Do not push your luck. My Taihao Empire is under the protection of the ancient Song sacred land. Should you slay me today, it will surely invoke their wrath. At that time, can your celestial martial empire withstand it? The ancient Song sacred land? Chu Yi, upon hearing this, pauses for a moment, then bursts into laughter. What of the 4 sacred lands? Should they dare to provoke me, I would not hesitate to exterminate them entirely, leaving not a single trace behind. Utterly arrogant, upon hearing this, the Taihao Emperor suddenly roars, his face contorted with fury. The sacred land has endured for tens of millions of years. How can you, a mere celestial martial emperor, compare? Before long, you shall pay for your arrogance. Your empire will be utterly obliterated due to your foolishness. The relentless clamor continues. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi furrowed his brows. A cold glimmer surging in his eyes, he casually pointed forward. Boom! The void trembled, and a torrent of golden energy roared forth, obscuring the heavens. In a fleeting moment, the world transformed, and the sun and moon were engulfed. It was as if a colossal deity from beyond the firmament had descended to suppress this mortal realm. Heavenly Martial Emperor, do you dare? Sensing the overwhelming imperial might approaching, the Taishan Emperor quaked violently. He felt the genuine threat of death and could no longer contain himself, letting out a frenzied roar. Yet, all was in vain. In an instant, the golden radiance cut across the 8 realms, tearing through the void. Submerging the entire universe within the blink of an eye, the Taishan Emperor was reduced to ashes amidst his wails, entirely consumed by that terrifying golden torrent. Even his numerous subordinates and soldiers could not escape. All obliterated into nothingness. Having watched for so long, it was time for you to reveal yourself. With a mere finger, Chu Yi crushed the Taishan Emperor. His gaze shifted, focusing on a certain point in the void. With a swift motion, the previously calm void suddenly shattered, and a man clad in green emerged, stepping forth. His garments billowed, and he was strikingly handsome. The newcomer stood with closed eyes, an aura around him barely perceptible, exuding an indescribable mystique. You are formidable. His voice resonated, distant and profound. Even separated by countless miles, I can still sense your might. Yet, you remain no match for me. The man in green slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs of pitch black and purity, akin to the deepest black hole, capable of swallowing all. To gaze into them was to risk having one's very soul ensnared, lost in an eternal night. Chapter 57. The Soul-Devouring Emperor, the Legend of the Immortal. The Soul-Devouring Emperor, currently the youngest among the 12 imperial existences residing in the ancient Song Holy Land, was once hailed as the foremost prodigy of the eastern region. He was also a peerless fiend, unmatched and slaughtered in merely 30,000 years. He subdued all prodigies of that era, stepping into the imperial realm, becoming the 12th core elder of the ancient Song Holy Land. It is safe to say that this emperor is a living legend, born to invoke celestial phenomena. He possesses a unique bloodline known as the All-Spirits Devouring Sacred Eye. With a single glance, he could render all to silence and cause souls to wither. Those who dared to meet his gaze would unknowingly have their fortunes plundered, gradually spiraling into the abyss of destruction. As of today, it has been 6,000 years since the soul-devouring emperor last appeared in the eastern region. Upon learning within the Holy Land that the heavenly martial emperor Chu Yi harbored opportunities linked to immortality, the soul-devouring emperor could no longer remain idle. He hastened to the Taishan Empire, witnessing the entire process of the heavenly martial emperor slaying the Taishan Emperor in the heavenly pavilion. Emperor, surely, no one anticipated that this heavenly martial emperor would harbor the strength of an imperial being. The soul-devouring emperor was utterly convinced that momentary, terrifying power that obliterated the Taishan Emperor, who was nearly at the peak of quasi-emperor status, must have long surpassed the limits of a quasi-emperor. The other party must possess treasures and opportunities that even emperors would covet. How? Do you, ancient Song Holy Land, truly wish to oppose me? Chu Yi spoke in a low tone. The moment he laid eyes on the newcomer, his combat effects activated, causing his cultivation to surge to the 4th level of the imperial realm. The soul-devouring emperor was no weakling. He was a formidable presence at the 3rd level of the imperial realm. Having stood firm among the emperors of the eastern region for merely 13,000 years, and had successfully broken through 2 realms, regrettably in the current situation where Chu Yi and the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon fought together. What belonged to him was now his, directly replicating the soul-devouring emperor's 3rd level cultivation. Chu Yi's strength even exceeded that of his opponent, reaching the 4th level of the imperial realm. No. Upon hearing this, the soul-devouring emperor hastily waved his hand, seemingly fearing that Chu Yi would misunderstand. Heavenly martial emperor, I do not intend to oppose you. We are both imperial beings, with lifespans extending into the millions of years. If we must face off to the death, would that not be a loss for both? He wore a half-smile, the dark depths of his eyes glimmering with inscrutable light, leaving one perplexed. What do you wish for? Chu Yi, expressionless, replied indifferently. No need for circumlocution. I do not have the luxury of time to waste with you. Boom. The towering imperial might surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping across the surroundings. Although Chu Yi had not deliberately revealed his aura, the faint manifestation of his might nearly crushed half the heavens. Haha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Yunsheng, Emperor title, Soul-Devouring Emperor. I seek to collaborate with you, to share the secret you possess. And together, we may tread upon immortality, even ascend to the legendary god realm. The soul-devouring emperor's expression was fervent, his gaze shimmering with endless greed. I am the foremost prodigy of the eastern region. Choosing to collaborate with me is the only way to maximize the value of the opportunity in your hands. Chu Yi, what are you waiting for? Let us join forces, and in the future, we shall reign over the chaotic continent, achieving a legend for the ages. The soul-devouring emperor's eyes burned brightly. The realm above the imperial realm is known as the immortal divine realm. Yet few are aware of it. Immortality and divine realms are not merely different realms. They are vastly disparate, to be precise. An immortal merely possesses a divine body, remaining undying in the mortal realm, yet lacking divine power or the destiny and soul of a true deity. An immortal is a pseudo-deity, or perhaps a failed ascendant, trapped in the mortal realm by the heavenly laws. Their power far exceeds that of the imperial realm, and they possess eternal lifespans that rival heaven and earth. Yet, a pseudo-deity is but a false god. Even immortals cannot break free from the fetters of heavenly laws, permanently suppressed here, unable to glimpse the legendary realm of the true gods. Despite this, immortality remains the fervent pursuit of all emperors, their lifelong dream. It is the divine being standing tall in the mortal realm. Even after billions of years, the number of immortals remains extremely limited, only traceable within the highest powers, and now, before the soul-devouring emperor, there lies such an opportunity. According to investigations by the ancient Song Holy Land, the time from when Chu Yi was a puppet emperor to his current rise was merely a decade. A mere decade. In the span of the emperor's millions of years, that is but a fleeting moment. Yet this heavenly martial emperor, Chu Yi in just 10 years, ascended from mortal to imperial realm. He garnered the loyalty of countless powerful beings, establishing a vast and formidable empire. Such an opportunity, beyond imagination, it made the soul-devouring emperor's heart race uncontrollably. Today, by any means, he must seize this opportunity, actively depart from the ancient Song Holy Land, and retreat into a small world to cultivate for 10,000 years. If Chu Yi could ascend to the imperial realm in just 10 years, then surely, after 10,000 years of effort, he could reach the realm of immortality, right? With this thought, the soul-devouring emperor's eyes gleamed with dark energy, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What do you believe my choice should be? Chu Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor relaxed. Ha. The soul-devouring emperor suddenly laughed heartily. Heavenly martial emperor, let us collaborate and share that secret. I assure you, you will undoubtedly attain the position of overlord in the eastern region. Overlord of the eastern region? What a tempting proposition. Chu Yi gently shook his head, his gaze towards the soul-devouring emperor laced with mockery. But my ambitions extend beyond merely the eastern region's overlord. Ultimately, I aim to encompass the chaotic continent and the myriad realms within my empire. His words, calm yet resonant, reverberated like thunder. The soul-devouring emperor couldn't help but scoff. To conquer the entire chaotic continent, even the myriad realms, you are but a dreamer. Then, does this mean you refuse to collaborate with me? His tone turned icy in an instant, as if frost from an extreme cold descended, causing the temperature of the entire realm to plummet to near freezing. Chapter 58. The Fall of an Emperor, an Unexpected Accident. The soul-devouring emperor's pupils constricted sharply, killing intent surging forth. Until now, his calm demeanor in discussing cooperation had already granted the other party considerable face. Yet even so, this heavenly martial emperor remained ungrateful, rejecting his goodwill. Cooperation? Chu Yi cast a disdainful glance at the soul-devouring emperor. Do you deserve it? Boom. As the words fell, a colossal tremor erupted from within Chu Yi. Instantly, the world quaked, and the winds and clouds spiraled. Roar. Above the heavens, the image of 9 dragons appeared, as if 9 blazing suns obscured the sky, illuminating the universe. Boom. The divine annihilation ancient dragon upon Chu Yi's shoulder also transformed into an immense dragon form. Coiling in the air, roaring across the heavens, the terrifying dragon might descended like a tidal wave. Bang. Amidst this overwhelming pressure, even the distant mountains were mercilessly flattened, transforming into a cascade of shattered stones that shot forth in all directions. Chu Yi stepped onto the dragon's head as if he were the supreme deity commanding the true dragon in battle, striking down upon the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the soul-devouring emperor's pupils narrowed sharply. He felt an inexplicable urge within his bloodline to submit. Cursed be it. He silently cursed in his heart, convinced that the opponent must have employed some arcane technique to induce such a reaction within him. After all, how could a mere novice in the imperial realm dare to flaunt before him? With a gust, a violent tempest swept through, causing the soul-devouring emperor's power to surge. His dark eyes appeared to emanate a force capable of engulfing all existence, twisting the very fabric of space and law into chaos. The imperial weapon, the yin-yang mirror. He uttered a low command, and a mirror of ancient design, displaying the duality of black and white, emerged in his palm. The instant it appeared, it radiated a terrifying energy of alternating yin and yang, evolving into chaos, death. With a roar from the soul-devouring emperor, the ancient mirror erupted in resplendent light, unleashing a torrent of black and white energy that tore through layers of the void, carrying with it an inexorable aura of destruction, charging straight towards Chu Yi. This beam of light contained within it the essence of death, devouring, and an enigmatic power that could plunge all into chaos. In times long past, the soul-devouring emperor had relied on this very technique to slay a regional emperor, cementing his fearsome reputation. Now, with the yin-yang mirror fully unleashed, bolstered by the power of the soul-devouring eye. He was utterly confident that he could annihilate Chu Yi in a single strike, and thereafter, seize all the opportunities that lay upon him. Yet, faced with this terrifying radiance, Chu Yi merely raised his hand indifferently. Conjuring an invisible barrier of void eye in the past, he had employed this barrier at the Holy King level, and even then, Sword 13, despite burning his soul and unleashing thousands of times the power of an ancient sage, could only slightly breach the most fragile first layer of defense. Indeed, the void barrier that Chu Yi summoned was not merely a single layer. Previously, when he had used the Holy King's power, it had barely consisted of 300 layers. Now, wielding true imperial strength, it had astonishingly surpassed 10,000 layers, leaving Chu Yi with the sensation that even 10 top-tier emperors joining forces would be unable to breach this formidable barrier. Boom! The radiance from the yin-yang mirror swiftly approached. Chu Yi did not flinch or evade but allowed it to collide with his barrier. He intended to test just how formidable this unleashed power truly was. Crack! The sound of the barrier shattering resonated, leaving Chu Yi momentarily speechless. He felt he had been overly cautious, having greatly overestimated the power of the soul-devouring emperor. It barely breached a layer. The opponent had unleashed a full-powered attack with an imperial weapon, yet it had only managed to slightly damage the first layer, without completely shattering it. Too weak. Chu Yi held his head, feeling that the soul-devouring emperor was pathetically feeble. Not worth his full effort. Ha! Chu Yi, refusing this throne-esque cooperation, will only lead to what? On the other side, witnessing Chu Yi completely enveloped by the attack, a cruel smile crept across the soul-devouring emperor's face. However, just as he began to speak, he abruptly froze in place, his expression turning utterly dazed. For he clearly saw that, despite being bombarded by the full force of his yin-yang mirror, Chu Yi remained standing, utterly unscathed. Not even his robe bore a hint of damage, as if his earlier assault had merely been a tickle. This is impossible? The soul-devouring emperor nearly lost his sanity. The power of the yin-yang mirror was terrifying. Even those stronger than him in the imperial realm would not dare to withstand it head-on. And this Chu Yi, he chuckled, I once thought the emperors of the ancient Song sacred land to be formidable. Yet before his majesty, they are but mere chickens and dogs. Within the imperial hall, numerous generals bore witness to this scene, and they could not help but feel disdain for the soul-devouring emperor. Their majesty was now capable of crushing emperors. What of the ancient Song sacred land? To offend his majesty's dignity meant only a path of bloodshed. I refuse to believe it. Boom, boom, boom. The soul-devouring emperor's countenance turned frenzied, his entire being surging with power, coalescing within those dark pupils. Then, as if a demon intent on devouring all had opened its eyes, a dark radiance pierced the void, imbued with unimaginable might, hurtling towards Chu Yi. This time, the soul-devouring emperor had utilized his primal power. Regardless of what treasures the opponent bore, they would surely be unable to withstand it. However, beneath Chu Yi, the divine annihilation ancient dragon now appeared bored. Yawning lazily, its colossal claw, akin to a mountain, inadvertently descended upon the head of the soul-devouring emperor. Boom! In an instant, all the gathered power disintegrated. The soul-devouring emperor was crushed into oblivion, unable to utter even a single word before being annihilated beneath that dragon's claw. Howl! Upon seeing this, divine annihilation hastily lifted its paw, only to find a pool of blackened ashes, with no trace of the soul-devouring emperor remaining. This scene even left Chu Yi momentarily dumbfounded. The generals in the imperial hall were utterly petrified, as if struck by lightning. The emperor of the ancient Song sacred land had perished, crushed to death by a single claw, with not even a corpse to be found. In an instant, the entire realm seemed to fall into silence. It was not until a long while later that Chu Yi finally came to his senses, looking down at the divine annihilation ancient dragon and saying, Divine annihilation? Perhaps you should consider shedding some weight. Chapter 59. The submissive Xinyang Emperor marches towards Haoyan Imperial City. Even Chu Yi could not have anticipated that such a casual claw from divine annihilation would directly crush the soul-devouring emperor to death, obliterating even his soul. This creature was simply too terrifying. Despite being merely a few million years old, it dispatched an emperor as if slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Its cultivation seemed comparable to his own. If a real fight broke out, I might not even be its match as its master. Howl! Divine Annihilation resumed its juvenile form, perched upon Chu Yi's shoulder, seemingly refuting the earlier suggestion to slim down. Glaring at Chu Yi with wide, fierce eyes, indicating its current displeasure. Ha! Chu Yi chuckled lightly, affectionately ruffling the little dragoness head and praising. I was merely jesting. This time, you performed splendidly. Upon hearing this, Divine Annihilation finally lowered its head contentedly, reveling in the master's affection and praise. Meanwhile, Chu Yi narrowed his eyes, gazing at the heavens. Whoosh! From 100,000 miles away, 3 spirit ships soared swiftly towards them, leaving behind streaks of pale blue light in the void. What transpired here? The ships, extending 1,000 feet in length, were manned by over 100 powerful individuals who emerged, their gazes filled with incredulity as they beheld the remnants of the soul-devouring emperor. Their bodies trembling slightly. The 12th core elder has fallen. The newcomers were precisely those dispatched by the ancient Song's sacred land to the Taihao Empire. The soul-devouring emperor had only unexpectedly learned of this matter, arriving ahead of them and engaging in battle with Chu Yi. The outcome was that before the sacred land's personnel could arrive, he had been crushed into dust by a single claw. Unable to escape even his soul, an emperor has fallen? No, that's impossible. Could it be that within the Taihao Empire, there truly exists an immortal? Gazing at the crimson imprint upon the ground, even though the soul-devouring emperor was now irrevocably dead, the crowd could still sense the lingering essence. They could clearly discern that the 12th core elder of the ancient Song's sacred land, nearly the youngest emperor-level powerhouse in 100,000 years. The soul-devouring emperor had indeed perished here, nearly obliterated in both body and spirit. May I inquire, who are you? The leader of this sacred land contingent, the 9th core elder of the ancient Song's sacred land. The Shenyang emperor spoke up. He regarded Chu Yi with utmost caution, his voice somber and grave. How powerful was the soul-devouring emperor? Though he was the least experienced and lowest-ranked core member of the ancient Song's sacred land, the true might he possessed instilled fear even in some veteran emperors, and he had died in merely 10,000 years of becoming an emperor, already stained his hands with imperial blood, causing countless factions to tremble at his name. Such an existence, how could he suddenly fall within the Taihao Empire? What on earth transpired that he did not even have the opportunity to seek aid from the sacred land, only to be directly crushed on the spot? And the ancient Song's sacred land. Are you not here today to serve me? Why feign indifference and waste time? Chu Yi spoke coldly. He had long since lost any goodwill towards the ancient Song's sacred land. Since they had chosen to be adversaries, there was no need for pretentious inquiries and theatrics, pretending to be oblivious. You. The expression of the divine Emperor Shenyan darkened, yet upon recalling the wretched state of the spirit-devouring emperor, he could not help but suppress his fury, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Might you be the esteemed heavenly martial emperor? Could it be that my sacred land's 12 core elders have perished at your hands? No. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi shook his head. He then pointed directly at the slumbering divine annihilation ancient dragon resting on his shoulder and continued, It was my pet. I inadvertently struck it dead. It was merely an accident. Chu Yi waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant about the matter. Inadvertently? You killed it. Be wise striking it. The corners of Shenyan Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. That was a great emperor, a former paragon of the Eastern domain. Wielding the mid-tier imperial weapon, the Yin-Yang mirror, and possessing the formidable bloodline eye technique, the spirit-devouring absolute Saint Eye. Did this heavenly martial emperor truly believe him to be a fool, attempting to deceive him with such an absurd excuse? Fury surged within Shenyan Emperor, but his keen intuition warned him that this heavenly martial emperor, rumored to possess unfathomable secrets, was not to be trifled with. Should he act impulsively today, the repercussions could well be akin to those faced by the spirit-devouring emperor. Thus, after taking a few deep breaths, Shenyan Emperor once again stifled his anger, forcing a smile as he slowly replied, Since this is a misunderstanding, we shall not impose any further. With that, he turned away, activating his spiritual vessel to swiftly depart, vanishing into the distance. Your Majesty, will we not crush them all? Zhou Ling could not help but remind him upon witnessing this. The individuals from the ancient Song's sacred land were not to be underestimated. Especially the Ninth Corps Elder, a genuine imperial-level powerhouse. In fact, he was even stronger than the spirit-devouring Emperor. Should your Majesty decide to eliminate them all, the ancient Song's sacred land would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Losing 2 emperors in a single day. One does not strike a smiling face. Since they have shown discretion today, I see no reason to waste further time on them. Should they seek death again? They shall have no one to blame but themselves, Chu Yi replied, watching the rapidly disappearing spiritual vessel, shaking his head indifferently indeed. Zhou Ling nodded in agreement, respectfully stepping aside. His gaze towards Chu Yi grew increasingly reverent. Today's monarch was overwhelmingly dominant, unparalleled. With a single word, he severed the celestial pavilion, and with a mere gesture, he executed the Taihao Emperor. Even when faced with an emperor's arrival, it was his pet that dispatched them with a single paw, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance, truly invincible. The current monarch stood as a figure who could look down upon all heroes of the Eastern Domain, a being deemed invincible under heaven. Zhou Ling's heart brimmed with admiration. Feeling as though he had transformed into a fervent devotee of Chu Yi, convinced that even if he endured 1,000 or 10,000 humiliations in the annals of chaos, he would never so much as furrow his brow. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? As his thoughts drifted, Zhou Ling inquired. We shall head to the Taihao imperial city. The emperor has fallen. I intend to purge all imperial clans and nobles within the city. Chu Yi spoke calmly. The Taihao Empire was virtually a mere shell of its former self. Only a final cleanup operation was required to fully annex the 700 states into his dominion. However, at present, his primary objective was to seize control of the core of the Taihao Empire and secure the next special signing opportunity. March on, army! Several generals shouted in unison. The Grand Legion of Sacred Soldiers began their advance once more. Heading towards the Taihao Imperial City, Chapter 60, 100 consecutive draws, the all-encompassing spiritual net of the 10 realms, Heavenly Martial Empire, Empire Range, 569 states, population. Over 1 trillion, strongest, Titan Eschius, Half-Step Emperor, current Imperial Luck Points, 5 billion, daily acquisition of Imperial Luck Points, 1 million, based on Empire Range. Population and cultivation improvement, system rating, level 7 nation, dominant level empire with terrifying achievements in slaying emperors, causing the ancient Song's sacred land to fear. Within the Imperial Hall, Chu Yi observed the current data panel of the Heavenly Martial Empire. Spanning over 500 states, the system had rated it as a level 7 nation, elevating it from a mid-tier force to a dominant level. In just a few short months, the Heavenly Martial Empire had undergone a complete transformation. Every moment heralded earth-shattering changes. Once the Taihao Empire was consumed, he would take a brief respite to gather strength for a singular conquest of the Eastern Domain. Chu Yi mused, his eyes glimmering. Once the Taihao Empire was fully integrated into the Empire's territory, the situation in the Eastern Domain would undoubtedly undergo a drastic shift. At that time, none would dare belittle the Heavenly Martial Empire or regard it as a minor nation. When that moment arrived, should he suddenly launch an offensive against another major nation, it was inevitable that sacred lands or other countries would intervene, preventing the Heavenly Martial Empire from waging war unimpeded, thereby disrupting the delicate balance of power in the Eastern Domain. Although Chu Yi harbored no fear, should that occur, the citizens of the Empire might suffer retribution from those with ill intentions, turning the realm he had painstakingly established into a chaotic battlefield overnight. Thus, he required a period to amass strength. Once the entire empire was fearless of retaliation and prepared for battle, he would strike with thunderous force to seize control of the entire Eastern Domain. It had been a while since his last draw. After determining the future direction of the empire, Chu Yi turned his gaze to the Imperial Luck Marketplace, particularly the shimmering card draw section. Since acquiring the Divine Annihilation Ancient Dragon, he had hardly attempted a draw again. Today, recalling it, he decided to invest several billion Imperial Luck Points to test his fortune. Without further ado, he initiated the first 10 consecutive draws. Clatter! White and blue lights intertwined, and this time, Chu Yi's luck seemed rather mediocre. The azure sky and white clouds yielded little of use, expending 10 million Imperial Luck Points without obtaining anything of value. However, Chu Yi suddenly smiled. What once seemed exorbitant, a card draw costing 1 million Imperial Luck Points, now appeared quite cheap in light of his current 50 billion Imperial Luck Points. Swish, without further ado. He directly poured down 1 billion Imperial Luck Points for 100 draws. Amidst the radiant flashes, Chuyi finally beheld 2 cards glowing with purple light. Epic item. Celestial Domain Spiritual Net, a network that allows for message transmission disregarding distance, capable of connecting the myriad realms. Its applications are vast, akin to the Internet of Blue Star. Epic item. God-burying cannon, an extremely formidable weapon, one of the ultimate armaments from another world. If equipped with God-burying shells, epic items, it can unleash true God-burial might. Drawing on the spiritual power of heaven and earth, even with ordinary ammunition, it can effortlessly slay initial-level emperors and heavily injure higher-level emperors. The Celestial Domain Spiritual Net. The God-burying cannon. Both of these are undeniably exceptional items. The network connecting the myriad realms, Chuyi, having once lived as a Blue Star inhabitant, was well aware of its monumental utility, even if its function were extraordinarily simplistic. Merely facilitating instantaneous communication among countless legions on the battlefield would provide immense assistance. Moreover, according to the system, the capabilities of this spiritual net were truly akin to the Internet. Beep. Highest authority user logged into the spiritual net. Current spiritual net user, 1. Transmission range, 7.7 trillion light-years. Range increases with the number of users. In an instant, a mechanical voice resonated in Chuyi's mind, revealing the current foundational information of the spiritual net. This item could even be projected into the sea of consciousness or any screen capable of bearing information. With a mere thought, Chuyi could disseminate it to all his subjects. Moreover, with a slight conception, the spiritual net would automatically generate programs and operate flawlessly. What a powerful function! Chuyi marveled, promptly generating a program for communication, naming it Imperial Message, and sending it via the spiritual net to Shanghai. Situated in the heavenly martial imperial capital, Shanghai. What is the current state of the imperial capital? In the heavenly martial imperial capital, what is happening? Who has intruded upon my sea of consciousness? Come forth! A character suddenly materialized within his sea of consciousness, causing Shanghai to freeze momentarily before a mix of astonishment and fury welled up within him. He had been stealthily invaded without the slightest awareness. This bizarre situation was a first in his life. Do you not even recognize me? Boom. Instantly, a familiar imperial might surged within his sea of consciousness. Shanghai was rendered dumbstruck, collapsing to the ground in reverence. Exclaiming, I am but a humble servant, doomed to die 1,000 deaths. I failed to recognize your majesty. Please forgive me. Slap, slap. While speaking, he struck himself twice, reddening his face. At that moment, Shanghai's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Just now, he had actually demanded the monarch to come forth. What a grave act of rebellion. Realizing this, Shanghai bowed repeatedly towards the air, pleading, I beseech your majesty to punish me. Enough, rise. Chuyi's indifferent voice resonated. Today, it was I who acted impulsively. You need not bear the blame. Thank you, your majesty. Shanghai finally stood, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, you are currently not within the borders of the Taihao Empire. Separated from the imperial capital by countless billions of miles, how is it possible for you to convey your words into my consciousness? His astonishment was palpable. Generally speaking, the limit of direct communication through the utilization of true essence is confined to a mere few 100 billion miles. Moreover, the back-and-forth transmission consumes a considerable amount of time, rendering direct interaction impossible. Only through the prior creation of costly spiritual talismans can one achieve communication over such vast distances, even enabling the projection of phantoms for dialogue. Yet today, he found himself devoid of any such communication talismans. With a chuckle, Chuyi responded, This artifact is called Lingwang. In due time, you shall gradually witness its boundless efficacy. Chapter 61. The Data-Driven World, the Fourth Calamity of the Future. Not having conversed with Shanghai for long, Chuyi resumed his exploration of the specific functions of the Imperial Communication System before returning to the Chaoyun Mall to partake in the next round of draws. 100 consecutive draws? Not nearly enough. Far from sufficient. This time, I shall execute 500 consecutive draws. I shall expend a total of 500 million Chaoyun points for the chance to acquire a legendary card. With a resounding hum, countless cards flew forth, illuminating the surroundings with an endless brilliance. Ultimately, it truly erupted into a dazzling golden radiance, just as Chu Yi had anticipated. A legendary item. My fortune today is indeed remarkable. Overjoyed, Chu Yi immediately unveiled the golden card and scrutinized its effects. Legendary item data source core, capable of fully manifesting the data of a realm or host kingdom, expanding according to governing territory. It enables beings within the data-driven world to achieve near-infinite growth by slaying endlessly respawning data targets, such as monstrous beasts, or plundering the powers of beings from outside the data realm. Furthermore, should the host choose to digitize their kingdom, it would allow all citizens who perish within the data world to be resurrected at the city's core. What is this? As he examined the newly acquired legendary item, Chu Yi could not help but furrow his brow, rapidly contemplating the myriad possibilities this item presented. A data-driven world, infinite growth, resurrection of citizens within the main city. The amalgamation of these three elements bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain game from Blue Star. A super dungeon based on reality? No. With the Lingwang at my disposal, I can effortlessly disseminate its influence to my citizens and create a corresponding system. Thus, I can transform my hundreds of millions of subjects into warriors. Becoming a true fourth calamity. It is certainly feasible. Suddenly, Chu Yi appeared to recall something. His gaze brightened with a newfound clarity, as if he could envision the future evolution of the Tianwu Empire. The ability to resurrect and grow infinitely among hundreds of millions of citizens. This was not merely a source of power for him as the sovereign. It could also cultivate a formidable existence akin to the fourth calamity. As an emperor, he would not always shield them, nor would he allow them to become a burden on the empire. However, should the kingdom undergo digitization, supplemented by the complete game system generated by the Lingwang, then even those with the weakest talents, who struggle to cultivate, would have the potential to transcend barriers and ascend to the sacred realm, or even the more powerful imperial realm. At that time, the empire would be composed of warriors, and all would be empowered. Regardless of how other nations retaliated, they could never become mere lambs for slaughter. True strength lies in one's own might. Chu Yi resolved to grant all citizens of the Tianwu Empire an opportunity, a genuine chance to step into the boundless future. The Lingwang will facilitate the creation of the heavenly gift system based on my vision. Without further hesitation, Chu Yi immediately began drafting the blueprint, naming the all-encompassing system Heavenly Gift. Ding! Creation completed. Total time spent, 0.0003 seconds. In an instant, the Heavenly Gift system materialized. The computational power of the Lingwang was astonishing. Whatever Chu Yi desired, it could manifest flawlessly. Displaying panel, display successful. Chu Yi experimentally examined his own Heavenly Gift panel. Name, Chu Yi. Identity, Supreme Authority, Cultivation, Imperial Realm, First Layer, 670,010 million. Divine Abilities, Unable to Read. Talents, Unable to Read. Items, Unable to Read. Similar to the system panel, it was evident that the Lingwang could not fully read Chu Yi's information, falling significantly short of the system's rank. Once digitized, would all citizens randomly acquire unique talents? Chu Yi continued to explore. Not only did the ability to grow infinitely and resurrect exist, but also the digitized citizens would randomly gain a talent of their own. These talents were categorized into 4 tiers: ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary. They had been fully integrated into the Heavenly Gift system, awaiting the arrival of the data source core. Moreover, a new directive was programmed into the Lingwang. Any being that had undergone digitization and harbored thoughts of rebellion against the empire would have all their powers revoked, and a notice would be issued to all who possessed the Heavenly Gift system within 1,000,000 miles, permitting them to execute the traitor. Finally, Chu Yi issued his command. He could bestow power upon his subjects, but the prerequisite was absolute loyalty to the empire, with no hint of treachery. Any who dared rebel would have their powers reclaimed. Their locations would be disclosed to the populace for immediate execution. A deep blue data source core floated in midair, resembling a crystal sphere, radiating a dazzling blue light. Countless tiny arcs of electricity danced upon its surface, as if it were alive to go forth, transform my kingdom completely and create a true fourth calamity. With a mere thought, The suspended data source core erupted into brilliant blue light, spreading outward in the blink of an eye. The blue radiance extended billions of miles, enveloping the entire Tianwu Empire, causing its very essence to transform in an instant. All citizens were granted access to the Lingwang and the heavenly gift system, allowing them to view their awakened talents. Chui spoke once more, instantly expanding the Lingwang's influence nationwide, implanting the heavenly gift system into the consciousness of every individual. Simultaneously, within the borders of the Tianwu Empire, in Liuzhou, Lufeng City. With a hum, the blue light swept across the entire city, plunging the once bustling streets into an eerie silence. Each person stood frozen, staring blankly at the luminous screen manifesting before them. Ding! Heavenly gift system is starting. Startup successful. Citizen K79793211. Welcome to your login. You have awakened the ordinary level talent. Path of the Swordsman. Path of the Swordsman. Ordinary level talent. While wielding a sword as a weapon, you gain an additional 30 cultivation points and increase your overall strength by 20. Chapter 62. Talent Awakening. The legendary talent that defies the heavens. A burly man, who had been chopping meat with a cleaver, suddenly froze. His arm trembled, causing the cleaver to clatter to the ground. Oh my goodness! A celestial being is speaking in my mind, and they granted me some kind of talent. Old Zhao, is that you too? Upon hearing this, an elderly tofu vendor nearby turned his head in surprise. Instantly, the crowd in the streets erupted into a frenzy. Some rejoiced, believing they had inherited a form of cultivation legacy, while others were consumed by fear. Hastily kneeling on the ground, utterly bewildered by the voices echoing in their minds, until suddenly, the luminous screen clearly displayed the face of Chu Yi, the sole master of this empire. Boom! Not only in Lufeng City, but throughout the vast expanse of the Liuzhou territory, all citizens, nobles, and numerous city lords knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." A billion voices rose in unison. What kind of scene was this? The momentum was so grand that it seemed capable of overturning the very heavens, shattering the void. Please, be at ease. The smiling Chu Yi within the luminous screen seemed to peer through the shimmering facade. Clearly perceiving the astonished expressions of each citizen, surely, you are all still in a state of disbelief. There is no need for astonishment, nor for fear. The heavenly gift system as the supreme opportunity one bestow upon you. It has the power to directly eliminate the barriers to cultivation, granting everyone the chance to become powerful. Those who carry fortune may acquire formidable talents, transforming their very beings and leaping through the dragon gate. Chu Yi proclaimed loudly, "Today, I have wielded great powers to reshape the world. I have converted the countless monsters within the mountains into a fertile ground for you to slay repeatedly, allowing you to amass vast amounts of cultivation points. Simply focus on strengthening yourselves. You now possess the potential for infinite growth, and within the empire, you are the undying fourth calamity." As his words resonated, everyone felt their worldview shatter and be reborn. The barriers to cultivation have been obliterated. How can one aspire to become like a dragon, experiencing boundless growth to attain strength? Furthermore, is it possible to remain immortal within the imperial dynasty, enhancing one's power through the slaying of monstrous beasts? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Boom! At that very moment, within the heart of the countless main cities of the current heavenly martial empire, a grand temple abruptly manifested. In an instant, all present comprehended deeply that this temple was the pivotal location for their future deaths and subsequent resurrections. The divine gift from His Majesty, in Lufeng City, a young boy, after absorbing Chu Ye's explanation, felt his entire being flush with excitement, meticulously scrutinizing his talent attributes. Words become law. Legendary level talent. Every utterance of yours holds the potential to manifest into reality, with probabilities enhanced according to your current cultivation level. Note, this does not apply to His Majesty, the sovereign of the great heavenly martial empire, Chu Yi. The boy's identity was initially that of a mere beggar, lost on the streets, orphaned and devoid of any cultivation aptitude. He wandered aimlessly through the streets of Lufeng City, akin to a soulless husk. However, after today, everything would change. That majesty, that exalted majesty had bestowed upon him the power to alter his fate. The boy's heart surged with joy, and he could not resist voicing his first command: "I shall become the great emperor." I shall be His Majesty's right hand. Ding. Words become law. Activation failed. The probability of this utterance materializing is 0.0000000000001. Regrettably, the ambition of this declaration was far too grand, rendering its realization nearly impossible. The boy's expression dimmed, yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he shifted his focus to a more modest goal. Silver coins shall appear in my pocket. Ding. Words become law. Activation successful. The probability of this utterance materializing is 50. Instantly, his once empty pocket felt heavy, as a substantial pile of gleaming silver pieces cascaded forth. He hurriedly scooped up the silver and tucked it into his bosom, his face alight with exhilaration. His Majesty did not deceive him. The ability of words become law is indeed real. Ha ha. In the future, I, Chen Buju, shall undoubtedly become a true powerhouse. Your Majesty, you have transformed every aspect of my life. I must ensure you know my name. The boy clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with fervor and determination. Slap. He then abruptly struck his own cheek, killing a mosquito. Ding. Mosquito slain, gaining 0.01 cultivation points. Your cultivation has increased. Current cultivation. Body refinement realm first level. Chen Buju was taken aback. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the overwhelming force of the body refinement realm surged into his being, transforming the previously frail boy into a robust figure in an instant. This is the power of a cultivator. Slaying monstrous beasts truly grants one cultivation. Gazing at the lifeless mosquito in his hand, the boy felt an even greater surge of excitement. No. Did His Majesty not proclaim that as long as they remain within the imperial dynasty, they would be immortal? I must venture to the Beast Mountain range, to slay actual monstrous beasts, thereby enhancing the probability of words become law. Chen Buju's heart raced as he turned and strode away from Lufeng City, heading towards a region teeming with beasts, known as the Xilan Mountain Range. Report to the highest authority, talent awakening statistics completed. Among them, 5 individuals possess legendary level talents, 56,007 possess epic level talents, 789 trillion possess rare level talents, and ordinary level talents remain unquantifiable for now. Within the Imperial Hall, the spiritual network was relaying the talent awakening status of all subjects to Chu Yi. The legendary talent at the highest tier was found to be possessed by only 5 individuals among billions of citizens. Summon those 5 individuals' talent abilities. Let me see. Chu Yi furrowed his brow and promptly ordered the spiritual network to display the 5 legendary talents. This is a 10,000-fold limit? The upper limit of all realms is increased to 10,000 times. But the requirements for breakthrough are raised 100-fold. The first talent caught Chu Ye's attention, a 10,000-fold upper limit. This is truly terrifying. Should he reach the level of Emperor, the power he would gain from just one individual would be unimaginable. Oh, it is actually Lu's eldest son. I am eager to see his future performance. Upon examining the individual's identity, Chu Yi discovered that he was one of the families that had initially pledged allegiance to him. The young master of the Lu family, Lu Tianwu, named after my empire. What a splendid name. Chu Yi smiled, then shifted his focus away from this individual to examine the remaining 4 legendary talents. Chapter 63. Forbidden Level Talent, the Hidden Strategist. Elemental Mastery, Legendary Level Talent, possessing absolute control over the 5 basic elements. Additionally, immunity to elemental damage, with innate mastery of elemental laws reaching a perfect 100. Lord of Nirvana, Legendary Level Talent, granting 1 chance for rebirth every 7 days. Even outside the main city, one may perfectly resurrect upon death, with all powers receiving a permanent 50 enhancement. Words become law, legendary level talent. Every utterance of yours may become fact. With probabilities enhanced according to your current cultivation level. Inherently immortal, legendary level talent. Your lifespan is a fixed eternal value. For every year lived, you gain a special bonus point, resulting in additional infinite growth effects. Such formidable talents leave even me somewhat astonished. After thoroughly reviewing the descriptions of these 5 legendary talents, Chu Yi smiled, growing increasingly eager for their futures. After all of this is merely the power he bestows upon the subjects of the empire. The stronger the subjects, the mightier the emperor. Furthermore, no matter how powerful the talent, it cannot inflict even a fraction of harm upon him. Thus, There is no need for concern over potential mishaps or the emergence of hidden dangers. By the way, although I cannot be datafied, I should still be able to awaken a talent. Upon reviewing the specific identities of these 5 individuals, he sent a message to Jiang Shanhai, who was far away in the imperial capital, instructing him to keep a close watch on them. Chu Yi rested his chin on his hand, attempting to awaken a talent for himself as well. As expected, it was no surprise that even he could awaken a talent. Ding! Respected highest authority, you have awakened a forbidden level talent. World chessboard, surpassing the legendary, the unique forbidden level talent. You are a monarch, a human emperor, a celestial emperor who resides high above the 9 heavens. All powerful beings, all strategies, all principles cannot escape your control. You are the sole strategist, unbound by any rules, unrestrained by any causal ties, and impervious to any obstacles. Forbidden talent? The strategist? Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. His gaze growing profoundly deep, he then contemplated the multitude of abilities this talent bestowed upon him. Peace, the slaughtering general, one of the 4 guardian generals of the king, possessing the authority of slaughter. Slaughter. All comprehensive powers receive a 300 enhancement. With each powerful enemy slain in battle, one's strength can be reinforced without limit. Moreover, the greater the damage received, the higher the enhancement of one's cultivation. Maximum 1000. Peace, Heavenly Guardian, one of the 4 guardian generals of the king, possessing the authority of heavenly protection. Heavenly protection. When this general is present, the king's damage taken is reduced by 99, and the strength and defensive attributes of all soldier pieces are doubled. Peace, Annihilation General, one of the 4 guardian generals of the king, possessing the authority of annihilation. Annihilation. Extreme destruction, extreme calamity. No existence can evade, resist, or diminish the attacks of the Annihilation General in any form. Peace, Emperor's Vassal, one of the 4 guardian generals of the king, possessing the authority of the Emperor's Vassal. Emperor's Vassal. At any time, this general's cultivation will always exceed that of the king by several levels, eternally guarding by the throne. Talent, World Chessboard. Currently, the abilities it grants Chu Yi include 3 aspects. First, summon the 4 guardian generals, manifesting 100 soldier pieces. Second, bestow the abilities of the pieces upon himself, acquiring special authority. Third, control the chessboard, allowing him to convert any fallen into pieces, eternally fighting for his king. Peace, the king, the unique peace, cannot be summoned, possessing absolute control over the chessboard, unaffected by any causes or higher dimensional existences. The final piece of the king is, of course, one of the identities Chu Yi represents on this chessboard. He is the king, as well as the hidden strategist. He will not become a puppet of any great power. Although he appears to be within the game, he has already transcended the chessboard. A commendable talent, Chu Yi toyed with the piece symbolizing the king. Before him, an ethereal chessboard gradually manifested, countless pieces poised within, awaiting the king's command. Summon, Emperor's Vassal, boom. At the utterance of Chu Ye's quiet words, a towering figure clad in black armor, standing 3 meters tall, materialized. Behind him loomed a colossal greatsword, and the terrifying aura of the emperor enveloped the entire venue like an abyss, compelling all the powerful figures within the imperial hall to reveal themselves. Their solemn gazes were fixed upon the adversary. I pay my respects, Your Majesty. The giant in black armor slowly bowed his head, ultimately kneeling before the throne, offering his homage to Chu Yi. Chu Yi remained expressionless, his indifferent gaze surveying the attributes displayed before him. Name, General of the Fallen Emperor. Identity, one of the chess pieces. Cultivation, 7th heaven of the Emperor realm, perpetually greater than the host's cultivation. Beneath the supreme limit, 7th heaven of the Emperor. At the moment of his appearance, even the god of annihilation was startled, donning a countenance akin to facing a formidable foe. This general of the chess pieces is no trivial matter. It seems that aside from the god of annihilation, he has already become the mightiest under my rule. Chu Yi felt a slight tremor of alarm. The system had not fully revealed the capabilities of this general of the fallen emperor. In his perception, the being appeared less like a living entity and more like a genuine chess piece, imprisoned upon the board for countless ages, merely guarding the throne behind him as a knight. Withdraw for now. It is not yet time for your emergence. After a brief silence, Chu Yi sighed softly and gestured for him to return to the chessboard. The Haotian imperial city was on the verge of arrival. With the motley crew before him, there was no need to summon the chess pieces into action, just it was better to keep them as a trump card for future use. On the other side, atop the walls of Haotian Imperial City, Your Highness, do we truly have to defend? Your Majesty, the former emperor, and several other lords have already perished. With you eye in the distance, smoke began to rise. Layer upon layer of shadows emerged from the dust, ultimately transforming into a golden army that surged like a tsunami. The Tianwu Empire was at the gates. No, father. The Crown Prince, gloomy Yanghao, once an inner disciple of the ancient Song sacred land, was among the highest in cultivation talent within the Taihao Empire. Aside from the 19th princess, gloomy Yao Yao, in merely over 300 years of cultivation, he had ascended to the sacred realm, regarded as a powerful figure throughout the empire. Yet, the power of the sacred realm ultimately could not exert any influence in this war. The fate of the Taihao Empire's demise had become unalterable. Chapter 64. Eternal Memory, the Unresting Seven Fiends Demon Emperor. Boom! The 100 billion holy soldiers reached the city gates. Countless soldiers atop the walls drew their longbows, seemingly awaiting the final command from their leader, ready to unleash a rain of arrows in defiance to the death. Gulp! Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Swallowing hard, no matter who it was, their hearts were gripped by extreme tension, hands trembling as they struggled to lock onto the target before them. To resist? Or to abandon and open the city gates? The commander of the city's garrison hesitated, even as the crown prince issued commands at his side. As if he had not heard, he too had family, a clan dependent upon him. The consequence of resisting would inevitably lead to the annihilation of the entire city. Slaughtering all within, was it worth it? For an already defeated Taihao Empire? The commander's eyes flickered with conflict. Suddenly, he turned to the crown prince. Your Highness, I am sorry. The reluctant sigh escaped him. Then, unexpectedly, the commander stood and called out to the entire city. Lay down your weapons for our new emperor. Open the gates, boom. The towering golden gates slowly swung open. Within the imperial hall, Chu Yi smiled coldly, relieved that they had made the right decision, sparing the lives of the hundreds of billions within the city. Ding! Special check-in location detected. Haotian Imperial City. Would you like to proceed with the special check-in? The army streamed into the city. Regardless of whether they were soldiers of the garrison or common citizens, they all seemed to have prepared for this moment, bowing and kneeling, lined up neatly along the streets, except for, halt! I am the Crown Prince of the Taihao Empire. Thud! Crown Prince Gloomy Tianhao suddenly appeared before the advancing army. Yet before his words could fully escape, Your Excellency, do you truly regard me, the Spirit Sword Emperor, as, boom? Yet, she had not retreated. A brilliant and resplendent beam of sword light tore through the layers of space. Boom! As the sword light descended, it instantaneously shattered all of Gu Yunyao's defenses, cleaving her entire form in two. Her pupils dulled. She collapsed to the ground, shattered. Simultaneously falling with her remnants was her master from the ancient Song sacred land. The seventh core elder, the Spirit Sword Emperor, Mu Qiuyu, a terrifying powerhouse at the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Even he was slain by that dreadful sword strike on the spot, his head rolling away upon the ground, seemingly casting a resentful glare at Gu Yunyao. What on earth is happening? Why path of vengeance has yet to commence? Who is it? As her consciousness rapidly faded, Gu Yunyao's past and present flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. Yet, no matter how she speculated, recalling all the enemies she had made during her previous life as the Demon Emperor, ultimately, none matched. Damn it, who is it? Who seeks to kill me? Why? I, the Seven Fiends Demon Emperor. Refused to accept this. In despair, Gu Yunyao roared in her heart. After enduring the fortune of reincarnation, living once more, her ultimate fate was to be slain by this bizarre golden sword light. Dying without closure. Chapter 65. The Fall of the Empire, the ancient Song sacred land that has shunned the world for millennia. None of the three survived. It appears the ancient Song sacred land has not sent forth a powerful protector, thus sparing me considerable trouble. Sensing the complete demise of the three from the imperial clan, Chu Yi smirked, standing with hands clasped behind his back atop the Haotian imperial city, his indifferent gaze surveying the surroundings. Now, the slaughter within this imperial city has commenced. What he had previously declared about slaying 3 trillion nobles of the Taihao Empire was by no means mere empty words. The Taihao Empire, established for countless ages, has maintained its imperial authority with unwavering stability. If one wishes to fully dominate this territory, they must first eliminate those rulers, leaving no survivors. To eradicate future threats. It is over. From this day forth, my Tianwu Empire shall possess nearly 900 states in the vast eastern region. It occupies a tenth of the area, ranking as a colossal sovereign nation. Chu Yi sheathed his sword and murmured indifferently, but all of this is merely the beginning. Ancient Song's sacred land. Holy Master, are you certain that our ancient Song's sacred land will shun the world for millennia? In the grand hall of the sect, 2 mangled corpses of women, still bearing expressions of unwillingness and resentment, lay displayed. Indeed, they were the fallen Gu Yunyao and the spirit sword emperor. Several core elders stood below, their eyes wide in disbelief upon hearing the words of the first holy master. To shun the world for millennia? Someone from an unfathomable distance has slain the 7th core elder and 3 disciples of the sacred land. Now, the ancient Song's sacred land is choosing to retreat. Ignoring the provocations and threats of the assailant, my decision is resolute. The holy master of ancient Song narrowed his eyes, a deep glimmer flashing within, and spoke solemnly. That sword is too terrifying. Even as I stand at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, I lack absolute confidence in being able to withstand it. He clenched his fists tightly, recalling the 3 radiant beams of golden sword light, feeling an involuntary tremor of fear. What? The core elders of the emperor realm gasped in awe. Who is the holy master of ancient Song? He is the one who, every 100,000 years, reaches the pinnacle of power and prestige to ascend to the position of holy master. Countless strong figures within the sacred land can only refer to him as the ancient Song emperor, a title symbolizing the sacred land's supremacy. The holy master is the strongest, not only in the ancient Song sacred land but also across the 4 great sacred lands of the eastern region. This principle is revered. Only those ancient monsters lurking in the shadows can be compared, and now, the mightiest of them, the ancient Song holy master, is actually afraid, yielding beneath the sharpness of that sword, forcing the entire sacred land to retreat. Holy master, this is impossible. You have held the position of holy master 10 times in succession, your strength having reached the absolute pinnacle of the emperor realm. Aside from the legendary immortal, who could possibly be your match? The first core elder, known as the 9-Flame Ancient Emperor, questioned. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he had contested with the current holy master for the position of holy master multiple times, only to repeatedly suffer defeat and ultimately concede. Thus, the 9-Flame Ancient Emperor could not believe that the nearly invincible ancient Song holy master would feel fear, much less shy away from battle. In response, the ancient Song holy master suddenly chuckled coldly and said, 9-Flame, I am not invincible. If that individual truly is an immortal, how then? Immortals are often capricious and elusive. No one can comprehend their movements. If he wishes to annihilate my ancient Song sacred land, we would have no means to counter, holy master. The 9-Flame Ancient Emperor wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the 9th core elder, who had once confronted Chu Yi, the divine transformation emperor. I concur with the holy master. Currently, within the Taihao Empire, it is likely that a true immortal heir has emerged. The eastern region is on the brink of chaos, and our sacred land's choice to retreat is not an unwise action. The divine transformation emperor, clad in white robes, bore a contemplative expression. The sensation the Tianwu emperor had previously instilled in him was exceedingly dangerous, profoundly terrifying. He did not wish to drag the entire sacred land into turmoil, fearing the arrival of an even greater calamity. To shun the world for millennia is certainly not the act of a coward. It is the self-preserving action of a seer, the safest course of action. Holy Master, do we? The 9-Flame Ancient Emperor was taken aback, seemingly wanting to rebut. Enough. However, as soon as he began to speak, the ancient Song Holy Master's chilling voice rang out, instantly silencing him. This matter shall be decided as such. Third Elder, seal the secret realm's entrance and activate the sacred land's grand formation. From this day forth, my ancient Song sacred land shall shun the world for millennia and shall no longer recruit any disciples. Understood. The third core elder, the Isibis Ancient Emperor, slightly bowed. The assembly is dismissed. The ancient Song holy master gently brushed his sleeve and turned to leave. Once he had departed completely, the elders could only shake their heads in sighs before dispersing. 7 days later, in the Tianwu Empire, at the Xilan mountain range. Howl, ding! You have slain a second-tier wind demon wolf, earning 300 cultivation points. Your cultivation has increased. Current cultivation, 6th layer of the spirit concealment realm, within the mountains, accompanied by a wolf's howl, the one with the talent of spoken magic. Chen Buju also wore a delighted expression. 6th layer of spirit concealment. In a mere 7 days, he had attained such a level through slaying numerous demon beasts. It is worth noting that in the past, transitioning from no cultivation to the 6th layer of spirit concealment would take even the most gifted prodigies at least several months, or even half a year to a year. Yet now, with a bestowed system, he, an utterly talentless waste, surpassed years of arduous practice in just 7 days of hunting demon beasts. To become a subject of His Majesty is truly a stroke of great fortune. If the commoners of other nations were to witness this, they would be envious beyond measure. However, His Majesty will one day conquer the entire continent. Submitting obediently may be their best choice. Chen Buju reclined beside a giant tree, gazing up at the sky as he murmured softly, "If only I could appear before His Majesty." Ding! Spoken magic activated. Success probability 0.000003. Success achieved. Chen Buju was taken aback. Yet before he could react further, he found himself vanishing from the spot, directly arriving within a magnificent and grand palace. Who dares? Those who trespass the imperial hall shall die a boom. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure beyond imagination surged forth, causing Chen Buju to freeze in place, feeling as though he would explode at any moment, crushed into a pulp by that oppressive force. Chapter 66. The Bewildered Chen Buju, Chu Ye's Scheme. Where is this? Could it be I have truly come before His Majesty? Halt! A detached voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, Chen Buju felt a blur before his eyes, and the awe-inspiring pressure that seemed capable of shaking the heavens dissipated into nothingness. Replaced by a figure clad in a somewhat familiar imperial robe, it was none other than Chu Yi, your Majesty. Upon recognizing the person's face, Chen Buju's heart raced, nearly choking him. I pay my respects. Your Majesty. He trembled with excitement, kneeling on the ground. He never expected that a mere casual remark of his could actually grant him an audience with His Majesty. Are you Chen Buju? Chu Yi sat high upon the imperial throne, observing the young man before him with great interest. This individual possessed legendary talents, capable of manifesting his words into reality. His value was simply incalculable, able to accomplish feats that even he found difficult. His abrupt appearance in the imperial hall today was likely the result of his extraordinary abilities. Why, Your Majesty? Yes. I have come to inquire. Chen Buju trembled with excitement. The thought of a mere insignificant person like him standing before the emperor felt utterly surreal. Chen Buju was one of the 5 legendary talent bearers. I intend to make you my personal guard. Would you accept? Chu Yi smiled. In his grand scheme, protecting and incorporating Chen Buju was essential. Given his sudden presence, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Personal guard? Chen Buju was taken aback, his mind buzzing in disbelief. Would you accept? Chu Yi repeated the question. I am willing, Chen Buju exclaimed, nearly biting his tongue in his fervor, hastily bowing in acknowledgement. To be the emperor's personal guard. Merely contemplating it was enough to drive one to madness with excitement. How could he, an insignificant being, possibly attain such a status? Chu Yi nodded slightly before rising from his seat, striding to Chen Buju's side. Follow me. A cool command fell from his lips. In the next moment, Chen Buju felt the scenery around him shift dramatically, as they were transported to an entirely different realm. Is this the heavenly demon mountain range? As he surveyed his surroundings, Chen Buju's pupils constricted sharply. The heavenly demon mountain range was once deemed an absolute forbidden zone during the era of the heavenly martial dynasty. No one dared to venture deep within, for it was said that terrifying demon lords at the quasi-emperor level dwelled in its depths. Your current cultivation is far too low, Chu Yi stated. I plan to test your innate abilities. Thus, you must first attain strength above the quasi-emperor level. Chu Yi stepped into the void, casually surveying the surrounding mountains. Quasi-Emperor level. Chen Bujue was momentarily stunned. He had only recently entered the spirit concealment realm. Yet the Emperor expected him to possess strength beyond that of a quasi-Emperor? How could this be possible? Mortal, you have trespassed into the domain of the illusory demon lord. Boom. In that instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and boundless demonic power surged forth, engulfing the land for miles. A colossal demon beast, towering like a lion yet resembling a wolf, materialized before them. Its eyes, fixed upon Chu Yi, glinted with an unrelenting ferocity. The illusory demon lord, the true master of the heavenly demon mountain range, a formidable being that had long been concealed within the territory of the heavenly martial dynasty, with a cultivation level of quasi-emperor fivefold. In the days of the heavenly martial dynasty, it could have obliterated the entire nation with a single swipe of its claw, but now, mortal, Chu Yi scoffed, casually slapping down his palm. Boom. The mountains crumbled, and the very fabric of space was reduced to dust in an instant. The once mighty illusory demon lord had now been severely weakened, its essence in tatters, unable to muster even a fraction of its former power. Boy, finish it off. Chu Yi tossed a sword before him. Of modest quality, it was merely a mid-grade imperial weapon, meant for Chen Bujue to deliver the final blow and gain immense cultivation points from the heavenly bestowed system. What? Chen Bujue trembled all over, shakily grasping the archaic sword, lifting it slowly. Wait. But just then, the illusory demon lord, in its weakened state, spoke. I am willing to serve you as my master. Spare my life. Your Majesty? Chen Bujue hesitated slightly, turning to glance back at Chu Ye. Yet, Chu Ye's gaze remained devoid of emotion, radiating only coldness and a murderous intent. As you command. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bujue clenched the sword tightly. Puchi, vivid crimson demon blood gushed forth. The heavenly bestowed system chimed in. Ding. Slaying a quasi-emperor fivefold demon beast, you gain 87 million cultivation points. Your cultivation has increased. Current cultivation. Sacred King Realm. 7th layer. Boom. In an instant, boundless terrifying power surged into Chen Bujue's body, causing both his soul and physique to undergo an immediate transformation. He crossed countless realms in a moment, achieving the formidable Sacred King's 7th layer. Feeling the immense power within him, Chen Bujue thought his heart might leap from his chest. A Sacred King. This insignificant spirit concealment cultivator had attained the Sacred King level in a single day. A feat that bordered on the legendary. Such an occurrence was simply unfathomable. I express my deepest gratitude to your Majesty for this rebirth. In the future, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, even at the cost of my life. After several deep breaths, Chen Bujue finally managed to regain his composure, kneeling before Chu Yi with utmost reverence, his demeanor sincere. This was a submission that stemmed from the depths of his heart and soul. The Sacred King's 7th layer is still acceptable. Chu Yi paid no heed to Chen Bujue's gratitude or vows, instead murmuring softly. He then produced a storage ring and tossed it towards Chen Bujue. Within this, there originally lies 1 million top-grade spirit stones. I want you to utilize your ability to manifest words into reality to modify it to 100 billion top-grade spirit stones. Chu Yi smiled, seemingly having devised a particular scheme, instructing the young man below. The resource of spirit stones was invaluable, whether for activating the celestial temple or for bolstering military might. For the current heavenly martial dynasty, an abundance of such resources was of utmost importance. Thus, Chu Ye's first experiment with Chen Bujue's innate ability was aimed at resource expansion, generating a stable source of provisions from nothing. 100 billion? Chen Bujue paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. He was now the Emperor's personal guard. He could not afford to disappoint his sovereign. Whatever the Emperor commanded, he must execute flawlessly. I declare, this storage ring contains 100 billion top-grade spirit stones. In a hushed tone, he activated his ability to manifest words into reality. Ding. Manifestation activated. Success probability 15. Success. Boom. In an instant, as Chen Bujue's words fell, the ordinary storage ring began to swell slightly, emitting a faint cracking sound. Clearly, the quantity of items stored within had undergone a rapid transformation. Oh? Chu Ye's interest was piqued as he retrieved the ring once more to inspect its contents. To his astonishment, it was filled to the brim with top-grade spirit stones, each radiating a brilliant luminescence, as if freshly unearthed from a mineral vein, exuding an incredibly dense aura. It worked. Chu Ye's eyes lit up. This was 100 billion top-grade spirit stones. One top-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 upper-grade spirit stones. It was worth noting that the previous cost of the 10 million Sacred Realm army was merely 100 billion upper-grade spirit stones. Just this storage ring alone could create an army of 1 billion Sacred Realm warriors, capable of obliterating anything in their path. The ability to manifest words into reality was truly terrifying. Having this individual was akin to possessing an endless reservoir of resources. Excellent, Chu Yi nodded, visibly pleased with the outcome. Ming Yin. He then summoned his second incarnation, the Lord of Calamity, Ming Yin, preparing to have him lead Qin Bujue in slaying demon beasts, enabling the latter to swiftly elevate to the quasi-emperor level. This is Ming Yin, one of my formidable subordinates. Follow him closely to enhance your cultivation. I shall await your return in the imperial capital. As the menacing figure of Ming Yin emerged, exuding a palpable aura of slaughter, Qin Bujue shivered but, upon hearing Chu Ye's introduction, immediately prostrated himself on the ground, proclaiming, I shall not fail your majesty's expectations. Following Lord Ming Yin to enhance my cultivation and better serve your majesty and the dynasty. Chu Yi nodded. Go. Boom. In a flash of black light, both figures vanished without a trace in the heavenly martial imperial city. The Nine Dragon Hall. Host, Chu Yi. Cultivation. Emperor Realm, 9th layer, Sovereign of the Heavens, physical strength. Body contains the embryonic form of a divine kingdom, equivalent to the power of a world spanning billions of miles, immortal emperor body. Special abilities. 9 Emperor Sacred Body. Heavenly Sovereign Sacred Eyes, Death Sword, 13. Eternal Memory, Nation. Heavenly Martial Dynasty, Mount Pet. Divine Extinguishing Ancient Dragon, Citizen Approval Rating, 68. War has ceased, rapidly increasing. Sign-in count. Daily sign-in 3 times. Monthly sign-in 0 times. Special sign-in 0 times. Legion summon, 0 times. Dynasty fortune points, 8.6 billion. After the datification of the dynasty, my citizens have been growing at a terrifying pace. Not only has their approval rating soared, but within just 10 days, I have attained the peak strength of an emperor. Seated upon the throne, Chu Yi simultaneously examined his current attribute panel and the nation status. Ever since utilizing that legendary item, the Data Source Core, the Sovereign of the Heavens had granted him unparalleled power. Every day is soaring at an exponential rate. In just a few short days, Chu Ye's cultivation realm has ascended from the 1st level of the Emperor realm to the 9th level, nearing the pinnacle of the Chaos continent. The emergence of the Spirit Network has injected a fresh vitality into my imperial dynasty. Upon entering the Spirit Network, Chu Yi was astonished to discover that within just a few days, various sections such as forums, trading, and even games had already appeared. In the forum, trillions of cultivators engage in discussions daily, exchanging ideas on various cultivation issues. The trading panel openly showcases ordinary yellow-tier martial arts techniques, while only those above the mysterious tier require the use of spirit stones for purchase or exchange for other items. Even mortals can cultivate. In my imperial dynasty, every citizen is like a dragon. A prosperous future is undoubtedly on the horizon. A smile crept upon Chu Ye's lips as he casually uploaded a wealth of martial techniques to the Spirit Network, providing resources for countless subjects to cultivate. Lastly, the game section, which piqued his curiosity, revealed a single option. Legend of Chaos Creator. Zhou Ling. This young man. Chu Yi had never anticipated that Zhou Ling would truly resurrect this game within the Spirit Network. Upon a cursory glance, he found that the number of players had already occupied more than half of the citizens of the Imperial Dynasty. Once a fallen Supreme Emperor, now he has become the first game planner within my Imperial Dynasty. Gazing at the forum for Legend of Chaos, he envisioned Zhou Ling battling the dark forces, wielding a keyboard as he fought against the collapse of the Great Tao. Chu Yi felt a wave of delight and couldn't help but chuckle. Soon after, he exited the Spirit Network and looked down upon the unusually quiet Nine Dragons Hall. Speaking of which, my 4th avatar should have reached the southern domain by now, as if recalling something. Chu Ye's gaze flickered, and his consciousness descended into an endless distance. Southern domain, the Phoenix Empire, by the boundless sea, boom. A figure shot through the air like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust filled the air, and a thunderous roar echoed. Slowly emerging from the chaos was a man with a long blade at his waist, a stern face, and eyes that concealed a chilling coldness. Even with my current strength, traversing the boundless sea that separates the two domains took a full 10 days, the stern man murmured to himself. His identity was none other than Chu Ye's fourth avatar, dispatched to the southern domain to investigate the power dynamics within. Here, I shall be known as Chu Feng. Thunderclouds gathered. Within his words, Chu Feng's eyes flickered with boundless lightning, and a storm seemed to form around him, causing the spiritual energy within 100,000 miles to grow restless. In an instant, he could summon heavenly thunder and unleash terrifying storms. Half-artifact, Shadow Thunderblade. While its tier was far inferior to the Tianquan sword and eternal annihilation, it should suffice. After all, my objective in the southern domain is merely to gather information. Glancing at the pitch-black Thunderblade hanging at his waist, he recalled that it was obtained from a previous sign-in, surpassing the Imperial weapon tier of the Chaos Continent, classified as a half-artifact. A single slash could effortlessly tear through the endless void, even shattering stars. Even a peak emperor, if careless, could have their soul cleaved in twain, meeting an instant demise. Chapter 68, The Gaze of the Divine. Chu Ye's fury, whoosh. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Feng's figure instantly soared into the air, seeking the nearest city to this location. Ancient Road City. After flying across millions of miles of land, Chu Feng finally descended, gazing at the city gates from afar. This city was not large, occupying merely 10,000 miles, with a population of only around 1 billion. In an instant, he had discerned that the strongest cultivator in the city was merely at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Akin to a mere soldier in the Tianwu Empire. Not even a 100-man commander. Safe. Chu Feng nodded slightly and entered the city among the throngs of pedestrians, preparing to gather intelligence about the southern domain. Halt! Who are you? However, just as he stepped into the city, dozens of guards surrounded him, having sensed something unusual about Chu Feng, and they shouted sternly. Chu Yi furrowed his brow. He had not revealed any aura. How could these mere Avatar Realm guards detect him? Captain, that's him. This person must be suspicious. He has not received the protection of the Phoenix Sovereign. One guard shouted, his voice sharp and piercing, startling many pedestrians nearby. What is the protection of the Phoenix Sovereign? That is the divine protection granted to every citizen of the Phoenix Empire. In the southern domain, apart from those who have been exiled and a portion of slaves from foreign lands, all others, barring unforeseen circumstances, possess the protection of the Phoenix Sovereign. Protection of the Phoenix Sovereign? What is that? Chu Feng's brows knitted deeply as he waved his hand to directly read the memories of those present. In an instant, he grasped a wealth of information about the southern domain. The southern domain comprises 8,800 states. Unlike the eastern domain, the southern domain is devoid of a multitude of nations or congregated sections. The entirety of the 8,800 states is dominated by a vast and stable imperial dynasty. The Phoenix Empire was established by a true deity from eons past, an existence that transcends mortality. That deity is not of the human race but is known as the primordial phoenix, an innate being birthed from the beginning of the Chaos Continent. Even to this day, the primordial phoenix still covertly protects the entire empire, granting the citizens endless divine protection, shielding them from calamities. Only the subjects of the Phoenix Empire may receive such divine protection. It is precisely for this reason that the guards of Ancient Road City could sense something amiss with Chu Feng. Surrounding him as such, transcending mortality, wasn't it said that deities cannot exist upon the Chaos Continent? Chu Feng immediately found the situation troublesome. The southern domain harbors an innate deity. This is far more dangerous than the hidden immortality in the eastern domain. One step at a time. Without absolute certainty, it is best not to provoke that deity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Feng resolved to refrain from inciting the primordial phoenix. His primary task in the southern domain is not slaughter but to thoroughly investigate everything. As for how to slay that deity, that is a matter to consider only after the Tianwu Empire truly invades the southern domain. Boom. However, just as Chu Feng prepared to leave and erase the memories of everyone present, the heavens above split open. Countless knights, armored and mounted on fiery birds, burst forth from the void, densely covering the skies above Ancient Road City. At the center, a towering figure clad in a golden royal robe stood with hands clasped behind his back. Fiery rays of sunlight surged from his being, scorching the heavens and the earth. Outsiders, I am king of the Sun Li Yun. Depart the southern domain at once. Otherwise, death. The overwhelming majesty of his presence seemed to rise above the 9 heavens. In an instant, the scorching rays swept across the land, tinting the sky a shade of crimson. I had clearly controlled all beings within ancient Road City, yet how did the news still get out? Upon seeing the newcomer, Chu Feng's expression darkened. He felt as if the moment he stepped into the southern domain, he had been targeted by some existence. No matter how he concealed himself, he could not escape their scrutiny. Is it you? The primordial phoenix, the deity of this realm? His face was icy, staring directly at the heavens above, seemingly seeking an answer. This feeling of being watched and controlled in every action infuriated Chu Yi. Boom! In that instant, his eyes suddenly widened, 2 beams of cold light shooting forth, piercing the skies as if to breach the firmament. Since it has come to this, let this avatar meet its end here and wreak havoc. Buzz before his voice faded, the ominous clouds above exploded. A terrifying aura, akin to that of a chasm, swept across the surroundings. Rumbles of thunder roared as lightning dragons coiled around Chu Feng, a torrent of destructive energy swirling around his body. As an emperor, Chu Yi, utterly despised being watched over by others, as though they controlled his every move. If so, let the slaughter commence. When an emperor is enraged, millions shall fall. The moment the adversary points their sword at him, they have sealed their fate with the Phoenix Empire. They do not know their own peril. Witnessing this scene, Li Yun's gaze darkened, filled with murderous intent. In this vast southern domain, none who dared to challenge the authority of the Phoenix Empire had ever met a good end. Moreover, today he was here on divine orders, representing the Empress. He embodied the supreme will of that existence, burning flames. With a mighty roar, Li Yun unleashed the imperial technique, shaking the heavens and suppressing the boundless earth. In an instant, the common folk within ancient Road City turned pale, feeling as though they were engulfed in a sea of flames. The searing pain is unbearable, and there are even those who, in a mere instant, are reduced to ashes, their bones entirely consumed. The imperial art? How laughable! Chu Yi raised his hand, the shadow thunder blade poised within his grasp. In that fleeting moment, his form shot forth like lightning, cleaving towards the Tianyang king and the thousands of formidable warriors beneath him. With a swift whoosh, the sound of wind and thunder echoed incessantly. This strike annihilated all, extinguishing everything in its path. Even seasoned emperors like Li Yun found themselves incapable of reacting in time. With a single blow, his entire imperial body was rent asunder, transforming into a sky filled with blood and flesh. Even his very soul reduced to ash. Ancient divine phoenix, are you watching? Continue to observe. For when I have slaughtered the entirety of the divine phoenix imperial clan, will you not make your appearance? Chu Ye's gaze was chilling. His whispered words, reminiscent of a devil, carried a touch of extreme cruelty and madness. His purpose for coming to the southern region had already shifted. It was no longer for investigation, nor for intelligence gathering. Instead, it was to venture into the heart of the divine phoenix imperial court, attempting to hunt divine beings. Chapter 69. The ancient divine phoenix invades the imperial capital. Your Majesty, the Tianyang king has fallen. The strength of the outsiders cannot be underestimated. We, the divine phoenix imperial capital, known as the Forbidden Land of the Gods, can only be visited by the present divine phoenix empress, clad in a crimson imperial robe and a phoenix crown. At this moment, the most esteemed lady in the vast southern region knelt on one knee, reporting to the surging sea of flames ahead. Boom! Before the words of the divine phoenix empress could escape her lips, the inferno roared, and a colossal figure slowly emerged, bathed in infinite divine flames, its wings unfurled, each feather radiating dazzling brilliance, illuminating the heavens like a resplendent sun. A terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped the entire divine phoenix imperial capital. Countless powerful beings knelt in reverence towards the forbidden land, overwhelmed with fear. Your Majesty, how could the divine phoenix manifest such divine might today? Seeing this scene, the divine phoenix empress lowered her head even further, not daring to gaze upon the true visage of the deity. Buzz! As the flames enveloped the space, the massive divine phoenix transformed into the form of a woman. She was unclothed, her skin as pristine as snow, exuding a beauty that bordered on the ethereal. Her eyes, imbued with purple gold divine flames, gazed down below, surveying with indifference, suffused with boundless divine radiance, as if a celestial being peering down upon the mortal realm. The divine Phoenix Empress shivered, despite standing at the pinnacle of imperial cultivation. When truly confronted by this primordial divine being, she was still filled with a profound shock and fear emanating from the depths of her soul. This was the protector that had safeguarded the imperial court for countless generations. Its existence transcended imagination, far beyond what this current empress could ever hope to compare to, an unreachable pinnacle. Huang Qingyue. The ancient divine phoenix waved its hand, and the flames surrounding it wove into garments, transforming into a magnificent crimson-gold gown draped upon her. With a tone devoid of warmth, she addressed the prostrate empress below. In response, Your Majesty, Huang Qingyue was the empress of the previous generation. I am Huang Wuxin, the 1321st empress of the Divine Phoenix Imperial Court. Upon hearing this, the Divine Phoenix Empress was momentarily taken aback. Before hastily bowing her head in respectful acknowledgement, the Imperial Court has existed for countless eons. Throughout history, the empresses have rarely witnessed anything beyond the divine will of the ancient divine phoenix during its slumber, let alone the true essence of the deity. Therefore, each awakening of the ancient divine phoenix signifies a return after millions of years, once again gracing the southern region. This time, it has been several million years since the last awakening of the ancient divine phoenix. Has Huang Qingyue fallen? I had forgotten. Mortals have such fleeting lifespans. A single slumber could lead to their disappearance. After listening to Huang Wuxin's words, the ancient divine phoenix descended gracefully, her bare feet touching the ground. In her eyes, which exuded an endless indifference, as if unperturbed by any event, a subtle glimmer of regret flickered. Mortals can never engage in discourse with the divine. Even with supreme cultivation, eternal life eludes them. Ultimately, they must succumb to oblivion. Your Majesty, is your awakening this time, perhaps for the sake of the outsiders? Huang Wuxin, prostrate on the ground, cautiously inquired. 3 days prior, a divine edict had been issued in the Forbidden Land, instructing the entire Divine Phoenix Imperial Court to closely monitor any outsiders, and upon discovery, eliminate them without mercy. However, she never imagined that the Empress herself would awaken personally. Outsiders. That visitor concealed a divine aura. Unlike that of mere mortals, they are not to be equated with mere outsiders. The ancient divine phoenix's beautiful eyes narrowed. Perhaps they are a primordial divine being like myself. What? Huang Wuxin's heart trembled, her face displaying a look of horror. Primordial divine beings. They transcend immortality, existing since the dawn of the world. They are recognized by the heavenly laws as deities, true children of the world, endowed with unimaginable power and divine abilities. Even the immortals must retreat upon encountering them. For within the chaotic continent, they embody true immortality, possessing absolute protection, and in a certain sense, represent a terrifying aspect of the world's will. However, the ancient divine phoenix paused, as if in an instant, she grasped everything that had transpired in the ancient Tao city. The divine will that had emerged during her slumber seemed to have issued a misguided decree, directly provoking that guest. Was it not the Empress's original intention to slay him? Huang Wuxin pondered silently, yet did not dare to inquire deeply into the deity's meaning. I merely wished to meet him. It was but mere curiosity and interest towards a fellow being. The ancient divine phoenix sighed gently, speaking slowly. Yet now, it is imperative to calm this enraged guest. There are 3 breaths left before he arrives at the imperial capital. In an instant, boom. The space above the divine phoenix imperial capital shattered like paper. As Chu Feng stepped into the firmament, his icy gaze sweeping over everything below, and then he bellowed, "Ancient divine phoenix, come forth!" Boom. The resounding wave of sound surged like a tide, unleashing an endless storm that swept in all directions. In that moment, the ears of all beings within the divine phoenix imperial capital rang, as if they would burst. Who dares? How audacious to intrude upon my divine phoenix imperial capital. Their life must be forfeit. Kill, and then, merely at the moment of Chu Feng's arrival, countless powerful beings within the imperial capital soared into the air, launching an assault against him. These warriors were almost all above the ancient Saint realm. The divine Phoenix Imperial Court, with its deep-rooted heritage spanning countless eons, had an unfathomable foundation. The powerful beings lurking within this imperial capital alone surpassed imagination, capable of easily overwhelming the eastern region's sacred lands. Amidst the onslaught of numerous powerful beings, Chu Feng's eyes crackled with thunder as he pointed a finger. Boom! The void erupted, countless thunderclouds materializing from thin air, shrouding the skies. Thunder, like dragons, swept across the expanse, tearing apart the void. Bang bang. In an instant, thousands of ancient saints were obliterated in a heartbeat, without even a scream escaping their lips. Stop! And just then, Huang Wuxin's voice resonated, followed by a formation of over a dozen emperor-level warriors, all eyeing Chu Feng with grave expressions. Your Majesty. Upon witnessing this scene, numerous powerful beings were initially taken aback, but then they bowed and paid their respects. The divine Phoenix Empress, Huang Wuxin, at merely over 4,000 years of age, had already ascended to the pinnacle of emperor-level cultivation, poised to become the third immortal of the divine Phoenix Imperial Court, eternally safeguarding the imperial domain. An empress, gazing at the stunningly beautiful girl before him. Like a celestial fairy descended from the heavens, Chu Feng's gaze narrowed slightly. The strength of the opponent far surpassed all the enemies he had encountered thus far. Immortal? No, she still resided within the imperial realm, yet had already taken a half-step into the immortal domain. In an instant, he completed an analysis of Huang Wuxin's strength. Gripping the Shadow Thunder Blade tightly, he seemed to be perpetually seeking the moment to strike. Even if this incarnation were to fall here, he, Chu Yi, would only be sacrificing this semi-artifact. If he could inflict significant damage upon the divine Phoenix Imperial Court before his demise, it would undoubtedly be worth it. Chapter 70. An unexpected turn of events. Chu Yi petrified. Your Excellency, please hold. There may be some misunderstanding between us. Sensing Chu Feng's cold, murderous intent, Huang Wuxin hurriedly spoke, attempting to explain. However, Chu Feng paid her no heed. Boom! In the next moment, boundless thunder surged violently around him, a terrifying aura erupting. With a single stroke, the entire realm seemed to darken for an instant. Clang! Yet, that unimaginably swift and horrifying blade, nearly surpassing 10,000 times the speed of light, was intercepted by a fair and luminous jade-like hand, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. A tremendous force rebounded, sending Chu Feng reeling back thousands of feet, his grip on the blade firm. Gazing in astonishment at the figure that had obstructed him, with a crimson dress swirling and black hair billowing, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, her ethereal presence exuding an otherworldly grace, as if a celestial maiden had descended upon the mortal realm. The ancient divine phoenix? Chu Feng spoke, the power of the woman before him exceeding all imagination. He could keenly perceive that innumerable laws were affixed to him within the chaotic continent, as all things in the world were at her command. As if the very embodiment of the heavenly Tao existed, this was none other than the innate deity of the southern region. Was it the ancient divine phoenix that had existed for countless epochs? I am the phoenix god Shi. May I inquire, esteemed one, from where you acquired the blade in your hand? The woman in the red dress wore an expression of indifference, her beauty surpassing the realms of imagination. Even the countenance of the heartless phoenix paled in comparison before her, leaving many powerful figures in the imperial capital utterly astonished. However, after their moment of awe, they instantly realized the identity of the visitor. The phoenix under the crown. We have encountered the phoenix under the crown. We are grateful for your protection over our empire for countless ages. Your Excellency is benevolent. In an instant, the entirety of the imperial capital, comprising billions of souls, fell to their knees in unison. Even those lofty sovereigns within the imperial realm bowed their heads in humility before this divine being, as if in the presence of their faith. Name: Phoenix God Shi. Race: Primordial Flame Phoenix, one of the exceedingly rare innate spirits born at the dawn of the world, with limitless potential and immortality in the world of its birth. Identity: one of the three innate deities of the chaotic continent. The sovereign of the southern region, guardian of the Phoenix Empire ancestor. Age: 17 billion. Cultivation level: second-tier true god. Current relationship: 200. Holds immense affection for the host, suggests incorporating them into the empire, yet Chu Feng chose not to respond to the inquiry. Instead, he opted to examine the panel, which displayed before him a scene that slightly startled him. A second-tier true god. an ultimate being that had survived for over 17 billion years. In the chaotic continent, such an existence was indeed immortal and indestructible. This is troublesome, Chu Feng frowned. He had not anticipated that the other party would be so formidable, let alone hunting deities. The very concept of death did not exist for them in the chaotic continent. Do you desire my blade? Regaining his composure, Chu Feng raised the shadow demon blade, believing that the other party must have been attracted by the divine power emanating from it, hence their sudden appearance. However, as soon as he uttered these words, Phoenix God, she shook her head. No, her expression remained unchanged, calm and unruffled. If you have calmed down, I wish to first extend my apologies to you. Apologies? Chu Feng frowned. The other party's strength was evidently far superior to his own. Yet, they presented an attitude of negotiation. This involuntarily heightened his vigilance. The will of my true self during slumber merely issued divine decrees out of instinct. During my slumber, it surveyed the entirety of the southern region, and upon discovering any anomalies, it would command the powerful of the empire to sweep them away or eliminate them. Phoenix God, she slowly leaned forward and spoke. This time, it is I who was at fault that I hope you can show leniency. Her voice was crisp and melodious, yet devoid of any fluctuation, carrying a thread of authority and nobility. Chu Feng was taken aback. He had never expected that the other party would so straightforwardly apologize to him. After all, she was a deity, the supreme ruler of an entire domain, transcending immortality. She had chosen to lower her exalted form and personally offer her apologies to him. It was almost unbelievable. Were it not for his knowledge of Phoenix God, she's identity, confirming her status as a true god, he would have almost thought this person before him was an imposter. The anger that had built up within him found no outlet, as the other party had already sincerely apologized. If Chu Feng were to continue being unreasonable and aggressive, it would only make him appear petty and diminish his own stature. After taking a deep breath, a sudden statement from Phoenix God, she left him utterly petrified, standing there in a daze. I can sense that your presence here today is merely a manifestation of your true self. Your essence, too, is immortal and indestructible, with its origin not residing in the flesh and soul. Therefore, I intend to have you enter the Phoenix Empire and become a consort to the current empress. As she spoke, she glanced toward the silent Phoenix Wuxin, who slightly lowered her head, as if tacitly approving of something. What? Absolutely not. Your Excellency, what do you mean? How can you allow an outsider to become the consort of Her Majesty? Upon hearing Phoenix God Shi's words, the people of the imperial capital were thrown into a state of panic, hastily voicing their objections. Have the empress become the consort of this madman who stormed into the imperial capital? This was utterly absurd. Even the phoenix under the crown could not make such a jest. The fact that his manifestation had been recognized by the other party, and even the audacity to propose that he enter the Phoenix Empire, left Chu Ye's mind buzzing, utterly perplexed by the other's thoughts. Could it be that a being that had existed for over 100 billion years thought in ways entirely different from ordinary mortals? Well, it would be best to depart from the southern region and discuss other matters later. I am currently helpless against this ancient divine phoenix. It would be wiser to plot against the southern region at a later time. With thoughts swirling, Chu Yi promptly resolved to concoct a reason to extricate himself, allowing this manifestation to venture to the northern region or the central region to continue its investigation. How could my true self be so esteemed as to be consorted? If you wish to become a consort to my true self, then that might be considered. Very well, Chu Yi sneered. Yet, before he could finish his words, he observed Phoenix God Shi nodding in agreement. A rare smile graced her lips. In the 100 billion years I have existed, I have never possessed the intriguing title of consort. Since you have expressed interest in me, then the Phoenix Empire shall be presented as your dowry. If you would be so kind? Chu Yi was once again rendered speechless. Chapter 71. The conditions of Phoenix God Shi, transcendence of the divine realm within 1,000,000 years. Not only him, as Phoenix God Shi's words fell. An eerie silence enveloped the skies above the entire Phoenix Empire. The Empress, various kings, and numerous ancestral elders of powerful clans wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Their minds could not comprehend. Directly plunging into an abyss of blankness, they had never imagined that the legendary phoenix under the crown, who had survived for countless epochs, would voluntarily agree to become someone's consort. Moreover, she intended to offer the entire empire as a dowry. Your Excellency, after a long while, a certain sovereign of the imperial realm roared in anguish, his eyes blazing red. This is absolutely unacceptable. What a lofty status you hold. How can you become the consort of a mere mortal? Besides, our Phoenix Empire has stood for billions of years. How could we allow an outsider to become the new emperor? Indeed, Your Excellency, you must not undertake such a ridiculous act. Although we do not dare to defy your will, we beg your forgiveness for our rudeness today. Not only him, a powerful Phoenix warrior also roared in indignation, their face ashen. The Phoenix Empire, with its long-standing heritage, dominates the entire southern region. It is the sovereign of the southern region. Among the forces of the chaotic continent, it stands at the pinnacle. How could it be carelessly entrusted to an outsider? Silence, boom. The countless voices of opposition seemed to ignite the wrath of this innate deity. And with just a single glance, an unimaginable pressure that threatened to crush everything descended. Your Excellency, in an instant, everyone trembled, as if plunged into an icy abyss. One by one, saints, quasi-emperors, and even pinnacle emperors knelt in the void, shivering as if struck by lightning. Even the Empress understood that her divine being had grown furious, bowing respectfully and addressing her as Your Excellency, pleading for forgiveness. You mortals, have you dared to raise your voices before a deity after merely 1,000,000 years of my slumber? Phoenix God, she waved her sleeve, casting a cold glance at the multitude of kneeling figures, and stated icily, Remember, from beginning to end, the Phoenix Empire has merely been a plaything established by me out of boredom. I am your ancestor, the founding emperor of this nation, and the deity upon whom all beings in the southern region rely. You have no right to dictate to me, even if today I decide to personally obliterate the Phoenix Empire. You shall not obstruct me. Her voice reverberated through the universe, shaking the heavens. In that instant, everyone became rigid, their hearts pounding with fear beneath her terrifying divine majesty. Indeed, how could they forget? They were facing a divine being that had existed since the inception of the world. The Phoenix Empire, which had endured for billions of years, was but a mere fragment of time for this existence that had traversed over 100 billion years. It was merely a fleeting whim. And in the future, she might even grow weary of it and destroy it as a plaything. The ancient divine Phoenix is a true deity, the supreme ruler of the southern region, above all. Mortals must never defy her. Your Excellency's reprimand is most apartment. We shall obey your decree. Your Excellency, quell your anger. After a brief silence, all the powerful figures bowed and prostrated, humbly confessing their transgressions. Humph! With a slight snort, Phoenix God, she turned her gaze back to Chuyi, her breathtaking visage now adorned with a gentle smile. What do you think? How about my proposal? A flicker of barely perceptible anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Countless eons have passed, far too suffocating and exceedingly dull, as an immortal primordial deity. The Phoenix Goddess, she finds herself unable to even seek death, relying solely on slumber to endure the interminable passage of time. She is forever bound to the Chaos Continent, this world that cradles her existence yet also serves as her eternal prison. Yet, from the presence of Chuyi, she senses a power unlike any other in this realm. One that even she, as a deity, cannot fully comprehend. An inexplicable yearning arises from the depths of her heart. This individual may indeed hold the key to liberating her from this cage, freeing her from the unending torment of eternity. My lord, are you serious? Chuyi snapped back to reality, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. It must be said. The terms proposed by the Phoenix Goddess she are irresistibly tempting, making it exceedingly difficult for him to decline. In the southern domain, across the expanse of 8,800 prefectures, all it requires is a nod of assent to welcome this goddess into his harem. All that exists upon this earth would be his to command. However, reason cautions Chuyi that this stunningly flawless woman is no ordinary human, but rather a terrifying entity who has survived for billions of years, privy to all the secrets and hidden truths of this world. Why does she suddenly wish to forge a bond with a mere mortal? Every circumstance must have its cause. She must have an ulterior motive. Chuyi is reluctant to believe that such fortuitous circumstances could simply fall into his lap. I do not lie, however, should you agree. I too have a modest request. The Phoenix Goddess, she spoke softly, her voice ringing like celestial music. My lord, please speak. Chu Ye's thoughts raced, and he asked in a low tone. He is certain that if he becomes the ruler of the southern domain, the rewards will undoubtedly surpass all previous gains. Even if the Phoenix Goddess, she harbors some scheme, once she truly joins his empire and gains power from the heavenly sovereign, she would not pose a threat to him. Nevertheless, before proceeding, may I first inquire your name? The Phoenix Goddess, she smiled enchanting, as if she had transformed in an instant. Her divine gaze, imbued with a spring-like glimmer, was captivating and irresistible. I am referred to as Chu Yi. Chu Yi hesitated slightly but ultimately revealed his true name. He sensed no murderous intent from her. The affection displayed on her panel, which had originally stood at 200, had now soared to an astonishing 320. Such a figure indicates that she could not possibly harbor any ill intentions or schemes against him. Chu Yi, your majesty, Chu Yi. The Phoenix Goddess, she murmured softly, as her radiant eyes shifted. They gradually returned to a prior indifference. Chu Yi, if you agree to become my partner, all that I am and all that I possess, you shall have, but as a price. She paused slightly, a flicker of purplish-golden flame swirling in her deep gaze. Within 1,000,000 years, you must attain power that exceeds that of a true god. You must bring me away from the Chaos Continent to the fabled realm of the supreme deities. The Phoenix Goddess, she's tone was tinged with excitement, her typically indifferent eyes revealing a hint of fervor at the mention of the supreme deity realm. Is that all? Hearing this, Chu Yi could not help but smile. He had anticipated that the conditions would be exceedingly arduous, but it merely required him to surpass a true god within 1,000,000 years. Leading the entire Chaos Continent to ascend beyond the void. Simple. Far too simple. 1,000,000 years is a considerable span. He suspected he could achieve this within a decade. Nodding gently, the indifference in the Phoenix Goddess, she's eyes dissipated once more. She appeared like a bashful maiden, gazing at Chu Yi with shyness as she softly inquired, So, your majesty Chu Yi, do you agree to be my partner? Chapter 72. The arrival of immortality, the instant defeat of the divine Phoenix Empress. A dual personality? Chu Yi observed this transformation keenly and, after a moment of reflection, deemed it entirely reasonable. After all, enduring solitude for a staggering 17 billion years would surely drive even gods and demons to madness. The possession of multiple personalities is not unexpected. Very well. Chu Yi nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand to the Phoenix Goddess. She, from this day forth, you shall be the first consort in my harem. You shall be the divine Phoenix consort of the heavenly martial dynasty, divine Phoenix consort. The Phoenix Goddess, she was momentarily stunned, and then her lovely face flushed crimson, her eyes clouded with enchantment. She gently placed her delicate hand atop Chu Yi's. In that instant, she sensed the overwhelming force of immortality, a power that surely surpassed anything on the Chaos Continent. By merely following this Chu Yi, she would undoubtedly be able to leave this world and witness the legendary realm belonging to the deities. And as an eternal being, she would no longer be alone in her remaining days. But wait. Just as their hands clasped and Chu Yi proclaimed her as the divine Phoenix consort, two figures suddenly descended from the depths of the imperial city. Their presence twisting the very fabric of space, shattering the void. Ancestors. The Phoenix Wuxin's gaze trembled. Today's events have indeed drawn the attention of the two immortal ancestors of the heavenly Phoenix dynasty. Immortal? Chu Yi frowned, about to say something more, only to see the Phoenix Goddess. She place her jade finger over her lips, a sly smile gracing her face. Your Majesty, I shall be back shortly. With that, she turned her back to Chu Yi, and in an instant, a thunderous force surged forth, far exceeding the imperial realm. It was an overwhelming pressure that no mortal could fathom. This? Chu Yi's pupils constricted violently. In that split second, he felt his blood run cold, his very breath stilled. Is this the true power of the ancient divine Phoenix? Even the most formidable of imperial realm warriors would appear as insignificant as ants before such a force. Do you still wish to say something? Do you dare defy my divine edict? The Phoenix Goddess, she's expression turned cold, exuding a terrifying aura of overwhelming might. The Chaos Continent, dominated by the Endless Sea, occupies 9/10 of the land, while the remaining territory is divided into 5 domains. Yet who knows? Billions of years ago, the Chaos Continent consisted of merely 3 landmasses, with the seas covering only a fraction of the area. Is the endless sea a natural formation? No. It is the aftermath of a catastrophic battle among three primordial deities. Deities cannot empathize with mortals. Countless beings have perished at the hands of the phoenix goddess She. And even immortals are not spared. She is a zealous deity, willing to annihilate the entire world and reopen the cycle of reincarnation on the Chaos continent for the sake of someone or something she cherishes. Without a moment's hesitation, Your Majesty, I in the Imperial City, the two immortal former emperors of the Divine Phoenix dynasty exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They are utterly unwilling to relinquish the dynasty so easily. Nor do they wish for their goddess to become a consort of another nation. Gritting her teeth, one of the women, appearing to be in her 30s and still possessing great beauty, pondered for a moment before bowing and speaking. Your Majesty, we do not dare defy your divine edict. However, if Lord Chuyi wishes to become the new sovereign of our Divine Phoenix dynasty, he must at least demonstrate the requisite strength. Strength? The Divine Phoenix dynasty is all that I possess. What right do you have? Shun Hui. The Phoenix goddess She's countenance darkened, as if she might obliterate the entire imperial city in the next moment, showing no trace of mercy. Yet the very next instant, Chuyi grasped her arm. Shen Hui, please remain calm. Chuyi slightly shook his head, signaling the Phoenix goddess She to temper her emotions. He then turned to the two immortal former emperors of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, his gaze narrowing. My true identity is that of the sovereign of the Eastern Domain's heavenly martial dynasty. Having occupied 1,000 states in the Eastern Domain over the course of several months, my arrival in the Southern Domain was to gather intelligence, in preparation for seizing this domain in the future. Strength? I can assure you, my true form, stationed in the Nine Dragons Hall, is absolutely invincible within the Chaos continent. Even Shun Hui would not be my match. With those words, Chuyi shielded the Phoenix goddess She behind him, and she leaned against his shoulder like a dutiful consort, her eyes sparkling. What? Absolutely invincible? How audacious. The two former divine emperors of the Divine Phoenix stared in disbelief before simultaneously scoffing. An primordial deity can be bested. Even the mightiest immortal can only engage in a fleeting skirmish with one. There is no possibility of victory. This Chuyi claims to be absolutely invincible, which is nothing short of ludicrous. If you dare to mock my esteemed husband for even a moment longer, today, the Southern Domain shall cease to exist. But before they could finish their ridicule, upon perceiving the figure behind Chuyi, who bore a smile yet whose gaze revealed an icy intent to kill, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. The atmosphere became palpably tense, and the smiles of the onlookers froze into rigidity, with not a soul daring to move an inch. They were acutely aware that their divine sovereign was utterly serious. Regrettably, my divine annihilation had not yet arrived with this incarnation. However, should I wish to display my prowess and vanquish you two immortal beings, it would be more than sufficient. Chuyi remained oblivious to the unusual circumstances behind him. His proclamation of absolute invincibility was no mere boast. When his true self battled alongside the ancient dragon of divine annihilation, he could trigger a special co-battle effect, harnessing the collective power of all beings within 100,000 miles. Moreover, the formidable array of protectors safeguarding the imperial capital was nothing short of terrifying. Should they truly unleash their full might, they would be capable of sweeping away all adversaries, even if another innate deity were to arrive. Chuyi was confident in his ability to bring about their downfall. Defeat us? The two former emperors exchanged glances, the cold glint in their eyes unmistakable. Yet, they swiftly shook their heads, gesturing towards the figure of Huang Wuxin before them. Very well. Should you manage to overcome our female emperor today? Buzz! Before the words could fully escape, the sound of blades clashing erupted. Huang Wuxin had no opportunity to react. Chu Ye's shadow thunderblade was already but a hair's breadth from her throat. A single step closer would seal the fate of this young empress, extinguishing her very soul. I have won. Huang Wuxin's complexion turned ashen. As a peak emperor, she had never been so close to death. Nor had she been afforded even the slightest chance to resist. The might of Chuyi was, indeed, formidable beyond words. The two immortal former emperors locked eyes once more, both reflecting shock and awe. Ultimately, they could only sigh in resignation and bow in respect to the figure wielding the thunder blade. We pay our respects, Your Majesty. Chapter 73. Explosive system rewards. Chuyi ascends to godhood. Beep. Detected that the southern domain forces have submitted to the host. The second task of the Dominator's Path has been issued. Task objective: conquer the 8,800 states of the southern domain. Task rewards: 30 completion grants 20 billion imperial fortune points. 60 grants 5 legion summons. 100 grants 1 legendary summon. Furthermore, the host's imperial dynasty shall receive a certain number of imperial fortune points for each state conquered. At the very moment when the two immortal former emperors pledged their allegiance to Chuyi, the system's voice resonated from his consciousness, abruptly announcing the second task of the Dominator's Path: conquer the southern domain. Yet now, upon witnessing our dynasty's new sovereign, why do you not bow? With Huang Wuxin's icy shout. The sound of countless powerful beings kneeling echoed throughout the divine Phoenix imperial capital, all in unison, bowing their heads to Chuyi. We pay our respects, Your Majesty. In the instant the words fell, the system's notifications erupted in a frenzy. Beep. Congratulations to the host for conquering 30 of the southern domain, receiving 20 billion imperial fortune points. Beep. Congratulations to the host for conquering 60 of the southern domain, receiving 5 legion summons. Beep. Congratulations to the host for conquering 100 of the southern domain, completing the second task of the Dominator's Path, received 1 legendary summon. Additionally, due to the conquest of 800 states, congratulations to the host for receiving 88 billion imperial fortune points. Special sign-in location has been refreshed, available for sign-in at the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. Beep. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Lord of the Southern Domain, receiving the celestial artifact, Divine Ember Flame. The notifications rang incessantly, a barrage of extraordinary system rewards flooding in, causing Chuyi's heart to race and nearly shatter his composure. Having gained the allegiance of an entire region, his haul was akin to soaring to the heavens in a single leap. Boom. Beep. Due to the countless beings from the southern domain joining the host's imperial dynasty, the enhancement of the heavenly sovereign has been refreshed. Current cultivation level of the host, third order true god. In the heavenly martial imperial capital, within the 9-dragon hall, the enhancement of the heavenly sovereign quickly updated. With the influx of power from the boundless strong beings of the southern domain, Chuyi's true self experienced a sudden breakthrough into the divine realm, his overwhelming divine might surging like a vast sea, causing the entire imperial capital to tremble uncontrollably. Buzz. Within his dantian, the sea of spirit was undergoing a frenzied metamorphosis, gradually evolving into a true divine kingdom, with countless stars surrounding him, radiating boundless divine brilliance. 100,000 miles. 1 million miles. 10 million miles. 1 trillion miles. A third-order true god could originally possess a divine kingdom of up to 10 billion miles. Yet upon reaching the divine realm, the vast expanse of his divine kingdom had astonishingly reached an unfathomable trillion miles, nearly equivalent to the vast territories of the Chaos Continent, brimming with unimaginable, boundless divine power. Today, I have ascended to godhood. All beings must kneel before me. I shall oversee the cycle of reincarnation, as the sovereign of this realm. In the 9-dragon hall, Chuyi's presence overshadowed the heavens. His vast divine aura reverberated throughout the entire eastern domain, clearly audible to all powerful beings. Their bodies trembled instinctively in fear. The true God is eternal, transcending heaven and earth. Such an existence is beyond the imagination of ordinary powerful beings. Moreover, Chuyi's ascension to the divine realm was not merely a novice achievement. He had even surpassed the 3 great innate deities, becoming the absolute pinnacle of the Chaos Continent. From this day forth, my words shall be the supreme decree. Those who defy me, even gods and demons, shall be punished. The Vanguard Imperial Dynasty, the mightiest empire of the Eastern Domain, reigning above the 4 sacred lands, was home to a legendary realm inhabited by an immortal. Within the confines of its sacred ground, the immortal who had survived for countless eons abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the heavenly martial imperial dynasty. His palms glistened with sweat from sheer astonishment and dread. Divine realm? Aside from the 3 innate deities, how could anyone ascend to the divine realm? Especially within my eastern domain. The Vanguard dynasty's immortal was known as the High Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, his heart trembled. He had once personally witnessed the might of the innate deity from the central domain. a force that was incomparably superior to any mere immortal or pseudo-god, a terrifying existence confined to this world, unable to ascend to the higher realms. The heavenly Tao has sealed off the path. Divine beings cannot exist in this world. Except for a few legendary figures who ascended in the ancient times, the current Chaos continent had indeed severed the path to divinity, leaving only the possibility of becoming pseudo-gods. Yet how had this individual achieved such feats? The High Heavenly Emperor was engulfed in terror, gazing towards the direction of the imposing divine aura, his back drenched in cold sweat in the northern domain. Atop the frigid glacial peaks, the howling winds and swirling snowflakes created a scene of utter desolation. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound reverberated as mountains crumbled beneath the weight of a colossal being's tread. Turning glaciers into powder, there stood an enormous beast, far beyond imagination, towering amidst the storm. Adorned with two colossal ice wings that blotted out the sky in this world, could mere mortals truly ascend to divinity? The howling winds obscured vision, but the two enormous blue glowing eyes pierced through the endless void, locking onto the figure within the heavenly martial imperial dynasty. It was one of the innate deities, the true sovereign of the northern domain, the lord of the frost prison. At this moment, he sensed the presence of the new god, who appeared to be even stronger than himself, surpassing even the fiery bird of the southern domain. Boom! The frost prison lord took a step forward. His body, like a tiger, stood over 1,000 miles tall, crushing mountains and obliterating glaciers. I do hope he can reopen the path to divinity and end this endless era of heavenly confinement. Lifting his gaze to the heavens, the frost prison lord's cold eyes flickered with a profound stillness. He shared a similar yearning as the ancient divine phoenix, longing to leave the chaos continent and ascend to the true realm of divine beings. He paid no mind to the upheavals occurring in the continent, but if that new god could pave the way to the divine realm, he would surely lend his utmost assistance. Buzzing, the snowstorm raged on. The frost prison lord transformed into a human form, appearing as a youth clad in white robes. Eastern domain. That was once a land fractured by my battles with the fiery bird and the abyssal dragon. Let us depart from the northern domain. I wish to personally meet that new god. The boy's white hair danced in the wind, and his azure eyes shimmered with ripples of determination as he advanced towards the eastern domain. Chapter 74. The Eternal Ring, signing into the ancient heavenly vessel. Your Majesty, your strength in the divine phoenix imperial capital. After Chu Ye's true self stepped into the divine realm, this incarnation instantaneously gained the power of a third-order true god. Sensing the immense surge in her partner's cultivation, Huang Shunxi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Chu Yi by her side. True god. Although that aura was merely released for an instant, as a true god herself, she could clearly perceive its authenticity. It was far beyond the imperial realm or the power of a pseudo-god. Could it be that your Majesty's true cultivation was always at the true god level? Fortuitously breaking through to the divine realm, Chu Yi nodded with a smile, revealing no hint of concealment. With this breakthrough, he had already become truly invincible upon the Chaos continent, even while shouldering the weight of the entire Tianwu Empire, and single-handedly supporting the 8,000 provinces of the southern region. He, Chu Yi, could still annihilate all, crushing everything in existence. Of course, all the power he has acquired today is owed to his beloved consort, who has bestowed upon him and the empire boundless strength, granting him the capital to sweep away all opposition. Naturally, Chu Yi would not slight her in the slightest. He directly searched within the Imperial Commerce Mall to purchase the next divine artifact, the Eternal Ring, which could bind to its host, ensuring that the cultivation level of the bound individual would forever match that of the host. Once equipped, the bound individual would no longer be counted among the power enhancements of the heavenly sovereign. Furthermore, should the host remain unscathed, the bound individual would be eternally undying. Even if their essence were obliterated, their true name seized, or even if they were to be utterly annihilated, they could still undergo a rebirth. Price: 1 billion imperial points, permanent purchase limit, 1. With a gentle demeanor, Chu Yi knelt in the void, slowly placing the gleaming silver ring, a symbol of eternity, upon the unnamed finger of the Phoenix goddess. Shun Shi. I will fulfill my promise. I shall take you away from this world, to witness the true divine realm, even to the boundless heavens. Not even the heavens themselves shall stand in our way. His voice rang out, resolute as the clash of gold and iron, eye in his gaze. A hint of tenderness emerged as he softly kissed her hand. You are not merely my divine consort. In the future, you shall also become the empress of my unparalleled empire, standing as one above countless others, your majesty. She's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears of overwhelming joy, unable to contain the emotions cascading down her cheeks. She did not inquire how Chu Yi would achieve this, nor did she ponder whether the ring possessed any special powers. In this moment, this solitary divine being, who had existed for billions of years, had completely succumbed to his presence. She felt that as long as she could remain by his side, that alone was sufficient. Chu Yi, your majesty? Beside them, the phoenix goddess Wuxin and the two immortal former emperors gazed in astonishment at their divine being. Utterly captivated, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Unable to refrain, they interrupted the embrace, wishing to question Chu Yi about the forthcoming changes in the divine phoenix empire. From this day forth, the divine phoenix empire shall merge into my Tianwu empire. This land shall henceforth be known as the divine phoenix prefecture under my Tianwu empire, and it shall operate in accordance with my imperial laws. Do you understand? Chu Yi cast a calm glance at the assembly. His voice steady. From today onward, the southern region shall become the largest prefecture of the Tianwu empire, encompassing a total of 8,800 provinces. Additionally, I intend for the position of divine phoenix prefect to be temporarily assumed by the former Empress Wuxin. Without significantly altering the ruling hierarchy here, as we integrate the spirit network operating under the laws of the Tianwu Empire Wuxin, I shall appoint you as the temporary divine phoenix prefect as for the rulers of the various cities. I will not permit any changes for the time being. I will send numerous inspectors to closely monitor any actions detrimental to my empire. Should anyone dare to harbor treasonous thoughts, their entire clan shall be executed. His voice resonated with authority, instilling awe. The two immortal former emperors felt a deep sense of fear, as if Chu Yi had truly surpassed them. Resembling a celestial emperor overlooking all, they could not help but feel reverence. I, Wuxin, shall faithfully obey your command. I shall ensure your sacred name is proclaimed throughout the divine phoenix prefecture, so that all citizens understand you are the true sovereign of the southern region. Wuxin inhaled deeply, bowing respectfully. This outcome allowed her to continue governing the southern region, which she deemed an excellent result. Moreover, with the divine phoenix about to ascend to the throne, her phoenix clan had deep ties with the sovereign. As long as she remained obedient to this emperor and refrained from any transgressions, she should secure a place of significance in the future. I have uploaded all the regulations of the empire to your spirit network. The spirit network is the luminous screen currently visible to you. Its capabilities are boundless. Feel free to explore, Chu Yi instructed indifferently. As soon as his words fell, the two immortal former emperors were momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a massive yet ethereal torrent of information surged into their minds, encompassing the laws and regulations of the Tianwu Empire, including the myriad forums and trading modules now present in the Spirit Network. Additionally, I will establish a void portal connecting the Imperial Capital and the Divine Phoenix Prefecture. Should there be any matters to report, you may proceed to the Nine Dragon Hall. With a thunderous crash, Chu Yi clenched his fist and struck the void ahead. In an instant, terrifying divine power erupted. The space was obliterated, and the laws shattered. Under the immense strength of a third-tier true god, the vast distance between the Tianwu imperial capital and the southern region was forcibly bridged. The terrifying spectacle left the two immortal former emperors utterly dumbfounded. They felt that beneath that earth-shattering punch, even they would be reduced to dust in an instant. As he prepared to return to the Tianwu Empire, Chu Yi did not forget to have this incarnation sign-in, obtaining a special sign-in item. Ding! Special sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate treasure, the ancient heavenly riverboat. The item received was an ancient bronze vessel, capable of expanding or contracting, embodying an extreme sense of antiquity. Ancient heavenly riverboat. An innate treasure that can navigate through all forbidden zones and dire straits. When propelled to its utmost, it can traverse boundless distances in an instant. Within the ancient boat, even divine emperors find it nearly impossible to breach its defenses, rendering it unparalleled in protection. Upon reviewing the description, Chu Yi was astonished. This was indeed a treasure specializing in evasion and defense. However, while its effects were exceptionally powerful, opportunities to utilize it on the chaotic continent were still scarce. Shan, Shi, come with me. I shall crown you as empress in the imperial capital and grant amnesty to the world, hosting a banquet for the heroes of the eastern region, with the ancient heavenly river boat stored in the system space. Chu Yi smiled warmly, taking the delicate hand of Phoenix goddess Shin Shi as they stepped into the void. The following day, in the Tianwu imperial capital, at the Nine-Dragon Hall, Chu Yi mused with a smile. My resources have truly reached an unprecedented level of abundance. His gaze fell upon the current system panel. Having officially returned to the Tianwu Empire, it was time to begin utilizing all that he had acquired from the southern region. Host, Chu Yi. Cultivation level, 3rd tier true god, heavenly sovereign, physical strength, divine kingdom spanning trillions of miles, capable of burying a lower realm without gods in a single strike. Special divine abilities. 9 Emperor's Sacred Body, Heavenly Sacred Eyes, Death Sword 13, Eternal Memory, Kingdom, Tianwu Empire, Mounts Pets, Divine Destruction Ancient Dragon, Citizen Approval Rating. 60. Numerous citizens from the southern region have joined, but due to the Spirit Network's dissemination, it is rapidly increasing. Sign-in attempts, daily sign-in 5 times, monthly sign-in 0 times, special sign-in 0 times, army summons 3 times, legendary summon once, imperial points 123 billion. The first thing that caught Chu Ye's eye on the panel was the system's description of his physical strength's destructive capacity. As a 3rd-tier true god, he commanded a divine kingdom spanning trillions of miles. According to the system's description, he could effortlessly annihilate a realm devoid of gods, eradicating the heavenly principles that governed it. Yesterday, Chu Yi had also sparred with the Phoenix goddess Shan Shi, who, even with the effects of the Eternal Ring, had cultivation equal to his own. Yet, under the enhancement of countless powerful figures from various empires, Chu Ye's strength now completely overshadowed that of this innate deity, placing him in an undeniably dominant position. 3 army summons, 1 legendary summon? His gaze continued to scan. In Chu Ye's estimation, army summons were opportunities to call forth increasingly powerful legions as his cultivation grew. As for the legendary summon, it seemed to appear as the final reward in the task of conquering the eastern region. He wondered what caliber of powerful beings he might summon. Let us first utilize the 3 army summons. Not feeling rushed, Chu Yi decided to use the 3 army summons first, reserving the main event for last. Ding! The system's voice soon resonated. Ding! Summon successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 Savage Beast Legion. Savage beasts. Predatory beings originating from the desolate realms of higher worlds, born with power comparable to that of an emperor, possessing extreme immunity to any laws, and nearly perfect physical forms. They possess a unique talent known as adaptation, allowing them to gradually acclimate and ultimately achieve perfect immunity, regardless of the attacks they endure or the harsh environments they inhabit. Note: the legendary Supreme Savage Beast King has achieved immunity to death, injury, and even the consequences of fate. 100,000 Savage Beast Legion. The weakest among them is capable of tearing apart an emperor, immune to most of the damage inflicted by their foes, effectively equating to 100,000 high-tier emperor legions. There is no need for Chu Yi to intervene personally. They could sweep away all opposition on his behalf. Indeed, the quality of the army summons rises as his cultivation increases. After entering the realm of true gods, he could effortlessly summon such a formidable Savage Beast Legion. Chu Ye's eyes glimmered with excitement. Gifted with extraordinary abilities, adaptation, achieving perfection, to the point of being immune to death, transcending even the realm of concepts, such a talent is undoubtedly terrifying. Fortunately, as the sovereign of the empire, he too can share in this extraordinary gift. Continuing the summoning, the 2nd Legion of Troops. Ding! Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Legion of the 7 Sins. The 7 Sins, deities who willingly succumb to darkness due to the 7 deadly sins. They are divided into the fallen deity of pride, the fallen deity of envy, the fallen deity of wrath, the fallen deity of sloth, the fallen deity of greed, the fallen deity of gluttony, and the fallen deity of lust. Each fallen deity commands 100,000 fallen spirits. Note: the base strength of the 7 fallen deities is equivalent to that of a 1st-tier true god, and they will grow in power alongside the host. The basic strength of the fallen spirits is akin to that of beings at the initial imperial realm of the Chaos continent, and they will grow alongside the 7 fallen deities. deities who have willingly fallen due to the 7 deadly sins. A faint smile danced at the corners of Chu Ye's lips. Even if they originate from darkness and are deemed irredeemable fiends, once they are under his command, whether they are gods or demons, they can only submit obediently. The Legion of the 7 Sins has joined the Empire, granting him 7 powerful beings of divine realm strength, 700,000 fallen spirits equivalent to those in the initial imperial realm, invincible. At this moment, it is difficult for Chu Yi to conceive of anyone on the Chaos Continent who could impede his march towards total conquest. Should anyone dare to oppose him, they would be crushed without mercy. Onward, proceed with the 3rd summoning of the Legion. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Legion of the 3,000 Divine Punishments. The Legion of Divine Punishments. A forbidden legion born from thunder, existing through annihilation. Comprising 3,000 divine punishers, each one is forged from the pure essence of thunder's fundamental laws. As long as there exists a single flash of lightning in the world, the divine punishment is eternally undying. Note: the basic strength of the divine punishers is equivalent to that of ancient emperor-level beings from the Chaos Continent, and they will grow alongside the host's cultivation. Ancient emperors, the pinnacle of the emperor realm, and now 3,000 ancient emperors are directly at his command. Moreover, these beings are manifestations of the source laws of thunder. As long as there is a single flicker of lightning in the world, divine punishment remains unyielding, delightful. After summoning these 3 formidable legions, each capable of sweeping aside all opposition and infinitely growing alongside him, Chu Yi felt an exhilarating surge of fervor. This is the true essence of invincibility. With a mere decree from him, the entire Chaos Continent would transform into the dominion of the heavenly martial empire. No one could resist even an iota, if the summoning of legions is already so fearsome. How powerful will this singular legendary summoning be? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yi began his preparations. Buzzed, a golden light surged in his mind. Ding! Does the host wish to use the legendary summoning immediately? Note: the legendary summoning will only call forth those beings that exist within the myths and legends of the myriad realms. The lowest tier can summon entities at the true god level. Use it immediately. As his thoughts turned, in an instant, Chu Yi felt an indescribable pressure descend upon this place. Before he could fully react, a figure abruptly manifested at the center of the 9 Dragons Hall. Ding! Legendary summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning the formidable being, Lord of the Underworld, Hades. Following this, the system's voice resonated powerfully in his consciousness. Before him stood a figure clad in black robes, with white hair and cold, indifferent eyes. The surrounding void subtly twisted and shattered. Merely by standing there, the laws of darkness and death of the Chaos Continent involuntarily submitted to him. It was as if they encountered their supreme sovereign. Compelled to kneel and worship. Chapter 76. The Lord of the Underworld. The Banquet of Destiny 3 days hence. The Lord of the Underworld. Hades. A being with corresponding traces found in the legends of countless worlds, who devours boundless faith, ultimately attaining the status of the Underworld Lord. He governs the eternal resting place of countless souls, a deity of darkness and death, in legends, even comparable to the king of the gods. Hades, I pay my respects to your majesty. Without a hint of hesitation, the Lord of the Underworld bowed respectfully to Chu Yi. Regardless of his prior identity, from the moment he was summoned by Chu Yi, all that he was became subject to the dominion of the heavenly martial emperor, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades. Chu Yi's pupils constricted slightly. The aura emanating from him was utterly terrifying, even as a true god. He could not help but feel a profound sense of threat and danger. Name: Hades. Identity: Lord of the Underworld, God of darkness and death. Laws: fundamental darkness, fundamental death. Cultivation: first-tier celestial god, cannot be counted among the heavenly sovereigns. Will grow alongside the host's cultivation. Loyalty: 100, absolute loyalty. Affection loyalty. Note: cultivation beyond the imperial realm can be divided into undying, true god, celestial god, god king, god emperor, god sovereign, etc. Celestial god? To summon a being that far surpasses the realm of true gods to the Chaos Continent. Chu Yi was astounded. The existence of this being, positioned within the Chaos Continent, could not simply be described with the term invincible. This was truly a deity in every sense. A thought could annihilate worlds, and another could create them. If this lord of the underworld were an enemy, he could likely obliterate the entire Chaos continent, including Chuyi himself. With a mere gesture, gulp, with great difficulty, Chuyi swallowed hard, feeling a mix of trepidation and relief. In the presence of such a formidable celestial god, the ordinary world would stand no chance of resistance. In an instant, they would be effortlessly destroyed. Thankfully, the celestial god who arrived today was his new subordinate, not an unexpected adversary from the higher realms. Is the realm of divinity merely the beginning? Alas, with Hades as my trump card, even if the adversaries from the higher realms do come, I hold no fear whatsoever. A sudden smile broke across Chuyi's face, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. His current trump card seemed boundless. Not only did he have this lord of the underworld in his corner, but he also possessed an astronomical amount of imperial fortune points totaling in the billions. Such a number was already sufficient to turn the heavenly martial empire upside down, forging a true divine empire. Soon, after signaling for the lord of the underworld to rise, Chuyi directly called upon Jiang Shanhai. He intended to extend an invitation to the entire eastern region. 3 days hence, he would invite the 4 great sacred lands, along with the rulers of all nations in the eastern region, to attend the coronation ceremony of the heavenly martial empire and to assert dominion over the entire eastern region. The 9,600 states of the eastern region now belonged entirely to the heavenly martial empire. Should anyone dare to continue occupying territory unlawfully, they would face annihilation. He, Chuyi, would conquer the entirety of the Chaos continent with an attitude of absolute dominance and invincibility. 2 days later, within the true martial sacred land, the foremost among the 4 great sacred lands of the eastern region. Gao Tian, are you certain that the heavenly martial emperor has indeed ascended to divinity? Deep within the sacred land, an unkempt elder held a wine cup, casting a peculiar gaze at the person before him. The latter was none other than the strongest of the Fan Emperor dynasty, the Gao Tian Emperor, whose cultivation had reached the undying level. I cannot be certain, however, based on the divine aura I sensed a few days ago. I deduced its origin, moreover. The Gao Tian Emperor's gaze was filled with concern. Pouring himself another cup, he spoke slowly, his tone becoming exceptionally grave. That heavenly martial emperor has suddenly issued invitations, claiming to host a banquet for the heroes of the eastern region to celebrate his coronation. Yet, at the end of the invitation, there was a chilling statement. Oh, what did it say? Those who oppose the god shall find no path to survival. Finishing his drink in a single gulp, the Gao Tian Emperor furrowed his brow. Increasingly convinced of his suspicions, he had investigated the heavenly martial empire. Their speed of rise was truly astonishing. That heavenly martial emperor must have obtained a genuine opportunity to ascend to divinity, daring to be so arrogant as to seek the submission of the entire eastern region to his command. Ha ha ha! In front of him, the ancestor of the true martial sacred land, the hidden undying being Lingzhou Emperor, erupted into laughter upon hearing these words, as if he had just heard an utterly ridiculous joke. Those who oppose the god shall find no path to survival. Ha ha ha, how laughable that in this world, gods can no longer exist. Does he truly believe he can go against the heavens and withstand the heavenly tribulations? Utterly absurd. After his boisterous laughter, Lingzhou Emperor wore a mocking expression, regarding this young man who had merely gained some strength and now fancied himself invincible as hopelessly misguided. So, will the true martial sacred land accept this invitation? Paying no heed to the former's mocking words, the Gao Tian Emperor's gaze remained serious as he pressed for the answer he sought. Humph! Naturally, I must witness how that young man, due to his arrogance, ultimately leads himself to ruin. Lingzhou Emperor was taken aback for a moment, but soon followed with a cold chuckle. He did not believe the other had truly ascended to the divine realm. But since it had prompted the Gao Tian Emperor to react with such caution, he might as well go and see what the heavenly martial emperor was truly up to. Very well. The Gao Tian Emperor nodded. On the morrow, aside from the ancient, sacred land of Tsong, the foremost powers from the eastern domain shall convene in unison. It is believed that their presence is spurred by the unusual circumstances surrounding the heavenly martial emperor dynasty, which they could not refuse. His gaze shimmered, as if imbued with an overwhelming anticipation for the unfolding events. Should the heavenly martial emperor, as he suspects, have already ascended to divinity, than the Eastern Domain, may soon welcome its inaugural sovereign. Yet, if the heavenly martial emperor is merely a fortunate possessor of divine artifacts, wielding them as a facade of power, at that time, I shall be most eager to witness how that individual meets his end. Chapter 77. Are the gatekeepers all emperors? The shock of the crowd. A day swiftly passed. Boom. In the outer perimeter of the heavenly martial emperor, the heavens above were densely populated with spirit vessels traversing the void, obscuring the entire sky. Countless powerful beings tread upon clouds and pierce through mist, even shattering the fabric of space to arrive. What is this? Yet when these titans of the Eastern Domain gazed upon the now earth-shattering heavenly martial emperor city, their hearts quaked in astonishment, nearly choking them. At the focal point of their collective gaze stood a colossal city suspended in the sky, so immense that words could scarcely convey its grandeur. The heavenly martial emperor city, with a radius extending to 9 million miles and a height that surpassed imagination, it radiated a soft golden hue, resembling the fabled celestial realm. Boundless and magnificent, it inspired an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence and worship at a mere glance. This, without a doubt, is a divine artifact surpassing any imperial weapon. An exclamation escaped the lips of an imperial realm powerhouse, his eyes gleaming with greed as he beheld the heavenly martial emperor city. Longing to claim it as his own, he could deeply sense the concentration of spiritual energy within this vast city, far surpassing that of any paradise or sacred ground, even the revered sanctum of treasures. Moreover, he vaguely perceived that the essence of this city seemed extraordinarily unique, likely transcending the rank of his imperial weapon and any treasures he had ever encountered. Esteemed guests, please disembark from your spirit vessels and follow us into the imperial city through the grand gates. Within the city, for guards clad in silver armor, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, stood sentinel at either side of the city gates. A mere brush against the aura of these 4 sentries sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, leaving them trembling and nearly unable to maintain their composure. Imperial realm? No, they were far beyond ordinary imperial realm powerhouses. They were terrifying existences of the 6th, perhaps even 7th, tier of the imperial realm. Such formidable beings, even in the vast Eastern Domain, were undoubtedly among the elite, capable of commanding a territory within any sacred land. Yet within this heavenly martial emperor city, high-ranking emperors were relegated to mere gatekeepers. The crowd was overcome with horror. The previously greedy imperial realm powerhouse, now drenched in cold sweat, felt an overwhelming dread. He was the ancestral figure of the divine hidden sacred sect, with a cultivation level of the 3rd tier of the imperial realm, barely able to hold his ground among the Eastern Domain's emperors. Yet upon entering the heavenly martial emperor city, the divine hidden ancestor could clearly sense that if those 4 gatekeepers wished to end his life, it would be as effortless as blowing away dust. This instinct stemmed from years of life and death battles, honed amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Whoosh! Realizing the strength of these 4 guardians, the various factions present no longer dared to play tricks. They hastily disembarked from their spirit vessels, utilizing their escape light to swiftly descend before the monumental gates of this celestial city. Even the gates themselves towered nearly 1,000 miles high. They resembled fortifications forged by ancient giants, imposing tremendous pressure upon all who entered. Esteemed guests, a deep voice reverberated through the sky, accompanied by a cadre of guards clad in formidable armor, crackling with the energy of thunder, instantly chilling the hearts of all present. An emperor, yet another emperor, an entire squadron comprised of imperial realm superiors. Upon witnessing this scene, the rulers of small nations felt utterly numb, as if the emperors within this city were as common as dust. In my humble opinion, the heavenly martial emperor must have dispatched all his imperial realm powerhouses to the gates, seeking to intimidate the arrivals and prevent any mischief. Before the gates, a multitude of visitors from the true martial sacred land gathered. Not only was the Spirit 9 Emperor present, but even the true martial sacred lord and numerous core elders of the imperial realm had arrived. Behind them, the Spirit 9 Emperor could not help but scoff, having long seen through the heavenly martial emperor's schemes. With over 10 imperial realm powerhouses in allegiance, the heavenly martial emperor dynasty could easily rival the 4 great sacred lands. Yet to provoke the entirety of the Eastern Domain, even aspiring to become its sovereign, was still rather naive. Spirit 9. What is your assessment of this city? The luxurious spirit vessel of the venerable empire gleamed like a star suspended in the sky. The high heaven emperor gradually descended, surveying the entire heavenly martial emperor city. His eyes were calm, yet it seemed as though a blazing sun was slowly rising within them. In an instant, he captured the full attention of all present. It was the venerable empire, a supreme nation that surpassed the four great sacred lands, only comparable to the Flame Radiance Empire within the Eastern Domain. Could it be that the one standing there is the legendary elder of the venerable empire? The High Heaven Emperor of the Undying Realm? Whispers of speculation arose. Regardless of the emperor or sect master from any nation in the Eastern Domain, upon witnessing the current venerable emperor and the reverence with which others regarded the figure standing behind him, they could not help but feel a chill of trepidation and fear. The venerable empire, an indomitable overlord of the Eastern Domain. Even the four great sacred lands regarded it with utmost caution. Unwilling to provoke it lightly, in this Eastern Domain of 9,700 states, only the Flame Radiance Empire, which has rapidly risen within a millennium, can contend with it, boasting the title of the strongest emperor in the Eastern Domain. Old Ancestor, the Heavenly Martial Emperor is exceedingly disrespectful. You have personally arrived today, yet he has not hastened to present himself to welcome us. The master of the venerable empire, known as the Venerable Tian Emperor, spoke, his gaze icy as it fell upon the silent imperial realm guardians at the city gates. Your Majesty holds such a status. Why should you personally come to greet these mortals? However, upon hearing this, the figure leading over 10 heavenly punishers, armed with a chilling spear, merely chuckled coldly, retorting with scorn. Fool, do you understand the words you utter? You seek death. Upon hearing these words, the venerable Tian Emperor had yet to respond. Yet the many powerful figures behind him were already engulfed in fury. Particularly, the faces of several imperial realm generals twisted into ghastly visages. A mere guard dares to insult our emperor. Deserving of death 1,000 times over, boom! In an instant, one stepped forth, raising his hand, prepared to crush the spear-wielding individual on the spot. However, impudence, accompanied by a thunderous roar from the High Heaven Emperor. The originally aggressive Imperial Realm powerhouse's expression shifted dramatically, as though struck by lightning. Bang! With a sharp sound, his entire right arm exploded, blood mist swirling. Staggering back, that Imperial Realm powerhouse shattered 1,000 miles of void, nearly plummeting to the ground. Old Ancestor, why? His eyes filled with confusion as he looked toward the High Heaven Emperor. However, his words remained unspoken, for he saw a shadow of gloom etched upon the High Heaven Emperor's brow. His voice gravely low. Silence. If you provoke me further, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Why yes. The latter quickly fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word of dissent. Oh. Before the gates, the spear-wielding man regarded the High Heaven Emperor with keen interest. A trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. It seems, esteemed patron, that your intervention is unnecessary. One of the gatekeepers chuckled lightly, inclining his head slightly towards the figure before him. After all, the individual before him possessed an unparalleled status, commanding a terrifying portion of the empire's power. The Imperial Martial Patron, Shangguan Wuheng. Architectural artifact, Imperial Martial Pavilion, capable of selecting 12 powerful individuals to enter, becoming unique Imperial Martial Patrons. The Imperial Martial Patrons would be utterly loyal to the host and wield an eighth of the Empire's strength. As long as the Imperial Martial Pavilion endures, even if the 12 patrons were slain, they could still be reborn. Price: 9,999 million Dynasty Points. Chapter 78. Slaying the Undying? A mere moment suffices. The Imperial Martial Pavilion. This was one of the structures that Chu Yi had seen in the dynasty's commerce. Having now spent hundreds of billions of dynasty points to renovate the imperial city, he had naturally secured it. With an eighth of the strength, the power of the imperial martial patrons would reach a terrifying divine realm. If Shangguan Wuheng had intervened earlier, it is feared that the venerable empire's arrivals would have suffered catastrophic losses in an instant. Fortune smiled upon him. After all, the decree issued by His Majesty was to eradicate anyone daring to create trouble. Shangguan Wuheng shook his head, appearing rather disappointed. He had initially wished to showcase the might bestowed upon him by His Majesty, to strike down the venerable empire's forces with overwhelming force. Yet alas, with that venerable ancestor intervening, it became difficult to find reason to act. Ladies and gentlemen, please accompany me into the city. His Majesty and the Empress have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. The indifferent voice of Shangguan Wuheng echoed, before he promptly turned and departed. The leaders of the various Eastern domain powers closely followed in his wake. In the heart of the imperial city, the towering evergreen divine tree loomed endlessly, standing majestically amidst the cosmos, and no matter how the multitude gazed up in awe or employed their spiritual powers to probe, they could not behold the summit of that colossal tree. As they entered the imperial palace, the scene before them shifted, and upon regaining their senses, they found themselves within a vast plaza in the void above. Countless formidable warriors of the heavenly martial empire stood in precise formation, their feet firmly planted upon the celestial realm. At the forefront were two grand thrones, one large and one small. This, Lingzhou Emperor felt a tremor in his heart. An overwhelming sense of peril washed over him, as he realized he was ensnared in an inescapable death trap, vulnerable to be slaughtered at will. It seems you have arrived a tad late, came a languid voice from atop the largest throne. Chu Yi casually sipped from his goblet, his tone nonchalant. In an instant, an inexplicable pressure emanated from his being, sweeping across the entire expanse, before anyone could react. They were engulfed by an overwhelming weight that rendered their bodies and souls nearly shattered, descending from the heavens. The emperors bled, their bodies involuntarily collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, akin to pitiful ants in the mundane world. Utterly debased, Your Majesty, are they truly the overlords of the Eastern domain? A voice quivered, in my humble opinion, they are not but a swarm of feeble, insignificant crawlers. Beside Chu Yi, the phoenix goddess, adorned in resplendent regalia, was breathtakingly beautiful, beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. Clearly, by the time the assembly had gathered, the true coronation ceremony had already concluded. After all, Chu Yi would not permit this group of treacherous outsiders to disrupt such a momentous occasion. What, exactly, do you intend to accomplish, Heavenly Martial Emperor? A leader from an ancient kingdom struggled to lift his gaze, unable to rise under Chu Ye's terrifying divine pressure, and could only prostrate on the ground. Eyes wide with terror, as a formidable being of the fifth tier of the Emperor realm, he found himself utterly incapable of even the slightest resistance against this oppressive force. He was truly like an ant crushed beneath a heavy weight, left with no option but to await his demise. What level of power has the Heavenly Martial Emperor truly attained? Damn it, damn it! Lingzhou Emperor was rendered speechless. How could he not discern the essence of such pressure? The might of a true god. The Heavenly Martial Emperor had already ascended to divinity, and was undoubtedly not a mere novice in the divine realm. Indeed, at this moment, only the High Heaven Emperor maintained a semblance of calm. He inhaled deeply, attempting to stabilize his turbulent emotions. When did our Eastern domain give birth to such a monstrous true god? A true god, what an awe-inspiring entity. Even the heavenly Tao trembles in fear. Establishing barriers to obstruct the path to divinity, the High Heaven Emperor took a deep breath. Though reluctant to admit it, the reality stood starkly before him. The Heavenly Martial Emperor had triumphed. Whatever he desired, he could obtain effortlessly without breaking a sweat. In the face of a true god, no amount of struggle or effort could yield any results. It would only appear absurdly futile. Those of the Vantian divine dynasty bow before the Heavenly Martial Emperor. Amidst the turmoil of thoughts, the High Heaven Emperor made his decision. Now, the only path forward was to express his willingness to submit, in hopes of securing a future for his people. What? Ancestor, silence. If you wish to avoid the annihilation of the Vantian divine dynasty, bow alongside me. The Vantian Emperor was horrified. He had just opened his mouth to inquire, only to be met with the boundless wrath of the High Heaven Emperor. In an instant, the representatives of the Vantian divine dynasty knelt before Chu Yi, expressing their intent to submit. I believe you are all quite aware of what I desire. Seeing the Vantian divine dynasty's perceptive action, Chu Yi offered a detached smile. With a mere thought, he lifted the oppressive force that had enveloped them. The Eastern domain belongs to me. Today, I have summoned you all merely to ensure your compliance in relinquishing everything you possess." His indifferent voice resonated throughout the plaza, causing numerous sovereigns to tremble internally, cursing him as a madman. The heavenly martial emperor's true aim was to consume the entirety of the eastern domain, to unify the entire expanse of 9,700 states. Heavenly martial emperor, if you wish for me to surrender the Flame Radiance Empire, that shall be utterly impossible. Boom. Beneath the overwhelming pressure, one individual stood defiantly, his body seemingly ablaze with divine flames, shouting fiercely at Chu Yi. He was none other than the master of the Flame Radiance Empire, renowned as the strongest in the eastern domain, having reached the immortal tier. Is that so? Chu Yi lowered his gaze slightly, and with a casual flick of his finger, suddenly, the Flame Radiance Emperor was enveloped in a myriad of crimson patterns. What? Bang! Before this immortal powerhouse could utter another word, his body exploded into a shower of blood. Raining down in all directions, only his terrified soul remained, shrieking as it fled. However, as the Flame Radiance Emperor's soul traversed an invisible barrier, it burst apart, scattering like a brilliant light shower. The so-called strongest in the eastern domain. The Flame Radiance Emperor had not even the opportunity to resist, let alone utter a single plea. In the span of mere moments, a legendary immortal being had perished. Chapter 79. The fate of the defiant in the void divine realm. Silence. In an instant, even Ling Zhou Emperor tensed, no longer daring to move. An immortal being. This was a presence that stood at the pinnacle of the eastern domain, capable of sweeping the prominent titans of the eastern domain have finally been thoroughly petrified with fear. Their agonized wails echo, and they kneel in despair. Even the formidable Yin Hui dynasty finds that resistance leads to an inescapable demise. Now that the Vandi divine dynasty has already submitted first, what choices remain for them? Submission is their only recourse. They must relinquish everything in their grasp, surrendering the accumulated legacies of millennia, even eons, they have lost. From this day forth, the heavenly martial emperor shall reign as the supreme sovereign of the eastern domain. No one can defy his decree. His words are as binding as celestial edicts, beyond reproach. The choice is unmistakably clear. The descendants you leave behind will undoubtedly rejoice in the decisions you make today. However, before that, you must be aware of something. Chu Yi, hands clasped behind him, steps forward, surveying the multitude. The fate that awaits anyone bold enough to draw their sword against me. What a desolate conclusion it shall be. Snap! With a resounding click of his fingers, the capital of the Yin Hui dynasty, the imperial city, is instantaneously transformed into a colossal light screen, revealed before all. This is the Yin Hui imperial city, the epicenter of nearly all power and imperial bloodlines within this realm. Chu Ye's expression is one of utmost indifference, as if he were a deity gazing down upon mere ants, cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Esteemed guests of the Yin Hui dynasty, have you discerned your family's residence within this luminous display? The screen showcases the entirety of the city. With each transition, the countenance of the remaining representatives from the Yin Hui dynasty pales further. Upon seeing their own family domains, their hearts tremble violently, as they envision the impending terror that the heavenly martial emperor may unleash upon this city. Your Majesty, the heavenly martial emperor, I beseech you. I implore you. My Wang family is willing to serve as slaves and handmaidens, eternally devoted, never to betray. My Xiu family also implores you. Take only my life and spare my kin. I beg of you. Show mercy to my Lu family. We are willing to offer everything, as long as you spare us. Oh, heavenly martial emperor. After a brief silence, the air erupts with cries of panic and dread. Today, nearly 1,000 individuals from the Yin Hui dynasty have gathered, with almost half hailing from noble families with profound roots, all loyal to the Yin Hui emperor. Now, witnessing their family estates displayed on the luminous screen, even the most foolish among them can surmise Chu Ye's intentions. Thus, at this moment, they can no longer afford to ponder anything else. They bow frantically before Chu Yi, pleading for mercy, hoping he might show leniency and spare their families from calamity. It is too late. From the moment you, the imperial sovereigns, defied me, the Yin Hui dynasty shall face cleansing. Ignoring the desperate pleas of the crowd, Chu Ye's eyes darken as his right hand slowly extends toward the light screen. Murmuring, Divine domain. Void severance. Buzz. Power erupts across limitless distances. In the central region of the Yin Hui dynasty, a pitch-black singularity suddenly emerges, incessantly rotating and tearing apart everything nearby. What does he intend to do? The gaze of Ling Jiao, the emperor, is fixed upon the screen. The dark singularity evokes an overwhelming unfamiliarity. Ha ha, foolish mortals. This is one of His Majesty's divine domains, founded upon the principles of the void. A realm capable of annihilating all, tearing apart the domains of the divine. As the leaders of various factions fixate upon the screen, speculating what may transpire next, the figure of Zhou Ling, stepping into the void, suddenly speaks, his eyes ablaze with fervor, akin to a devotee worshipping the singularity within the screen. Chapter 80. The annihilation of the Yin Hui imperial city. The ice prison god sovereign submits. The divine domain. Void severance. This represents Chu Ye's further mastery of the fundamental principles following his ascension to divinity. The void, formless and intangible, may transform into the sharpest blade or the most impenetrable shield. The so-called divine domain of void severance is designed to convert a specific area of the void into blades capable of ripping apart all existence, reducing everything within its range to utter obliteration, subjected to millions upon millions of merciless assaults from the void in an instant. Not to mention the inhabitants of the Yin Hui imperial city. Even an entity just entering the divine realm would be mercilessly shredded and merged with the void in the blink of an eye. Commence. Chu Yi taps his fingertip gently. His gaze remains as indifferent as before, unfazed by the impending slaughter of countless lives. No, no. The powerful of the Yin Hui dynasty howl in despair. Alas, it is all too late. What is this? The center of the divine domain appears within the imperial palace. Coincidentally, the current crown prince of the Yin Hui dynasty passes by. He instinctively reaches out, attempting to touch the bizarre singularity. Sizzle. Yet, before the surge of terror can even rise within him, the speed at which his hand is torn apart surpasses the perception of pain. The Yin Hui crown prince wishes to retract his right hand, only to find that the end of his arm has already vanished into nothingness. Buzz. There is no time for a scream. No time to escape. The divine domain that shreds everything erupts instantaneously. The peculiar singularity expands, nearly instantaneously engulfing the entire imperial palace, and then, sizzle, annihilation. The denizens within the capital only perceive a fleeting moment of disorientation. The majestic imperial palace, towering at the heart of the capital, has utterly vanished, leaving behind a vast circular abyss. Then, the void singularity expands once more. Boom. All scenes depicted within the luminous screen vanish without a trace at this moment. That terrifying city, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, has instantaneously transformed into a bottomless chasm, as if nothing had ever existed within it. Beyond imagination. This miraculous spectacle leaves the people of the Yin Hui dynasty aghast. Nearly suffocating from shock, a madman, a tyrant. The capital harbors billions of lives, and he has truly erased everything with a mere thought. Now do you understand? The fate that awaits those who defy me is akin to that of this city. Chu Ye's icy gaze sweeps across the assembly, compelling even the mightiest among them to bow deeply, their hearts gripped by the utmost dread. Heavenly Martial Emperor, you shall face divine retribution. You shall suffer heavenly punishment. Only the remnants of the Yin Hui dynasty continue to shriek in despair, their eyes filled with resentment. Thud. No sooner had the words left his lips than this would-be emperor's body suddenly stiffened. Collapsing with a thunderous crash, his breath extinguished, dead beyond revival. Boom. Diabolo's 6 eyes glimmer with blood-red light, instantly obliterating the remaining powerful figures, plunging the heavens and earth into silence once more. Divine retribution? Heavenly punishment? Even the heavenly path now trembles before me. Do you truly wish for it to come forth and meet its demise? Chu Yi scoffs, his voice laced with pride and disdain. With a mere thought, he alters the very fabric of space, returning all to the imperial palace. You may depart now. Prepare everything. Soon, someone will come to seize your realm and riches. Chu Yi states coolly, remember, from this day forth, in the eastern domain, only the heavenly martial dynasty shall reign supreme. Yes, yes, we shall obey. We shall dutifully heed the command of the heavenly martial emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your ascension to divinity. May our Emperor reign eternal. As Chu Ye's voice resonates, all awaken from their stupor, subsequently kneeling in reverence, their foreheads touching the ground in fervent submission. Each face bears the relief of having survived calamity, mingled with terror. Ice Tiger. What are you still hiding from? Do you think His Majesty has not discovered your whereabouts? Once everyone has departed, the Phoenix Goddess she suddenly gazes toward a certain direction, her eyes seemingly harboring divine flames. Cough, cough, a soft coughing sound emerges. Amidst the pervasive cold mist, the figure of a young man clad in white reveals itself. He is none other than the Ice Prison God Sovereign, one of the innate divine beings. Residing in the northern domain, this moment, his face bears a look of reverence as he bows deeply to Chuyi. I have come to pay my respects to the heavenly martial emperor. Your strength instills awe within me. Please forgive my intrusion today. The Ice Prison God Sovereign speaks sincerely, fully aware that, despite being a true deity himself, he is far from a match for the heavenly martial emperor. Moreover, after today's observations, the Ice Prison God Sovereign's astonishment deepens, his understanding of the current power of the heavenly martial dynasty becoming unequivocally clear. It is utterly unfathomable. The number of divine beings residing within this city exceeds 10 by his estimation. The heavenly path has not failed to impose punishment upon him. Rather, it dares not. The depth of power this individual possesses far surpasses the control of the heavenly path over the chaotic continent. Leaving it helpless to resist his whims, Ice Prison God Sovereign, Chuyi glances at him with indifference. I have heard that you were a childhood companion of the goddess Shi today. I shall overlook your act of intrusion. If there is nothing further, you may leave swiftly. The second of the innate divine beings of the chaotic continent, this Ice Prison God Sovereign, is even stronger than the ancient divine phoenix by a fraction. Placed in the annals of the past, he still held a certain reverence for it. Yet now it was merely a second-tier true god, an existence that even Cerberus could devour whole. Why then should Chuyi harbor any trepidation towards such a being? In truth, the Ice Prison God seemed to hesitate before ultimately arriving at a decision. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head in deference to Chuyi. I wish to join the celestial martial empire and fight for your majesty across the realms. All I ask is that when you ascend to the higher realms in the future, you take me along. He understood well that the chaotic continent could never confine this individual. The future of the celestial martial emperor was beyond imagination. Rather than languish alone in the northern region, it was far more prudent to submit to this man and seize the opportunity to step into the divine realm. Very well. Chuyi nodded slightly. A true god voluntarily joining the empire was a most fortuitous occurrence, one he had no reason to refuse. However, soon he appeared to reflect on something. A hint of a smile flitted across his lips as he shook his head, saying, as for ascending to the higher realms, it is not merely you and Shun-Shi who are part of my plans. Once the chaotic continent stands firmly in the higher realms, my goal is to elevate the entire continent. To ensure that this supreme empire I have forged descends wholly into the divine realm. Chapter 81. Unifying the Eastern region, summoning the human sovereign Fushi. 7 days later, the Eastern region trembled, and the emperors bowed their heads. Chu Ye's conquest of the entire Eastern region was on the verge of completion, and under the weight of his divine might, even the hidden powers within the Eastern region had no choice but to yield. In the span of 7 days, blood was spilled endlessly, until no one dared to resist or utter a sound. One must concede, the Eastern region has been unified under this celestial martial emperor. Across the entire chaotic continent, only the northern, central, and western regions remained outside the dominion of the celestial martial empire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering 30 of the Eastern region, gaining Legion Summon X10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering 60 of the Eastern region, gaining Special Sign-in X3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering 100 of the Eastern region, completing the task of dominance. Part 1. Gained Legendary Summon X1. In the Nine Dragon Hall, at the moment the entire Eastern region was thoroughly conquered, the system's voice resounded once more with fervor. The previously issued task of dominance. Part 1 was completed all at once. 10 Legion summons, 3 special sign-ins. Upon the Imperial throne, Chuyi gazed at the bountiful rewards, shaking his head slightly. The divine artifacts and powerful beings he had summoned or received through sign-ins had already become akin to a dimensional strike against all forces in this chaotic continent, effortlessly crushing every formidable entity. However, he remained exceedingly eager for the most precious legendary summon within the system. Such a summon could only call forth legendary super-strong beings. The previous summon had brought forth the legendary Hades. He couldn't help but wonder who would emerge this time. Images of numerous legendary figures he knew from the blue star floated through his mind. The supreme deity Pango, the legendary creator of the primordial heavenly court, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the renowned three pure ones of mythology, along with the esteemed Hongjun Laozu, who held the position of the highest sage. If any of these powerful beings could be summoned to his side, even if their strength were suppressed, they would still be able to establish themselves in the higher realms, traversing the vastness of the universe. Even when facing divine emperors and gods of the highest order, they could ensure a safe retreat. System, initiate the legendary summon. I am eager to discern which legend shall be summoned this time. With his thoughts in motion, Chuyi spoke in a deep voice boom. In an instant. Ding! Legendary summon successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning a powerful being. An overwhelming and majestic aura swept through the entire Nine-Dragon Hall. The vast and immense divine power flooded the surroundings, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Before Chuyi, a diagram of yin and yang, a taiji symbol, abruptly materialized. The yin and yang transformed into taiji fish, and from their eyes, a beam of divine light soared into the heavens. The divine light sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the firmament in a daze. It seemed as if a galaxy descended from the nine heavens, enveloping the entire Nine-Dragon Hall. As the chaotic mist rose, the form of yin and yang gradually solidified. Sketching out a vague silhouette, the figure stood with arms crossed, tall and imposing, clad in a flowing blue robe that billowed in the air. His gaze was profound and dark as an abyss, hinting at the intertwining of myriad laws and the profound truths of heaven and earth. The celestial martial emperor, I have awaited you for a long time. The figure in blue robe stepped forward, bowing deeply to Chuyi, as if already aware that today would be a day of meeting. Chuyi was astonished, overwhelmed by the aura and terrifying power of the newcomer. He was about to look back at the system for the remaining prompts he had yet to read. Ding! Legendary summon successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning. Human Sovereign Fushi. Human Sovereign Fushi, one of the three incarnations of the Blue Emperor Taihao Fushi, the legendary progenitor of humanity. Revered by countless beings. Cultivation level, 9th tier celestial god. The true forms cultivation is at the Dao fruit stage. If the host successfully breaks through to the divine emperor, the true Blue Emperor Taihao Fushi can be summoned. Laws, primordial chaos. Primordial yin and yang loyalty. 100, absolute loyalty, human sovereign Fushi. Chuyi's pupils constricted violently, momentarily rendered speechless. He never anticipated that this legendary summon would bring him such a mighty deity. One of the three sovereigns, Fushi. Even in the realm of myth, he was a figure of formidable renown. Your Majesty's kingdom is currently thriving, with formidable beings abundant. Why then do you remain in the lower realms? Unwilling to ascend? Fushi's eyes glimmered with chaotic light, as if in a fleeting moment, he had gazed over the entire chaotic continent, discerning all its secrets. It is not reluctance, merely that the time has not yet come. Upon hearing the inquiry, Chuyi regained his composure and could not help but retort, do you possess knowledge of the higher divine realm? Naturally, Fushi smiled, as though he had anticipated Chuyi's question, and spoke calmly, the higher divine realm that your Majesty speaks of is a vast world connecting countless realms, situated above the myriad worlds. I refer to it as the Yuan Central Realm. The Yuan Central Realm is immensely grand. Every being's ascension expands this world. Even today, despite the countless worlds combined, none can compare to the expansiveness of the Yuan Central Realm. The Yuan Central Realm, you say? Chuyi fell into contemplation. The more ascendants there were, the larger and more magnificent the world became. Moreover, it is worth mentioning. Fushi paused before continuing, in the Yuan Central Realm, true gods do not inhabit the lowest tier. Each ascendant was once the absolute ruler of their respective worlds. Upon arriving in the Yuan Central Realm, they may be somewhat overlooked, but they can never descend to the lowest levels or be treated as mere ants. Fushi's expression was solemn, earnestly imparting to Chuyi the fundamental understanding of the Yuan Central Realm. It was a realm where resources were virtually boundless, vast to the point of true infinity. Ascendant true gods entering the Yuan's central realm, if they had grown weary of millennia of conflict, could freely choose an unclaimed territory to spend their years in peace. Chapter 82. The situation in the Yuan central realm, accelerating the conquest of the chaotic continent. Generally speaking, this realm can be divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. In the lower tier of the Yuan central realm, true gods are already powerful beings that can be deemed rulers of their domains. They typically command territories exceeding billions of miles, with tens of thousands of smaller factions allied and subservient to them. The strongest beings in the lower tier usually reach the celestial god level. Of course, there are also terrifying beings of the God King and even God Emperor levels who reside in seclusion, awaiting unexpected encounters. As for the middle tier, it is the true chaotic land of the Yuan central realm that is rife with countless divine battles and struggles among various god kings. Even the offspring of divine emperors have met their demise in the middle tier, rendering it a trial zone within the Yuan central realm, filled with peril. Countless divine realms stand tall within, with the strongest reaching the God King level, capable of obliterating myriad worlds with a single strike, and creating boundless realms at will. The upper tier, however, is eerily calm and remains devoid of conflict between upper-tier powers, even after countless eons. This is the core divine domain ruled by the divine emperors. Every inch of land in the upper tier has its corresponding master. The 13 supreme divine emperors have long since divided the upper tier amongst themselves. Who would dare encroach upon it? Ah, I see. Upon hearing Fushi's words, Chuyi nodded slightly. The lower tier is tranquil, providing any ascendant with a stable environment to cultivate for countless years. Only from the middle tier onward does the risk of divine beings falling arise. The struggle among god kings, you say? Chu Ye's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Currently, the strength of the celestial martial empire ranks among the elite in the lower tier of the Yuan central realm. However, to propel the entire nation into the ranks of the middle tier, at least one divine monarch must be in command. Now, with my cultivation steadily expanding, I have already attained the 7th tier of true divinity. Once I ascend to the realm of the celestial gods, I shall consider leading the entire chaotic continent to ascend alongside me, first establishing a firm foothold in the lower realms, and then seizing the opportunity to intervene in the struggle for the divine throne. Nevertheless, if that is the case, the ambition of conquering the entire chaotic continent must be expedited. With such thoughts swirling in my mind, Hades, I called out, summoning the Lord of the Underworld, who lurked in the shadows of the abyss. At your service. Hades knelt respectfully, awaiting my command, as if he would execute any order without hesitation. In 3 days, secure the western region for me. Is there any issue? My voice resonated with undeniable authority. As you command. Without a moment's pause, Hades rose to accept the order, then transformed into a dark streak of light and swiftly departed. The western region, comprising 8,800 states, is said to be home to the true dragon clan. Ruled by the demon tribe, with Hades, who has attained celestial godhood, personally intervening, success is all but assured. Ice Prison Sovereign. After issuing the first imperial edict, I called upon the Ice Prison God at your command. The young man in white robes appeared in the Nine Dragons Hall. Upon sensing the aura of the figure in blue robes, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, an existence surpassing true divinity. This individual must undoubtedly be a formidable entity beyond the realm of true gods. He had never imagined that His Majesty wielded such a powerful ally. You are well aware of the northern region. The Imperial Army is at your disposal, I instructed calmly. Within 5 days, I want to see this territory return to the Imperial dynasty. The northern region, the largest among the 5 domains of the chaotic continent, spans a total of 11,000 states. However, due to its desolate and frigid nature, it has long been overrun by the demonic forces, rendering its overall strength the weakest among the 5. Yes, the Ice Prison God trembled with excitement. Nodding vigorously, his prestige in the northern region was boundless, nearly making him the sole object of faith in this land. Capturing this region would be a trivial matter. As I watched the Ice Prison God depart, my gaze shifted to an illusory map of the chaotic continent before me, focusing on the central landmass, the central region. The smallest in area among the 5 domains, yet the most powerful in comprehensive strength. Spanning only 3,300 states, The formidable beings within the imperial realm, and even those of immortal stature, are the apex of the 5 domains. Fushi, accompany me personally on this venture. I resolved to directly engage with the strongest factions controlling the central region, compelling them to clear any obstacles in my path. Rising from my seat, I intended to personally descend upon the central region, ensuring its complete integration into the imperial dynasty. This domain's strength is paramount. It cannot afford any missteps. Your Majesty is wise. Fushi smiled gently, also rising and stepping forward to follow me as we vanished. With 2 supreme powers joining forces, suppressing the central region would hardly pose a challenge. Meanwhile, in the central region, one of the 4 most powerful factions, a grand nation known as the Wutian Divine Kingdom. Your Majesty, a new god has emerged. The eastern region has been completely occupied by the Tianwu imperial dynasty, and none dare to defy them. If that true god were to make a move against our central region. Within the palace, the Wutian Emperor listened with indifference to the reports from his subordinates, finding it exceedingly laughable. A true god has emerged, occupying the eastern region. The Wutian Divine Kingdom is under the protection of one of the innate divine beings, the 9-candle Abyss Dragon. Even if that true god dared to approach the central region, under the relentless grasp of the immortal and invulnerable Abyss Dragon, they would be but ants. What piqued the Wutian Emperor's curiosity was how the Tianwu Emperor managed to obscure the perception of the heavenly way, successfully advancing to divine status. Such luck, in the past, I had failed to break through, forever trapped in the realm of immortality. This young one from the eastern region must be extraordinarily fortunate to have obtained such an opportunity and ascended to true godhood. The Wutian Emperor's eyes deepened, muttering to himself, when an emperor successfully breaks through, they may step into true divinity. A failed breakthrough results in a mere faux god. Now that the heavenly way prohibits entering divinity, the birth of this new god in the eastern region truly baffles him. He could only conclude that the other party must have employed some divine artifact to shield themselves from the heavenly way's perception, allowing them to successfully enter the realm of gods. You may leave. I shall seek an audience with the Abyss Dragon to inquire about his views on this matter. The Wutian Emperor slowly rose, signaling for everyone to exit the palace. We bid you farewell, Your Majesty. The assembled powerful figures bowed deeply. Yet, just as the Wutian Emperor turned away, his expression suddenly changed dramatically as he raised his gaze towards the outside of the imperial city. Boom! Thunder roared across the heavens. The fabric of reality itself was violently torn open, creating a massive rift that devoured everything around it like a black hole. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 figures stood shoulder to shoulder above the imperial city. One was clad in blue robes, exuding a gentle smile, reminiscent of a scholarly teacher, exuding an aura of elegance. The other, crowned in imperial regalia, with garments billowing, surveyed the world with an overbearing gaze within their eyes. Celestial bodies seemed to swirl, embodying the cycles of day and night. Like a celestial emperor, looking down upon all beings, evoking an instinctual urge of subservience. Indeed, it was none other than Chu Yi and Fushi arriving in the central region. Chapter 83. The 9-candle Abyss Dragon, the mastermind behind the blockade of the divine path. Both figures stood firm in the heavens. Though they did not emit any overwhelming pressure, each powerful figure present in the Wutian imperial city felt a profound tremor in their hearts. As if facing a formidable adversary, the Wutian Divine Kingdom, according to Shunshi, is the sanctuary of the 3 innate divine beings, led by the 9-candle Abyss Dragon. With a true god stationed here, it could rightfully claim the title of Divine Kingdom, nearly eclipsing all other forces in the central region. Chui spoke coldly. The 3 great innate divine beings of the chaotic continent, the ancient divine phoenix, ice prison god, and 9-candle Abyss Dragon. Now, I have subdued 2 of them, leaving only the most elusive and once cataclysmic 9-candle Abyss Dragon. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this mere embodiment of the heavenly way I can extinguish with a mere snap of my fingers. Fushi smiled, his tone casual, as if the opposition held no significance in his eyes. In truth, it was indeed so. As the Azure Emperor Taihao Fushi, he possessed the mystical powers akin to those of a saint. What realm does such mastery belong to? It is a realm unattainable by the myriad beings of the universe, a supreme domain accessible only to primordial beings and legendary entities. Within the infinite worlds, This realm is known by countless names. Whether as the Hunyuan Wujidi Dalyu Jingxian, Chaos Sovereign, Innate Saint, or Taoist Divine Sovereign, it transcends the Divine Emperors, even surpassing the entire Yuan Central Realm. Thus, even Chu Yi remains oblivious that, despite being at the pinnacle of celestial godhood, Fushi's true strength could easily slay a divine monarch, or effortlessly evade the grasp of a divine emperor, at most. The nine-candle abyss dragon, at the level of a mere true god, could be annihilated with a mere wave of his hand, a trivial task. You need not intervene today. I alone shall sweep the central region. Chu Yi replied nonchalantly. With my current power at the 7th tier of true divinity, I fear no one and can easily crush the central region. Conquering the central region will allow me to stretch my legs a bit after becoming a god. Which is quite fitting as you wish. Fushi did not refuse, nodding slightly, falling into silence. Indeed, the level at which he operates has already transcended this world by a tremendous margin. Should he take action, it would feel akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Boom! With those words, Chu Yi stepped forward, shattering the void beneath his feet, soaring towards the towering palace. Rumble! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the heavens blazed with light, as if billions of blazing suns converged. The brilliance was so intense that it eclipsed even the heavenly flames, 1,000-fold more scorching, illuminating the entire Wutian imperial city, causing countless powerful figures to rise from their seats. Who are you? Trespassing in the Wutian imperial city is a capital offense. Please leave at once. This is the sanctuary of the Abyss Dragon. How dare you act so recklessly? The powerful figures of the Wutian divine kingdom soared into the air. In an instant, over 100 imperial-level figures had taken to the skies, their combined pressure coalescing into a palpable force. Over 100 emperors. Truly, this is the genuine holy land of the cultivation realm. The central region, Chu Yi marveled slightly. The strength of the Wutian divine kingdom was far beyond his expectations. With so many powerful figures gathered, it was no wonder the central region had become the coveted holy land for countless cultivators. I am Chu Yi, the sovereign of the eastern and southern regions, the supreme emperor of the Tianwu imperial dynasty. I have come to the central region merely to make this land part of my imperial territory. Chu Yi stood tall, his gaze radiant with divine light, looking down upon them. Submit, and I shall overlook your past transgressions. Otherwise, all shall be annihilated. Impudent, arrogant. Upon hearing Chu Ye's brazen words, the members of the Wutian divine kingdom erupted in fury. Even if he were the rumored Tianwu emperor who had entered true godhood, he had no right to demand the submission of the Wutian divine kingdom or to claim the central region for his empire. Silence. Yet, in the next moment, the cold reprimand of the Wutian emperor echoed throughout the heavens. In an instant, a vast and boundless, terrifyingly formidable pressure surged forth, enveloping all the surrounding clamor. In an instant, the heavens and the earth fell silent. All sounds extinguished. Even some ancestral figures of half-immortal families could not help but tremble and cower beneath such overwhelming force, uttering, "We humbly welcome the descent of the abyssal dragon crown," with a crackle. Amidst the shattering void, beside the figure of the Imperator Wutian, a towering silhouette emerged slowly, with long black hair cascading and dark golden dragon eyes that were deep and unfathomable, exuding an aura of inexplicable divinity. 9 fiery dragons encircled this being, serving both as protectors and instruments of destruction, the guardian deity of the Wutian divine kingdom, the foremost among the 3 primordial deities, simultaneously, also the most tempestuous and avaricious of them all. The 9 abyssal dragons, booming thunderously. As this deity descended, the entire realm erupted in fervor, with winds and clouds swirling chaotically. The central domain was violently stirred, causing the powerful figures of the other 3 great factions to change countenance in unison. The 9 abyssal dragons had indeed arrived. What could have transpired within the Wutian divine kingdom that summoned such a terrifying deity to this realm? One of the supreme forces in the central domain. The patriarch of the Xianyun Dao sect narrowed his eyes, unable to remain seated. Whoosh! In a flash, he soared through the air, traversing billions of miles, rushing towards the Wutian divine kingdom. Could it be another primordial deity had come? Such a divine battle, he could not afford to miss. At the same time, many others sharing the same sentiment as the patriarch of the Xianyun Dao sect also flew towards the Wutian divine kingdom. Eager to witness this rare celestial conflict, Meanwhile, amidst the tumult of the heavens and the earth, Chu Yi remained entirely unfazed. His gaze was fixed solely upon that imposing figure, standing as if to sever the path of the heavens all by himself. Name: Jiu Zhu. Race: devouring abyssal dragon, a primordial anomalous species capable of secretly manipulating the heavenly path while obstructing the ascent of living beings, thereby gradually consuming the world until the very essence of existence is devoured. Identity: one of the three primordial deities of the Chaos Continent. Guardian deity of the Wutian Divine Kingdom, secret controller of the heavenly path, destroyer, in the shadows, age: 17 billion, cultivation: 6th tier true god, current relations: -100, aware of the submission of the other two primordial deities. Extremely wary of the host, fearing the disruption of its scheme to secretly devour the Chaos Continent. Note: should the devouring abyssal dragon consume the essence of the Chaos Continent, it is expected to ascend to at least the 8th tier celestial god. After reviewing the opponent's system panel, Chu Yi expressed mild astonishment. He had not anticipated that this most powerful primordial deity was indeed the mastermind behind the blockade of the ascension pathway. Furthermore, it was an entity that now completely controlled the heavenly path, making it the true apex of this world. The devouring abyssal dragon. Such beings were exceedingly rare, evolving through the consumption of the essence of myriad worlds. Upon witnessing this, Fushi's eyes flickered, taken aback. The devouring abyssal dragon race was notorious throughout the realms, infamous as the dragons of annihilation. The world that birthed them was akin to their eggshell. Once broken free, it would be consumed entirely. The devouring abyssal dragon would then undergo a second metamorphosis, guaranteed to reach at least the level of a celestial god, with prodigious talents, even potentially ascending directly to the realm of the God King. Chapter 84. Slaying the Abyssal Dragon, the terrifying might of the Death Seal. Hehe. The Chaos Continent now belongs entirely to me. I cannot allow it to be consumed at will. Upon hearing Fushi's words, Chu Yi chuckled lightly, his indifferent gaze directed towards the Jiuzhu Abyssal Dragon. Primordial deities are, by nature, immortal within the worlds they are born into. They cannot be truly obliterated unless the world itself is destroyed. However, this being, which had already begun to consume the essence of the Chaos Continent, and even wielded control over the will of the heavenly path, was no longer regarded as a primordial deity by this realm. Its immortal essence had dissipated entirely. The current Jiuzhu Abyssal Dragon was merely an ordinary 6th-tier true god, now facing the infinite disdain of the Chaos Continent. My patience is limited. Within 3 breaths, should you not depart, I shall personally see to your demise. The Jiuzhu Abyssal Dragon gazed down upon the heavens, its indifference radiating a chilling aura. Having spent over 100 billion years, the plan to consume the Chaos Continent had finally reached its final step. Once the essence was devoured, it would gain true transformative power, effortlessly annihilating the 2 primordial deities that had unknowingly obstructed its path for countless ages. Time was still needed, just a millennium more. After a millennium, this realm would be obliterated, and all would turn to void. The Jiuzhu Abyssal Dragon internally scoffed. It was unaware that, under its command to seal off the path of ascension, anyone could still break through to the divine realm, let alone elude the heavenly path's punishment. But all of that was now of no consequence. Once it consumed the entire essence of the Chaos Continent, it would truly roam the myriad realms of the Starry Sea, gaining the power to devour the heavens. Let me leave. How could I stand idly by and watch as you gradually destroy the world of my imperial dynasty? Suddenly alert, the Jiuzhu Abyssal Dragon, having existed for over 17 billion years, had never encountered a being that recognized its true identity, nor had anyone detected its covert consumption of the world's essence. How could this human true god perceive its secrets? The human race seemed to have uncovered a forbidden truth. Buzzing thunderously, in that instant, the very fabric of the world trembled. The power of the world's rules descended like a shroud, weaving a war vestment for the Jiuzhu Abyssal Dragon, bestowing upon it boundless divine strength. The dragon's gaze sharpened, its heart filled with a fervent desire to kill. It discreetly scanned the inhabitants within the city who had just heard its proclamation. Then, with a swift grasp of its hand, boom! Blood and flesh erupted. In the blink of an eye, millions of lives were extinguished. The towering Wutian imperial city was instantly transformed into a river of blood. With numerous powerful beings stepping into the void, their eyes filled with both infinite terror and bewilderment as they beheld the scene. Under the abyssal dragon crown, why do you? The Imperator Wutian was the first to inquire. Yet, before his words could finish, his head exploded into a mist of blood. His entire body was subsequently devoured, transformed into essence by the Jiuzhu abyssal dragon. Sealing heaven and earth, it spoke coldly. With a spread of its fingers, it instantly sealed 100,000 miles of space. In a moment, it slaughtered all remaining beings within. Its methods were so ruthless and swift that I have declared. My name is Chu Yi, the Emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, and simultaneously, I am the sole sovereign of this vast firmament and this world. Chu Yi spoke with pride, gazing at the distant Jiuzhu Yuanlong. Any entity daring to covet my world shall find only a path to death. And you, it is now time for your journey to commence. Died out a voice, indifferent and resonant, echoed through the heavens. In that instant, Chu Yi had yet to make any offensive move. It was as if merely uttering the words compelled the other to comply with his will and perish. Human race, could it be that you are a fool? In an instant, the Jiuzhu Yuanlong, who had just opened its mouth, suddenly froze in place, its visage contorted in agony. Following this, a frenzied shriek erupted, boom, in a moment. Its form manifested as a dragon, stretching over 1,000,000 zhong, thrashing wildly in the void, its scales dull and desiccated, continually shedding. Within a breath, the Jiuzhu Yuanlong's cries had ceased. Its dragon body fell to the ground like withered wood. Only a faint twitch and struggle discernible. After 2 breaths, its corporeal form was entirely obliterated. Its soul, akin to dust, swiftly corroded, and faintly, one could hear its wails and pleas for mercy. After 3 breaths, the Jiuzhu Yuanlong had fallen. This deity, who secretly governed the heavenly path, had completely perished, as if it had never existed. This artifact's effect is indeed remarkable. Everything lay before Chu Yi's gaze. Once the Jiuzhu Yuanlong was utterly annihilated. He cast a fleeting glance at a pitch-black ring upon his left hand. Rule item. Ring of Death from Thanatos. Effect. It can unconditionally align the host's cultivation with that of the target, or cause the demise of any beings beneath it. By merely voicing or silently contemplating the command for the target to die, the target shall meet their end within 3 breaths. Chapter 85. Reversal of Fate. The heavenly path submits. After unifying the eastern domain, Chu Yi once again gained several special signing opportunities. This Ring of Death was indeed one of the divine artifacts he acquired, as a rule-level item. As long as Chu Yi's cultivation equaled or surpassed that of his adversary, he could directly and unconditionally obliterate them. It was evident that the Jiuzhu Yuanlong had become the first formidable being to fall beneath the Ring of Death. Effortlessly reduced to ashes by a mere command. Buzzing, soon, with the fall of the Jiuzhu Yuanlong, which secretly governed the heavenly path, the will of the heavenly path in the Chaos Continent reawakened. Subsequently reversing time across this vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles, it endeavored to rectify all causations wrought by the Jiuzhu Yuanlong. I am still alive. In but a moment, as time reversed, the grand Wutian imperial city reappeared in the world. The Wutian emperor and the many powerful beings beneath him were now filled with trepidation, feeling as though their long-held beliefs and understandings had crumbled entirely, as if trapped in a nightmare. The guardian of the divine realm, worshipped by countless subjects for eons, and even the incarnation of the heavenly path, the Yuanlong, had directly issued a death decree against them, to annihilate themselves and all powerful beings within this city in an instant. The Wutian emperor's mind was in disarray. Nevertheless, the sensation of having died once was unmistakable. The Yuanlong had indeed killed them once. At this moment, he could not fathom why they had been revived. The divine path shall open. You say, Do you wish to serve me as your sovereign? The crowd gazed towards the heavens. This moment, boundless divine light enveloped Chu Yi, revealing the manifestation of the heavenly path's will, wishing to designate Chu Yi as the sovereign, allowing him to truly become the master of the Chaos Continent. You do remember to show gratitude. Very well, I shall become the sovereign of the heavenly path in this world, the ruler of all in the Chaos Continent. Chu Yi smiled. This heavenly path had been under the control of the Jiuzhu Yuanlong for billions of years. Now, it had become exceedingly weak. Should it choose to resist him, then Chu Yi would simply obliterate it. reshaping a heavenly path while that obediently followed orders. At this moment, seeing that the other was somewhat perceptive, choosing to voluntarily submit to him, saved him considerable trouble. Tianwu Emperor, may I inquire where the Yuanlong is now? Surrounded by divine light, the external crowd remained oblivious to the situation, yet the Wutian Emperor could no longer contain himself. He promptly bowed and inquired of the Chuyi, standing in the void. The Juju Yuanlong? That creature secretly devoured the world's essence, attempting to encroach upon my imperial domain. So I sentenced it to death, thus, it obediently perished. Chuyi slightly turned his gaze and casually explained. However, this statement struck terror into the hearts of the denizens of the Wutian divine kingdom. Devouring the world's essence? How could the Yuanlong, who had guarded the central domain for billions of years, commit such heinous acts? Moreover, to say that commanding that innate deity to die resulted in its immediate demise is utterly absurd. This is impossible. There must be some underlying reason. Tianwu Emperor, where exactly is the Yuanlong? The crowd's expressions shifted. One elder, gripping a wooden staff, could no longer restrain his outrage and retorted. He was the Tongxian Emperor, one of the three enduring pillars of the Wutian divine kingdom in his youth. He had been saved by the Juju Yuanlong, thus holding it in utmost reverence, considered the first believer of this deity. At this moment, upon hearing Chu Ye's casual remarks, portraying the Yuanlong as the ultimate evil world-destroying dragon, and even stating that it simply died upon command, he was filled with unbridled fury. Impossible? Yet, in the face of the challenge, Chu Yi merely smiled indifferently and pointed at the elder. Then you shall die too? And descend into hell, he'll meet your god. The Tongxian Emperor was taken aback. He attempted to utter more, yet found himself rendered speechless, even unable to feel his own body. The power of the Ring of Death activated once more. With Chu Ye's command, the Tongxian Emperor did not even endure a single breath before he was reduced to ashes, both body and soul obliterated. The Tongxian Lord, what on earth is happening? In an instant, witnessing the unfathomable and absurd scene, fear gripped the hearts of the crowd, who began to cry out in shock. Even the Wutian Emperor felt his spirit tremble at this moment. The Tongxian Emperor was one of the oldest beings in the Wutian divine kingdom. Legends spoke of him as perhaps the longest-living immortal in the Chaos continent, having founded the Wutian divine kingdom alongside the Juju Yuanlong. Yet now, the Tianwu Emperor commanded him to die, and he truly perished? The sensation of breath was lost. After meticulously probing several times, the Wutian Emperor finally confirmed the total demise of this immortal powerhouse. Trembling, he turned to the assembled strong ones and exclaimed, "Insolence! That world-destroying monster is dead? And His Majesty the Tianwu Emperor is the savior of the Chaos continent. How dare you offend him? Kneel at once, as a show of respect." Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Ultimately, he vaguely surmised that their revival was likely due to the Yuanlong's demise, and the heavenly paths were reversing the course of fate. The heavenly path itself intervened, which meant that the present Tianwu Emperor had perhaps forged some sort of pact with the heavenly path, powerful enough to obliterate immortals in an instant, even truly slaying the Juju Yuanlong. Whoosh! Meanwhile, with the collapse of the blockade over this vast land, numerous powerhouses from the central domain arrived, only to find the Wutian imperial city still intact, and the Yuanlong's presence absent. They could not help but frown, perplexed by the events that had transpired here. Only the Wutian Emperor, upon seeing the arrival of the crowd, urgently continued to shout, "Kneel! His Majesty the Tianwu Emperor has slain the Yuanlong, saving this world. He is now the supreme ruler of the Chaos continent. You all kneel promptly, lest you provoke His Majesty." Chapter 86. I am the Heavenly Emperor, establishing the eternal divine court. The people of the Wutian divine kingdom obeyed the command, all kneeling and bowing to Chu Yi, while the other central domain powerhouses, hearing these words, could not help but display varying expressions of hesitance. The Juju Yuanlong has truly fallen. What in the world transpired here that could render even the defiant Wutian Emperor to bow in reverence? Like a servant? In an instant, all gazes turned towards the heavens, where Chu Yi still stood, treading upon the void. Oh, so this is the complete authority of the heavenly path. At this moment, the latter was undergoing the final phase of integration after sharing and obtaining all the powers of the heavenly path. In an instant, Chu Yi seemed to transform into all things in heaven and earth. Every living being, every matter was within his observation and beyond his control. It was an exquisite experience, one of true dominion over the entire situation. Even at this moment, boom, the essence of Chu Ye's divine kingdom subtly merged with this world, as if the entire continent was genuinely becoming his divine realm, a territory eternally under his dominion. The power of the heavenly path. The ancestor of the Xianyun Dao sect appeared to have realized something. In an instant, he could not help but tremble violently as if witnessing a genuine miracle. He murmured in disbelief. Could it be that the celestial path has chosen him as the vessel to act in the mortal realm? Or perhaps the celestial path has already submitted. He raised his gaze to the heavens. His eyes flooded with bloodshot astonishment and incredulity. The power of the celestial path was merging with the celestial martial emperor. It conferred upon the latter all authority to govern the heavens and the earth, rendering him the true sovereign of the world, wielding dominion over all. How could this be possible? How could a being exist so powerful that even the celestial path willingly bows before him? Boom! In an instant, the entire central region trembled, resonating throughout the vast chaos continent. Above the firmament, boundless divine laws manifested. In the horrified gazes of the onlookers, a venerable imperial crown was woven for Chu Yi. Resting majestically upon his head, the imperial crown bore witness to the celestial path as a subject. At this moment, Chu Yi had undeniably ascended above all, becoming the singular master of this vast expanse. Every action he took commanded the might of the laws. Countless beings existed and perished at his mere thought. Chu Yi. The power of the laws transformed into a pale golden divine throne. Chu Yi soared high above the 9 heavens, his towering figure visible to all beings within the 5 domains. From this day forth, he would govern the chaos continent and establish the eternal divine court. I am the celestial emperor, destined to hold the mandate of the heavens. A voice of majesty resounded across the lands, proclaiming Chu Yi as the celestial emperor of this realm, sovereign over the chaos continent. Furthermore, the celestial martial emperor's dynasty was renamed the eternal divine court. Boom. Accompanying this declaration was an unimaginable, boundless divine power descending upon the world. The celestial emperor, the elder of the Xianyun Dao sect, felt his gaze tremble. As an immortal being, he could sense the celestial path's respect and submission emanating from the power of the laws. The celestial martial emperor had truly achieved it. He commanded the celestial path to honor him as the sole ruler of this realm. Old man, I pay my respects to the celestial emperor, your majesty. Chu Ye's words were the true celestial decree. Any resistance, any defiance, would only lead to a road of demise. Thus, even with countless questions and uncertainties in his heart, the elder of the Xianyun Dao sect could only bow and submit to the celestial emperor, expressing his allegiance, with a rustle, in an instant, whether among those present or beyond the Wuyan divine kingdom. Nearly all powerful beings in the central region bowed in reverence. Heaven and earth rejoiced, billions of beings paying homage. This scene was too astonishing, too incredible. In the eastern domain, the celestial martial emperor's palace, Zhou Ling, Jiang Shanhai, and others all bowed their heads in submission. Has His Majesty truly become the celestial emperor? The Empress Phoenix Shunqi, with her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance, murmured. Although she had long anticipated this, witnessing her sovereign rule the continent and be hailed as the celestial emperor still stirred her heart profoundly, filling her with immense excitement. In the northern domain, the Icefall Divine Temple. Your Majesty, Chu Yi, how much more astonishment will you bestow upon me before you relent? Gazing at the towering divine throne manifesting in the sky, and the majestic figure seated upon it, the ice-prisoned divine lord bent down. Shaking his head with a helpless smile, in the northern domain, he had successfully reclaimed more than half. However, given the current situation, it seemed unnecessary for him to continue. The moment His Majesty declared himself as the celestial emperor and established the divine court, no foolish beings would dare oppose one who transcended the authority of heaven. In the western domain, the demon clan's imperial court had already turned into a wasteland. The underworld Lord Hades stood amidst the ruins. Beneath his feet lay the corpses of several immortal demons. Your Majesty, have you finally become the celestial emperor? I, Hades, am willing to continue battling in the divine realm, to ascend to the heavens. upon hearing Chu Ye's proclamation. He immediately knelt in reverence, his gaze brimming with boundless martial intent. Ding! Detected submission from the central region. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 billion fortune points. Ding! Detected submission from the northern region. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 billion fortune points. Ding! Detected submission from the western region. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 billion fortune points. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the 5 domains. Becoming the sovereign of the Chaos Continent. Hidden task completed. The path of the Celestial Emperor. In the central region, after acquiring the complete authority of the Celestial Path and proclaiming the title of Celestial Emperor, the system's voice erupted in a frenzy, accomplishing the goal of conquering the 5 domains in mere breaths, becoming the sovereign of the Chaos Continent. Moreover, a hidden task that had yet to be announced was also completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving Reward 1. Legendary Character Giant Spirit God. Reward 2. Legendary Summon X3. Reward 3. World Source Indestructible Heart. Reward 4. Legendary Item Divine Sealing List. A multitude of rewards followed in quick succession. Chu Yi could not help but gaze upon the last two. World Source Indestructible Heart could transform a world connected to the host's divine realm into the host's second divine kingdom. Within the second divine kingdom, the host would possess absolute invincibility, absolute immortality, and omniscience. Even if a divine emperor-level being entered the second divine kingdom, they would only meet their demise. Furthermore, a world with the indestructible heart as its source would possess true eternal indestructibility. Unless the host intentionally sought its destruction, there would be no means to annihilate the world. Legendary Item Divine Sealing List. All laws of heaven and earth could be sealed, and those who left their names on the divine sealing list would at the very least ascend directly to the divine realm. Growing infinitely with the strength of the host's divine court. Note: the maximum number of names on the divine sealing list is 3650. Chapter 87. Sealing the divine beings, the Chaos Continent boils. I, the giant spirit god, pay my respects to your majesty, the celestial emperor. Boom. However, before Chu Yi could fully review this reward, the void shattered, and a deity, towering like a mountain and wielding 2 massive axes, emerged from within, kneeling respectfully before Chu Yi. A legendary figure, the giant spirit god. Possessing the cultivation of a 4th-rank celestial god, even the mere release of his pressure caused the assembled beings in the central region to bow in awe. As if confronted by the will of heaven and earth, the boundless principles of the Tao, leaving no room for resistance. No need for formalities, Chu Yi, surrounded by the shimmering light of the laws, commanded an imperial might that crushed all beneath the heavens. With a casual wave, even the giant spirit god of the celestial realm was unable to resist, being effortlessly lifted to his feet. Ding! The power of the celestial sovereign has been refreshed, elevating the host's cultivation to 6th-rank celestial god. Ding! The indestructible heart has been successfully fused, and the Chaos Continent will become the host's second divine kingdom henceforth. Detected that the host is in the area of the second divine kingdom, gaining the power of the sovereign. Sovereign power, immune to all damage from physical, causal, energy, and conceptual sources. Any attack may carry a fatal characteristic, ignoring all forms of immortality, and even create entirely new concepts of death, allowing certain absolutely immortal beings to perish. The Chaos Continent became part of the eternal divine court. After receiving the boundless power of countless beings, Chu Yi instantly reached the realm of the 6th-rank celestial god. Furthermore, after integrating the indestructible heart into the Chaos Continent, Chu Yi, now within the continent, was absolutely invincible. Even if a divine emperor accidentally ventured in, he could easily annihilate them. Buzz. Soon after, with a wave of Chu Ye's right hand, a golden divine list suddenly appeared in the sky, visible to all beings across the Chaos Continent. Although it was temporarily empty, it sent a jolt through the hearts of all powerful beings who beheld it. They could deeply sense. Once their names were inscribed upon this list, they could instantly ascend to divinity, receiving the blessing of certain world powers. I, today, establish the divine sealing list here. All powerful beings and heroes from the 5 domains have the opportunity to leave their names. Those who ascend the list will receive the world's protection and become generals of my eternal divine court, ascending to the heavens in a single step. A vast wave of divine soul energy surged forth, and Chu Ye's voice echoed throughout every corner of the Chaos Continent. In an instant, the entire Chaos Continent was engulfed in unimaginable fervor. To ascend the divine sealing list meant to become a deity in one step, occupying a high position in the eternal divine court. Countless powerful beings were driven to madness, especially those immortal beings hidden from the world, who had been trapped in immortality for countless eons, could hardly contain their excitement upon witnessing the opportunity to ascend to divinity. Where is Jiang Shanhai, the right minister of the former celestial martial emperor's dynasty? The divine sealing list radiated golden light. Chu Ye's divine voice trembled, yet at this moment, he announced the first being fortunate enough to attain divinity. At this moment, in the celestial martial emperor city. Minister, present. Jiang Shanhai was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. He had never imagined that as a former sinner, he would have the chance to be the first to ascend the divine sealing list and be personally conferred as a deity by His Majesty. I confer upon you the title of the Mountain Guardian Deity of the Eastern Domain, with eternal lifespan, wielding the power to command the mountains and the earth. Chu Yi spoke with indifference. As a golden edict flew from him, merging into Jiang Shanhai's body, boom! In an instant, a phantom rose 100 feet behind Jiang Shanhai, transforming him into a god towering to the heavens. The boundless power of the Eastern Domain's infinite mountain range was bestowed upon him, causing his cultivation to surge violently in an instant, elevating him to the realm of the Quasi-Emperor and the Great Emperor. Then I, Minister Jiang Shanhai, humbly thank Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor, for your grace. May our sovereign reign eternally and the sacred domain remain boundless. Amidst the manifestation of divine shadows between heaven and earth, Jiang Shanhai ascended to divinity in a moment, his countenance ablaze with a fervor and excitement that defied description, kneeling in fervent supplication. Chu Yi slightly nodded, then continued, Where is the commander of the Dragon Martial Legion, Wu Gu? Here, at your service. The towering figure of Wu Gu, who had diligently cultivated within the cosmic sky temple for countless millennia and had already attained the emperor's realm, bowed respectfully. He was the first commander of the legion summoned by Chu Yi, having established remarkable military achievements for the celestial martial empire, leading the Dragon Martial Legion to sweep across the myriad nations, instilling terror in countless beings. You have fought valiantly for me, and thus, you shall be inscribed upon the divine ranking. Therefore, I appoint you as the god of the heavenly dragon morning star, and all members of the Dragon Martial Legion shall be designated as heavenly dragon divine generals. Joining you in the battle across the heavens, we shall abide by Your Majesty's decree. Upon hearing this proclamation, Wu Ji's eyes reddened. His Majesty had never forgotten those steadfast warriors who had fought valiantly for the empire. Buzzing, divine light surged through the heavens. Under the envious gazes of countless beings, the second name appeared on the divine ranking, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons. Wu Gu attained the divine realm, and divine power coalesced into a resplendent platinum dragon armor, enveloping him, his aura multiplying exponentially. We humbly thank Your Majesty for your divine grace. At this moment, the entirety of the 100,000 Dragon Martial Legion connected with the source of Wu Ji's power, becoming the divine generals of the heavenly dragon morning star, each instantaneously endowed with the essence of an immortal pseudo-deity, capable of effortlessly slaying true gods when united. Next, the commander of the Black Dragon Guard, Su Yin, was bestowed the title of God of the Hidden Dragon's illusionary blade, gaining the power of the Void's origin. The Imperial Guard, Li Fan, was honored as the Starfall God, receiving the strength of the stars. The Holy Armament Legion commander, Zhou Ling, was named the God of eternal rebirth, granted the power of reincarnation, able to wield the world's causality. The names upon the divine ranking continued to multiply. The fervor and anticipation in the eyes of countless powerful beings burned ever brighter. To attain divinity, to ascend to the heavens, in the future, they could receive the eternal protection of the divine court and grow alongside the celestial emperor. Today, these 370 individuals shall be the entirety of those eligible for the divine ranking. There are a total of 3,650 divine positions on the ranking. I hope you all shall perform admirably to secure your places on it. From the divine seat above, Chu Yi spoke with indifference, uttering words that sent hearts racing. Over 3,000 divine positions. All they need do is contribute to the divine court and achieve military merit. They themselves may just ascend to a divine position. I must ascend to a divine position, even if it means sacrificing everything for the celestial emperor. What harm is there? Out of my way. I shall no longer be an ancestor of this sacred land. I shall become a god. I will etch my name upon the divine ranking. Within the Chaos continent, countless powerful figures went utterly mad. They brought forth their most treasured possessions, even willingly heading to the celestial martial empire to toil. Vying for the favor of the celestial emperor and the chance to ascend the divine ranking. Even those immortals who had existed for eons could no longer contain themselves. Chapter 88. The path to divinity opens. Ambitions from the upper realm. However, at that moment, Chui spoke once more, plunging the world into silence. From today onward, the path to divinity on the Chaos continent shall reopen, connecting with the upper divine realm you refer to as the Yuan Central Realm. His indifferent gaze surveyed the world below, and after a brief pause, he continued, moreover, outside of this decree, no divine realm cultivator shall ascend to the divine realm without my imperial command. Everything shall wait until 3 days hence. When I command the entire continent to ascend, before we speak of it, remember, those who ascend without permission shall face only death. Buzzing. As his words fell, the divine seat in the heavens dissipated. Chui returned within the celestial martial empire, leaving behind countless powerful beings still in a daze. What does His Majesty mean by this? An elder from a sect exclaimed in horror, gazing towards the direction Chui had departed. The ascension restrictions to the upper divine realm are now utterly dissolved? Does this mean that even without entering the divine ranking, we still have a chance to become gods? He was a peak emperor-level powerhouse, just a step away from breaking into the divine realm. Yet under the former restrictive rules, he could only reach immortality. He could not ascend at will. He must wait for the celestial emperor to allow the entire continent to rise together. What grand scheme is that esteemed emperor plotting? Many powerful beings were filled with trepidation. They simply could not fathom how to facilitate the ascension of such a vast chaos continent to the divine realm, let alone bring along all the beings of this world. Never mind. I shall attempt to break through to the divine realm. As for the ascension, I need only refrain from accepting the divine realm's summons. Several individuals, having accumulated countless years at the peak of the emperor realm, resolved at this moment to take a chance, to see if the heavenly path's blockade had indeed been lifted, allowing them to take that critical step. Meanwhile, at the moment Chui commanded the heavenly path to lift its blockade, connecting fully with the Yuan Central Realm, in the lower region of the Yuan Central Realm, within the domain of the Divine Core Sect. The Divine Core Sect is an ancient sect with a celestial deity overseeing it, boasting a lineage spanning hundreds of billions of years. Within the vast lower region, its strength is formidable, occupying over 100 cultivation secret realms, rich in resources. Especially its sect master, Gu Yuanhao, who was a powerful figure even in the mid-layers of the Yuan Central Realm during his youth. It is said that he even withstood a supreme blow from a divine king, and the empty left arm he bears is a testament to the injury he sustained in that encounter. Today, at the outskirts of the Divine Core Sect, in the Divine Essence Stone mining area, the Divine Essence Stone, akin to the spirit stones of the lower realms, is a reservoir of divine power within the Yuan Central Realm, allowing the gods to rapidly cultivate and absorb divine energy. Additionally, it serves as a currency within the Yuan Central Realm, holding considerable value. The Divine Core Sect possesses 7 divine essence veins, with daily output sufficient to sustain the sect's hundreds of thousands of disciples for years. The surplus falls into the hands of the sect master and numerous elders. Damn it, damn it. What nonsense is this divine realm? I, a mere Saint King, am the strongest in the Tianyuan continent. No one can rival me. Yet by a twist of fate, he inadvertently entered the divine realm, only to find himself mining here as a lowly worker. In the mining area, a middle-aged man, his skin darkened and drenched in sweat, with bloodshot eyes, was laboriously wielding a pickaxe, struggling to break through the black rock before him. His name is Zhao Wu, the master of the Qintian Pavilion, the mightiest force in the Tianyuan continent. His cultivation had reached the legendary Saint King realm, standing atop the myriad beings of the Tianyuan continent. However, after accidentally discovering an ancient jade, this master Zhao Wu found himself forcibly transported to this rumored supreme divine realm. Becoming a proud miner of the Divine Core sect. I want to go home. I want to return to the Tianyuan continent. The strength of the Yuan Central Realm is far beyond what any ordinary world can compare. Even though Zhao Wu's cultivation had reached the peak of Saint King, he could only chip away at the outer shell of the Divine Essence Stone with all his might, and only after several hours could he finally see a glimpse of the Divine Stone within. Number 42. Obediently mine here I, this elder, promise you that if you mine for 1,000,000 years, I shall grant you a piece of land spanning 1,000,000 miles, allowing you to thrive within it. Such conditions, could you possibly dare to refuse? A harsh voice resounded. Immediately after, two terrifying figures approached, both of whom were elders responsible for guarding the mine, each having attained the true god realm, and true gods are already quite formidable within the lower layers of the Yuan Central Realm. Even after 100 billion years of development, the Divine Core sect only possesses a little over 100 true gods. Yes, Zhao Wu's cultivation had yet to reach the Emperor realm. He simply could not defy those two true gods, let alone resist. Although he longed to protest that his lifespan was barely a mere 180,000 years, 1,000,000 years was far too long. He simply could not endure it. Alas, the circumstances were pressing. Even as the former strongest of the continent, he could only resign himself to continue laboring away. Humph! The two true gods sneered. They were well aware of Zhao Wu's thoughts. Within the bounds of the Divine Core sect, individuals like him, who accidentally entered the Yuan Central Realm from the lower realms, numbered in the hundreds daily. If one's strength reached the true god level, the Divine Core sect would treat them with respect, inviting them to join the sect as elders. If their strength was at the immortal level, they might have the opportunity to become a sect servant. If they had emperor-level cultivation but were still young, with exceptional talent and boundless potential, they could be accepted as disciples to AS4. Those like Zhao Wu, with such low cultivation, merely equivalent to external disciples and with mediocre talent. Exhausted potential, then they would come here to obediently mine. Only thus could they maximize the utility of such waste. Boom. What was that? However, suddenly, accompanied by the resounding collapse of the mine and the horrified cries of the other miners, the two deities were suddenly seized by a sense of foreboding. They lifted their gaze and were astounded to discover that at the end of the once flat tunnel, there loomed a portal to an abyssal void. Deep and still frantically expanding. Elder, what is that? Zhao Wu stammered, halting his pickaxe in trembling hesitation. This is the pupils of the two deities constricted. One of them seemed to have suddenly recalled something. His entire form quivered with excitement. The Ascension Path. This was a portal that had once been sealed, connecting to a void passageway of a lower realm. Elder Tang Xiao, you mean to say a world that once sealed the Ascension Path can no longer harbor deities of true power, right? One of them spoke suddenly, his tone fervent as he turned to his companion. Gazing at the colossal void entrance, his eyes were filled with insatiable greed. Chapter 89. The Prohibition of the Yuanyuan Realm. The arrival of enemies from above. Elder Zhengyun. Are you suggesting that we, as the vanguard of our sect, forcefully descend to investigate? Upon hearing this, the other deity immediately grasped the implication, in the Yuanyuan realm. Although they were regarded as powerful true gods, they remained as mere overlords of the lower regions, struggling to find a foothold in the upper tiers. Yet now in a lower realm, particularly one that had not birthed true gods for perhaps hundreds of billions of years. If these two mighty deities were to descend, would it not be akin to celestial beings walking among mortals, savoring the taste of unparalleled supremacy? The true god named Zhang Yun chuckled sinisterly. His cultivation was but at the second tier of true godhood, placing him among the lower echelons of the 100 true gods within the Divine Core sect. Often, he faced reprimands from the fourth elder, who managed 7 major mining districts and had attained the 9th tier of true godhood. Over time, he had accumulated a wealth of resentment. Now, an opportunity had arisen, one to descend and wreak havoc upon mortals, slaying them at will, even reducing so-called empresses and goddesses to mere slaves, mercilessly trampling upon them. How could he possibly let such a chance slip by? Indeed, Elder Tang Xiao precisely so. The slaughter of mortals and disruption of the world's order is a grave prohibition in the Yuanyuan realm. However, this world is vast, and the realms it connects are boundless, a mere unexpected appearance of a portal in a mine, even if they were to annihilate the world today. no true god would ever know. My lord, I swear I shall not speak of today's events. Spare me. Spare me. No, I just need to continue mining for a millennium, and I shall be free from this place. At that moment, the miners who were aware of this prohibition seemed to have realized something, and their faces turned pale as they fell to their knees, pleading for the two deities to spare them. What is happening? What does the portal signify? Only Zhao Wu, who had recently become a miner and possessed scant knowledge of the Yuanyuan realm's rules, continued to inquire in bewilderment. What does it signify? That is our time for divine amusement. You mortals are not worthy to comprehend, Zheng Yuan replied with a chilling smile. He then muttered to himself, Ah, it seems that today in the 7th mining district, all the miners deep within have perished in the Kalab. Beep. Legendary Summon X3, completed. Congratulations, host, on a successful summon, gaining the legendary powerhouse. King of the Gods. Odin. Congratulations, host, on a successful summon, gaining the legendary powerhouse. Ancestor Shaman of Wind, Tianwu. Congratulations, host, on a successful summon, gaining the legendary powerhouse. Ancestor Shaman of Fire, Zhu Rong. The summoning is complete. 3 Formidable presences dominate the heavens, sending tremors through the very fabric of the chaotic continent's heavenly laws. Stepping forth from the void, they kneel before Chuyi, Odin. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. At the forefront stands the king of the gods from Western mythology, Odin. He wields the divine spear, Gungnir, clad in resplendent silver armor, crowned with a majestic diadem, his visage exuding an awe-inspiring authority, my lord. Simultaneously, 2 of the legendary 12 ancestor shamans appear. The 8-headed, human-faced, tiger-bodied Tianwu, and the beast-headed, human-bodied Zhu Rong, whose body is covered in crimson scales, stand firm upon the backs of 2 flaming dragons. They too bow deeply in reverence. Please rise. Chuyi speaks, gradually rising, using divine power to assist the 3. Each of these beings possesses an extraordinary pedigree. Odin's title as the king of the gods speaks volumes of his terrifying prowess. His cultivation level does not disappoint Chuyi. Cultivation level, 4th Order God King. Subsequent cultivation will grow alongside the host, a God King level powerhouse. Although Fushi has also ascended to the God King realm due to his rapid cultivation growth, the addition of another God King under Chu Ye's command brings him great joy.as for the other 2. Their origins are even more formidable. According to legend, they are among the 12 ancestor shamans, birthed from the body of Pangu after his fall during the creation of the world. The ancestor shaman of wind, Tianwu, 5th Order God King cultivation, wielding dominion over winds and storms. The ancestor shaman of fire, Zhu Rong, 5th Order God King cultivation, commanding the true essence of solar fire, capable of incinerating the heavens and myriad realms. The addition of these 3 God King powerhouses to the Eternal Divine Court elevates Chu Ye's roster of God King level beings to 4. In terms of celestial level powerhouses, there are already numerous. The 4 titans guarding the Imperial City, upon the establishment of the Eternal Divine Court, instantly ascend to the peak of celestial level. Hades, a half-step God King. With Chu Ye's cultivation advancing further, he will soon attain full God King status. Diablo and his 12 subordinates have also ascended to celestial level. Beyond that, the 7 deadly sin-fallen gods, the 3 commanders of heavenly punishment, and numerous other legion leaders summoned by Chuyi have also reached celestial status. Under such a formidable force, not to mention the lower regions of the Yuanyang realm, even the middle tier would find a place for the Eternal Divine Court. Stand down, familiarize yourselves with the rules of the Divine Court at your earliest convenience. I eagerly anticipate your performances in the future. Chuyi smiles faintly, gesturing with his sleeve. ASU command. In an instant, the 3 God Kings transform into streaks of light, exiting the magnificent 9-Dragon Hall. Speaking of which, I seem to recall encountering a legendary building in the Chaoyun Mall in the past. It seems to be called the Demon God Hall. After the 3 God Kings depart, Chuyi appears to recall something. Murmuring softly, he then heads directly to the Chaoyun Mall to seek it out. Soon, he discovers the location of the Demon God Hall. Legendary building Demon God Hall. In the primordial era, countless demon gods were birthed from the chaos. The battles among the demon gods shook the heavens and the earth, ultimately concluding with the strongest 3,000 demon gods emerging victorious. If the host possesses the Demon God Hall, they may summon a chaos demon god every month. Its strength is linked to the host's cultivation level, selling price, 39.999 billion Chaoyuan points, legendary building, first-time discounted price, expensive, not just ordinary expensive, while it allows for unlimited summoning of chaos demon gods. Its price is indeed terrifying. Even at a discount, it still requires a staggering 3.999 billion Chaoyuan points. After purchasing the Demon God Hall, Chui finds himself with only a few hundred billion Chaoyuan points left. After a moment of hesitation, Chui gazes at the light screen before him, his heart twitching slightly. Ultimately, he grits his teeth and decides to acquire the Demon God Hall. 1 Chaos Demon God each month. The future value of this legendary building is simply unimaginable. No matter the cost, it remains worthwhile buzzing. In an instant, a miniature version of an obsidian hall appears in Chuye's palm, shrunk to a size a billion times smaller. Surrounding it, chaotic mist rises, and countless images of demon gods are etched upon the hall's surface, as if they might awaken at any moment, exuding a power that stirs the very soul. My lord. A true god has intruded into the chaotic continent. However, in that instant, the voice of the heavenly Daos will suddenly resonated within his mind. Chuye's brow furrows as he slowly stores the demon god hall away. A true god. With a thought, he sweeps across the entirety of the chaotic continent. In an instant, every action of the countless beings is captured with crystal clarity. Buzzing, a light screen also manifests within the Nine-Dragon Hall. It reveals the northern region, specifically the area once belonging to the Tianhan ancient kingdom. Within the image, two figures in white robes ruthlessly slaughter the local powers, trampling the once mighty Tianhan Empress beneath their feet. Laughing maniacally, the existence of these two is vaguely repelled by the rules of this realm. This indicates they are not beings of the chaotic continent, but rather have descended from the heavens, from the Yuanyang realm. Chu Ye's gaze turns frigid. The divine path has opened, and yet not even a day has passed. How could true gods from the upper realm arrive so swiftly, coveting the world within his grasp? Chapter 91. Chu Ye's speculation, the arrival of fallen gods. The slothful fallen god. Your subordinate is here, with a chilling voice, one of the 7 deadly sin fallen gods, now at second-order celestial level, the slothful fallen god. Instantly appears in the Nine-Dragon Hall, bowing to Chuyi in obedience. Go, bring those two before me alive. Chuyi coldly commands, pointing at the figures still wreaking havoc within the light screen. As you command. The slothful fallen god receives the order and instantly vanishes from sight, leaving Chuyi alone upon the divine throne, pondering why true gods from the upper realm have arrived within a mere day. Could it be, suddenly, he vaguely considers a certain possibility. It is likely that the ascenders from the ancient times have left behind their repercussions in the Yuanyang realm. Having thoroughly provoked a certain force, they may have dispatched 2 true gods as vanguards to enact revenge the moment the divine path to the chaotic continent opened. Truly troublesome. These ancient gods have left me with a mess to clean up. With his heart nearly convinced of this, Chuyi cannot help but rub his temples. Once the chaotic continent ascends, he must first eliminate these lurking threats. Meanwhile, in the northern region, the former Tianhan ancient kingdom. Now the Tianhan prefecture. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This god is unstoppable, unassailable. You wretched, insignificant ants, dare you defy me? Boom. The 2 true gods, Qin Yun and Tang Xiu, rampage through the heavens, slaughtering countless beings who dare to resist, annihilating them on the spot. The bloodshed soars into the sky, ancient cities crumble. Under the terrifying power of the true gods, even the immortal Tianhan ancestor is gravely wounded, unable to continue the fight. Where did these 2 come from? True god-level power. Aside from the strong of the eternal divine court, how could anyone possess such might? Halt. Your actions are a provocation against the eternal divine court. It will surely invoke the wrath of the heavenly emperor. Amidst the ravaged city, some feel terror and confusion, unable to believe the true god-level power of the newcomers. Others shout threats, hoping to use the name of the eternal divine court to intimidate their foes. The eternal divine court, however, when the 2 celestial beings hear this threat, they burst into laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Elder Tang Xiu, did you hear that? A mere lower realm force dares to call itself a divine court? Qin Yun scoffs derisively, his expression mocking to the extreme. Beside him, Tang Xiu struggles to contain his laughter, unable to suppress his amusement. The arrogant smiles of the two send tremors through the hearts of the city's powerhouses, leaving them feeling cold. It's over. The opponents dare to disregard even the eternal divine court. Are they not beings of the chaotic continent? Could it be the words of the emperor echoing that the divine path has opened? Could they be malevolent gods from the upper divine realm? One of the four peak emperors of Tianhan Prefecture, King Gu Bing, feels despair. The eternal divine court has only begun to establish dominance over the continent for less than a day. There are no court powerhouses stationed in Tianhan Prefecture, and they can only seek assistance through the spiritual network, hoping for reinforcements. Yet now, less than an hour has passed since the arrival of the two true gods. The city has suffered the loss of billions of lives, and the core powerhouses of Tianhan Prefecture have fallen by the majority. Even the once mighty Tianhan Empress, now the prefect of Tianhan, has been toyed with and humiliated by the two malevolent gods. Her dismembered body hung at the city gate. At this moment, if reinforcements do not arrive, then what awaits Tianhan Prefecture, and even the entire northern region, is the inevitable outcome is akin to a descent into the abyss. Manipulated by those two malevolent deities, evil gods, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor shall not spare you. That sovereign embodies the heavenly Tao, the ruler of the chaotic continent. A mere true god is but an ant that he can extinguish with a mere flick of his finger. The ancient Ice King bellowed, his voice reverberating across the heavens, instilling dread over 1,000,000 miles. The clamor. In an instant, Tang Xiu's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. He had heard the names of the so-called Eternal Divine Court and the Celestial Emperor more than once. His patience with these ants had long since evaporated. Whoosh, with a flick of his finger, a crimson divine radiance surged forth, hurtling directly towards the ancient Ice King below. Within this divine brilliance, a strand of genuine divine power was unmistakably interwoven. Should a powerful emperor be struck directly, not only would their corporeal form shatter, but their very soul would also be obliterated into nothingness, utterly extinguished. We are doomed, witnessing the terrifying crimson light rushing towards him. The ancient Ice King's pupils constricted. He attempted to evade, only to find the surrounding space solidified, rendering him utterly immobile. He understood that he could not escape this crimson light. There was no avoiding it. His only fate was to be completely annihilated, body and soul, by this radiant force, resulting in a most tragic demise. However, just as the ancient Ice King closed his eyes in despair, preparing to face his final moment, bang! The crimson radiance abruptly vanished without a trace. The sun above seemed to extinguish in that fleeting instant, plunging into an abyss of darkness. The world grew dim, causing both Zhang Yun and Tang Xiu to instinctively retreat thousands of miles. Halting in the heavens above, at that moment, the ancient Ice King also suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the figure stepping upon the black clouds, a being of divine realm. Just one glance confirmed his cultivation level to be beyond the divine realm. The terrifying aura, far surpassing his own perception, could not be mistaken. This is a powerful being from the eternal divine court arriving. The Celestial Emperor has not abandoned them but has dispatched a formidable force at the first opportunity. Who? The two from the divine core sect gazed coldly up at the figure standing upon the clouds. The newcomer was enveloped in a voluminous dark robe, obscured by swirling black mist, rendering their countenance indistinguishable. I am one of the 7 sins fallen gods, Sloth. Today, I am here under the decree of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor to apprehend you both. The sloth fallen god stood with arms behind his back. His eyes were closed beneath the black mist, showing no intention of opening even in the presence of two true gods. His tone was indifferent, as if delivering a sentence. If you surrender willingly and follow me to the presence of His Majesty, perhaps you may avoid a measure of suffering. Otherwise, his words trailed off, yet the icy intent within was enough to instill terror. Gulp. The ancient Ice King struggled to swallow, having long suspected that the eternal divine court harbored more than 1 or 2 divine realm powerhouses. Now it appeared to be true. The strength of this sloth-fallen god, in his perception, even surpassed that of the primordial deity from the northern domain, the ice prison god. Mere mortals. Zhang Yun's fury ignited. Beside him, Tang Xiu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, eager to unleash their true ferocity. The eternal divine court? The Celestial Emperor? In this secluded realm, even if its denizens were formidable, they merely dwelled within the realm of false gods. False gods are but mortals, and this insignificant mortal before them, akin to a lowly insect, dares to threaten two true gods, utterly oblivious to their own mortality. Boom! In an instant, Zhang Yun's eyes blazed with brilliant golden light. He took a step forward, directly lunging towards the sloth-fallen god to seize him. He aimed to crush this audacious being. Smithereens. Chapter 92. A one-sided suppression, the end of the two divine beings from above. It seems the two of you require a slight punishment. However, faced with Zhang Yun's fierce onslaught, the sloth-fallen god appeared utterly unfazed, merely extending a hand dismissively, a celestial being of strength. To slay these two lowly true gods was akin to slaughtering chickens or dogs. In an instant, the void warped. It was as if countless imperceptible, unstoppable blades descended. Slish! Ah! The sound of flesh being torn apart resonated alongside Zhang Yun's anguished screams. Elder Zhang Yun. Tang Xiu's heart trembled violently. He had not even seen how the opponent had struck. By the time he reacted, he could only see Zhang Yun's arms and legs. Even his entire lower body had vanished without a trace, leaving only the smooth, mirror-like marks of severance. Gulp! The sloth-fallen god uttered a word. Zhang Yun, now reduced to a grotesque form, was promptly engulfed by a massive black vessel, disappearing from sight. In the mere span of a breath, only Tang Xiu remained, filled with dread yet struggling to believe the reality before him, standing alone with a pallid complexion. Zhang Yun, he is dead? No, he has been imprisoned by the opponent, his limbs severed in an instant. Reduced to a grotesque form, confined within a vessel. His teach in an instant, Zhang Yun and Tang Xiu were akin to grasping at a lifeline, fervently pleading for mercy. The eternal divine court was indeed terrifying beyond measure. The strength of that indolent fallen deity was even comparable to the leader of his god core sect, a being of celestial rank. It is not hard to imagine the Emperor of Heaven, Chu Yi, who could command even the celestial beings to obey his orders. To what staggering extent might his power reach? The pinnacle of celestial might? Or perhaps, the legendary realm of the Divine King? A being of the Divine King, existing in the lower realms, how utterly insane! What could have transpired during the closure of the divine pathway in this world to give rise to such a dreadful monster? A complete transformation is indeed a splendid idea. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi slightly raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Regrettably, you have rashly slaughtered my subjects, from the very beginning. There has been no path of retreat left for you. Jiang Yin, in a swift motion, hurled the dagger in his hand towards the interrogator Jiang Yin, declaring, You may commence, do not allow them to die a quick death. As you command, I shall not disappoint your majesty. Jiang Yin knelt solemnly, his gaze growing increasingly cold, revealing an endless cruelty and ruthlessness. No, Zhang Yun and Tang Xiu's pupils dilated in horror as they shrieked in despair. Alas, as Chu Yi had proclaimed, it was already too late. Chapter 93. The first target after Ascension, the arrival of the Chaos Demon God. The following day, within the Nine-Dragon Hall, the four great divine kings, Fuxi, Odin, Tian Wu, and Zhu Rong, gathered in the hall. Below them, the four titans, Hades, the seven fallen gods, and numerous celestial beings also took their places. The imposing divine beings within the hall seemed to render the very air thick and heavy. As if it were solidified, the Emperor of Heaven has arrived. With the shout of a royal guard, the many deities within the hall rose to greet him, their expressions filled with fervent respect. We pay our respects to your majesty. May you reign over the myriad realms, and may our divine court endure forever. The gods bowed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Upon the gilded divine throne above, a towering figure gradually settled into place. Surrounded by swirling purple aura, the very laws of the universe resonated with his every movement, as though he embodied the myriad worlds. Emperor of Heaven, Chu Yi. You may rise, Chu Yi said, donning a majestic imperial robe, surveying the celestial beings in the hall with a profound gaze and a deep voice. Today, I have summoned you all for a matter of discussion. The gods resumed their seats, and through the events of the previous day involving the two celestial beings, they had an inkling of what was to come, their eyes igniting with fervent battle spirit. War was imminent. The first target of the eternal divine court following its arrival in the Yuan Central Realm was about to be revealed. The divine King Odin gripped his Gungnir tightly. He was a master of battle, having earned his title as the king of gods through absolute power. Now, with another opportunity for combat approaching, his fighting spirit surged even more fiercely. "Your Majesty, please give your orders." Soon, the assembled deities spoke in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, echoing to the heavens, and no matter what command the Emperor of Heaven issued, they would execute it without hesitation. "Very well, I trust you are all aware of the events involving the two celestial beings from yesterday." Chu Yi continued, silencing any dissenting voices, his words filled with authority. "The celestial realm has invaded, intent on seizing my world. This is an act that my eternal divine court will not tolerate. Therefore, once the Chaos Continent ascends tomorrow, the first target we shall annihilate will be the forces of the God Core sect, belonging to those two celestial beings." With a gaze that overlooked all, Chu Ye's tone grew colder, his killing intent boiling. "We shall spare no effort." The gods responded in a thunderous chorus. Even if the so-called God Core sect were to be immensely powerful, those who dared to invade the divine court must pay the price. The eternal divine court is by no means a soft target to be easily bullied indeed. Chu Yi nodded slightly from his throne. Although he possessed the ability to annihilate the two celestial beings the moment they set foot in the Chaos Continent, thereby preventing future troubles, as the sovereign of the world, the Emperor of Heaven who governs countless lives, he chose not to do so. He is a ruler, not beneath anyone, but above countless powerful beings and endless lives. A comfortable environment cannot forge true strength. If his subjects from all directions needed him to intervene personally, then what use would he have for a populace that only knew to call for aid? Following the events in the Cold Heaven County, although no lives had been lost, the genuine confrontation with death and the helplessness in facing divine beings would surely give rise to many who could serve the divine court. The path of growth and strength had long been paved for all his subjects. He is both a benevolent ruler and a tyrant. Those who cannot keep pace with the divine court are destined to be eliminated. And Chu Yi shall not extend his mercy to any of them. The four divine kings may remain. The rest may withdraw. Yes, with a dispassionate command, Chu Yi ordered all the gods in the hall to retreat, leaving only the four most powerful divine kings present. The complete connection between the Chaos Continent and the Yuan Central Realm has occurred even sooner than I anticipated. Tomorrow, I shall initiate the ascension of the entire world. You are to tear the ascension pathway to its maximum extent, and one of you must proceed to the Yuan Central Realm first to protect the other three. Ideally, he paused, a glimmer of icy light flickering in his eyes. You should completely cleanse the area where the ascension pathway lies, driving out all forces and beings within. I volunteer to be the vanguard of the divine court, to proceed to the Yuan Central Realm and clear the way, as well as protect the three esteemed ones. Zhu Rong, the fire ancestor witch, spoke up. He stood atop two fire dragons, his beastly visage now transformed into that of a young man, his robust body adorned with red divine patterns. Agreed. Chu Yi nodded. Zhu Rong's power reached the 5th tier of the divine king rank, making him formidable even within the mid-tier of the Yuan Central Realm. If he were to sweep through the upper realm as a protector, there would be no issues. I shall comply with the Emperor's sacred decree. Following the command, Zhu Rong departed with haste, vanishing into a streak of crimson gold divine light as he forced his way through the ascension pathway. Ding! The demon god palace is about to summon the first chaos demon god. Before Chu Yi could instruct the three divine kings to retreat, the system's voice resounded abruptly, announcing the initiation of the first summoning to bring forth the first true chaos demon god for the eternal divine court. Indeed, a wave of exhilaration washed over Chu Yi, and even before he could say anything to the three gods in the hall, he had already dissipated from the throne and made his way to the demon god palace deep within the imperial city. Buzz! Within the palace, a mist of chaos billowed forth. The massive teleportation portal trembled slightly, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. Boom! Ultimately, with a violent rumble, the illusory portal of the demon god palace solidified into reality. Simultaneously, a claw as fearsome as a beast's, nearly half the height of Chu Yi, stepped forth. Rumble. The sheer size of the newcomer was so immense that even the illusory portal seemed to struggle to bear it. Emitting a series of thunderous roars, Chu Yi took a slight step back, gazing at the colossal demon god summoned by the demon god palace, his heart racing. The power flowing within it belonged to none of the categories of spiritual or divine power. It was a true primordial chaos energy. This is the genuine chaos demon god. Chapter 94. The Judgment Demon God. Instant kill of the 4 elders of the God Core sect. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Chaos Judgment Demon God. Judgment. Judgment Demon God. Cultivation. 9th tier Divine King will grow alongside the host. Special. One of the 3,000 great avenues, the authority of judgment, can set rules. Those deemed evil shall be instantly obliterated. Loyalty. 100. Absolute loyalty. The Judgment Demon God of Chaos. Chu Yi was astonished, not merely by the being's initial cultivation at the 9th tier of Divine King, but more so by the authority of judgment, one of the 3,000 great avenues. To set rules, and those found guilty would instantly perish, their souls obliterated. What an utterly unreasonable it was an immensely terrifying method, truly worthy of the Chaos Demon God, a primordial spirit of chaos, an existence born from the very inception of the myriad realms. Judgment, I pay my respects to my master. The colossal demon god knelt down, its 4 eyes shimmering with boundless worlds, vast and infinite. The primordial rules of judgment enveloped its form, and behind it manifested the image of a balanced scale. It seemed that should one become the side that tipped the scale, they would immediately face annihilation, judged as guilty. You may rise. Chu Yi composed himself, calmly gazing at the formidable demon god before him. Eternal Divine Court, once again graced by the presence of a formidable divine king. It is through the shared power that I have attained the authority of judgment, thus acquiring yet another powerful means. In a month's time, I shall be able to summon another demon god. Though the Hall of Demon Gods is costly, it is undeniably a treasure beyond measure in light of our current situation. Divine Core Sect. Since you have some connection with my Chaos Continent, your only fate is destruction. Once my eternal divine court ascends, the situation in the Yuan Central Realm will inevitably transform. Chu Yi mused to himself, instructing the Judgment Demon God to take on human form and familiarize itself with the rules of the divine court before gracefully leaving the Hall of Demon Gods. Meanwhile, in the Yuan Central Realm, at the periphery of the Divine Core Sect, in the 7th Mining District, a crack echoed. The formation that Tang Xiu had previously cast to conceal this area from the eyes of other true gods was instantly shattered. From within, the fire ancestral which Zhu Rong emerged, surveying the surroundings with a deeply furrowed brow. The location connected to the ascension pathway turned out to be a mine deep underground. He examined the scattered blood and dismembered corpses on the ground, his eyes reflecting a distinct revulsion. The chaos continent of His Majesty must not ascend from such a filthy and chaotic underground. What has happened? Where have Zheng Yun and Tang Xiu gone? The 4th elder urgently needed them to attend to a matter. Suddenly, from the Earth's surface, hundreds of thousands of miles away, Zhu Rong keenly detected the sound of conversations resonating, causing his gaze to sharpen. Zheng Yun, Tang Xiu? Are they not the 2 true gods of the Divine Core Sect? It seems this place is also within the sphere of influence of the Divine Core Sect. With a surge of thoughts, Zhu Rong wielded divine fire, unleashing an overwhelming heat that rapidly engulfed the depths of the mining district, melting even the indestructible divine origin stones. Boom. Following that, an eruption akin to a volcanic explosion occurred. Endless waves of scorching divine fire surged forth from the depths of the earth, incinerating any substance that obstructed its flames into nothingness. What has transpired? On the surface, 3 true god elders, searching for Zheng Yun and Tang Xiu, felt a sudden tremor beneath their feet as the ground grew increasingly heated, as if it were about to erupt in flames at any moment. One of them, perplexed, leaned down closely to observe the source of the strange heat. And then, boom! The divine fire erupted in an instant. Unfathomable heat filled millions of miles, engulfing the entire 7th mining district in flames, incinerating all. The elder who had foolishly leaned too close to the ground now found his head completely melted, even the bones turning to ash, falling lifelessly to the ground. The other 2, covered in divine fire, writhed in agony, their frantic screams echoing, but it was all in vain. In but a few breaths, they were utterly reduced to ashes, along with the entire 7th mining district vanishing without a trace, revealing only the void portal deep beneath. Who Who has annihilated this elder's divine origin mine? Yet, before Zhu Rong could reach the surface, a thunderous roar resounded from the moment of destruction in the 7th mining district. Above the heavens, an elder garbed in the attire of the divine core sect, with wide-open eyes, appeared, gazing down with fury. He was none other than Zhang Du, the key figure overseeing the 7 mining districts of the divine core sect. The 4th elder, a peak true god, stood but a step away from the divine realm. Regarded as an exceptional talent within the divine core sect, 4th elder, what has transpired? Questioned several enforcement elders of the divine core sect, arriving in unison. Initially perplexed, they soon fell silent upon witnessing the ashes of the 7th mining district. Their scalps tingling in disbelief, why divine origin mine is gone. The 4th elder's eyes turned crimson. You must quickly contact the sect master. This matter cannot be allowed to rest. The 7 divine origin mining districts are fortified with formations capable of resisting divine power. Under the divine realm, no one should be able to breach them. Today, with the destruction of the 7th mining district, it is evident that a powerful force has conspired to obliterate a significant resource of the divine core sect. Contact the sect master? In my view, that seems unnecessary, Zhang Du commanded. However, the response from the 2 enforcement elders was long in coming, only for a voice laced with mockery to emanate from behind him. Who? In a swift turn, the 4th elder of the divine core sect did not disappoint with his half-step divine realm prowess, instantly unleashing his divine domain, the power of his divine nation surging forth like a raging sea. In the blink of an eye, he was prepared to confront any foe. However, it was futile. The distance between him and the divine king Zhu Rong was still too great. Swoosh, with a flick of Zhu Rong's fingertip, a terrifying blade of flame surged forth at an unimaginable speed, piercing through Zhang Du's head and obliterating his divine soul in an instant. Boom. Following that, 3 corpses were casually incinerated into ashes. Vanishing completely, Zhu Rong's gaze surveyed the realm, as if peering through countless distances, resting upon the headquarters of the divine core sect. Yin Jin, Yin Xian, you 2 dragons, go wreak havoc at the divine core sect. I shall remain here to guard Lord Fushi and the others. Ian issuing this command, he directly ordered the 2 fiery dragons beneath him to go to the headquarters of the divine core sect and unleash devastation. As for himself, he intended to stay behind, guarding against any unforeseen events. Roar. Instantly, 2 true dragons suffused with divine flame soared into the sky, their massive bodies dominating the heavens, akin to 2 ancient ferocious beasts. Charging towards the divine core sect's headquarters, as Zhu Rong's mounts, these 2 fiery dragons also possessed formidable power. Having reached the terrifying half-step divine king realm, it was unlikely they would encounter any danger. Zhu Rong thought to himself, before settling back into the depths of the earth, guarding beside the ascension pathway. Chapter 95. The ascension begins, the indestructible void beasts. A day swiftly passed. Rumbling, at the location of the ascension pathway, the heavens and earth trembled violently, the ground cracking open, molten lava surging forth. Has His Majesty begun? Zhu Rong slowly opened his eyes, and simultaneously, his figure soared upwards, gazing down upon the ascension portal that was rapidly expanding, nearly obscuring billions of miles in an instant. Soon, His Majesty would employ great powers to elevate the entire Chaos continent. This would also bring forth the arrival of the eternal divine court. I must guard against any unforeseen circumstances. His gaze swept across the heavens and earth. Zhu Rong's expression was exceptionally serious, the power of the divine king nearly reaching its peak, causing the infinite sky to brim with searing heat. The void continued to twist and contort. Meanwhile, hundreds of billions of miles away from the ascension pathway, in a lower divine nation of the Yuan Central Realm known as Tsongfeng Country, what is occurring? What kind of disturbance is this? Why does it evoke an unprecedented sense of trepidation within me? The ruler of Tsongfeng Country felt alarmed. In an instant, an unprecedentedly powerful wave swept across the entire Tsongfeng region. As a second-tier divine king, he felt this most acutely. It could only be said that beneath such astonishing fluctuations, even at his peak, he might not measure up to 1,000th of the source of that power. Perhaps not even a 10,000th, above the divine realm. Could it be the arrival of a divine king? Is it possible that something defying the heavens has emerged in this lower realm? the ruler of Tsongfeng country felt an unexplainable shock. A divine king, such a being would be a dominant force even in the mid-layers of the Yuan central realm, capable of establishing a true heavenly divine nation, controlling the unimaginably rich resources of the mid-layers. A terrifying existence beyond the imagination of Tsongfeng country. No, I must investigate what has transpired. If a divine king's secret realm has emerged, Tsongfeng country must seize the advantage. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. With this thought, the ruler of Tsongfeng country made a resolute decision, transforming into a streak of golden light, shooting towards the direction of the terrifying wave. At the Sword Heaven Pavilion, it is said that its master was once a divine king of the Sword Tao. Due to offending a divine emperor, his cultivation was stripped to the divine realm and he was exiled to the lower level, where he established the Sword Heaven Pavilion. It has been nearly 300 billion years since then. The breath of a divine king. At the Sword Heaven Pavilion, in the main hall of the sect, while the current master and numerous elders were discussing important matters, a disheveled figure, clad in tattered robes, abruptly appeared by the hall's entrance. Gazing towards a corner of the sky, his eyes, seemingly dormant for countless ages, suddenly sparkled, emanating a faint divine radiance. Sword Ancestor. Upon seeing the visitor, the master of the Sword Heaven Pavilion was taken aback. Hurriedly commanding everyone in the hall to kneel and pay their respects to the ragged elder. It had been nearly a billion years since he last saw this ancestor. The sudden appearance today surely signifies a momentous event. Alas! The disheveled elder paid no heed to the salutations of his disciples, instead letting out a deep sigh. His gaze traversed the towering and grandiose Tianjin Pavilion, ultimately resting upon a distant, majestic mountain. Atop that mountain stood a colossal sword, still glimmering with a cold light. This sword was renowned, known as Hanyuan, and it was the very sword he had painstakingly forged during his days as a divine king, ultimately transforming it into his life's weapon. Regrettably, 300 billion years ago, after he was exiled to the lower realms and stripped of his divine king powers, this sword had remained in its place. Without a chance to unsheath for countless eons, do not act recklessly. Today may very well witness the emergence of a divine king or even the secret realm of the divine emperor. The old man must vie for a chance to restore his former power. Turning to his people, the ancestor of Tianjin commanded that none shall intervene, and he alone would proceed. Sword Ancestor, how can this be? Silence. If my conjecture is correct, this secret realm will undoubtedly provoke a tumult among the majority of forces in the lower realms. Even the hidden old monsters of the divine king level may participate. The master of Tianjin Pavilion wished to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by his own ancestor's rebuke. If you wish for the entire Tianjin Pavilion to accompany you to ruin, then follow me. With that, the crowd felt a fleeting blur before the ancestor of Tianjin vanished without a trace. Only the faint echo of his words lingered. If I am fortunate enough to return to the divine king realm, I shall bestow upon Tianjin Pavilion a true opportunity. Boom! The mountain trembled. The colossal sword, which had stood for billions of years, shrank a millionfold before being reclaimed by its master. In the chaos continent. Whoosh! In the boundless void, thunderous clouds amassed. Divine light surged, the might of the gods overwhelming in all directions. In this moment, countless powerful beings from the 5 domains of chaos were stirred. After all, today marked the Ascension Day of the entire continent, as proclaimed by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Under the membrane of the void, beneath the vast sky, Chu Yi stood, surrounded by numerous powerful beings who stepped into the eternal divine court, collectively channeling their divine power to elevate the entire world upwards. Meanwhile, Chu Yi harnessed the primordial power of the void, in the outer regions of the chaos continent, layering the entire world with a membrane of void. Utilizing the property of space that could expand or contract, momentarily compressing the entire chaos continent 100-fold to successfully traverse the path of ascension. After all, the chaos continent was vast and boundless. Particularly the endless sea that spanned trillions of miles. Attempting to directly traverse the ascension path was evidently impractical. Only by temporarily folding and compressing the occupied space of the entire world could they successfully reach the upper realm in that fleeting moment and then fully release it. Let us begin. Once everything was arranged, Chu Yi bellowed towards the 3 divine kings of Fuxi above, signaling for the expansion of the ascension path and the commencement of this grand endeavor to elevate the world. Yes, Fuxi, Odin, and the other divine kings accepted the command. Rumble. In an instant, boundless divine power intertwined, transforming into ethereal chains that ensnared the ascension path hidden in the depths of space. Then, the three divine kings flickered, each taking their position, forming a triad of power. Crack. As the three chains moved in unison, the once tranquil ascension path erupted into a tempestuous tide. Roar. From within the void, a ferocious beast crawled out from the end of the ascension path. Its form was illusory, as if it did not truly exist in the world. It seemed to represent a fragment of will from the Yuan central realm, recklessly descending upon this world to dispense punishment. Boom! As the void beast appeared, the boundless heavens seemed to collapse at that moment. All rules within the chaos continent began to unravel and disintegrate, as if returning to chaos. Abomination, do you dare? The ancestor of wind. Tian Wu bellowed, summoning an endless storm of tearing winds that swept through the void. Swoosh! In an instant, the void beast was torn apart, only to reconstitute itself and madly attack the chaos continent, attempting to prevent this world from ascending into the Yuan central realm. It was a fragment of the world's power from the Yuan central realm. Although its strength was not formidable, merely at the level of a celestial god, due to its connection to the heavenly laws of the upper realm, it was truly indestructible. If the ascension of the chaos continent was not halted, it would never relent. Chapter 96. A single finger to slay the undying beast, the eternal divine court descends, the 9 emperor's sacred body. Annihilation, however, just as the void beast was slain 1,000 times by the 3 divine kings, causing them considerable distress, Chu Ye's indifferent voice resonated. He directly manifested a doppelganger, stepping into the void to confront the void beast. With a single point of his finger, an unimaginable force erupted, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the heavens and earth, even causing the Yuan central realm above to tremble faintly. Roar. The beast's roar was heartrending. Even as a mere doppelganger, Chu Yi, situated in the second divine kingdom, was truly an invincible entity. Undying and indestructible? Then allow me to recreate a concept of death for you, and annihilate you in one fell swoop. Bang! The void beast instantly perished, its soul extinguished. Even the world's power of the Yuan central realm could not defy the master of this divine kingdom. Now is the time. With the obstructors obliterated, Odin seized the opportunity, channeling his divine power to its utmost, expanding the ascension path by several billion times, while maintaining its integrity. Your Majesty, quickly. On the other side, Tian Wu also called out, joining forces with Fuxi to stabilize the ascension path. Chu Ye's gaze darkened as he slowly extended his right palm. In the next moment, he clenched his fist tightly, as if at that moment, he grasped the entirety of the world in his hand. Boom! The earth trembled, the vast seas roiled. Countless beings could distinctly perceive that the entire position of the chaos continent was genuinely shifting towards the fabled upper realm. Your Majesty, the Phoenix goddess, she wept tears of joy. Ascending to the upper realm had long been her deepest yearning throughout endless ages, yet now it was truly within reach. The entire world was about to be elevated to the upper realm by that supreme heavenly emperor. Rumble. In the Yuan central realm, at the location of the ascension path, everything within a range of trillions of miles was reduced to dust, crushed and annihilated in an instant. Whoosh! Zhu Rong pushed back 1 billion miles. Gazing at the magnificent continent slowly emerging from the ascension path, His Majesty has succeeded. At this moment, he could not help but feel a shock and indescribable excitement within his heart. That was an expansive world. Breaking through the barriers of the Yuan central realm, ascending to the upper realm unscathed. For an ordinary divine king, such a feat was utterly impossible. Boom. Even temporarily reduced in size by hundreds of times. The vastness of the chaos continent still instilled a sense of dread in everyone, even among celestial deities. Scatter. Until they fully entered the Yuan central realm, the continent hovered in the heavens, casting the vast expanse of land below into darkness. Only then did Chu Yi finally dissolve the membrane of void enveloping the outside, allowing space to return to its original size, restoring the chaos continent to its true dimensions. Whoosh! The immense and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into this suspended world. As the highest realm among all worlds, how concentrated was the spiritual energy of the Yuan's central realm? In just an instant, it elevated the entire world's spiritual energy to a horrifying level. Boom! Did I break through the divine realm? Haha, this is the true upper realm. I have truly broken through the divine realm. Thank you, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Amidst the boundless shock, a powerful being at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, merely by inhaling a few breaths of the pure spiritual energy of the Yuan's central realm, saw his cultivation instantly condense like water gathering, ascending to the realm of true divinity. And he was not alone in this experience. In a short span of time, numerous powerful beings who had stagnated at the pinnacle of the imperial realm for countless years all broke through and successfully ascended to the realm of true divinity. Ding! The world tier of the Chaos continent has been elevated. All powerful beings on the divine ranking receive the world's power in return. At this moment, a system notification resonated within Chu Yi's mind. Rumble! Instantly, hundreds of auras surged into the sky. Those on the divine ranking ascended to the celestial god level, growing stronger alongside the Chaos continent. Ding! The power of the Master of Heaven has been refreshed. Current host cultivation. Second tier divine king. Furthermore, with the surge in strength among countless beings, Chu Yi's power also rose dramatically, reaching the level of a divine king. Even Hades ascended to the divine king level, and his summoned powerful beings experienced a similar surge in power. Today, Chu Yi's heart surged with excitement as he soared into the air and proclaimed loudly, "Our eternal divine court ascends into the Yuan's central realm, and all beings of heaven and the myriad races of this realm may join my divine court to conquer the 8 directions under my command. I am Chu Yi, the master of the divine court, and the future heavenly emperor of the myriad worlds." His voice resounded like thunder, reverberating throughout the lower realm of the Yuan's central realm. Simultaneously, an immense and boundless golden divine figure stood tall above the Chaos continent. The arrival of numerous formidable beings to this place left them in sheer astonishment. Even from a great distance, upon encountering that divine silhouette and the floating continent above, they could not help but tremble uncontrollably. As if compelled to prostrate in reverence, the eternal divine court. Could it be a complete world in itself? How is this possible? This individual has led an entire realm to ascend, defying the very rules of the Origin's central realm. The sovereign of Tsongfeng was utterly dumbfounded. He now found himself beneath that towering, boundless continent, with the heavens completely obscured, leaving only an abyss of darkness. At this moment, the ruler of the lower realm's divine kingdom harbored not a shred of desire to compete for any opportunity. It was far too terrifying, simply unfathomable. This continent that ascended from the lower realm, under his casual perception, boasted a multitude of powerful beings, easily numbering over 100. Moreover, at this very instant, the golden divine silhouette that loomed over the heavens, the master of the eternal divine court, the celestial emperor Chu Yi. Merely the aura emanating from this individual sent the Tsongfeng sovereign's heart racing, nearly suffocating him. A divine king. Undoubtedly a being of divine king caliber. Perhaps even a more terrifying existence. Such a presence did not belong to the lower realms. A mere leader of a petty faction like himself must never provoke such a colossal entity. Otherwise, he would surely find himself without a burial place. In that fleeting moment, the Tsongfeng sovereign resolved to turn and depart. Such an overwhelming giant was beyond the reach of both himself and Tsongfeng. Not only could he not provoke it, but he also lacked even the qualifications to spy upon it. Chapter 97. The Choice of the Sword Ancestor, Odin's Intervention, the Eternal Divine Court. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, who had arrived simultaneously, wore an expression darkened to its utmost as he gazed upon the colossal continent suspended in the sky. In his eyes, a flicker of trepidation, mingled with greed, arose. The one who could elevate a lower world into the Origin's central realm. The celestial emperor Chu Yi must possess countless unimaginable treasures and divine artifacts. Perhaps he had unexpectedly acquired the legacy of a divine emperor or even a divine sovereign from the lower realms. Thus, he could forge such a powerful force upon ascension. Damn it. What was initially thought to be the emergence of a secret realm turned out to be the ascension of this eternal divine court. Triggering such a terrifying commotion, the hope of restoring his former cultivation had been shattered. The heavenly sword ancestor's countenance was extremely grim as he fixed his gaze upon that towering continent for a moment. Ultimately, he made a bold and reckless decision. The legacy possessed by this youth was utterly unfathomable. If I were to venture alone to compete, it would surely be a dead end. Yet determination flashed through his bloodshot eyes as he looked at the cold abyss divine sword in his hand. The 10,000 swords divine kingdom I in the past, it was you who cast me down to the lower realms and stripped me of my divine king cultivation. But now, the only choice I have to profit from this matter is to inform you of events here and leverage the power of the divine kingdom to seize everything from this lower realm's celestial emperor. The heavenly sword ancestor suddenly revealed a small blade-like token, entirely forged from white jade, with the words 10,000 swords intricately carved in its center. The 10,000 swords divine kingdom is one of the mid-tier divine kingdoms in the Origin Central Realm. It has birthed countless sword masters, and its history is virtually endless, being among the most powerful divine kingdoms in the mid-tier region, known as one of the Upper Nine Kingdoms. The heavenly sword ancestor was once a divine king of the 10,000 swords divine kingdom. Due to a grave mistake, he was exiled to the lower realms and stripped of his divine king powers. The heavenly sword ancestor harbored deep-seated hatred for this. Now, he could only rely on the strength of the 10,000 swords divine kingdom to regain his peak. If it truly is the transcendent legacy of a divine emperor, then I too shall be regarded as a great benefactor of the 10,000 swords divine kingdom. The heavenly sword ancestor's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he spoke through gritted teeth. Subsequently, a wisp of divine essence entered the token, initiating contact with the far-off 10,000 swords divine kingdom. Meanwhile, atop the chaos continent, Chuyi stood proudly amidst the clouds, radiating brilliant divine light. The celestial sword hung at his waist. And behind him, 9 crimson gold dragon forms coiled, exuding a majestic imperial aura as he surveyed the entire continent. Even the boundless expanse of the Origin Central Realm. At last, I have arrived. The pinnacle worlds of all realms converge here, culminating in this grand era of contention, a world belonging to the gods, the Origin Central Realm. Your Majesty, numerous powerful beings are gathered at the periphery of our eternal divine court, seemingly observing whether we will drive them away. Zhurong, appearing behind him, saluted Chu Yi and reported the current intelligence surrounding the Chaos Continent. No need. Chu Yi did not turn, his gaze still surveying the heavens and earth, his form towering as if he were the sole sovereign of all realms. Reigning over the vastness, I shall mobilize the entire divine court to advance towards the heart of the divine core sect, and then, with a single strike, I will eradicate it completely. Boom. As he spoke, the Chaos Continent trembled once more, the entire towering continent moving forward. With each advance, it seemed to traverse vast distances in an instant, seemingly slow yet, unbeknownst to all, traversing trillions of miles, soon to arrive at the headquarters of the Divine Core sect. At this moment, the Eternal Divine Court's target was set on the Divine Core sect. Boom. Guard the Great Formation. Guard the Great Formation. Upon the majestic mountains, 2 great fire dragons spewed divine flames, incessantly scorching the layers of formations below. Though they could obliterate the formation in an instant and incinerate most of the powerful beings within the Divine Core sect, the 2 dragons still obeyed the commands given by their master, causing havoc without completely destroying the Divine Core sect, relishing the chaos. Boom. Amidst the destruction wrought by the 2 dragons, boundless flames surged from the shattered formation, instantly incinerating several true god elders, plunging the remaining crowd into endless despair as they could only continue to repair the formation. Contending against the 2 terrifying fire dragons, none present had any inkling of where these 2 dragons had originated, or when the Divine Core sect had provoked such monstrous beings. Look, something seems to be approaching our Divine Core sect. At that moment, a sharp-eyed disciple suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to gaze into the void. Boom. The void shattered, darkness obscured the sun as an enormous, nearly incomprehensible continent, defying all logic, floated in the sky. Advancing towards the Divine Core sect, the master of the Divine Core sect, upon witnessing the floating continent, felt his mind go blank, unable to contemplate any thoughts. It is overwhelmingly vast, even from several hundred billion miles away. He felt an unparalleled sense of oppression, as if confronting a complete world descending upon this place. Yin Jin, Yin Xian, return. At that moment, a voice called from the continent above, and the two fire dragons abruptly ceased their assault, swiftly soaring upwards, instantly darting into that towering continent. But immediately afterward, several overwhelming divine senses swept across the entire divine core sect, rendering everyone within paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. For celestial beings? It seems those two have indeed concealed some strength. The divine sense of a divine king can probe everything. Chu Yi spoke indifferently, though the other party had hidden some power, in comparison to the current eternal divine court. They were but ants. Odin, he murmured softly. This will be done. One strike to annihilate all here. Is there any issue? Chu Ye's gaze remained impassive as he looked down, effortlessly pronouncing the fate of the divine core sect. Reporting to your majesty, there are no issues. Odin's divine eyes shimmered with golden light. After accepting the task of obliterating the divine core sect, he extended his hand, gripping the silver Gungnir tightly. Sizzle! The spear burst forth with boundless lightning, illuminating the entire sky, causing those below to instinctively cover their eyes, unable to gaze directly. The eternal spear, Gungnir. Those marked by this spear cannot escape, nor can they resist. Boom! The legendary divine king of the 9 realms descended, coldly surveying the inhabitants of the divine core sect below, proclaiming loudly, I am Odin, a divine general under the celestial emperor. You of the divine core sect have offended our divine court, slaughtering countless lives. This crime is unforgivable. Thus, today, under the decree of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, I have come to bestow upon you sinners eternal damnation. Chapter 98. One spear to annihilate all, the birth of the first divine emperor. Boom! The moment his words fell, Odin's spear swung out with sudden ferocity. In an instant, the void shattered, and boundless thunder erupted, cascading down like a sea of lightning. This scene was utterly terrifying, even from several 100 billion miles away. It caused countless onlookers to tremble, their very souls quaking uncontrollably. Between heaven and earth, apart from the blindingly brilliant lightning, there was nothing else. With a thunderous roar, an unimaginable power of the divine monarch erupted. The ground where the divine spear struck was instantly transformed into an endless sea of thunder, obliterating all matter and space within, leaving nothing behind. When the onlookers turned their gaze towards the divine core sect once more, their hearts were filled with utter horror, and within their pupils reflected a scene of despair. It was gone. All existence had been erased, and nothing remained. Only the boundless ocean of thunder continued to churn and boil, devouring everything. The divine monarch died in the distance. The heavenly sword ancestor was shaken to his core. Such a celestial strike, even at his peak, would have offered no chance of interception. Simultaneously, he was now entirely convinced. The inheritance possessed by the heavenly emperor Chu Yi must undoubtedly be at the level of a divine emperor. The divine sword kingdom would arrive in 3 days. The old man must report this incident in its entirety to ensure they regard it with utmost seriousness. The heavenly sword ancestor felt a twinge of fear, grateful that he had not taken the reckless risk of venturing into that continent. Otherwise, at this moment, he too would have likely been obliterated beneath that sea of thunder. He must depart swiftly, ensuring they do not notice his presence. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, the heavenly sword ancestor did not look back as he harnessed the light of escape and flew away at great speed. Your Majesty, the divine core sect has been annihilated. Extending his hand to summon Gungnir, Odin knelt halfway before Chu Yi, speaking with utmost reverence. Indeed, well done. Chu Yi nodded slightly. Immediately, his divine sense swept across vast distances, resonating in the minds of every spectator present. I shall not reproach you for your passive observation. However, today marks the first arrival of myself in the eternal divine court. If anyone can present me with a map of the Yuanchang realm, it shall be considered a great merit. You may become one of my eternal divine court subjects. As these words fell, countless powerful individuals, who believed themselves to be deeply hidden and unnoticed, suddenly turned pale. Their whereabouts had already been exposed. Even at such a distance, that heavenly emperor of the divine court could detect their prying eyes. Whoosh! Soon, a powerful figure soared upwards, arriving before Chu Yi, kneeling halfway in respect. I have come to pay my respects to your majesty the heavenly emperor. I am Li Yunhe, an ascender from the ancient scale realm, and I have wandered through the Yuancheng realm for countless years. I hope to join your majesty's divine court and serve you with all my strength. Li Yunhe had cultivated for 100,000 years in the ancient scale realm before ascending. After arriving in the Yuancheng realm, he had wandered as a scattered cultivator, never joining any faction. I present to your majesty the complete map of the Yuancheng realm. In 01, possessed a complete map of the Yuancheng realm. As this realm was infinite, with the outer regions continuously expanding every moment. Thus, the maps held by the gods merely indicated the distribution ranges of major powers, completely omitting countless weaker factions. Excellent. Accepting the scroll from Li Yunhe, Chu Yi smiled and gestured for him to join the Eternal Divine Court as one of its members. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. Li Yunhe exclaimed joyfully, immediately bowing in submission. The Eternal Divine Court. Though merely a nascent force, it was a colossal entity with a divine monarch overseeing it. If he could become a part of it, it would undoubtedly be 100 times better than wandering as a scattered cultivator. Then, Chu Yi unfurled the map. The distribution of powers in the lower region was mostly blank, with only a few formidable factions close to the middle tier marked on the map. Following that, in the middle tier, the number of divine nations marked was countless, truly a vast sea. The strongest among them were the upper 9 nations, the central 7 nations, and the lower 10 nations. These 26 divine nations represented the mightiest forces in the middle tier of the Yuancheng realm, towering over countless divine nations beneath them. As for the upper tier, where the divine emperor resided, this map was far too lowly to reveal anything. 26 divine nations, you say? Placing the map down, Chu Yi rested his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, among ordinary divine nations, there would likely only be divine monarch-level powers stationed. The strongest 26 divine nations would probably have divine emperors as their trump cards, allowing them to dominate the middle tier and suppress the other nations. The lower tier had scarce resources, and my eternal divine court had no need to linger there. It would be better to advance directly to the middle tier. After all, as long as I am on the chaotic continent, I am an invulnerable existence. After a brief contemplation, Chu Yi resolved to activate the chaotic continent and charge into the middle tier of the Yuancheng realm. The strongest beings were merely at the lower tier of the celestial realm, which posed no significant threat to the divine court. Only by stepping into the many divine nations' domain in the middle region could one truly glimpse the entirety of this world. However, the lower tier was exceedingly vast. Given my current position, reaching the middle tier would likely require several months. Upon assessing the distance to the middle tier, Chu Yi couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that for now, I must gather a large amount of resources from the lower tier to allow the subjects of the divine court to advance swiftly. Ideally, within these months, the divine court would possess divine emperors to oversee it. Wait. As he muttered to himself, Chu Yi suddenly recalled that his cultivation had already reached the 3rd stage of the divine monarch realm. The summoned powerful beings under him must have also improved alongside him. In an instant, he hastily checked on the 4 great divine monarchs, including Fuxi. Cultivation, 9th stage divine monarch, half-step divine emperor. Just a hair's breadth away from ascension to divine emperor. Chu Yi's heart soared with joy, and he couldn't help but think of the currently strongest summoned being. Judgment Demon God, Cultivation, 3rd Stage Divine Emperor, grows with the host's cultivation. Chapter 99, Special Gift Pack, Gaining Reality Manipulation. Indeed, the Judgment Demon God, as one of the 3,000 great demon gods, originally possessed the pinnacle cultivation of a divine monarch at the time of summoning. Now, with Chu Yi advancing to the divine monarch realm, he astonishingly wielded the power of a divine emperor, possessing a trump card that rivaled the 26 divine nations. With this, I can confidently step into the middle tier, fortified with sufficient strength. A gleam of brilliance sparked in Chu Yi's eyes. He then commanded his subordinates, gather more intelligence about the Yuancheng realm and collect all remaining resources of the divine core sect. Furthermore, all subjects of the divine court may freely enter and exit the chaotic continent. In times of urgency, they may use the spiritual network to teleport back to their respective main cities. Understood. Zhu Rong, Odin, and many other powerful beings bowed in salute. Chu Yi's imperial decree resonated throughout the continent, instantly igniting a fervor among countless beings as they soared into the sky, heading towards the boundless expanse of the Yuancheng realm. With the spiritual network at their disposal, They could teleport back to their main cities in an instant, regardless of their location. Unless facing an overwhelming power capable of annihilating them in an instant, the forces of the Eternal Divine Court were nearly impossible to fall. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching the Yuanchang realm and receiving a special gift pack. Would you like to open it? Just then, after Chu Yi had issued all his commands, the system's voice unexpectedly reverberated, not merely indicating a chance for a sign-in, but as if the system had just activated. Presenting a special gift pack. Oh, could it be a powerful divine ability akin to the Master of Heaven? Recalling the initial gift pack that granted him the power of the Master of Heaven, Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by this new gift pack, he promptly decided to command the system to open it. Ding! Opening successful. Please make a choice, host. 1. Gain 3rd stage Master of Heaven. Expands combat range to 10 million miles. Based on the 2nd stage. 2. Acquire the special divine ability Reality Manipulation. A supreme ability that can distort reality. Everything can change according to the host's thoughts. 3. Obtain 3 legendary summons and 3 special sign-in opportunities. As the gift pack opened, 3 options emerged for Chu Yi to choose from. The 3rd stage Master of Heaven would allow him to harness the combined strength of all beings within a 10 million mile radius. Such an effect was exceptionally powerful, but, Chu Yi pondered. While the combat ability seemed astonishing, it carried significant drawbacks. The 2nd stage only covered a mere 100,000 miles. If the opponent became aware of the combined combat power, they would certainly refrain from entering that area and instead launch attacks from afar. 100,000 miles is but a fleeting moment for a powerful being in the divine realm. Even if expanded to 10 million miles, it would not resolve this fundamental shortcoming. If faced with a divine emperor-level existence, the enemy could be separated by countless worlds and still possess the means to annihilate foes. However, what about this reality manipulation? Glancing at the 2nd option, Chu Yi murmured, his eyes narrowing, distorting, even directly modifying reality, changing everything. The limits of this ability can even be likened to those of the celestial sovereign, perhaps even transcending such realms. It may be worth a try. After much contemplation, Chu Yi disregarded the 3rd option. Ultimately, he resolutely chose the brand new special divine ability. Control of reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special divine ability. Level 1 Control of Reality. Control of Reality, Level 1. Can influence all things within a radius of thousands of miles surrounding the host. Moreover, for beings whose cultivation is equal to or lower than that of the host, their panel attributes can be permanently modified. Modify the panel? The complete description of Control of Reality manifested before him, causing Chu Yi to feel a wave of astonishment. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the terrifying nature of this divine ability. The system can display the attribute panels of any formidable being. If he could modify them at will? Chu Yi took a few deep breaths, suppressing the excitement surging within him. This low-tier Control of Reality must still possess numerous limitations. However, if he were to elevate it to a higher tier, then perhaps he could indeed wield the power to modify all things, akin to that of a creator of myriad worlds. Let me first give it a try. You, come here. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, Chu Yi decided to test the current capabilities of Control of Reality. He casually summoned a guard to approach. Your Majesty, you summoned me? The guard knelt respectfully on the ground. A look of reverence upon his face. To be summoned by His Majesty in person was an immense honor. Chu Yi nodded in acknowledgement. He then opened the guard's attribute panel to examine it. Name, Taixiong Yi Modifiable. Gender, Male Modifiable. Cultivation, Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm, Modifiable. Identity, Ordinary Guard of the 9 Dragon Palace, Modifiable. Loyalty, 99 Modifiable. In an instant, a plethora of information columns appeared. Unlike before, a modifiable marker had been added to the end of all attributes. Then, let me modify Taixiong Yi's cultivation to Level 1 Divine King. Chu Yi was filled with astonishment. Today, he would attempt this modification. However, ding, modification failed. The target's cultivation exceeds the maximum threshold of this being. Accompanied by the sound of modification failure, Chu Yi's nascent plan to create a legion of divine kings was instantly shattered. If a divine king was unattainable, then let us try modifying it to Pinnacle True God instead. Chu Yi pondered, and immediately chose to modify once more. Ding. Modification successful. Current cultivation of the target being, 9th level True God.